City Council expressed interest in running for the seat. We'll show you who may throw their hat in the ring coming up in our next hour. Back to you.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will be holding a special meeting this morning to discuss the district's revised budget for the next school year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said that they wanted changes to address student mental health and positions, including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There are also concerns North Carolina lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which could put CMS in the red. They'll vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools now dealing with another data breach, the second in 2 years. This time it involves the online classwork platform Canvas. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what was breached and why experts say attacks like this are hard to avoid.
Students at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are among millions nationwide affected by a recent cybersecurity attack on Canvas, an online system where homework assignments are submitted and teachers give grades.
It is very difficult to find any company that has not been breached before. Okay, so a breach is becoming a very common thing, but of course, that's no excuse for not doing a good job.
UNC Charlotte professor of cybersecurity Bill Chu says there's 2 ways hackers will break into these systems, either through the software itself or how it's configured in the district. CMS says this happened outside its walls.
Unfortunately, people are pretty helpless. We increasingly rely on the digital world. We have a digital life. It's just whether you like it or not. Your identities are going to be everywhere.
School officials say data may include personal information, but right now they don't believe passwords, birthdays, government identifiers, or financial information were involved.
Targeting the actual employee as opposed to the organization is the biggest threat to small businesses.
Adam Pendergrass provides cybersecurity training for small businesses in North Carolina. He says if attackers have your child's name, they can use that to send phishing emails and texts to try and steal your money.
Right now, it's very hard to predict what's coming next. Now that there's more information out there, there's more tools in the attacker's toolbox.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Now remember, this isn't the first time Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools has been impacted by a data breach. In 2024, millions of students, parents, and teachers' personal information was exposed when Power School was hacked. The software was in every public school in the state and was later replaced.
A new push in Raleigh is focused on helping coaches support their athletes off the field. It's about recognizing when a student may be struggling with their mental health. As our Shebnam Dinesh tells us, supporters say coaches are often the first trusted adult to notice when a young person is struggling mentally.
For many student athletes, coaches are more than just coaches.
Coaches are often among the first to notice when something is not right. They see the long practices, they have the quiet moments, and the changes in behaviors that others might not see.
But many coaches don't know what to do when that happens. State Senator Caleb Tedros joined mental health advocates Thursday to promote the Coaches Care Act. It's an effort to require youth mental health first aid training for middle and high school coaches across the state.
This is not about asking coaches to become counselors. It is about making sure that they're not left guessing when a student needs help.
The renewed push comes after the North Carolina High School Athletic Association unanimously approved a policy requiring high school coaches to complete mental health training every 3 years. The training is designed to help coaches recognize warning signs of mental health challenges and substance abuse.
It's a very hands-on situation, and those kids pour their hearts out into these activities. So, a lot of times when they develop a good bond, good conversations, and also they bring out their problems as well as their triumphs to you.
Sean Crocker is the head football coach at Panther Creek High School in Cary. He says student athletes often face pressure on and off the field while balancing school, sports, and scholarships.
It's overwhelming for a lot of players, and it's just a matter of when it hits. But with the proper supports and reassurances, we do the best we can to get those guys through.
The legislation would expand that training requirement beyond high school sports to include middle school coaches and youth sports coaches.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. While the legislation itself is still sitting in committee, supporters say that the state's high school athletic association's vote shows there is broad support for this type of training all across the sports community. It is 6:08 right now. Happy Friday, everyone. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman. What do we need to know today through Mother's Day weekend?
That we've got some beautiful weather on the way for your Friday here, Jason. It's really going to be a treat out there across the Carolinas with some of the sunshine. We're going to be seeing a little bit of patchy fog this morning. 2 miles of visibility currently, zero visibility right now down in Chester as we get into the upstate of South Carolina. Otherwise, though, we are in good shape here as you're stepping on out the door. On your Friday, should have the beautiful weather continuing here as we go throughout the rest of your Friday. Now, as we go throughout your weekend forecast, could see some changes. Pinpoint radar, though, right now is quiet as we zoom out and go wide across the region. High pressure moving in here across the central Carolinas. And at least for today, we're in good shape. If you're taking to the friendly skies, quick check in some of the major airport hubs. No major issues. Always best to check ahead, though, with your local carrier. Temperatures in the low 40s up across the mountains, low to mid 50s. In and around Charlotte. Jason, I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Well, a little bit of visibility. We will take that over what we dealt with yesterday. I mean, it just was nasty and sloppy out there. So, hey, let's go for cooler weather and just a little bit of visibility issues. Looking around the crowd, we do expect lighter volume at least till 7:30 or 8. That's typical on a Friday, so let's enjoy moving around and through the Queen City. A couple of small issues that you see here on the board. Neither one of those, I should say, are causing any slowdowns. Volume really light this morning. Let's show you a couple of really beautiful shots around the Queen City with the sun starting to come up. Look at this from NCDOT. I love this shot of I-77 north and south. This is just north of Uptown, LaSalle Street going over the top. Look at that, just the sunrise on the Queen City skyline looks like a postcard. The Truist building is the one towards the left. See it all lit up in purple? That, of course, with the Truist Championship PGA Tournament going on right now at Quail Hollow. This right here is down near Carowinds Boulevard. This is a viewpoint. Now, NCDOT turned the camera around right at the state line. This is great. You can see the Queen City skyline. Look at those 18-wheelers lined up on the entrance ramp. Just above that, you can see the silhouette of the city. Man, that is gorgeous. Looking great. Let's take you outside our studios. 85 north and south near Sam Wilson in West Charlotte. All 10 lanes across, looking good. Up near Mallard Creek, you can see the sun starting to come up over the horizon there. Both stretches of 85 looking good. Good morning to the folks in Union County. Look at this shot. Independence at the 74 bypass, further up Independence. This shot here looking good as well. All directions. Listen, if you need to head to the airport, whether you're in Uptown coming up from Rock Hill or down from Cornelius, you guys are all in good shape. Just don't be distracted on this Friday morning. We'll give you another update coming up around 6:30. Annie?
The search is on for former passengers on a cruise ship that's now reporting an outbreak of a dangerous virus. What we know this morning and why health leaders say there's no need for panic. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
6:14 is the time. Welcome back. The Trump administration has begun breaking down the changes that they're making to immigration agent training programs. Officials say that they're now prioritizing experienced law enforcement and adding back training that was cut, giving some recent recruits an extra 30 days of training that they didn't get before heading out into the field. This follows months of aggressive hiring where ICE more than doubled its workforce to about 22,000 officers. That's according to some reports. This was to speed up onboarding, and reports that underqualified recruits were let into the field before proper vetting and training.
I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority.
Administration officials say this reset is about raising the standards and to make operations more effective. The Department of Justice is ramping up its crackdown on cartel leaders, now targeting Mexican officials linked to drug smuggling operations. The Mexican government is now helping the U.S. weed out cartel members and extraditing alleged criminals to the U.S. to face justice. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says that he is working with other agencies to increase the pressure.
Well, we're working very closely with the Department of War, with State Department, with our partners in Mexico and in South America, and we're re-energizing our efforts. So it's really something that DOJ shifted about a year ago to really go after the leadership of these cartels, and the way that we go after them is an all-government approach. In the past, they might have felt protected where they lived, that they could avoid arrest, avoid prosecution, and avoid extradition. I don't think they feel that anymore. And that's what we want. We want them to be afraid that if they get arrested, they're going to end up in Chicago, they're going to end up in New York, San Diego, Texas, which is our goal.
Last week, indictments were announced against a number of former Mexican officials, including the ex-governor of Sonora.
The search is on for passengers who left a cruise ship weeks ago who had infections of the hantavirus on board. According to the Dutch government, the whereabouts of those passengers, who are from at least 12 different countries, are still unknown. Several countries are now scrambling to trace those people. According to cruise officials, the ship didn't realize that this was the beginning of an outbreak, and health officials now believe the virus originated in Argentina. The leading theory is a Dutch couple who died were exposed to rats at a landfill during a bird-watching tour and then unknowingly brought the virus onto the ship.
It's not a virus that is easily transmitted to a lot of people. So I think it's extremely unlikely that this would become a pandemic situation.
6 of the passengers being tracked down are American. Well, Carolina's finally got some rain after weeks of little to nothing, but much of the region is still in extreme drought, impacting farmers and this year's crops. Tiana Maxwell spoke with a Greensboro farmer about their relief and their concerns.
I hadn't seen it in a while. I'm gonna soak it up.
Rain brings relief to Matt Rudd and his farm, which has been in his family for generations. It's the break he's been looking for after dealing with waves of unexpected dry conditions.
It is just unusually dry for this time of year. We've had droughts like this, but most of the time you think in July, August.
The moisture is only hitting the surface for the farm's 25 acres of fruits and vegetable crops.
Our ground is wet enough now I can go ahead and get another crop of sweet corn planted, and hopefully what corn is there, we won't have to water it for at least a few days or maybe a week, depending on how hot it gets.
But it's not enough to refill the water that they lost in ponds that pump underground through a filter and into plastic hoses for some plants. The heat plus more water to keep crops hydrated lowered those levels.
I mean, as you can see, we've already used 20 inches of water off the top of this pond. And I mean, think how efficient we've been with that. So it just seems like that's a lot of water that we've already used this time of year when normally we wouldn't have used that much.
Rudd can only hope more rain is on the way to keep seasonal crops in stock.
We're planting stuff now that we're not going to pick till end of July, and we keep planting all year. So we're planting a lot of crops every two weeks most of the time, so we can keep you know, fresh vegetables coming in all summer.
Well, we've had a little bit of help against that drought as we bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. First of all, I got distracted by a gorgeous sunrise right there.
Beautiful.
Andrew, has any of the rain that we had the last day or so, has it made a dent in the drought?
I mean, a very small one. I mean, we have a ways to go, but that was some of the most beneficial we've seen in well over a month here across the Carolinas in terms of picking up over an inch of rain. We really need that. We need a lot more, Jason and Annie, to really start reversing the drought conditions we've seen, but at least it's a start out there. 51 degrees, winds out of the north-northwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour right now. Beautiful sunrise shaping up here across the Carolinas. Boone camera, quiet conditions we get outside in King Street, but really highlighting how much more we need. Check out, this is the rainfall deficit over the past 365 days. Down in the Sandhills, you need roughly about 2 feet of rain to fully get rid of the drought. Now, as we get up, Charlotte points off to the north and west, still dealing with severe and extreme drought conditions, but we need less rainfall to really fully reverse the drought we're seeing. It's down in the Sandhills. You need basically almost a tropical cyclone's amount of moisture moving through to fully get rid of the drought that we are dealing with here across portions of the Carolinas, and that is not coming anytime soon. Pinpoint radar right now, quiet conditions here across the Carolinas, zooming out, high pressure in control. It's going to be keeping things absolutely beautiful here on your Friday across the Carolinas. Temperatures middle 40s for Nashville and Knoxville, low to mid 50s here in Charlotte. So a cool start out there. You do need the jacket. Also, quick pollen update here, going to be kind of in the medium to high territory. We're sort of past peak for the peak sniffling across the Carolinas, but still going to be seeing those elevated pollen counts over the next few days. Rain chances, they move back up as we go through this weekend. We are tracking potential showers here and more potential beneficial rainfall really for the places that need the most here down across the Sandhills. Mother's Day brunch forecast right now looking dry, though could see a couple of scattered showers and storms on the way. Let's get into it here at Futurecast as we go throughout your Friday. Heading into the afternoon hours, mostly clear skies. Temperatures heading up into the middle 70s. Lots of sunshine out there across the Carolinas. Overnight, though, heading into your Saturday, the clouds increase. Watching showers in the morning, a little bit drier as we head into the afternoon. And then from there, Saturday night should be relatively dry. And as we push into your Sunday, tracking some more potential scattered showers and storms as we head into the afternoon hours. Let's go to your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. I'll be talking more about that Charlotte FC match forecast coming up in just a few minutes. But Annie, we are tracking some more potential wet weather for the region.
Okay. All right. We still need it, Andrew. Thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. Another beautiful start there as well. We'll have a look at your Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Then there's literally no excuse for anything ever again. Like, hello. It has been done. Hi, Jane. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Really
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Almost the weekend.
Although it's a 90% chance to rain here tomorrow, so.
Oh, is it?
Sounds like a good day to clean the bathroom.
The bathroom, huh?
Something. It needs it, you know.
Listen, I found a cleaning, like a cleaner. It's like multi-use, and it's not like it's not like chemical-y, and it cleans our bathroom grout, and it has never looked better. I cleaned it.
What's the name of it?
Oh my gosh, I ordered it on Amazon like during maternity leave, so like I couldn't even tell you. Like it was just one of those things where I was like, I need this right now. I haven't touched it in 2 years, and I just found it under the sink again. And I'm like, you know what? Let's give this a try. Oh shoot, I'll find it, and I'll tell you next time.
If you find it this weekend,
I'll look in my Amazon history, and I can email it to you.
Okay. Or just tell me Monday. It's fine.
It was really easy too. Okay, bye.
We're talking about cleaning products.
Welcome back. Layoffs are down from early 2025, except in one field, and it is a jobs report day. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning and happy Friday.
Hi, Annie. Good morning. Happy Friday. In about 2 hours, we will get the April jobs numbers. We'll continue to look for that. The market's kind of set up for that. That's after a down day yesterday. The Dow fell by 300 points. Now, we've had just really spectacular earnings from U.S. companies, but also some cautiousness about Iran. So that seemed to seep into the market yesterday. But again, set up for a positive start as we wait on those jobs numbers at 8:30. Well, layoffs fell 50% for the first third of 2025 compared to the first third of this year, with one glaring exception. Tech was hit really hard, laying off more than 85,000 workers in the first 4 months of this year. That's according to a report from Challenger, Gray and Christmas. Now, that is a 33% jump over last year, and much of those tech job cuts are related to AI. Well, Apple's AI-enhanced camera-equipped AirPods are in late-stage testing. Bloomberg reports the built-in cameras embedded in each earbud are not designed for photo or video capture, but rather to serve as eyes for the revamped digital assistant Siri, and they'll upload visual data to enhance Siri's functions. Annie, back to you.
I knew that AI was going to make it into my AirPods one day. I didn't know how, but now we have the answer.
Everything, yes.
You know, I mean, that's kind of cool in the recording of the conversations part, depending on what you're using it for work. I mean, we can see a lot of uses for it. So maybe we'll start getting that in our newsroom kit. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah. All right, Jane. I doubt that second part. We'll see you in our 8:25 hour. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
We've got beautiful weather this morning, but tracking some potential showers and storms on the way for your Mother's Day. I've got your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Another potential deal between President Trump and leaders of Iran. But is it enough to stop a 2-month-long battle? We take a look at the terms and where negotiations stand.
And getting flowers for mom this Mother's Day may cost you a little bit more. How high oil prices are blooming into some complicated holidays for local florists. It is 6:30. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of our week, and we appreciate you joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian Sador on special assignment. We will join him teeing off in a couple hours, maybe an hour. We'll join him a little bit later on. We have Andrew Brightman today in for Ted Phaeton, who's off for a couple of days. Glad you're here. Happy Friday, Andrew.
It's always great to join you guys here in the morning.
Appreciate it. You're bringing the sunshine, literally and figuratively.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm trying at least. I try to keep the energy up with you guys here in the morning. It can sometimes be tough when running on about 3.5 hours of sleep, but you guys get me going here. We've got beautiful weather too. The sunshine, going to be an absolutely beautiful day out there across the region. We're seeing a little bit of that patchy fog this morning, but otherwise going to be an A-plus forecast here as we wrap up the week across the Carolinas. We've got temperatures will be in the low to mid 70s, low humidity too. It's going to feel really, really comfortable out there. We got the sunshine this afternoon though. I was talking about it for your Mother's Day weekend. We are tracking potential scattered showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder on the way across the region. Really cool how the light's reflecting off the buildings. That's actually a really cool shot. 51 degrees. Winds out of the north-northwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour right now. Visibility here 1 mile in Albemarle, 0 though in Chester, 0 in Wadesboro. That's where we're seeing some of that patchy fog here this morning across the region. Won't be lasting much past about the 9:30 half hour or so. Pinpoint radar quiet this morning across the Carolinas. You can leave the umbrellas at home. What you do need is the sunglasses here as we go throughout your Friday. High pressure sliding in across the central Carolinas. We've got beautiful weather. Airport delays. We are in good shape here across the lower 48. Always best though to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures. Once you get into the foothills, middle 40s. Charlotte points off to the south and east, low to mid 50s here. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, and you will notice it when you walk out the door. About 10 to 20 degrees cooler out there, so you do need the light jacket. Getting those kids off to school here this morning, but otherwise going to be an absolutely beautiful day out there. I've got more on what's on the way as we go through your weekend and into next week coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic for this early hour, still in our 6:30 half hour. Rush hour typically starts at 7, but Fridays are always lighter than normal. And we appreciate that. We are grateful for it. We will take it when we can get it around the Charlotte area. Right now, seeing a little bit of growth of traffic out west on 85 North coming out of Gastonia. That is typical every day of the week. A couple of spots that are on our board here, but those incidents not causing any delays just because volume is still so very light this morning. Some beautiful sunrise shots that we're going to show you. This first one courtesy of NCDOT. Great shot of I-77 north and south traffic going under LaSalle Street. School buses and trash trucks, everyone going to wherever they're going today. But look at that shot of the Queen City skyline. Man, that is just gorgeous. A little cooler this morning as Andrew was talking about. We will take it. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, NCDOT has control of that camera down at the North-South Carolina state line. Maybe they're just looking around, giving us a 360-degree bird's eye view of what's happening down near Carowinds, but that shot looking good. Here's at 85 outside our studios near Sam Wilson. All 8 lanes of 85 north and south looking good. Same can be said in the northeast part of the city near Mallard Creek. That stretch looking nice with the sun coming up. Look at this shot down in Union County near Indian Trail. Good morning, you guys. That sun popping up over the 74 bypass, further up Independence Boulevard. Look at it just bouncing off those buildings there. It is just spectacular. A couple shots of our drive times looking good. Excuse me. For the most part, just don't be distracted with your phone today or get a speeding ticket kicking off your weekend. That would stink, wouldn't it? We'll give you another look at traffic coming up at 7.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will hold a special meeting this morning to discuss the district's revised budget for the next class year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said they wanted to make some changes to address student mental health and positions, including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There are also concerns that North Carolina lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which could put CMS in the red. They'll vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting. Federal mental health evaluators have determined the suspect in the deadly light rail stabbing here in Charlotte is currently not competent to stand trial. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is facing federal and state charges in connection with the August 2025 death of Irina Zarutska. According to new documents filed in federal court, prosecutors and defense attorneys are asking a judge to hold a competency hearing after it was determined Brown suffers from serious mental illness. The federal filing states that Brown's competency could be restored through treatment and medication. He remains in federal custody.
A preliminary report from the NTSB details the moments before a deadly tanker explosion in Mooresville. This happened a month ago at the Carolina Beverage Group manufacturing facility. According to the report, the tractor-trailer driver reported a leak and was trying to fix it when the explosion happened. A white vapor was also seen in the area of the leak. The truck was carrying sodium hydroxide solution. It's a highly corrosive industrial chemical, and it just made a delivery at another business the previous day. The driver was killed, and an employee at the facility was also injured. That investigation is ongoing. The U.S. says it fired on Iran in self-defense after Iran attempted to strike U.S. Navy ships.
The attack comes as American leaders await a response from Iran on a peace proposal. News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo breaks down the latest developments.
They were firing at us and we were firing back at them.
As 3 U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz Thursday, the U.S. military says forces intercepted Iranian attacks and struck back in self-defense.
They got blown away in about 2 minutes.
The attacks took place as the U.S. is awaiting Iran's response to the latest proposal to end the war.
It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust and many other things that we want. When they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed.
President Trump continues threatening to attack if the Islamic Republic doesn't sign on soon.
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain.
And congressional Democrats remain critical of the administration's efforts.
The same Iranian regime is in charge, and their enriched uranium is still in their possession. The Strait of Hormuz is now closed, and Americans are suffering with skyrocketing gas prices.
Florists in the Charlotte area are feeling the squeeze of ongoing tariffs and skyrocketing gas prices. That's ahead of Mother's Day weekend. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from 2 shop owners about how much they and their customers are being impacted by the rising costs.
Last week we were actually working for the PGA, and then we start prepping for Mother's Day. And on top of that, we are doing corsages for proms this week, and then also Teachers Appreciation Week and Nurses Week as well.
Staying busy typically means good business for florists like Jovi buyers, but she tells us higher gas prices have made this Mother's Day rush a bit more complicated.
And it's very scary because obviously, you know, a primary of our business is deliveries.
Buyer says to make up the difference, she's now charging $16 for delivery in her shop's zip code and up to $40 for delivery to places like Cornelius and Rock Hill. Ahead of Mother's Day, Buyers is encouraging customers to instead come pick up their flowers from Southern Blossom.
For Valentine's, we had to raise our prices, and I don't want our customers also being affected by that, and I don't want them to not celebrate their moms.
Buyer says ongoing tariffs, especially on vases, has forced her to offer more arrangements without them.
So we had to pivot, that way we don't charge our customers more.
Jacob DeCristo runs Vivian's Flower Shop out of he and his wife's home. He doesn't have the overhead of a brick and mortar location, but tells us higher gas prices are having an impact on his bottom line too.
It adds a lot of expense that you don't originally account for, especially when it just shoots up out of nowhere.
DeCristo tries to keep basic arrangements under $30 and says while he's trying to take on some of those unexpected costs, he's now encouraging his loyal customers to use delivery apps like Uber and DoorDash to get their orders.
It definitely makes it more affordable at times for our customers and affordable for us.
But DeCristo admits even that can be tricky at times.
You don't know if that arrangement fell over in the car and they just picked it back up and shoved it in there. We don't get a final delivery photo.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Listen, the Carolina Hurricanes say Hurricane Preparedness Week might be ending tomorrow, but their run for the Stanley Cup is not over. They are one win away now from conference finals. We'll take a look at their dominating victory against the Flyers last night. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday, everyone. Look at this gorgeous sunrise coming up over the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll be back. Here we go, fresh off a season that beat expectations. The Hornets extend head coach Charles Lee.
Plus, a major part of Charlotte FC's defense could be on the pitch this weekend. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Thunderberg has those stories in our morning sports.
Well, day one is almost in the books for the Truist Championship. Yesterday's play was suspended due to weather before some of the golfers wrapped up. Round one will resume today. And while the golfers are getting ready to tee off, one team in Charlotte is looking towards the future. Charles Lee is here to stay for the long haul. Almost 2 years to the day after he was hired as the Hornets head coach, the team announced yesterday that he's signing a multi-year extension. It's certainly well-deserved after Lee nearly led the Hornets to the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. Charlotte finished 44-38 in the regular season, a 25-win improvement from Lee's first year as the head man, the largest year-over-year win improvement in franchise history. Now, the terms of the deal were not disclosed. However, we do know Lee's original contract he signed in 2024 was for 4 years. And the Carolina Hurricanes in Game 3 against the Philadelphia Flyers last night. The Canes leading 2-0 in the series so far. About 2.5 minutes to go in the first. Score 0-0 until Jordan Stahl is there for the cleanup on the power play. Canes go up 1-0. Moving on to the second period here. Puck, it gets loose off a Flyers shot, but Trevor Zegras is there and cashing in. The game is now tied at 1 apiece. Still in the second, and the Canes weren't backing down at all. On the power play, Stahl across to Jalen Chatfield with the shorty. The Hurricanes regained the lead 2-1. Third period, Canes tack on 2 more goals, including this one right here from Nikolai Ehlers on the breakaway. The Canes would get it done up in PA and go 3-0. The final score was 4-1 Hurricanes as they return to the ice in Philly on Sunday for Game 4. All right, well, good news for Charlotte FC ahead of their return to the Fortress this weekend. Head coach Dean Smith has deemed veteran defender Tim Ream available for selection on Saturday against FC Cincinnati. Ream has missed 3 of the last MLS matches with an abductor injury. Smith expects Ream to play a full match as the Crown looks to snap a 4-game skid across all competitions. And day 2 of the Truist Championship gets underway at Quail Hollow today, and we'll have a full recap on the day on CSL. Plus, the Panthers mini camp takes the field at Bank of America Stadium, so we'll check in with the boys in black and blue later tonight on Carolina Sports Live.
The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation has committed $1 million to girls high school flag football in the Carolinas. And this comes after a vote this week to sanction the sport with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. Since 2022, the Tepper Foundation has already invested over $1.5 million in grants, programming, and other resources into girls flag football. Nicole Tepper talked about how important the move is on Good Morning Football. This was yesterday.
So I'm so excited. The word opportunity comes to mind, you know, giving these girls the opportunity to play something that they've watched probably most of their lives. And now they could play the sport and enjoy it. And it's amazing. The opportunity to give female athletes, you know, the resources that they need to succeed is, you know, very, very important to us. And so we support that wholeheartedly. I mean, that's really important to us.
After years of
That's exciting. I love it. And these girls are serious, too. Don't mess with them. North Carolina is the 22nd state to sanction girls flag football as a varsity sport. They will begin play later this fall. Flag football is also slated to make its Olympic debut at the 2028 Los Angeles Summer Games. That's exciting.
Pretty cool stuff. All right, let's take a trip to the Glen, shall we? Here is a live look as NASCAR is going bowling this weekend at Watkins Glen International. The New York State track will host 4 separate races this weekend. It all gets underway today with the General Tire 100 with the ARCA Menards series. Then the Craftsman Truck Series kicks off the same day at 4:30. The O'Reilly's Million 200 will take place Saturday at 4. And then on Sunday, the featured event, the Go Bowling at the Glen with the Cup Series. That race starts at 3 o'clock.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what's so...
I mean, I didn't see that coming for this Friday morning. It was a star-studded night at Truist Field. The one and only Ronald McDonald singing the national anthem right there at the Charlotte Knights game earlier in the week. The Knights posted the video saying, "You never know what you're going to see or who you'll see in the ballpark."
I'm pleasantly surprised to hear. He sounds great, but you know what?
What?
We love Ronald McDonald. He ain't
Yes,
got
we
nothing
do.
on our own Jason Harper, who has also sung the national anthem for the Knights.
You know,
Just saying.
I would consider doing a duet with old Ronald. That would be interesting.
Would he have to? That's a sight.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I have
It's
so
a
many
sight.
questions. That
It would-
is a sight to see.
I get distracted enough trying to remember the words to that dang song. If I had to look over at him and looking at his face
have to
being
turn
about
away.
a foot away, I would lose it. There's no way I wouldn't be able to do it. But I'm glad he did it. I've never seen Ronald McDonald sing before, so.
You do never know what you are going to see at the ballpark. Right, Andrew?
What a scene.
What a scene.
What a scene.
Yeah, what a scene.
But yeah, still doesn't hold a candle to the pipes you got, Jay.
Thank you, brother.
Songbird of our generation. Let's
Oh,
get your
Lord.
forecast
Oh, God.
this morning here. We got 51 degrees. Beautiful weather here as you're stepping out the door on your Friday. Just incredible incredible scene out there because you got a little bit of low cloud cover, a little bit of the patchy fog, 51 degrees. Though as we go throughout the morning, whatever patchy fog we still have lingering will be completely mixed out throughout the atmosphere. Boone camera, sunshine as well outside on King Street is a fabulous start. Radar quiet out there, zooming wide here, high pressure moving in here across the Central Carolinas. The rain chances, though, return tomorrow and going throughout the weekend here. Could see some more wet weather across the Carolinas. Weekend forecast, possible showers and storms Saturday as well as your Mother's Day Sunday here. So keep that in mind if you got big plans for mom. Futurecast is And throughout today, this is the day if you want to head on over to Quail Hollow Club for the Truist Championship. This will be the best day of the entire tournament here. As we go throughout the afternoon, lots of sunshine, temperatures, middle 70s, comfortable conditions out there across the Carolinas as we keep moving forward here. Temperatures into the low 70s. We head into the evening hours overnight, dipping back down into the 50s here. Saturday, the clouds roll in. Possible showers as we go throughout the morning into the afternoon hours, especially from Charlotte. Points off to the south and east. Elsewhere, maybe an isolated shower or storm later in the day on Saturday. Rolling into your Sunday, more of the same, except maybe a little bit later on in the morning heading into the afternoon. You see those possible showers and storms developing across the region. That continues into the evening hours before starting to wrap up. But we got more on the way, unfortunately, as we go into your Monday. But actually, that's good news. We need that beneficial rainfall for the Carolinas. Charlotte FC forecast, though, Saturday evening over at the bank. No major issues there. Dry conditions. Comfortable temperatures, too, going to be in the low to mid 70s. Great weather for a match. As we go throughout your Friday here, temperatures heading up into the low to mid 70s, mostly clear skies. Great weather out there. Let's take a little trip here around the Carolinas. Starting down in the Sandhills, temperatures low to mid 70s, mostly sunny skies. Upstate South Carolina, we have beautiful weather for you. No major issues, partly cloudy skies. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle, low to mid 70s. Loving this weather here to wrap up the week. Shelby and Gastonia, it's a similar story. Statesville and Salisbury, picture perfect end to your week, and that's also the case as we head up into the foothills and mountains. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking some wet weather for your Mother's Day weekend. Maybe even a little bit more as we head into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Listen to this. Technology is in the works to translate your thoughts straight to text. All you have to do is wear this beanie. Startup Sabi in California is developing the hat using brain-computer interface technology. The beanie comes with up to 100,000 tiny sensors that record activity from the brain. It can capture and translate your thoughts into text at about 30 words a minute. The beanie is scheduled to be released at the end of this year. Have no idea yet how much it will cost.
Wow.
Andrew?
Are you on the pre-order list?
Come on.
I'm not on the pre. It's a wild invention. I was talking about it with Julian earlier. It'd be interesting some of the applications for this for communications disorders. But then I was thinking about it. You know, there's times when I get in a little bit of trouble with my wife. She doesn't want to tell me what I've done to screw up. Maybe that'd be the one way that could actually convey what I've done wrong here.
Oh.
That could be,
Maybe.
Okay.
That could be, you know, an invention that saves marriages potentially.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Potentially, but to your point, if you are, if you have someone who doesn't have the use of their hands or
Exactly.
they can't talk,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Right.
But they still have, you know, mental functions, that would be so great for all of that. Even if you have surgery and your vocal cords don't work anymore, right? It's going to come back eventually.
Someone with ALS potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of uses. My worry would be it just falling off into the wrong spot. Like, you know, it's hard enough to keep a
Could
beanie
be.
on your head,
Yeah.
and then what if those sensors are not in the right spot and it doesn't work right? But I think it's cool.
It is. My wife would put it on me just to check if there was brain activity. That's why we would have it in our household, but I can see why there are other much better uses.
But a beanie, it's like kind of like a grunge type of invention. You know,
It is.
to rock on your head,
a little
like,
bit.
not a hat, but a
Yeah,
beanie.
I wouldn't be
Above
wearing
the ears.
it.
It's not serving any purpose for the warmth. It's just for style.
I don't know about in July in the South. I don't know I'd be rocking that, but
that's
we'll
not
see.
going to work.
All right, coming up on 7 o'clock, just a couple minutes away. Happy Friday, you guys. We'll be right back. Celebrations for America's 250th birthday are now traveling on the tracks.
Today we're launching Amtrak's Freedom Train, and we're going to give you an all-aboard first and 10 professional. All aboard! I'll try it. All aboard! Amtrak! Woo!
There we go. I like it. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy there unveiling Amtrak's newest train for America's 250th. It left from Washington's Union Station en route to Philadelphia yesterday morning. It's decked out in red, white, and blue wrap, similar to buses and planes that will also be wrapped in America's colors as the country celebrates America's big birthday bash on this 4th of July. An exciting summer ahead for America. All right, it is 6:59 on this Friday. Happy Friday, you guys. Don't go anywhere as we kick off our 7 o'clock hour.
budget saga at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools continues today, but we're expected to learn at this morning's special session after disagreements on the initial proposal.
Lincolnton leaders are trying to balance declining finances with city needs, how a budget shortfall could impact public safety.
The status of South Carolina's congressional redistricting push, how the effort to redraw the state map could impact next month's primary elections.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Friday morning, everyone. 7 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador on assignment today. We'll check in with him in just a little bit.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman. Thanks for waking up with us here on your Friday morning, made to the end of the week. We got some needed wet weather here. I was checking the odds. Over 2 inches of rain Wednesday and Thursday combined here. That is really needed. Now, obviously, it wasn't the greatest conditions over at the Truist Championship yesterday, but we've got beautiful weather on the way today. A little bit of patchy morning fog out there, but then a beautiful sunny afternoon ahead for the Carolinas here as we wrap up your work week here. Doesn't get much better than what we're going to be seeing here on your Friday. We are tracking those weekend wet weather, some showers on the way for you both Saturday and on your Mother's Day. I'll be talking more about that coming up in a few minutes. 51 degrees currently as you're stepping on out the door. Winds out of the north-northwest, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points right around the 50-degree mark. So cool, comfortable out there. Why we need this rainfall so bad? Latest drought monitor showing the extreme drought conditions for essentially all of the Central Carolinas, and even seeing some places specifically in and around Monroe at exceptional drought levels. Visibility continues to improve here. Basically going to be done with the sort of fog tracking map here over the next few minutes as we get more and more into the mid-morning hours. Pinpoint radar is quiet. I've got more on your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles says she will be leaving office well before the end of her term.
Members of the Charlotte City Council are now tasked with finding someone to hold down the seat until the next election.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us with a look at the requirements for Lyles' replacement. Savannah?
Hey, good morning, Annie and Jason. Mayor Vi Lyles will be stepping away at the end of next month. Charlotte City Council members are beginning the search for an interim mayor to serve out the rest of her term, which lasts until December of 2027. Now, by law, her temporary replacement must be a registered voter in Charlotte and a Democrat. Now, voters will get the chance to select a new mayor in the next year's local election. Lyles has held this office for at least a decade now, almost a decade, elected first in 2017. Now, she has not yet endorsed a candidate to be her successor. No one has formally announced a 2027 run for mayor. However, several members of City Council have expressed interest. That includes Council newcomer J.D. Mazura Arias and District 2 Representative Malcolm Graham.
I think I would be well at doing the job. I think I'm good at putting a puzzle together.
I'm still looking at my options.
Council members say they hope to have the interim position filled by July 1st. Back to you.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will hold a special meeting this morning to discuss the district's revised budget for the next class year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said they wanted changes to address student mental health and also positions including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There's also concerns that North Carolina lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than expected in the district's budget, which could put CMS in the red. They'll vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting.
Canvas was offline Thursday for thousands of schools and universities that use that software as a result of a cyber attack. The attack creating chaos for students trying to study for finals. The hacking group Shiny Hunters claimed responsibility for this breach. Canvas is used to manage grades, course notes, assignments, and administer quizzes. Shiny Hunters posted online that nearly 9,000 schools worldwide were affected, with billions of private messages and other records accessed. North Carolina communities are facing tough choices as they consider their budgets for next year. In Lincolnton, that could mean cuts to their city's police and fire departments. Lincolnton City Council members heard their manager's budget presentation last night. They also heard concerns from citizens and first responders. Queen City News reporter David Schumann talked with them about the potential cuts.
On a night where Lincolnton city leaders proclaimed International Firefighters Day and National Police Week, they were also presented a budget proposal that cuts more than a dozen positions from those departments. Council members questioned Thursday how this could be avoided.
We're on your side. It's not a us and them thing. We're the city of Lincolnton and we're all on the same team. We're just dealing with a real difficult situation.
First responders packed the council meeting in solidarity. The city manager says the city's facing a revenue shortfall of more than $2 million. Quote, instead of increasing taxes, the proposed budget includes necessary and painful cuts. These measures will eliminate 21 full-time positions. 14 will come from our police and fire departments. Our day-to-day service levels will decline due to these budget cuts.
It's just something I don't think we can come back from.
Lincolnton's firefighter union president says cuts to the department would have a noticeable impact on emergency response times.
If we lose 3 firefighters, we lose a truck from one of our stations every day. And that's something that'd be catastrophic and hard to keep up with.
City officials say the shortfall is a result of the county changing its sales tax formula. Whatever the reason for it, people in town are concerned for what comes next.
I've always felt safe in Lincolnton. I don't want that to change.
There's got to be some other way to save money. They're the only thing that stands between us and the dark.
When a fire company arrives with fewer than optimal number of members, the effectiveness of that initial response is compromised.
The city manager declined an interview request, but said city leaders are meeting with the county next week and then will vote on a finalized budget in June. In Lincolnton, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Union County public school officials say reduced state funding is forcing them to restructure their library services staffing. Workers were told about those changes yesterday. Administrators say they're eliminating 11 media coordinator positions and switching to having those workers each cover a cluster of schools. They say current employees will be assigned to those clusters or they'll be able to apply this summer for other school posts. Some parents have a different take on all those changes.
Even if the district says they haven't fired everybody, it feels like that's what they're doing. UCPS is saying that 11 positions are going to be removed, but those people will still have, quote, a job within the school district. I don't know how that's possible when they're $10 million in the hole right now.
Union County school officials sent a statement to Queen City News saying the $10 million deficit in state funding is due to decreased enrollment. They say all current coordinators will be offered a position in the district for the upcoming school year.
Lawmakers will be holding a hearing today on a measure to consider redrawing the state's congressional districts. President Trump is pressuring Republican-controlled states to redistrict to preserve the GOP House majority in the fall midterm elections. South Carolina's redrawn map would change the 6th district held by the state's only Democrat in Congress, Jim Clyburn. But GOP leaders say the effort could disrupt next month's primary election.
If we get to the point where we're going to redraw the maps and we feel like we'll have to do something to the June 9th primary. And so obviously that'll be a push it back, whatever, then we'll have to come up with a date. We'll have to suspend the June 9th primary and go to another day.
Republican Governor Henry McMaster says he will not call for a special session if lawmakers can't decide redistricting before their current session ends. 7:08 right now. We're in the low 50s as we kick off. A little bit of a cooler, but at least it's a drier start to this Friday, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to be probably the best day of the entire championship week here if you want to head over to Quail Hollow Club for the Truist Championship. Beautiful weather today. Saturday and Sunday, though, a little bit of a different story shaping up across the region. Pinpoint radar, high pressure moving in across the Carolinas. Going to be a beautiful day out there. Comfortable, too. Lowered humidity. Lower temperatures. It was a little toasty before some of the last batch of rain showers moved in late yesterday afternoon. Airport delays, quiet conditions. all across the lower 48. If you're going to be taken to the friendly skies, though, I always emphasize, best check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures right now, 40 in Boone, 39 in Jefferson, low to mid-50s. Charlotte down through the Sandhills this morning. It is a very comfortable but somewhat cool start out there. Basically all the Carolinas about 10 to 20 degrees cooler compared to this time yesterday. Bus stop forecast this morning. It's going to be a good one out there for the kids. They head off to school, just need maybe the light jacket early, but then getting very comfortable here as we head into the afternoon hours. Talking more about what you can expect, Jason, as we go through your Mother's Day weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew, looking forward to that. Hopefully you can spend some time with your mother this weekend. Right now, as we look around the Crown, things are looking pretty good. Again, rush hour typically starts at 7, but on Fridays it's lighter than normal. A lot of folks take Friday off, so enjoy a smoother trip around or through Charlotte this morning. As we're looking right now, a couple of incidents here on the board. None of these are causing major backups. A little bit of volume building on 85 North. Out west, you can see that between Gastonia and Belmont, but that is typical for this time of day. Again, gorgeous shot from NCDOT, one of their cameras looking down on I-77 north and south. Headed into Uptown. Beautiful skyline shot there. Birds flying across. The sun is shining. Perfect spring morning as we roll into Mother's Day weekend. This is 85 north and south traffic outside our studios in West Charlotte. A little breezy out there. You can see the camera moving around, but traffic looking good this morning. Other side of 85 up near University and Mallard Creek, the northeast part of the city. That stretch looking good. Down in Union County, the sun beaming this morning over the Independence 74 bypass there. This is an Indian Trail. Good morning to you guys. Further up Independence Boulevard, this stretch also looking really good this morning. Drive times looking good. A little bit of volume, as I mentioned, coming in from Gaston County. That's typical. Coming down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, you guys are in great shape. Concord, Albemarle, 74 up from Monroe. Everyone looking good this morning. If you're going to the airport this morning, maybe you're going to see Mom or you got her flying in this morning. Well, those drive times also looking good. Maybe take a flower, surprise her for Mother's Day. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up around 7:30. Good morning, May-Kay.
Good morning. I love that you're in such a great mood. Well, you know, the hantavirus outbreak, well, it's been linked to a cruise ship and an airline flight, and perhaps you're wondering, is it a good idea to travel by sea and air right now? I'm May-Kay Bueller. Coming up, there's safeguards in place and what health experts say about the way the virus spreads. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Anxiety about close cruise quarters in aircraft cabin areas causing apprehension among many travelers. This after an outbreak of hantavirus has been linked to a Dutch cruise ship and an airline flight.
So far, there are 5 confirmed cases and 3 deaths out of 8 total suspected cases. The World Health Organization, or WHO, held a press conference yesterday talking about the virus, stressing that this is not the start of a new pandemic.
Chief Transportation Correspondent May-Kay Beeler joining us now and help calm some fears, May-Kay. Educate us a little bit. Cruise ships and airplanes, they are prone to spreading germs, right?
I think we all can agree on that. They can be, but I don't want people to panic. There are ways to minimize this. So WHO experts stress hantavirus is not COVID-19, as it spreads very differently, and unlike the typical hantavirus strain, which is often from rodent droppings, this outbreak involves rare human-to-human transmission of the Andes strain that requires close contact. So the close quarters of cruise ships and airplanes, well, they can be a perfect scenario for transmission of highly contagious pathogens due to lots of people in densely populated areas where we are exchanging exhaled breath, right? Exhaled breath. But this is good news. There are special air circulation systems in place with medical grade HEPA filters on ships and on planes that can remove almost all of the airborne pathogens. The exception would be if you're sitting next to someone who is sick and they cough, right, within inches of your face. There's not much that can be done for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for contagious bugs, which is worse for those things spreading?
Yeah.
A plane or a cruise ship?
What would you think?
A cruise ship.
I know people. I know. Well, they say that plenty of bugs lurk in busy boats. Norovirus, of course, is infamous, right? It's one of the most well-known bugs that can foil fun on a ship. And according to the Centers for Disease Control, it is blamed for 90% of diarrheal disease. Very contagious. And other bugs can spread thanks to the close living quarters on a cruise ship, shared bathrooms, populated pools, busy buffet lines. It can be difficult to control the spread of any virus once it hits a ship, be it an intestinal bug or hantavirus.
Oh man, we're all just sitting here making these faces when we're not on camera. Oh man, but this is real. We got to talk about it. Okay, so I want to talk about with a pilot. You would know this. You hear about planes being a petri dish for viruses, you know, and just nasty. Is it true or is it a myth about recirculated cabin air that they just recirculate over and over?
It's a myth.
Okay,
really?
that's
and
good to know.
I can tell you that as a pilot, it's a myth. It's false. It's because a portion of the air is recirculated, but an equal amount is fresh, compressed air. So once in flight, incoming air, we call it bleed air. It's taken from the airplane engines. It's compressed, so you've got recirculated and fresh air mixed together. And yes, HEPA filters, high efficiency particulate air filters, they are used on most common aircraft to purify the cabin air. Good news, they remove about 99.7% of airborne contaminants, including bacteria, fungi, viruses, providing air quality pretty similar to hospital operating rooms. But again, this does not prevent close contact transmission. In other words, if your seatmate is sick or coughing, you're right there breathing it. Nothing can fix that.
Oh boy. All right. So what are public health officials quickly saying about the spread of this?
Okay, so very low. This is what they're saying right now. It's not a pandemic. The risk is low. It spreads through close, intimate contact. Intimate means if you share utensils, if you share a bed together, if you're really, that's how it is spread. Now, right now, the cruise ship, nobody on board apparently has any symptoms. Those folks are hospitalized. On their way to the Canary Islands, we don't know if they're going to be allowed to disembark.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think that a lot of people are having. How long are they going to be on that ship?
And we've got people who left the ship and who were in the United States before they knew there was an issue.
Right. So
we'll be following this for the next couple of days and weeks, and hopefully it doesn't get any worse.
Right.
Thank you for the update. And don't freak out. This is not to alarm anyone, just to be knowledgeable about what's going on.
That's
McKay, thank you. Let's get over to Andrew to talk about a beautiful day of golf for the Truist Championship and for Mother's Day this weekend.
That's right. McKay always keeps me calm when it comes to stuff like this. Thank you, McKay. 51 degrees right now. Beautiful weather today. This is the day to get outside. This is the day to go to the Quail Hollow Club for the Truist Championship. 51 degrees, winds out of the north-northwest here at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Boone Camera, King Street, beautiful this morning as well. Pinpoint radar quiet here across the Central Carolinas. High pressure moving on in, going to be keeping things really beautiful today at least. Pollen forecast staying elevated here as we go throughout the next few days and throughout the weekend, though not as high as what we saw, of course, during the month of April when we were reaching sort of the pollen apocalypse here basically across the Carolinas, but starting to come down at least a little bit. Weekend forecast, showers and storms possible both Saturday and Sunday here across the region. Might see the rain chances take up a little bit for the brunch forecast, but just something we're keeping an eye on. Right now, though, at least looking dry. But we're going to be watching these rain chances as we go throughout your Saturday and Sunday. Futurecast in motion here as we go throughout your Friday afternoon. Beautiful weather, sunshine, light winds, low humidity. It is an A-plus day here, especially by May standards for Charlotte. Overnight, clouds start to move back in, rain chances start to move back in across the region. So 7 a.m., possible showers across the upstate South Carolina. And then as we go throughout the late morning into the early afternoon, there are some of those scattered showers moving through around Charlotte, points off to the south and east. We keep moving forward, more pop-up showers here as we go throughout the evening, overnight hours into your Sunday. We see the clouds building back in and more potential hit and miss showers and storms here as we go throughout your Sunday afternoon. Sunday night, still could see some of that wet weather lingering across the region and continuing into early next week on your Monday. Charlotte FC forecast here. No issue Saturday night if you're going to be heading over to the bank. In fact, really great weather for a nice football match if you're going to be catching that Charlotte FC game. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching some unsettled weather, though, generally Saturday through Monday. And then also a little bit of a cooler week ahead for the Carolinas as we go through next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 7:24. Welcome back, everyone. Happy Friday. Gorgeous start to the day in New York City. Look at the sun over the Big Apple there. I mean, that is just a spectacular shot. Guess what else looks just as nice? The futures this morning as we're looking, they're all in the green, opposite from yesterday. The Dow's up 154, S&P, NASDAQ well in the green this morning. Opposite as you look at how markets ended yesterday, really low actually. The Dow was down over 300 points, NASDAQ, S&P down as well. We will check in with our business correspondent Jane King a little bit later on in the show as we wrap up a week of trading. She'll be at the New York Stock Exchange around 8:25. It is finally Friday and the rain is gone, which means there are several events happening that you can take part in all across our region this weekend. Matthews Summerfest gets underway at Stumptown Park today. The weekend-long celebrations run from 6 to 10 tonight and then 10 a.m. tomorrow to 10 p.m. Families can enjoy carnival rides, games, shopping, food vendors, and musical performances on their main stage. The carnival portion of the event opens at 4 this afternoon. Here's the best part. Admission is free. Officials say to expect some road closures, including Trade Street between John Street and McDowell Street, starting this morning at 9 a.m. For all you wine lovers out there, the Ballantine Wine Festival is back for their 8th year. It's happening tomorrow, Saturday in Ballantine Village. Guests can sip and stroll through a variety of regional and national wines while shopping and listening to live music. Just be careful, the more wine you drink, the more shopping you might do and not remember. General admission is from 2 to 6 p.m. It comes with 8 wine tasting tickets and a signature tasting glass. VIP guests can enter an hour early. Tickets can be found on Eventbrite. And we are counting down to America's birthday. You can celebrate Independence Day and the 250th anniversary of our wonderful country a little early with a special concert. The Charlotte Concert Band is hosting the Let Freedom Ring America at 2:50 Saturday, paying tribute to the country's rich musical heritage. It's all happening at 4 p.m. at Christ Lutheran Church on Providence Road. Adult tickets are $15 at the door or $14 in advance online. Active and military members get in free. And college students all across the Carolinas will be crossing the stage to graduate this weekend. Congratulations. Here in the Queen City, multiple ceremonies are scheduled. You got UNC Charlotte. There'll be 2 of those graduations today. You got one at 10, one at 3 this afternoon at the Halton Arena. 2 ceremonies will take place tomorrow at the arena as well at 10 and 3. Then you've got Queen's University hosting a commencement ceremony tomorrow at 10, and they are all over the place. Graduates outside Charlotte will also be celebrating. We're talking UNC Chapel Hill tomorrow, Duke on Sunday, NC, A&T State University. That's Saturday. You got University of South Carolina today, tomorrow, Clemson. The list goes on and on. Hey, listen, congratulations to all of you hardworking students and the families. We celebrate with you. If you need more information on graduation times and locations, go to our website, qcnews.com. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday, you guys. We'll be back.
It is 7:30. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. It's not just any Friday.
That's right.
We got a big-time PGA tournament happening here in Charlotte with the Truist Championship. We're 2 days away from Mother's Day.
That's right.
Happy early Mother's Day to you and all the moms out there. Weather playing a huge part, right, in activities, whether it's golfing or just, taking flowers to mom. Andrew Brightman is in today for TED. What do we need to know, Andrew?
What you need to know is that we've got a beautiful day today. Unfortunately, your Mother's Day, a little bit of a different story here across the Carolinas as we are tracking some wet weather moving in this weekend. Though your Friday, it just does not get better weather-wise than what we're going to be seeing today. Not just because of the sunshine, but we got low humidity, we got comfortable temperatures, picture-perfect weather. It was kind of just beautiful this morning, a little bit of that patchy fog. Actually, I have a couple of dense fog advisories down across Anson and Richmond counties, but really for the most part, the fog is starting to become a non-factor here. A sunny afternoon, tracking those some possible weekend showers on the way. Charlotte live cam 51 degrees right now, winds out of the north-northwest, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. The dew point's lowered today. Yesterday, you could feel it in the air during the afternoon. It's a little soupy out there across the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar, high pressure moving into the central Carolinas, and yeah, it's going to be a beautiful day today. If you're taking to the friendly skies, no major issues though. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures 39 in Jefferson is the cool spot. Mid 40s here towards the foothills, and then down into the Piedmont and Sandhills here. We got temperatures in the lower 50s compared to 24 hours ago, about 10 to 20 degrees cooler compared to this time yesterday. Talking more about what's on the way as we go through this weekend and into next week, coming up with my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. It is a little cooler out there. Yeah, if you haven't gone out to start your vehicle, you will notice it. Hey, dads, today's the perfect day to throw that dad vest on. Yeah, maybe you don't need a full coat, just a dad vest. Things are looking good. Volume's lighter than normal on a Friday. We'll take it. Couple of issues on the map here, but none of those are causing any major issues. Volume, again, just light. Beautiful shot here at 77 North and South at LaSalle Street from NCDOT. Great looking view here of the traffic going southbound into the city right around the bend. A little bit slow, but that is typical for this time of day. Outside of our studios, 85 and Sam Wilson in West Charlotte, all 8 lanes across, looking good. Up near Mallard Creek, the stretch in the northeast part of the city. Those 8 lanes all the way across, also looking good this morning. Inbound Independence, we like it, moving smoothly as it should. Here's your drive times in from Gaston, Iredell, York County, coming down from Cabarrus County, in from Albemarle, Monroe. You guys are all looking good. Don't speed on this Friday. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up at 8. We say it over and over, it's Friday. What better way to start your weekend than hitting the course to see some top talent?
That's right. The second day of the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow tees off today after a day of weather delays on Thursday.
Queen City News anchor Julian Sador has the best gig of the day out there, highlighting what we can expect. Just when we thought round 2 was ready to start, we haven't officially wrapped up round 1, have we?
Jason, that's exactly correct. So gates open in less than half an hour at 8, and the spectators coming in today, they get what we like to call in baseball a little bit of free ball, because they're going to see the end of round 1. That's going to kick off at 10:30 before round 2 actually tees off at 11. And there's a lot at stake for the close of round 1. We got about 18 golfers that need to finish their round, and one of them, Sunjae Im, he's only 1 shot back at the lead. He was on 18 when the horn blew for inclement weather, ending round 1 yesterday. So he's going to have to finish his round, then kick off round 2 today. Now, it's not Rory leading the pack this year, not at least after round 1. That belongs to Matt McCarty with an 8 under. He is a leader heading into the clubhouse as a start round 2. Now, another favorite they've been talking about, Cam Young, he's 3 under, so only 5 back of Matt. But here's the thing that I want people to know. Interesting tidbit. Okay, here at Quail Hollow, the Green Mile, that's 16, 17, and 18. It's actually the toughest 3-hole finish on the entire PGA Tour. Since 2003, golfers are plus 8,690. So they fare more like Jason Harper, Annie Satowski, or myself would out here than what your average PGA golfer pro might be. But it's something that Quail Hollow boasts. It's the reason why we've had the PGA Championship here, the President's Cup, and of course, now we have the Truist Championship taking over for Wells Fargo. So we'll see what happens today on round 2. Rory had a really good day, just couldn't get the birdie putts to fall. I expect some action on the leaderboard today as action gets started in a couple hours from now. Guys, I'll send it back into the studio to you.
All right, Julian, thank you. Earlier this year, a mom-focused app and online community, Peanut, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times reading, IDGAF is in the dictionary, matrescence isn't. Now, you may or may not know what that first phrase means, but we are very confident that there's a whole lot of people who have never heard of that second word, which is the profound physical, emotional, and psychological transition into motherhood. Now, that includes some very real and very permanent changes in brain structure. As we get ready to celebrate Mother's Day, medical experts and moms alike say there is so much about motherhood that is misunderstood, swept under the rug, and never talked about. But now it's time for that to change. When Megan Love sits at a piano, she's reminded of her family.
I feel like the piano is the most nostalgic.
These days, she spends a little less time at these keys and more at these.
How I wonder what you are.
Megan is a mom of two. There's Miles and Araya. And as far as she's concerned, this is what life is all about.
You're just so in love with this little person and wanting to make sure that they have everything they need to thrive.
But quietly woven into days filled with feedings, stories, trucks, and daycare drop-offs is a shift Megan says she wasn't fully prepared for.
The brain fog and forgetting things, and I call it mom brain because I'll be talking to my friends and they're like, where'd you go? And I'm like, I honestly don't know. I'm so sorry. I took a pause in our conversation. What happened?
You want to help Mama during the peach?
And while we jokingly throw around the term mom brain, Dr. Alicia Brown says it's a very real thing and it actually never goes away.
It's literally rewiring. It's not just, oh, it's hormones. It's so much more than that.
Dr. Brown is a chiropractic functional neurologist, owner of Better Brain and Body in Charlotte, and a mom.
I had the photographic memory in school. And now I'm like, who was that? You know, putting a face to a name is more difficult for me than it ever has been.
As she explains, mom brain is actually the body's way of reprioritizing. Recent studies have shown during pregnancy, the brain as a whole actually shrinks in size. But at the same time, researchers have also seen connections between certain parts of the brain get stronger, like the prefrontal cortex.
It's basically the CEO of your brain, and it rewires to get you more in tune to your child. But what that does in the long run is it gets you less in tuned to other things like work.
This physical rewiring is just one aspect of matrescence, a phrase coined by medical anthropologist Dana Raphael in the 1970s that never really took off, but is now getting some renewed attention.
It's basically the transition of womanhood, or who we are as a woman, to motherhood, right? Just like adolescence is childhood to kind of the beginning of adulthood.
Nicole Bentavenia is a nurse practitioner at Signature Wellness in Charlotte, who spent most of her career in OBGYN care before transitioning into treating hormonal issues.
You go through these huge spikes in hormone levels, especially estrogen, while you're pregnant, and then the minute the baby comes out, it plummets down to practically non-detectable levels.
Psychiatrists have called the postpartum period a push and pull. On the one hand, you have the feel-good hormone oxytocin pulling in your focus to take care of your baby. But on the other, your brain is still trying to push you in other directions, like your own basic needs that somehow feel impossible to address.
We're not prepared for the concept of not sleeping, our brains changing, our hormones going down, and maybe not loving every phase of motherhood. And we feel like we failed if we're like, I don't like having a newborn, or I don't like having a toddler, or some days I don't feel like I'm doing my best.
Bentavenia says while society tends to recognize the upheaval of mind, body, and identity in teenagers, that same grace hasn't been extended to mothers.
Adolescents don't understand what they're going through, right? They don't get it. They are all over the place. They feel emotional, but we are not giving them medicine, right? We're not telling them there's something wrong with them. We're supporting them. We're encouraging them. We're giving them what they need.
The tricky part is sometimes moms don't even know what they need. They just know this is hard.
There's so much anxiety surrounding, like, am I doing the right thing? Is he getting enough? Am I okay? I haven't drank any water. Like, have I eaten today? Like, what in the world? I'm sweating at night. It's crazy. The baby's crying all the time. So it can be a whirlwind.
Megan says all of that makes it real easy to put yourself on the back burner.
I was in the store and I was like, it was my own time, my own free time, kid free. And I was looking at things for them. And it dawned on me, oh my gosh, when's the last time that I like shop for just me? Or you think about like sleeping at night. When's the last time I just slept through the night, not thinking about like, oh, in the morning we got to do this. Or like, oh, okay, Miles has school tomorrow. Oh, Araya has doctor's appointment.
That's why she hopes other moms can focus on finding little moments that help them feel connected to the things they love.
Maybe it's a shift in how it looks, but not to quit it and abandon it completely, especially when you're really great at something, you're so talented and so gifted at it. What are ways that you could bring your kids along for the ride in that instead of just abandoning it totally?
As far as intertwining who she was,
I taught instruments. I used to lead worship.
With who she's becoming.
It's so beautiful because I get to take my whole family kind of into this, and they help, I want to say, inspire who I am.
It's a work in progress, just like this song. But whoever it is, she can't wait to see who she turns out to be.
You got Mama's hand?
Right alongside the tiny people who call her Mom. Annie Satowski, Queen City News. Now, researchers say getting a more detailed map of brain changes during pregnancy could potentially lead to a better understanding and early detection of postpartum mood disorders and therefore better support. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, licensed clinical mental health counselor and good friend of the show and mom, Dr. Cherise Johnson, joins us here in studio to discuss why even by simply knowing that matrescence exists, new mothers might feel a little less broken and more understood. That is coming up.
All right, great story, Annie. Thank you so much. All right, switching gears now, passengers of a cruise ship are still awaiting evacuation after a virus led to the death of 3 passengers, and now some people say the ship didn't do enough to stop the outbreak. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes joins us. What, if any, legal actions could be taken? You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday, y'all. We'll be right back. Investigations are still trying to figure out what caused a hantavirus outbreak aboard of a cruise ship that has now killed 3 people. Now, health leaders are searching for several passengers who had already returned home. Those former passengers could be put in isolation as more testing is done all around the world. Some passengers still aboard the cruise ship are awaiting evacuation.
Well, joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes. I think people get a lot of anxiety about something like this because, of course, we went through a pandemic so long ago, it feels like. But the question is can this cruise ship be held potentially liable for letting people off the ship or not doing enough to contain something like this?
It really just depends. I mean, it's probably easier, and even that portion is going to be hard to prove for folks that have their lives upended for their cancellation of a potential trip in the future, or the whatever issues that this sitting there waiting for them to figure out what they would do with this particular ship would have caused them. And so that may be where the potential could be. Connecting it to something that happens after, that's going to be a long stretch. I mean, because you'd have to be able to point to a number of things. First of all, the negligence argument with the first folks that are just sitting on the ship, right? That's going to be, do they have owe them a duty? Have they breached the duty? Are they the proximate cause of the damages? And then the damages. So that proximate cause, but for your actions, I would not have had something occur. So it's going to be easier for the folks that are on the ship now to be able to at least point to that causal connection. If you're someone else that say, 5 or 6 months removed, and then you can somehow trace, your sickness to the person that was removed from the ship, and then say, what, but for you removing and letting that person off the ship, I would not have then gotten sick. That's going to be a big stretch, and any good attorney would be able to break that portion down on the causation part, which is typically the hardest part of a lawsuit to break. But there is precedent, as you mentioned. We did come out of the pandemic, so lawsuits have been filed against cruise liners. Norwegian Cruise Line just settled one in 2026 related to the 2020 cancellation and through 2025. And you're talking about $3 billion nationwide being reimbursed to individuals over that time frame. So there is precedent for folks attempting to sue having connected to some type of medical or pandemic outbreak.
Khalif, the cruise line is defending, saying, hey, we can't protect against every possible illness that's going to happen, when people are on board. Where's that fine line between, I don't know, I guess what's unavoidable risk and negligence with sanitation issues or pest control, something like that?
Well, you're all over it. I mean, and so it's not the negligence in the risk. You're asking what's the duty, and the duty is a reasonable care of duty. What would this is a law school's response, but what would a reasonable, prudent person or company in that situation do? And possibly some of the things would be you failed to maintain sanitary conditions. You failed to adequately inspect and clean areas. So you recognize that this issue is happening, and then you're not doing the things that a reasonable company would do if this is occurring. And now you spread the outbreak. If something like that's occurring and then you failed when you are on notice that this is there, then yes, now you can subject yourself to the duty breach causation aspect. But first we got to recognize, is there a duty? And then have you failed to meet that duty? But again, it's reasonable. And this is that imaginary person. What would not you or I do, but what would the ideally perfect person in that scenario do?
You have said it before, we are a litigious society. Do you think that someone is going to try this avenue if there are any sicknesses that really come for it or come after this? Or to your point, my trip was ruined. You kept us stranded on a boat for 3 weeks or more. Do you see them actually trying this?
Yeah, I mean, litigious society is an understatement. So for sure, I anticipate future lawsuits. The issue will be the tickets. Most of these tickets, you look at the language, it says that you have to bring your lawsuits in these specific jurisdictions, typically to Miami, because it's going to be under that or in some federal maritime law. That's going to make a lot of these claims harder to bring and be successful. But if anything, I quickly say, if there was unlikely a death connected to that, then you'd see wrongful death claims. And those I think would be the hardest to prove, but the most likely success for them to be is with a wrongful death claim.
Okay. All right. Our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes, thank you so much.
7:49 on this Friday morning. Weather's beautiful outside. Andrew, how long is this going to stick around?
You got about 24 hours here, Jason, to soak it in, because then we've got some, what weather that might try to soak you here as we go throughout this weekend. 51 degrees right now. North-northwesterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's just a wonderful start out there across the Carolinas. Spectacular weather too as we head up into the mountains here. Beach Mountain, nothing but Carolina blue skies, and for the most part it's going to be staying that way all day long throughout the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar, it's quiet. It is going to be a beautiful day. High pressure moving in, though our next weather maker off to the west. That eventually is what's going to move in as we get to your Saturday. Temperatures middle 40s west of the mountains here. It's a chilly start for places like Nashville and Knoxville, but what you got in front of the frontal boundary here, 72 currently in Tallahassee, Florida. Rain chances, they ramp back up here. Don't think any day is going to be a washout here, but definitely going to see some more scattered showers and storms on the way as we go throughout this weekend and into early next week on your Monday. Rainfall forecast over the next 5 days. The places that need it the most, well, likely actually they're going to see the most amount of wet weather. Some beneficial rainfall ahead. Futurecast heading throughout your Friday into the afternoon. Sunny skies, comfortable temperatures, low humidity shaping up across the region. Heading into your Friday evening. Beautiful night out there as we get to midnight heading into your Saturday. The clouds return and then the showers follow suit here as we get to noon on your Saturday. There's some of those scattered showers across the region. Heading into the afternoon hours, also could see some more pop-up showers and storms trying to develop. I do think for the most part we stay dry. Heading into your Mother's Day, we start off dry. Later on in the afternoon, after about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, could see a few hit and miss showers and storms. They're not going to be nearly as widespread as what we saw earlier in the week, but more potential wet weather as we head on into your Monday. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, so those Mother's Day brunches might be okay, but we are tracking more wet weather, Jason, as we head into early next week for your Monday.
All right, we'll be following it. Andrew, thank you, sir. It is time to head up north. We're taking a trip to the Glen. NASCAR is going bowling this weekend at Watkins Glen International. The New York State Track will be hosting 4 separate races over the weekend, and it all kicks off today with the General Tire 100 with the ARCA Menards Series. And then you got the Craftsman Truck Series kicking off this afternoon at 4:30. The O'Reilly's $1,200,000 kicks off tomorrow at 4 p.m. and then Sunday. Of course, the main event, the Go Bowling at the Glen with the Cup Series. That green flag drops at 3 p.m. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday. Good looking shot of our control room with our crew getting it all done. We're grateful for you guys. We'll be back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. The U.S. and Iran exchanged fire in the Strait of Hormuz, but the president insists that it was just a, quote, love tap, and claims the ceasefire is still in effect. In our 8 o'clock hour, we'll have a live report from Washington looking closely at whether a proposed peace deal really has a chance to work. Plus, we see it every day in many spots of the road here in Charlotte. They're in pretty bad shape, but it may be even worse than you know. A new report breaks down the rough conditions of the roadways in the Carolinas and how we compare to the rest of the country. And it's hard to believe, but more than 1,000 beagles were recently rescued. These animals were being bred for laboratory research until activists raised the alarm. What needs to happen so these pups can finally find their forever homes? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, has rolled out a new protection called Trusted Contact. It's an optional feature that lets adults choose a trusted family member, friend, or caregiver over the age of 18 to be contacted for the user to discuss self-harm with the chatbot. In the event of a potential crisis, the trusted source would be notified by email, text, or in-app a notification to check in with the user. Details or transcripts of the user's chats aren't released to that trusted source. Several snack mixes are being pulled from the shelves due to potential contamination. The FDA issued a recall for several John B. San Filippo and Son snack mix products. They're being sold under Fisher, Good & Gather, Squirrel Brand, and Southern Style Nuts brands due to possible salmonella risk. They were all sold across the country, including at Target. They do have best buy dates varying from January 27 to August 2027. All right, it is almost 8 o'clock on this Friday, shaping up to be a gorgeous kickoff to this Mother's Day weekend. Don't go anywhere as we are ready to kick off our 8 o'clock hour.
City News starts now.
8 o'clock on the nose, TGIF. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sadora on assignment out at Quail Hollow Club this morning.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman, and for meteorologist Ted Phaeton here. He's got the day off. I'm hanging out with you guys here. It's going to be just a spectacular day
Okay.
here. I'm gonna well, there's no overselling it because it's going to be that awesome out there across the Carolinas. Sunshine, low humidity. Temperatures low to mid 70s this afternoon.
Come on.
Maybe the lightest of breezes here out of the northwest. Great primo, grade A prime weather here across the Carolinas. Had a little bit of patchy fog this morning, but man, is it going to be a great day out there. This is going to be the best day if you want to head on over to Quail Hollow Club for the Truist Championship, because as we head on into the weekend, tracking some scattered showers and storms that could be on the way here for your Saturday and Sunday. Sunny afternoon, beautiful day out there today, but then that rain is going to return potentially both of the days of this weekend. 52 degrees, northerly winds, dew points in the upper 40s, and they're actually coming down here as we go throughout the morning as we start to heat up. Dries out the atmosphere a little bit, and we see a little bit of that dew point dropping here. Pinpoint radar, quiet, high pressure in control, just absolutely spectacular weather on the way as we go throughout this afternoon across the Carolinas. It will be perfect out there. 42 in Jefferson, 43 in Boone, low to mid 50s. We get to Charlotte, down into the Sandhills this morning, as it is a fabulous start out there. Temperatures noticeably cooler compared to this time yesterday. You do need to grab the light jacket here as you're stepping out the door this morning, but we will quickly warm up into the low 70s this afternoon as we go throughout the next 12 hours. There's that spectacular forecast on the way here across the Central Carolinas. I'm talking more about that great weather on the way, and also what you can expect as we go through your weekend forecast, including that all-important brunch for mom with my Pinpoint 7-Day in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, appreciate that. Traffic looking pretty good. Volume is light, even though we're typically in rush hour at 8 o'clock, but volume is just lighter. A lot of folks may be taking a 3-day Day this Sunday. It's kind of strange when you look at the incidents on our map. They're all kind of grouped in the bottom left area, the southeast or southwest part of the city. None of these, though, are major accidents or really causing major slowdowns, just because volume is lighter today, which is really good news. Gorgeous shot from NCDOT. Just north of Uptown, this is I-77 north and south traffic. LaSalle Street there, all stretches across, including the toll lanes. Looking good, moving in and through the Queen City. This is outside our studios in West Charlotte, 85 north and south near Sam Wilson. All 8 lanes across, looking good as well. No delays in the northeast part of the city, 85 at Mallard Creek, near University City. That stretch looking good. Independence Boulevard, inbound and outbound right there at the Sharon Amity Road exit. That stretch is looking good as well. Here's some drive times just to give you a picture around the crown how things are looking from Gaston, Iredell, York County, South Carolina, down from Cabarrus, Albemarle, Monroe, Union County. You guys, every direction, looking really good this morning. If you're headed to the airport, just leave a little early. Be respectful of your neighbors on the road. Don't be distracted by the cell phone. We will give you another update coming up at 8:30. A major shakeup is coming to Charlotte City Hall. Mayor Vi Lyles announcing she will be leaving office next month.
Lyles said in a statement that she wants to spend more time with her grandchildren after serving nearly 10 years as mayor.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisill joining us now as the search for her replacement begins. Good morning, Savannah.
Hey, good morning, guys. Mayor Vi Lyles' last day in office is going to be June 30th. Now, that leaves a year and a half left on her term. Charlotte City Council members, they're responsible for finding someone to fill the seat until the next local election in 2027. According to North Carolina state law, her temporary replacement must be a registered voter in Charlotte and a member of the same party as the outgoing leader, meaning this next appointee must be a Democrat. Lyles has not endorsed a potential successor. Councilmember Ed Driggs says that he is not interested in running for the position and tells Queen City News that he hopes whoever the council chooses as interim will not run in 2027. Meanwhile, several current city representatives have expressed interest in serving as mayor, but have not officially declared a campaign.
But we always hope that because you don't want somebody to have the benefit of incumbency who didn't win a race cold.
I think I would be well at doing the job. I think I'm good at putting a puzzle together.
Council members say they hope to have the interim position filled by July 1st. Back to you.
All right, Savannah, appreciate that. The U.S. says that it fired on Iran in self-defense after Iran attempted to strike U.S. Navy ships.
The attack comes as American leaders await a response from Iran on a peace proposal.
News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo joins us now to break down the latest developments. Gabrielle, good morning.
Good morning. President says despite this exchange of fire, the ceasefire is still in effect. The U.S. is waiting for Iran's response to the latest proposal to end the war.
They were firing at us and we were firing back at them.
As 3 U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz Thursday, the U.S. military says forces intercepted Iranian attacks and struck back in self-defense.
They got blown away in about 2 minutes.
The attacks took place as the U.S. is awaiting Iran's response to the latest proposal to end the war.
It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust and many other things that we want. When they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed.
President Trump continues threatening to attack if the Islamic Republic doesn't sign on soon.
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain.
And congressional Democrats remain critical of the administration's efforts.
The same Iranian regime is in charge, and their enriched uranium is still in their possession. The Strait of Hormuz is now closed, and Americans are suffering with skyrocketing gas prices.
And just moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that the U.S. is expecting to get a response from Iran at some point today in regards to this latest proposal to end the war. Guys.
Well, Gabrielle, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is meeting with more foreign leaders in Rome today. What are we learning there?
Yeah, the meetings with the Italian premier and Italian foreign minister wrapped up just a little while ago, and the secretary is answering questions. While he won't go into specifics about those meetings or his meeting with the Pope yesterday, he said it's been good to share the U.S.'s perspective on what's going on with Iran and also get the insight and input from other countries.
All right, Gabrielle Caracciolo, live in D.C. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The time is now 8:07. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will be holding a special meeting this morning to discuss the district's revised budget for the next school year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said they wanted changes to address student mental health and positions, including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There are also concerns North Carolina lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which could put CMS in the red. They'll vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting.
Florists in the Charlotte area are feeling the squeeze of ongoing tariffs and skyrocketing gas prices ahead of Mother's Day weekend. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from 2 shop owners about how much they and their customers are being impacted by the rising costs.
Last week we were actually working for the PGA, and then we start prepping for Mother's Day. And on top of that, we are doing corsages for proms this week, and then also Teachers Appreciation Week and Nurses Week as well.
Staying busy typically means good business for florists like Jovi Byers, but she tells us higher gas prices have made this Mother's Day rush a bit more complicated.
And it's very scary because obviously, you know, a primary of our business is deliveries.
Buyer says to make up the difference, she's now charging $16 for delivery in her shop's zip code and up to $40 for delivery to places like Cornelius and Rock Hill. Ahead of Mother's Day, Buyers is encouraging customers to instead come pick up their flowers from Southern Blossom.
For Valentine's, we had to raise our prices, and I don't want our customers also being affected by that, and I don't want them to not celebrate their moms.
Buyer says ongoing tariffs, especially on vases, has forced her to offer more arrangements without them.
So we had to pivot, that way we don't charge our customers more.
Jacob DeCristo runs Vivian's Flower Shop out of he and his wife's home. He doesn't have the overhead of a brick and mortar location, but tells us higher gas prices are having an impact on his bottom line too.
It adds a lot of expense that you don't originally account for, especially when it just shoots up out of nowhere.
DeCristo tries to keep basic arrangements under $30 and says while he's trying to take on some of those unexpected costs, he's now encouraging his loyal customers to use delivery apps like Uber and DoorDash to get their orders.
It definitely makes it more affordable at times for our customers and affordable for us.
But DeCristo admits even that can be tricky at times.
You don't know if that arrangement fell over in the car and they just picked it back up and shoved it in there. We don't get a final delivery photo.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, talking more about what's going to be a spectacular Friday forecast. This weekend, though, is a little bit more up in the air. I'll be talking more about that in the Pinpoint Forecast next. And you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
A federal judge in North Carolina is agreeing to cancel former FBI Director James Comey's court appearance on charges that he threatened President Trump. That's at least for now. Comey asked to call off the hearing because he already made an initial appearance last week over the allegations, claiming that federal procedure rules that only one initial appearance is necessary. This comes all as Comey is facing questions surrounding a social media post where he placed shells on a beach in North Carolina, stating 8647.
All right, joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, when you look at this being dismissed, is there something more to read into it? We know that this decision was not about guilty or innocence. It was just about the process and how this works. But do we read into something more?
Absolutely
no.
not.
Okay.
There's no reading into this. This is procedural. This is good lawyering. He found out about the Instagram post in May. The federal investigation begins. There's a grand jury proceeding in April. He turns himself in April, on April 29th in Virginia, where he resides. So at that moment, there is an initial appearance in front of a federal magistrate judge in Virginia. They identify confirmation. They recognize, okay, this is him. This is who you say you are. They advise him of the charge. And they give him conditions for release, either release him, or keep him in there. That's what occurs there. And so at some point, all those things happen, and now your case gets transferred because the proper venue, the proper location for this case is North Carolina. The incident occurred on a North Carolina beach, so it only makes sense that it doesn't occur in Virginia. It happens here. So procedurally, that case gets transferred here, and then on the books, it would be an initial appearance. Well, he's already had that. So his attorney says, hey, Your Honor, I don't want my client to have to come here for this, something he's already done. It will be duplicative. And so let's go ahead and figure out, can we get to the next step, which is his second hearing, so we can have an arraignment and move on with this case. But federal court is extremely procedural. So even the judge agreeing to cancel that still required that he filed an official motion, which they did, and him to personally file that, okay, I'm recognizing that this is going to be moved. So those things happen, but more procedural, less about the case, more about that all courts are very formalistic. Federal court is just extremely formalistic.
Okay, so it's all procedural, and you mean they want to move things along faster, not double up on something that's already been done. It seems pretty rare. But, excuse me. What do you see happening next in the case? What is the next step for this?
I mean, the next step's going to be arraignment. I mean, at that point, he's going to have to stand there and either plead guilty or not guilty to the case. There will be a number of conversations. I mean, and if you're listening to James Comey himself, he has no anticipation of pleading, and so this would be something that would be set for trial. But you got to even go back a step. This went through the grand jury process, so a grand jury of between 16 to 23 individuals listened to the facts that the federal government believed would show that there was a threat, and that this threat was transmitted or posted in between or over, state lines, and that those are the two charges that are going to be brought before him. And so the next step is formal arraignment in North Carolina and a reading of the charges at arraignment.
I know you spend your time now as a defense attorney. I want to flip on the other side as a prosecutor, right? How difficult is this going to be for prosecutors when it gets to that point in the stage to prove that this was an actual threat against the president and not just protected speech by arranging shells on the beach that said 8647?
Yeah, I think this is going to be, and I've said this when the story first dropped, this is an extremely high mountain to climb. I mean, I do a lot of running, and sometimes I do hill practices. This would be the ultimate hill. If you're on the incline on the treadmill, maybe 12 or 13 level, just to put it in perspective. Straight uphill sprint. This is not anything easy. And prosecutors, that career prosecutors, do this on a routine basis. They prosecute cases, and they prosecute cases typically that are not the easiest, but this is probably going to be in one of their hardest. So when I routinely say here that most cases in federal court are going to either end in conviction or plea, almost 90%, this is in the 10% range, specifically because you're going to have to prove his intent. And he's already said a number of times there was a misunderstanding of what it was. Get rid of, not get rid of as to kill, but get rid of as to remove from office. Those allegations alone are going to be hard for the state, or I should say the federal government, to disprove. And remember, as a defendant, he doesn't have to prove anything. The burden is completely on the government to prove that he knew that this statement was a threat and that he intended this threat to be carried out. Those two standards are going to be, I won't say impossible, but extremely hard for the government to prove. And then if they're able to make those arguments, his defense would be, hey, I had no intent. I had no idea what it was. Instantly, when I found out what it was, I took it down.
Okay. All right. Well, of course, we're going to be keeping a close eye on this as always, Cully. Thank you.
Coming up on 8/18, a beautiful start to this Friday. Mother's Day coming up in a few days. Whether you're doing golf over the weekend, watching, or taking mom to brunch, what do we need to know, Andrew?
Maybe a combination of all three, Jason.
Yeah.
But, we got great weather today. The weekend, though, a little bit more up in the air, especially Saturday and Sunday. 52 degrees right now. Winds out of the north about 5 to 10 miles an hour here in Charlotte. Beach Mountain currently, it's beautiful out there. Got nothing but Carolina blue skies currently here across the Carolinas. Rainfall deficit, well, this is what we need to make up here to get us out of the drought. Just notice how extreme it is down across portions of the Sand Dunes, how badly we need this rainfall. We got a little bit of help earlier in the week, and a little bit more help here is on the way as we go throughout this weekend here with more potential showers. Not going to be seeing that today. Completely clear here on Pinpoint Radar. High pressure still squarely in control right now across the Carolinas. It's going to be just a beautiful day out there. Quick check in, some of the pollen levels going to be a little bit on the elevated side. Not quite as high as what we saw during the month of April, obviously, but still kind of in that sniffling and sneezing season here. But the levels start to trend down. But just something to be aware of over the next few days. Also, some of those scattered showers and storms we could see for both your Saturday and your Sunday out there. Heading out for brunch for Mother's Day. Right now, generally dry, though I can't completely rule out a shower. If if you are going to be taking out Mom, but won't be a complete washout out there across the region. Futurecast as we head throughout your Friday into the afternoon, mostly clear skies, temperatures up into the middle 70s. Beautiful weather here across the Carolinas. Overnight Friday, heading into your Saturday morning, the clouds roll in, and then we see some of that wet weather beginning to move in across the region. This is noon here on your Saturday. Some of those scattered showers pushing through. Isolated thunderstorm possible later in the day on Saturday, but I really think it'll be kind of late morning, early afternoon time frame for these potential showers. Overnight Saturday, heading into your Sunday, the clouds not going anywhere on your Mother's Day, and there's some of those pop-up showers and storms that I'm talking about. Also something to keep in mind if you are going to be heading to the Truist Championship. 7 o'clock Sunday night, more possible scattered showers and storms, and then that continues right into early next week on your Monday. As for today, beautiful weather ahead. This is the best day of the week. Primo weather here ahead for the Carolinas, up into the low to mid 70s for just about everyone outside of the mountains. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching more wet weather on your Monday, and then also could see some showers as we get to Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen.
All right, Brightman, listen, maybe we'll take Mom out to dinner tonight instead of waiting for brunch on Sunday. We'll see with the weather. Hey, weather in New York City is gorgeous this morning. Futures all in the green. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ. We're waiting on those April jobs numbers. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange coming up next. It is 8:23 on this Friday morning. Welcome back, everyone. Used car prices have fallen for the first time this year, and the owner of Carowinds is reporting an increase in visitors. And April's jobs numbers will be out here in just a couple of minutes. A lot going on. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Friday.
Hi, Jason. Happy Friday to you. Busy Friday. And yes, futures are positive this morning. Mostly down day yesterday, though. The Dow down more than 300 points. You know, earnings have been just spectacular, and that's been giving the markets a lift. But there's also the cautiousness about Iran, and of course, the April jobs report that we're going to be getting out in about 5 minutes. Well, used car prices fell last month for the first time since October as gas prices rose. Cox Automotive said affordability is a key issue for buyers, and that concern is driving increased demand for older used vehicles and all-electric vehicles. And despite the chilly weather across much of the country so far this year, Six Flags said it saw more visitors, and those visitors spent more. Now, the company said the higher income or the higher customer spending was driven by changes in pricing. There was also a shift in ticket sales to higher priced products and more spending on food and drinks. And in fact, Six Flags has invested in improving its food and beverages. It updated the pass and membership offerings, which the company says have received encouraging early responses. Jason, back to you.
Oh, Jane, if your kids were to come to you today and say, Mom, happy Mother's Day, let's go to Six Flags, would you do it? Are you an amusement park girl?
I'm not like anti Six Flags, but I kind of want to nap on Sunday. So
I love it. You go to Six Flags, Mom's going to stay home and rest. Send me pictures.
There you go.
That
Good
sounds like a
idea.
perfect Mother's Day. Happy early Mother's Day, by the way, Jane. We'll catch up
Thank
with you when
you.
the markets open at 9:30. Appreciate that. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday. Beautiful Carolina blue skies. We'll be back right after this.
Coming up on 8:30 here on your Friday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. Julian Sador on special assignment out at Quail Hollow Golf Club. We'll join him here in just a bit on an assignment, working hard. We'll join him here in a little bit. Ted Payton is off today. Andrew Brightman, glad you're here with us. Listen, you even got a chance to caddy for the Pro-Am a couple days ago. How was that?
That was an amazing experience. I mean, I was very fortunate. Drake May was in my group. Got to meet him, take a picture with him. He was very. The experience. I've never been around someone like that famous. You know.
Yeah.
Just a little more famous than you guys, but
just like
that's
one step.
It was like Elvis was in the building. You think about local kid makes good, runner-up in the MVP. I mean, even in the rain, we still had a gallery of like over 200 people with us.
Wow.
He was very generous with his time, but like a lot of people wanted a piece of the guy. It's just, you know, it's a big deal. It really was.
That's how Julian is this morning.
I know.
The crowd's
I
just
bet.
following him
Yeah,
everywhere he goes.
Yeah, that's right. But just kind of an unbelievable experience getting
That's
to
cool.
do that. Really thankful.
That's cool,
But
Andrew.
Getting to your forecast here this morning. It is going to be a beautiful day. You want to head out to the Truist Championship over at Quail Hollow Club. Here we've got a lot of sunshine, beautiful weather here. Going to be a spectacular Friday forecast out there across the region. It is going to be just comfortable, cool, sunny, just about perfect here if you want to watch some golf action or go for a nice stroll through the park here. Whatever floats your boat, you're going to be in good shape. A little bit of patchy fog this morning gives way to a ample sunny afternoon out there, and then we got some possible weekend showers ahead for the Carolinas here, both for your Saturday and on your Mother's Day as well here across the region. Right now 52 degrees, light winds out of the north about 5 miles an hour, just the slightest of cool breezes, but the rainfall that we saw earlier in the week so beneficial to start our latest drought monitor showing basically all of the Carolinas in an extreme drought right now, but at least that over 2 inches of rain. That is the first real dent we've tried to put in some of these drought conditions that we've seen here over the past few months. So a long way to go. We need several more events like that, but at least that's the first step in the right direction here to trying to lessen the drought conditions. In fact, actually the burn ban has been lifted for the Charlotte area today. High pressure now in control over the Central Carolinas. Beautiful weather out there. Going to be a spectacular day. Also, if you need to fly, should be in good shape. No major issues with the major hubs out there across the lower 48. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
All right, I appreciate that, Andrew. Let's take a look outside. Volume lighter than normal Monday through Thursday, and we're grateful for that. A couple of incidents here on the board. None of these are causing any big-time delays on some secondary roads, so we will take that on a Friday morning. We'll also take this gorgeous shot from NCDOT camera looking down on I-77, north and south traffic on the right-hand side, working its way under LaSalle Street, on its way into Uptown, in all directions looking good on the north side of town. On the west side of town, this is outside our studios. This is Sam Wilson Road and I-85 north and south traffic. All 8 lanes across, looking really good. Let's keep going up to the northeast part of the city. Near University City, Mallard Creek and I-85, all directions looking good this morning with the sun shining. Inbound Independence also flowing well. A lot of school buses there on Sharon Amity Road. Whether you're coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, Cabarrus County, Albemarle, Monroe, Union County, I mean every direction. It's looking really good this morning, even if you're headed to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Just don't speed on this Friday morning. We'll give you another and a final update on traffic at 9.
More than 2 weeks after a major tariff refund portal launched, tens of thousands of businesses are trying to get their money back. Now we're starting to see what's working and what's not.
Joining us this morning, our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, how is this actually going so far?
Yeah, so there is absolutely movement here. So in just the first week of this website launching, 75,000 claims for refunds were submitted. So businesses were ready for this and they jumped on it immediately. However, not all claims, as you could imagine, are going through. So we are seeing a lot of complaints of businesses getting rejected because of error messages. There was an error somewhere in their application. And others, specifically small businesses, are actually getting locked out of the system altogether. And they're frustrated of that because these are the businesses, the small businesses, including here in Charlotte, that really took losses because of these tariffs.
All right, so what kind of hiccups are businesses running into?
Yeah, so this really comes down to the system itself. And I think there is a disclaimer here because this is a very new system, right? The government hasn't launched something like this, so there is going to be some hiccups. But, you know, some businesses, again, are getting that error message when they try to go to submit. Others say the process is just overly confusing and technical. But the biggest issue that we're seeing is that only importers of record can really file. So if you're a small business that goes through a third party or another company to get the import, you don't really have record of that. So I spoke with a couple of small businesses in Charlotte yesterday. One in particular imports aluminum, and he goes through another company to physically get that aluminum over the border. So he doesn't have necessarily like record of paying those extra tariffs, even though he did pay more for them. So he was a little bit of confused of how this system works, questioning whether he needs to hire an attorney to kind of work through the paperwork and the process. But those are kind of the issues that I think a lot of small businesses are facing, that this is just an over technical system. Again, it is still very new, just less than 3 weeks out.
Yeah, it sounds like a headache, no matter what size business.
Yeah.
But you've mentioned small business now a couple times in this report. Why is it such I guess, a bigger deal for them?
Yeah, I think because for some, this isn't just a refund. This is really their lifeline. I mean, in multiple reports, you're seeing businesses, small businesses, and even the man I spoke to yesterday, I mean, they took losses of tens of thousands of dollars over 1 year, in some cases even more. And unlike a big corporation, I mean, you can't really eat these costs. We know that a lot of businesses did pass these costs on to consumers, but I think some small businesses aren't really able to do that. I think a lot of their customers are hyper aware of their costs, so a lot of them did eat the money that they paid for these tariffs.
Is all this being seen as, early growing pains? Again, you mentioned this hasn't been done before, or something bigger.
Yeah, I do think that this is a bit of both, right? I mean, again, this is less than 3 weeks out. The government really hasn't launched anything like this. There's really nothing to kind of base this on. So yeah, there are expected to be issues and glitches, but I think when you're seeing tens of thousands of businesses kind of already being rejected, I think that does raise a bigger issue about whether the system was really kind of built to help the people it's supposed to help. Again, we are very early in this process, and we'll absolutely be continuing to follow. We'll be following up with those businesses, and especially when they actually get paid, I think will be a big day.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, thank you. 8:35, Charlotte and Mecklenburg School Board members will hold a special meeting this morning to discuss the district's revised budget for the next class year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said they wanted changes to address student mental health and positions, including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There are also concerns that North Carolina lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which could put CMS in the red. They will vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting.
Canvas was offline Thursday for thousands of schools and universities that used the software as a result of a cyber attack. The attack creating chaos for students trying to study for finals. The hacking group Shiny Hunters claimed responsibility for the breach. Canvas is used to manage grades, course notes, assignments, even administer quizzes. Shiny Hunters posted online that nearly 9,000 schools worldwide were affected, with billions of private messages and other records accessed. 8:36 now. No rain in the forecast today, which means much nicer conditions for day 2 and sort of part of day 1 over at Quail Hollow.
That's right. Round 2 of the Truist Championship tees off today after a day of weather delays Thursday, which means we have to finish up the first round.
That's right. Queen City News anchor Julian Sador live out there this morning to talk about what we can expect. Listen, Andrew was talking about the hordes of people following Drake May out there.
That's right.
Are you having to deal with that same kind of notoriety out there, Julian?
Sadly, no, Jason. No real notoriety. We had 2 fans of the morning show come up and talk to me. So 2 fans are out here. They've already gone out to their posts. Got to get the best spots around the course to make sure you see your favorite stars. Gates open at 8 a.m. We have a few people that you can see walking, enjoying the grounds right now, trying to get those spots. Maybe trying to see Matt McCarty, your clubhouse leader, at 8 under for the morning. Maybe trying to see Rory. Maybe he can make a day 2 comeback. He's at 1 under right now, 7 shots off the lead, but I know you guys are probably sick of hearing from me, so I have 2 people, 2 vets, 2 Hall of Famers. Bob and Jeff, come on over here, guys. These guys have been volunteering for 20 plus years. So guys, you've seen this from Wachovia to the Quail Hollow, and then we had Wells Fargo, and now we're Truist. You guys have seen it all, right?
Yeah, we sure have. We sure have.
So how has it been over the years? Because you've seen a lot of golf come through here.
For me, it's been fantastic. And, this year with Truist being our sponsor, the purple looks really good out in the course. They're bringing a new sense of excitement to the course, and we're seeing a lot of local people come out and join us, so it's been exciting.
Now, we were talking about it before we came on air. How nice is it to have this in our backyard? A lot of people maybe never get a chance to go to a PGA event. We've had President's Cups here. We've had the PGA Championship, and now we have the Truist here as well. How nice is it for people to be able to come out here and see great golf?
It's just great. I'm a Charlotte native myself, and just being able to come out and support the community, it's been great for Charlotte. Yeah, it has a big impact on the city. $75 million comes into the city just from this event alone. So, it's a fantastic fantastic thing for Charlotte.
Okay, now obviously we talked about Rory. You heard me say that he's 7 shots back in the lead, but you can't count out Rory here at Quail. Who do you guys got? Who's your favorite?
Rory's definitely my favorite. I want Rory to pull it out. So,
yeah. How about you?
Well, you know the Fitzpatrick boys?
Yeah.
Alex and Matthew. Yeah, you better watch them.
So Alex obviously qualified after playing with Matt. They both got in. Alex is actually leading Matt right now, little brother over the big brother. Now, of course, since you guys have been here for 20 plus years, I know there's got to be some stories. You guys actually both used to do this with your parents, right?
Yeah, my parents volunteer with me. They've been doing it for the past, 15 years probably. They live in Pennsylvania, come down to volunteer with us, so it's always a fun event for the family.
Okay.
Same with Jeff.
Yeah, my dad actually volunteered with us for about 15 years. He's at the beach now. He's enjoying it down there, but man, we had a really good time together. One of the things that we used to do is just a bus ride home, especially on Friday night or Saturday night, just listening to the chatter in the bus. We have some good stories and good memories of that.
After a few people have a few of those adult sodas?
Oh yeah, those adult sodas, you got it.
Now, here's the thing, Bob and Jeff, really cool, swagged out in their purple, but Jeff, you have also these. I would be remiss if I didn't let you show off.
Oh, I've got to. I've got my truest glasses.
His truest purple shades.
Truest purple.
For the event, guys. Bob and Jeff over here. You guys work for the accessibility, helping people get around the course. So thank you guys for volunteering. Thank you guys for being here for 20 plus years. This is the magic of having Truist right here at Quill Hollows, that we have great golf, great people here in the Charlotte area, and hopefully it's something that stays for years to come. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Oh, man, Julian. Bob and Jeff sounds like a radio show. They look fantastic. By the way, Julian, if you can still hear me, if people are coming out this morning, if you can only go to one place with your chair to watch, where do you go at Quail Hollow? What hole?
Ooh, what hole would you go to? I would personally say 18, because you want to see him finish up there. You're going to see the end of the Green Mile, which is the toughest 3-hole finish on the entire PGA Tour. So if you got to pick one, I would see 18. I would say some fireworks. Guys, which one would you say?
17 is my favorite.
17?
is my favorite.
You know, my wife and I said at 15 yesterday, it's a par 5, and you can say either near the tee box or the fairway or the green. That would be a good hole to go to also. It's 15.
15, 17, or 18, or start the Green Mile off at 16. So, Jason, you got options, brother.
I like having options, or I can sit at home and just watch it all. I like it.
That too, but
That too.
nothing like being out
Oh,
there.
I agree.
And we have some
Love
great
it,
weather.
Julian.
Julian,
Thanks,
thank
brother.
you so much, and thanks to Bob and Jeff as well. May
All right, is your daily commute a rough ride? Are rough roads taking a toll on your car? On May Dealer, coming up, a new report is out naming the states with the worst road conditions. How do the Carolinas rank? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Attention commuters, is your daily route a rough ride, hurling you over rough patches on rough roads? Well, if so, you got lots of company. Nearly 1 in 11 miles of U.S. roadways are in poor condition, and they vary widely by state. So, how do the Carolinas score?
Chief Transportation Correspondent May Beeler joins us with that new report. Not a good one, really.
Yeah, you want to guess? Yeah, not a good one. You say, okay. Well,
I've driven around here, so
I already need new
C
tires.
minus, D maybe, I don't know.
Need new tires again. All right, according to a study by Lending Tree, nationally, nearly 9% of road miles are in poor condition. That's nationally. That number translates to about 30,500 of over 340,000 evaluated miles. Now, Rhode Island is the worst, with about 32% of its road miles in less than desirable condition. California and Massachusetts follow closely. Sweet home Alabama ranks the best, with only 1.8% of its road miles in poor condition. This data comes from Lending Tree analysis of Federal Highway Administration 2024 stats. The poor condition designation based on an international roughness index. Didn't know there was such a thing. All right, in urban areas, as you can imagine, the numbers are worse, with roughly 1 in 5 roads rated poorly. And if driving over bridges gives you the heebie-jeebies, there's a good reason for that. And nearly 5% of U.S. bridges are in poor condition. Yikes. West Virginia, New York, and Rhode Island have the highest numbers of poor bridges, each at more than double the national average. All right, so here we go. Out of the 50 states, the Carolinas rank in the middle of the road. You like that? In the middle of the road, so to speak. So on a list of states with the worst road conditions, North Carolina comes in at number 24. That's 7.3% of road miles in bad shape. South Carolina is close, not as bad, ranking number 26 with 6.8% of its road miles in poor condition. Now, for states with the worst bridge conditions, this data is from 2025. North and South Carolina tie for 21st place. That's about 5.7% of bridges in poor condition. Sorry for all the numbers, folks, but I had to give you the report.
Just when I was going to drive to Rhode Island. I guess I'll take that off my bucket list for this summer. All right, so when you boil all this down, what does this mean for the average driver?
So what do you think? Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. So this all equals high costs for drivers, deteriorating roadways. Cost American motorists about $130 billion a year in extra vehicle repairs. This from the impact of potholes, uneven pavement, and other roadway hazards. So collision and comprehensive coverage is recommended because collision can help pay for damage. If you hit a pothole or an uneven road surface without those protections, you may have to pay out of pocket for repair costs like bent rims, suspension damage. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. So be sure to document any damage if you have a mishap. Take photos of the damage, the road hazard, potholes, the surrounding area. That can make a really big difference if you're filing a claim. And you have a better chance of reimbursement from the agency who's responsible for that crummy road maintenance.
Okay, but how do you really know if it's the pothole itself that caused the damage to your vehicle?
Well, they say that, and I wonder if you've had this experience, because you don't know and I don't know. I can just tell by your question. A sudden pull of the steering wheel.
Okay.
Okay. Vibrations or a new thumping sound can point to the tire, wheel, or suspension damage. You can get a slow leak in the tire or a bulge in the sidewall. Have you ever experienced that?
So we have 4 daughters that are all driving, and they all have had every one of those.
Okay.
But we've been told they were potholes. I have a feeling they were curbs.
Oh yeah, curbs.
Just after riding with all of them, I have a feeling it was blamed on a pothole.
Yeah.
It probably has to do with this stupid rectangle right here,
bad box.
not paying attention and hitting a curb. But all of that causes, it's not good for the car.
When I first moved here, I went through tires quickly, and I'm a good driver, truly. And the mechanic said, "You must drive on 277. Do you drive on 277?" I said, "I do every day, twice a day." Well, that's it.
That's it.
That's road.
I believe it. I believe it.
I do love the accent, though.
was
Whoever
good.
your car guy is, I would like to have a
Probably knows
conversation
exactly
with
who
him.
he is now.
And I
based
bought
on
new
that.
tires.
Well.
You must drive on 277. How'd you know?
We'll add that to our traffic report from now on.
will.
Okay.
277.
277.
Rough riding.
Make hay. Okay. All right,
Oh,
Andrew.
boy.
Not a bad day to, hey, open the sunroof. Let the top down.
On
Open up those
277.
windows, right? On 277.
I mean, May could be a professional comedian with some of the impersonations that she does. You gotta love it. It's just the best. 52 degrees right now. Beautiful weather as you're stepping on out the door. Northerly winds here. Just the subtlest of breezes as you're driving on 277, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Going to be just an absolutely fabulous day out there. Boone camera right now, nothing but sunshine here as we get up into the higher elevations, into the mountains as well. Looking picture perfect. Pinpoint radar, nothing going on here. Going to be staying quiet as we go throughout the day. Zooming out, high pressure in control. Watching this storm system though off to our west. Eventually that's what's going to drive in more moisture as we go throughout your weekend forecast. Speaking of the weekend here, rain chances start to move back up Saturday through Monday actually. We're going to have multiple days possible of showers here across the Carolinas. Rainfall forecast. Most likely areas see the greatest amount of rainfall or actually the areas that really need the rainfall. So that's certainly some good news there. Futurecast, hey, throughout your Friday afternoon, temperatures heading up into the mid-70s. Beautiful weather on tap here across the Carolinas. Picture perfect conditions out there this evening. No major problems. You're going to be out and about here across the Carolinas. Heading into your Saturday morning, though, the clouds start to increase. And then we watch those shower chances begin to move up here as we get to about noon on your Saturday. There's some of those showers starting to move through, heading throughout the rest of your Saturday into the evening hours. Maybe an isolated shower or storm. Don't think it'll be a washout on your Saturday or as we get to your Mother's Day as well. 7 o'clock in the morning here, maybe you want to make mom breakfast in bed. That's always a good move there. And then heading into the afternoon, those possible pop-up showers and storms developing second half of the day on Sunday. And that also could continue into your Monday as well. Charlotte FC forecast though, tomorrow night should be in good shape. Temperature's going to be kind of low to mid 70s. Actually really great weather if you're going to be heading over to the bank. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching that potential wet weather on your Monday and generally a slightly cooler week ahead for the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, it is time to take a trip up north to the Glen. NASCAR is going bowling this weekend at Watkins Glen International. Oh man, they're looking a little wet out there this morning as we take a live look. The New York State Track will host 4 separate races this weekend. Everything starts today with the General Tire 100 with the ARCA Menards Series. Then the Craftsman Truck Series kicks off the same day at 4:30. The O'Reilly's $1,200,000 is set for Saturday at 4, and then Sunday, the featured event, the Go Bowling at the Glen with the Cup Series. That race gets underway at 3 o'clock.
Over 1,000 beagles are being rescued after being taken from a research facility. Over 1,500 beagles have started arriving at animal shelters all around the country, including New York and Florida. They came from Ridgeland Farms, which is a Wisconsin facility that breeds dogs for laboratory research. In April, after animal activists clashed with police as they tried to rescue the dogs for a second time, the lab reached an agreement with an out-of-state nonprofit to buy 1,500 of these beagles.
They love playing. First time on some grass and artificial turf. Hi, how are you? But they're doing really, really well.
Oh, those little puppy beagles are cute. These beagles are now receiving medical care, including vaccinations. They'll also learn how to walk on a leash and be around people before they are put up for adoption. I hope all 1,500 end up with just a loving forever home.
I do too. I used to live in Michigan, and we had a case where I worked very similar to this. Really, really sad, and a lot of laboratories use beagles just based on their temperament for testing.
Okay.
It is getting cracked down on, which is fantastic.
That's good.
I'm
That's
so
good.
happy to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
this. And just look at them. They're so cute. I have no doubts that someone is going to hear their story and just see their faces and say, that is the dog for our family.
They're going to get a lot of love. I hope so. All 1,500. That is great. That's great. All right, coming up on our 9 o'clock and final hour on this Friday. TGIF, everyone. Thank you for watching. Don't go anywhere. Make some more coffee or tea. We'll be right back.
City News starts now.
1 hour, 23 minutes before we are off the air. Listen, we enjoy spending our time with you, but we also enjoy our weekends, just like you do. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
Oh, Jason's just trying to leave this morning. I'm Annie Satowski. No, just kidding. We love it. We're excited for this next half hour. I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is on assignment out at Quail Hollow Club this morning.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman in for Ted Phaeton here. When you said an hour and 23 minutes, I was really confused. I meant an hour and 23 seconds.
23 seconds, you're
yes,
right.
Yeah.
I was
See, you're helping me get out of here.
Andrew says, whoa, wait, hold on.
Whoa,
we added
I was
another
like,
half
is
hour
something
to the
going on
show.
here?
You know, we have admitted that outside the meteorology department, numbers aren't always our thing.
No.
And I'm the first one to, I'm the third one. Wait, see, numbers aren't my thing.
Jason, I accept you. So,
thank you. You know what? I appreciate
but
it.
We all
as
have
we-
our strengths.
As we jump into the power, I would just call it the power hour here. It's going to be a beautiful day out there across the Carolinas. A little bit of patchy morning fog that's basically, though, completely gone across the region. Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is also one of the places, the burn ban. It's gone. You are free of the burn ban now in Concord, thanks to some of that rainfall. Again, saw roughly about a little over 2 inches of rain Wednesday and Thursday combined here in Charlotte. A sunny afternoon, possible weekend showers. Watching that Saturday and Mother's Day forecast, 59 degrees. 2 points continue to fall, 45 degrees. That feels so fabulous this afternoon. If we can keep it there at temperatures in the low to mid 70s, that is just primo weather. Radar here, high pressure moving into the Central Carolinas, looking good. Talking more about your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew Brightman, thank you, sir. Let's get a final look at our pinpoint traffic on this Friday. Volume has been light all day, which is, you know, we'll take it. What a treat, right? Going into this weekend. Weather is great. So as Annie mentioned earlier, put the windows down, the top down if you want. Might be a little cool this morning. Traffic looking good. A couple of incidents scattered kind of on the north part of the city. They look like they're all on I-85. That is unusual. None of these, though, causing any major delays just because volume is considerably light on this Friday morning. We'll take that. Here's a good looking shot right just north of Uptown. This is courtesy of the NCDOT cameras. I-77 north and southbound traffic. Southbound traffic's on the right going underneath LaSalle Street. Beautiful shot of our Queen City skyline. Out near our station in West Charlotte, this is I-85 north and south near Sam Wilson Boulevard. All 8 lanes across there looking good this morning. Some other cameras across the Queen City in the northeast side between University City and Mallard Creek on I-85. That stretch looking good as well. And let's give you some drive times after we take a quick look at inbound Independence. That stretch looking good this morning. Whether you're coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, up from South Carolina, all in the green. Yes, we will take it. Same can be said coming down from Concord, Albemarle, Monroe. You guys are all in good shape. Just put the phone away. Don't be distracted. Don't get a speeding ticket as we kick off this weekend.
Mayor Vi Lyles is resigning after leading Charlotte for nearly a decade.
Lyles says her last day in office will be June 30th, and she still has a year and a half before her term ends.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us now with a look at who could hold the seat next. Savannah?
Yeah, Annie and Jason, the choice is in the hands of the Charlotte City Council. They'll appoint an interim mayor before voters elect someone new next year. Mayor Vi Lyles started her 5th term just a few months ago. She served as mayor for nearly 10 years, spent the majority of her career in Charlotte Public Service, and now she says she's stepping away to spend more time with her grandchildren. Her resignation announcement triggers the search for a temporary replacement. According to North Carolina state law, the person who fills the vacancy must be a registered voter, Charlotte resident, and member of the same party as the outgoing leader. That means this appointee must be a Democrat. Several current council members have expressed interest in serving as mayor, but have not officially declared a campaign. District 7 Representative Ed Driggs says he does not want the position and hopes that whoever the council chooses as interim will not run in 2027.
But we always hope that because you don't want somebody to have the benefit of incumbency who didn't win a race cold.
We won't be involved in it here in Mecklenburg County Board of Elections until the September primary of 2027, and then November of 2027 is when we would actually all have a chance to elect a new mayor.
Mayor Lyles has not endorsed anyone as a potential successor. Council members say they hope to have an interim position filled by July 1st. Back to you.
Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will be holding a special meeting this morning, to discuss the district's revised budget for the next school year. The board rejected the superintendent's first proposal last week. Members said they wanted changes to address student mental health and positions, including bus drivers and lunch monitors. There are also concerns that they have with North Carolina lawmakers passing a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which could put CMS in the red. They'll vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are now dealing with another data breach, the second in 2 years. This time it involves the online classwork platform Canvas. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what was breached and why experts say attacks like this are hard to avoid.
Students at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are among millions nationwide affected by a recent cybersecurity attack on Canvas, an online system where homework assignments are submitted and teachers give grades.
It is very difficult to find any company that has not been breached before. Okay, so a breach is becoming a very common thing, but of course, that's no excuse for not doing a good job.
UNC Charlotte professor of cybersecurity Bill Chu says there's 2 ways hackers will break into these systems, either through the software itself or how it's configured in the district. CMS says this happened outside its walls.
Unfortunately, people are pretty helpless. We increasingly rely on the digital world. We have a digital life. It's just whether you like it or not. Your identities are going to be everywhere.
School officials say data may include personal information, but right now they don't believe passwords, birthdays, government identifiers, or financial information were involved.
Targeting the actual employee as opposed to the organization is the biggest threat to small businesses.
Adam Pendergrass provides cybersecurity training for small businesses in North Carolina. He says if attackers have your child's name, they can use that to send phishing emails and texts to try and steal your money.
Right now, it's very hard to predict what's coming next. Now that there's more information out there, there's more tools in the attacker's toolbox.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
It is Friday morning, and what better way to kick off your weekend than hitting the golf course to see some of the world's greatest talent?
I can think of no better days. The second day of the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow is today, after one filled with weather delays yesterday, but we are back.
Yes, we are. Queen City News anchor Julian Sador is live out at Quail Hollow this morning. Julian, just when I thought I was getting my yard in tip-top shape and greening up from all the rain, you're out there at Quail Hollow.
Look, man, you're not going to find greener grass than the grass over here at Quail Hollow, Jason. Hard to compete if you're trying to compare lawns to what they have over here. This is well manicured, if I may say so myself. The rain came yesterday. We got some play in, and then the rain came again, stopping play, and that means that round 1 will have to finish up right before round 2 kicks off. So round 1 will finish up at 10:30. Round 2 kicks off at 11. Matt McCarthy, your clubhouse leader at 8 under. Sunjay M was on 18. He's only a stroke behind him when they blew the horn to stop play, so he'll have to finish up the round. Maybe can take or tie the lead and then get out here and maybe take the lead in round 2. Now, obviously, we have the favorite, Rory McIlroy. He's still in the mix at 1 under, so 7 shots off the lead. Cam Young is really hot, too. He's 3 under, so those are a few names that you can keep in mind if you want to put your money down. And for those that may never have bet before, now's the time if you want to bet on a Rory or a Cam because they're not leaving the clubhouse, so the odds will be a little bit better. But again, round 2 kicks off today at 11. Fans are already here getting their best spots. And speaking of fans, big fan of this person over here, Alicia Corals with Positively Charlotte. Hey, Alicia, what do you guys have going on today?
Okay, so obviously it's Navy Week here in Charlotte. So we're talking to the sailors. They're on hand here at Quail Hollow. The band is going to be playing. So it's really a celebration of our sailors. We're going to be talking to them and just honoring all that they do.
Okay, so obviously I was talking about Rory, I was talking about Matt. Alicia, who's your favorite?
Rory all the way. After this last Masters win, this will be, if he wins this time, his 5th time winning at Quail Hollow. He's 37 years old. He's in his prime. He's in the Devil Wears Prada too. The man can do no wrong. I'm just saying, Team Rory all the way.
Team Rory all the way. And for the people who are looking at us like, why is Rory so far back? Look, he came really close. He just couldn't get the birdie putts to fall. And if you're watching the Masters, you know, he was able to get the putter working A-okay. So, Alicia, I'm with you. I'm going to put my money on Rory as well. Again, Positively Charlotte right on after us. Alicia, While you're here, though,
Yeah.
what do you think of the way Truist has set it up their first year running things?
Oh, this is beautiful. First of all, Quail Hollow is one of the most beautiful courses. I think everything's just lovely out here. We got a good weather day, Julian, leading into Mother's Day weekend, so the vibes are super high out here.
There you go, and happy early Mother's Day to you, Alicia.
Julian.
All right, we'll send it back into the studio to you guys, Jason and Annie. Annie, happy early Mother's Day to you as well.
Thank you.
And as Alicia said, today might be the best day to come out here.
Yes, and you know what? A lot of moms would love to go to the Truist Championship. What a perfect day. You got food, you got drinks, you got green grass, and you got talented athletes. So, you know, if you're still looking for gifts, give that to mom.
I mean, you can decide to take your kids or leave them, and you'll be in
Exactly.
quiet for a couple of hours. Well, mom doesn't want that. So, listen, thank you both very much. I appreciate that. It is beautiful out there. And thankful that Mother Nature dumped a little much-needed rain, Andrew, yesterday. Now that things are drying out, they can get play underway.
That's right. Just working every angle here for everyone. You got to get the needed rainfall first, and now we've got the beautiful weather here across the Carolinas as we go throughout your Friday. And this is going to be the best day if you want to head to Quail Hollow Club here, as we've got the fabulous weather on your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are both tracking potential scattered showers and storms here. So, yeah, you really want to pick a day? Today would be the day to do it, to head on down to Quail Hollow. Right now, 59 degrees, northeasterly winds about 8 to 10 miles an hour here. Dew points in the middle 40s. Dry conditions, wonderful weather out there. High pressure moving in here across the Carolinas. Temperatures mid to upper 50s, closing in on the 60-degree mark here. About 5 to 10 degrees cooler right now compared to this time yesterday. And as we go throughout your Friday forecast, a beautiful day out there. Talking more, though, about the weekend coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, well, the hantavirus outbreak, it's been linked to a cruise ship and an airline flight. So perhaps you're wondering, is it a good idea to travel by sea and air right now? I'm May K. Beeler. Coming up, the safeguards in place and what health experts say about the way the virus spreads. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Anxiety about close cruise quarters and aircraft cabin air is causing apprehension among travelers. This after an outbreak of hantavirus has been linked to a Dutch cruise ship and an airline flight.
So far, there are 5 confirmed cases and 3 deaths out of 8 total suspected cases. The World Health Organization, or WHO, held a press conference yesterday discussing the virus, stressing it's not the start of a new pandemic.
Our chief transportation correspondent, May Beeler, has more on these cruise ships and the planes. I mean, are either one of these or both, are they more prone to germs like this?
They are,
Yeah.
as you can imagine, but it's important to know there are ways to minimize the risk of exposure. So WHO experts stress that hantavirus is not COVID-19, as it spreads very differently. And unlike the typical hantavirus strain, which is often from rodent droppings, this outbreak involves rare human-to-human transmission of the Andes strain that requires close contact. Now, the close quarters of cruise ships and airplanes can be a perfect scenario for transmission of highly contagious bugs due to lots of people in densely populated areas where we are exchanging exhaled breath. But this is important to know, there are special air circulation systems in place with medical grade HEPA filters on ships and on planes that can remove almost all airborne pathogens. Now, the exception would be if on an airplane you're sitting right next to someone who is sick and they cough directly within inches of your face, or on a cruise ship.
All right, so for contagious bugs, which is worse, a cruise ship or an airplane?
What do you think?
I would vote the cruise
I
ship.
don't know. Yeah, I guess cruise ship. Maybe.
Yeah, we hear, so much, and we all love cruise ships, but plenty of bugs work on or lurk on busy boats. That's what we're told. The norovirus, one of the most well-known bugs that can foil fun on a ship. According to the Centers for Disease Control, it is blamed for 90% of diarrheal disease. It's very contagious. Other bugs can spread thanks to the close living quarters on ships, shared bathrooms, populated pools, swimming pools, busy buffet lines. It can be difficult to control the spread of any virus once it hits a ship, be it an intestinal bug or a hantavirus.
All right, so that's ships. Let's talk airplanes. You would know as a pilot, people say airplanes are petri dishes, for germs. Is that air just recirculated over and over again?
So that is kind of a myth. It's false. A lot of people think that it's a petri dish. It's not that bad. The air is recirculated, but just a portion of it, because an equal amount is fresh, compressed air. So once in flight, incoming cabin air, which we call bleed air, is taken from airplane engines. It's compressed, so you have fresh air and some recirculated air. HEPA filters are in use on airplanes, high efficiency particulate air filters used on most commercial aircraft to purify the cabin air. Check this out, they remove about 99.7% of airborne contaminants, including bacteria, fungi, viruses, providing air similar to hospital operating rooms. Again, though, does not prevent really super close contact transmission, like if you're sitting next to someone who's sick and they're inches from you and they cough in your face.
No, thank you. All right, so what is the public health risk of hantavirus right now?
So in the meeting yesterday, UN officials did say, health officials did say, it is currently considered low, not a pandemic. This spreads through close, intimate contact, meaning if you're very close to somebody, if you're sharing the same bed or sharing the same utensils. It is not contagious in the way that COVID-19 is. It's not spread that way. It is contagious though. So the cruise ship at the center of the outbreak is right now headed to the Canary Islands, with Spain cooperating with the investigation and disinfection. We don't know if that ship is going to be allowed to dock though. And health officials say if you suspect you're near someone who's infected, just wear a high quality protective mask. But it can take up to 6 weeks for the symptoms to show. So we do have people that got off the ship before they knew there was an issue. They're home now in places like Georgia and Arizona and California and Texas, and they're trying to find these folks just to make sure they don't have symptoms.
I think that's the interesting part, is just the length of time it can take
Right.
to show up versus, your common cold and your
Yeah.
flu. So Yeah, it's interesting.
I think
We'll be
people
following.
are a little afraid it could be a pandemic.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we're told by experts, by
Okay.
WHO, the World Health Organization, that not to worry at this point.
Don't need to
Okay.
panic. Just
Yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff, May-Kay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 9:19. We need to head over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman for a picture-perfect Friday.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely beautiful weather. I mean, it doesn't get better than what we're going to be seeing this afternoon, Jason. And we got dew points in the middle 40s. Feels really comfortable out there. Winds out of the north-northeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Just absolutely spectacular weather to wrap the week. Boone camera also looking beautiful outside in King Street. Pinpoint radar quiet here as we zoom out. High pressure in control for today. Once we get to tomorrow, but a bit of a different story. Quick check in on some of the pollen levels here. Going to be elevated as we go through the weekend. Definitely going to need sort of the allergy medicine. Not as bad as what we saw during the month of April, obviously, the peak pollinating, but still elevated levels of pollen here right through the weekend into early next week. Weekend forecast temperatures upper 70s on Saturday, around the 80-degree mark on Sunday. Showers and storms possible both days, but notice the percentages here. It is not going to be a total washout across the region. There'll be pockets of wet weather, and some might see more rain than others here. But even as we get to your brunch forecast on Mother's Day, might see some wet weather, a lot of cloud cover, but could also stay potentially dry here. A little bit up in the air in terms of overall rain and storm coverage this weekend. Futurecast this afternoon, there's no questions here. It is absolutely perfect out there. Temperatures in the middle 70s. We keep moving forward here. Overnight Friday heading into your Saturday morning here. We see the cloud cover rolling back in across the Carolinas, and then some showers, especially from Charlotte points off to the south and east. Really, as we get up into the foothills and mountains, Hickory, Morganton, Boone, Jefferson, not going to see a ton of wet weather. Heading into the afternoon, into the evening hours, you notice a little bit of isolated shower, maybe a rumble of thunder possible here. But then as you go into your Sunday on your Mother's Day, we start up with the cloud cover in the morning, 11 o'clock here. And then we start seeing some of those pop-up showers and storms middle part of the afternoon. This is 7 o'clock on your Mother's Day evening, watching some of those hit and miss showers and storms. Not a total washout, but certainly something to be aware of as we go through this weekend. And then more rain chances as we go into early next week here. Cold front moving through. Possible showers as we go throughout your Monday here across the southeast. A little bit of an unsettled start to the week, but that also is going to be more potential beneficial rainfall and helping to keep our temperatures a little bit on the cooler, less humid, and comfortable side here through most of next week. Let me show you your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Notice temperatures likely staying in the 70s through most of next week, and also could see a few more showers here as we get to your Wednesday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is time to take a trip up north. We're going to the Glen. NASCAR is going bowling over the weekend. Watkins Glen International, you're looking at it, trying to get it all to dry out with some recent rain. The New York State track's hosting 4 separate races this weekend, kicking off this afternoon with the General Tire 100 with the ARCA Menard Series. And then you've got the Craftsman Truck Series. That green flag drops today at 4:30. The O'Reilly's $1,200,000 takes place tomorrow, Saturday at 4 p.m. And then, of course, the main event on Sunday. The Go Bowling at the Glen with the Cup Series. That race begins at 3.
Well, this weekend, if you haven't heard, is Mother's Day, and we want to celebrate all the mothers in the Queen City newsroom. There's me and my mama, and there's me and my
you as a mama.
and there's me as a mama.
I
So
love it.
fun, Jason. That's a great photo.
Hey, Mama. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. We got some of our crew in here. Andrew.
Aw, Andrew.
Righty, there's your mom.
That is my mother.
You better call her, Andrew.
Oh, I do.
You're not going to head up
I've
north.
sent her the card, and also I want to congratulate my mom. Last Friday, she finally retired.
Yay!
She's done from the corporate lifestyle here over 40 years.
wow.
My dad wrote.
You wore her out, Andrew.
My dad wrote her a poem with a little bit of assist from AI, but it was very.
Oh my gosh, no way.
He's the one who admitted it. He put it in the thing. I was like, I can't believe you told on yourself.
Wait, did
like
you
that.
just out him?
No, he outed himself.
Okay, all right.
He did it himself.
That's fantastic.
I love it.
There's one of our editors, Courtney.
Courtney,
and
I was
her
going to say, a
mom.
lot of our crew that you may know, you may not. Some of our behind-the-scenes producers
Yes.
and directors sent some pictures in as well. And so thank you for sending those pictures. And again, listen, if you are still lucky and fortunate enough to have your mom with you here today, figure out a way to communicate with her how much you love her and that you are thankful for her. You don't have to have a perfect relationship with your mom to at least be able to tell her that you love her and are thankful for that. So.
And we also know that Mother's Day can be hard for a lot of families too.
can.
Maybe your mom is no longer with you, or maybe you're trying to start a family and maybe having struggles with that, or you're in a strained relationship with your mom. But there are all kinds of moms in the world. So whoever that mom figure is to you, reach out to them, just like Jason said.
Listen, we have a blended family. So being an extra mom, a bonus mom, a stepmom, whatever you want to call her, is still a mom. Even a grandparent can be a mom. So
That's
yeah,
right.
we're very thankful for our moms out there and for you too, Annie.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Gotta keep y'all in line somehow, right?
That's
All right. You're looking live over New York City. We'll have a check of how Wall Street is faring and check in with one of our other favorite moms, Jane King, live at the New York Stock Exchange. That's coming up in about 3 minutes. right, coming up on 9:30 here. Happy Friday. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julia Sador has been out at Quail Hollow Golf Club this morning showing off just how beautiful day number 2 of the Truist Championship is going. Ted is off today. Andrew Brightman is in and has some great news of the weather. Quickly, I just do want to mention it. We're wrapping up Teacher Appreciation Week. So thank you to all of our teachers in the Carolinas. We've had a lot of rough news when it comes to educators recently. Say what you will about pay raises and everything else. We're thankful for you, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you for what you're doing. And a lot of graduations are happening today, a lot of college graduations. So congrats to all those families this weekend.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here being the weather nerd I am without a little nourishment as a kid.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Teacher. No, it's incredibly important. Also, important that we finally got the great weather today, Jason. Picture perfect here as we wrap up the week. Nothing but Carolina blue skies here across the Carolinas. This is just a primo Friday forecast shaping up here. I've been saying it for the past 5.5 hours, but really hammering that point home. We had a little bit of patchy morning fog. That's basically done across the region. A sunny afternoon, and then as we go throughout your Mother's Day weekend, tracking some of those showers on the way across the Carolinas. 59 degrees, dew points in the middle 40s. It is really comfortable. And that rainfall that we saw earlier, it will help at least a little bit. Something resembling a dent, but we need a lot more rainfall to get rid of these extreme drought conditions we're seeing all across the central Carolinas. High pressure moving back into control today, but for today only. We got the showers returning potentially tomorrow. Airport delays looking pretty good here if you're going to be traveling across the lower 48. One exception would be San Francisco this morning, seeing some potential major delays. Temperatures right now, mid to upper 50s for most of us across the Carolinas, mid to upper 40s as we head up into the mountains. I've got more on what you can expect with your forecast coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, appreciate that. Americans are renting more electric cars as gas prices rise, and the latest jobs numbers tell a story about the economy. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, here we are 2 minutes into the trading day, plus the April jobs numbers. How's the market reacting?
Right, so better than expected, Jason. So 115,000 jobs added last month. It's about double the average of what most economists were thinking. And also the number in March, which was better than expected when that one came out, was revised even higher. And job growth was pretty widespread. So we saw it in retail, in transportation, in healthcare, and some other areas as well. Government, a notable job cutter during the month of April. Unemployment rate 4.3%, and the markets are positive. So the Dow at the moment up 165 points.
Jane, we know oil prices have been following the events in the Middle East with the war in Iran. What are they doing this morning?
So they are down slightly this morning. So just taking a look, 16 cents a barrel. So really pretty flat, I guess we should call it. President Trump downplaying the U.S.-Iran attacks as a, quote, love tap, and insists that the ceasefire is holding. Now, Trump advisors say the U.S. will not leave the area until the Strait of Hormuz is open.
All right, we'll have to see, Jane. And kind of on the same note here, Americans are renting more electric vehicles as the gas prices go up.
So Car Rental Gateway, which is an online car rental platform, they're actually headquartered in Europe, but they do business in the U.S., reported seeing a 16% increase in electric and hybrid car rentals in March. Hertz also told USA Today that they saw a nearly 25% increase in requests for EV reservations from February to March. And of course, that is all happening as we're seeing the gas price average right around $4.50 a gallon nationwide.
All right, Jane, we appreciate that. As one of our favorite moms, happy early Mother's Day. Enjoy the weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thanks.
that. From one mom to another. Annie?
All right, Jason, thanks. Earlier this year, a mom-focused app and online community, Peanut, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times reading, IDGAF is in the dictionary, matrescence isn't. Now, you may or may not know what that first phrase stands for, but we are pretty confident there's a whole lot of people who have never heard that second word, which stands for the profound physical, emotional, and psychological transition into motherhood. And that includes some very real and very permanent changes in brain structure. As we get ready to celebrate Mother's Day, medical experts and moms alike say there is so much about motherhood that is misunderstood, swept under the rug, and never talked about. But now it's time for that to change. When Megan Love sits at a piano, she's reminded of her family.
I feel like the piano is the most nostalgic.
These days, she spends a little less time at these keys and more
Little star
at these.
How I wonder what you are.
Megan is a mom of two. There's Miles and Araya. And as far as she's concerned, this is what life is all about.
You're just so in love with this little person and wanting to make sure that they have everything they need to thrive.
But quietly woven into days filled with feedings, stories, trucks, and daycare drop-offs is a shift Megan says she wasn't fully prepared for.
The brain fog and forgetting things, and I call it mom brain because I'll be talking to my friends and they're like, where'd you go? And I'm like, I honestly don't know. I'm so sorry. I took a pause in our conversation. What happened?
You want to help Mama turn the page?
And while we jokingly throw around the term mom brain, Dr. Alicia Brown says it's a very real thing and it actually never goes away.
It's literally rewiring. It's not just, oh, it's hormones. It's so much more than that.
Dr. Brown is a chiropractic functional neurologist, owner of Better Brain and Body in Charlotte, and a mom.
I had the photographic memory in school. And now I'm like, who was that? You know, putting a face to a name is more difficult for me than it ever has been.
As she explains, mom brain is actually the body's way of reprioritizing. Recent studies have shown during pregnancy, the brain as a whole actually shrinks in size. But at the same time, researchers have also seen connections between certain parts of the brain get stronger, like the prefrontal cortex.
It's basically the CEO of your brain, and it rewires to get you more in tune to your child. But what that does in the long run is it gets you less in tuned to other things like work.
This physical rewiring is just one aspect of matrescence, a phrase coined by medical anthropologist Dana Raphael in the 1970s that never really took off, but is now getting some renewed attention.
It's basically the transition of womanhood, or who we are as a woman, to motherhood, right? Just like adolescence is childhood to kind of the beginning of adulthood.
Nicole Bentavenia is a nurse practitioner at Signature Wellness in Charlotte, who spent most of her career in OBGYN care before transitioning into treating hormonal issues.
You go through these huge spikes in hormone levels, especially estrogen, while you're pregnant, and then the minute the baby comes out, it plummets down to practically non-detectable levels.
Psychiatrists have called the postpartum period a push and pull. On the one hand, you have the feel-good hormone oxytocin pulling in your focus to take care of your baby. But on the other, your brain is still trying to push you in other directions, like your own basic needs that somehow feel impossible to address.
We're not prepared for the concept of not sleeping, our brains changing, our hormones going down, and maybe not loving every phase of motherhood. And we feel like we failed if we're like, I don't like having a newborn, or I don't like having a toddler, or some days I don't feel like I'm doing my best.
Bentavenia says while society tends to recognize the upheaval of mind, body, and identity in teenagers, that same grace hasn't been extended to mothers.
Adolescents don't understand what they're going through, right? They don't get it. They are all over the place. They feel emotional, but we are not giving them medicine, right? We're not telling them there's something wrong with them. We're supporting them. We're encouraging them. We're giving them what they need.
The tricky part is sometimes moms don't even know what they need. They just know this is hard.
There's so much anxiety surrounding, like, am I doing the right thing? Is he getting enough? Am I okay? I haven't drank any water. Like, have I eaten today? Like, what in the world? I'm sweating at night. It's crazy. The baby's crying all the time. So it can be a whirlwind.
Megan says all of that makes it real easy to put yourself on the back burner.
I was in the store and I was like, it was my own time, my own free time, kid free. And I was looking at things for them. And it dawned on me, oh my gosh, when's the last time that I shop for just me? Or you think about sleeping at night. When's the last time I just slept through the night, not thinking about oh, in the morning we got to do this. They're like, oh, okay, Miles has school tomorrow. Oh, Araya has a doctor's appointment.
That's why she hopes other moms can focus on finding little moments that help them feel connected to the things they love.
Maybe it's a shift in how it looks, but not to quit it and abandon it completely, especially when you're really great at something, you're so talented and so gifted at it. What are ways that you could bring your kids along for the ride in that instead of just abandoning it totally?
As far as intertwining who she was,
I taught instruments, I used to lead worship.
With who she's becoming.
It's so beautiful because I get to take my whole family kind of into this, and they help, I want to say, inspire who I am.
It's a work in progress, just like this song. But whoever it is, she can't wait to see who she turns out to be.
You got Mama's hand?
Right alongside the tiny people who call her Mom. Annie Satowski, Queen City News. And researchers say getting a more detailed map of brain changes during pregnancy and beyond could potentially lead to a better understanding and early detection of postpartum mood disorders and therefore better support. So I want to go ahead and bring in licensed mental health counselor, friend of the show, mom, Dr. Cherise Johnson, with us this morning to further this discussion. I want to read you something from this Peanut campaign that kind of sparked all of this. And it said, if your brain was being rewired, you would want a word for it too. Talk about the power and the validation of literally just having a word for something that a lot of women go through, whether they recognize it or not.
Yeah, one of the most powerful opportunities for understanding is when we feel confused about something and then we get a word for it and we go, yes, this is me, this is a real thing, it's not in my head. Identifying an emotion or an experience and having a name for it gives us validation and reassurance, and it also helps lead us to, now what? What do I do now?
Exactly. So let's talk about this big identity shift that mothers go through. We're told it's going to happen, but there's a big, real struggle with, okay, who am I now?
Yeah. It's a huge identity shift, and I think it can be really challenging to sometimes recognize when it's happening, why it's happening. There can be a lot of guilt and shame around it, but the moment that you conceive and you start growing a child and you birth that child, things are changing not only in your body, but they are changing in your brain and in your hormones, and they don't all go back the moment you give birth.
Okay, it's a massive shift, and you do find your way, right? So for any newborn moms in the trenches, you do find your way. I want to read you some statistics. 1 in 5 mothers are impacted by mental health conditions, and mental health conditions are the leading cause of maternal mortality. 75% of impacted women go untreated. To you, what does that say as a mental health professional?
It says that we're still not getting enough information out so that women recognize it's okay to need help, it's okay to ask for help, and finding the time for help is one of the best things that you can do for yourself. Because I come across a lot of moms who will not seek help until years later because when their kids are small, they just feel like they don't have time or they feel guilty about needing support.
Okay, and it's okay to ask for that support.
Yes.
Mothers right now are juggling a lot more than ever. You've got your work, kids, relationships, pets, you feed everyone, you keep the house together, and then you're told you have to take care of yourself too. But that load can be really heavy.
It's extremely heavy and often unrealistic that we are going to kind of have everything all together, look all together, put all together. Then you add the influences of things like social media, mom influencers, who sometimes unintentionally create a dynamic that makes you feel like I'm not doing well, I should be doing better. And each mom needs to really assess, who am I? And the context of my life, what pace is appropriate for me versus someone else, because we don't always know the full story.
Comparison is the thief of joy. And really quickly, where do we draw the line between normal shifts of matrescence, right, that is a natural and normal process, between some serious mental health conditions?
Yes, I really feel like you don't want to draw the line yourself if you're unsure. So I would rather you work and go, I need to find a professional and ask questions. But if you're noticing you're not functioning well, you are feeling like you're kind of dissociated, not present in your life, or if you're in a situation where you know the thoughts that you're continuing to have about yourself and those you love feel very negative, I don't feel like I can keep up, maybe I shouldn't be a mom, this is too much for me, you really want to pay attention because those are significant warning signs.
Absolutely, and always reach out for help. There are so many resources out there. Dr. Cherise Johnson, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Jason.
Oh, thank you very much, ladies. Happy Mother's Day to you both. All right, the Crown is back home finally at the Fortress, getting another chance to give the Queen City a win after a string of losses. We are speaking with Willie P. coming up about a little preview this weekend. We'll have him coming up next. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday, y'all. After a string of disappointing losses, the Crown back inside the Fortress. Finally, they are getting ready to face off against FC Cincinnati. You know this guy. You might know his voice, at least. Play-by-play voice announcer for Charlotte FC. Willie P., a good friend of ours on the show. Happy Friday, my friend.
Happy Friday, Jason, and happy Mother's Day to everybody, including my mother who's watching out there.
Oh, happy Mother's Day to Willie P.'s mom. And, of course, Anna Whitty, who's not in. She's about to become a mom. She's the color commentator.
Hoping it's her first Mother's Day.
Yeah, so hopefully she's going to be in delivery in the next couple of days, so we wish her the best as well. All right, so let's talk about what's been going on, right? We're about a third of the way through the regular MLS season. Before we get to talking about Cincinnati, it's been a rough run the last couple of matches for Charlotte FC. And like I used to ask the girls when they'd come home from school, don't tell me school was just fine. Give me good news, bad news. Give me one good thing and maybe one bad thing.
Well, I will say they looked a heck of a lot better in New England, particularly, and they started better too, which I think is something that they had unfortunately not done in the Orlando games and the game prior in Nashville. The New England game, they started a lot better. They had, I think, the lion's share of the good chances in the first half hour of the contest, but then the game kind of leveled out, and New England had more opportunities on the ball going forward, and it just felt like they had that goal coming at the end. The unfortunate part about it is that you get undone by what I thought was a pretty questionable call in the end, a penalty call against Morris Sanajaman, where he goes to make a slide tackle. The referee says he makes himself bigger and puts his arm in an unnatural position. I personally don't know if you slide tackle where you're supposed to put your hands, but at that point in time, the referee makes the call. It's an unfortunate one from Charlotte, but I think they are at least buoyed by the confidence of that. You never want to have a losing streak, but I think the one big antidote for a losing streak is a long home stretch, and against a team, too, this weekend, Jason, that Dean Smith is 3 wins, 1 draw, no losses. The only Eastern Conference team he has not lost to is a team that they play tomorrow in Cincinnati.
Okay, so let's talk about the, the Fortress factor, right? They've got their identity wrapped up in being at Bank of America Stadium. They've been gone for about a month. We got this nice home stretch coming up. I do want to talk about Cincinnati. They got a guy named Evander, this Brazilian all-star.
He's big.
Can our defense, that's been a weakness for us, can our defense stop him?
Well, they've stifled Evander in 2 other matches last season. He didn't score against Charlotte a year ago, so that's something you can use as a little bit of confidence, but he is starting to find his form. He had a little bit of a slow start to the season, but he had a hat trick last weekend, the first of his career, which is hard to believe, a guy who's had more than 150 international competition matches, somebody who has never had a hat trick before, so that's something that you have to definitely account for. I think for whatever reason, the way that Pat Noonan's squad sets up kind of plays into where Charlotte FC's hands are, because they do play with 2 guys up front, but getting Tim Ream back, I think it's a very, very big thing this weekend for them, because he's somebody who I think sets up all the communication. He's a pretty good 1v1 defender in his own right, and also somebody who just kind of makes sure that things are stabilized. We saw it happen when he first got here a couple of years ago, what he brought to that team from a leadership standpoint, communication standpoint, and just his overall defending. It's going to be huge to have him back this week.
All right, how important, again, is like what you said last week against New England, how important is the first 20 minutes of this match tomorrow?
It's important, but as we saw last weekend, you have to sustain it throughout. It's not just starting well. You can't let the pedal off the metal. You have to be able to extend and go further, because the one thing we have seen is that Charlotte, in their good moments and their best moments, have come out in the second half and started well. In the games that they've lost, teams have put something different, a different wrinkle for Charlotte FC, and they've not been prepared for it. So you have to start well, you have to sustain it throughout the first half, and then be ready for whatever shift happens at halftime in order to be able to make sure that you're putting together a 90-minute performance.
I was going to say, we can't just play 70 or 80 minutes. We got to go all the way through that final clock. All right, you got a couple of props you brought with it. I'm going to let you bring some things in, because this match mayhem is what you guys are calling it. All these matches in May. There's a lot of giveaways, a lot of fan connection. What's going on tomorrow?
So we have 3 giveaways out of the next 4 contests, and this is the giveaway on Saturday. This is a Sir Minty keychain, which is incredibly cool looking.
Wow.
I know people might think this is a little big, but as I've been told by my wife, these things are getting bigger. So in terms of those
no
things,
one puts their keys in their pockets anymore. So
you can use this not just as a keychain, you can use it as a little strap for your your knapsack or your book bag, something like that. A real cool thing. It gives honor to Sir Minty, which is a real cool thing. First fans in the building get this for
Love
this
it.
weekend.
Okay.
And then a brand new T-shirt that'll be
Dun, dun,
available
dun,
at the
dun.
Charlotte FC team store. This is from our friends at Girl Tribe. This is the second collaboration with Girl Tribe. And
That's
they're doing
cool.
a concert-style T-shirt, which is really, really cool. It's got all the matches on the back of it. They did one of these last year, and it's incredible to see. This is the first of 2 Girl Tribe collaborations that they're going to have as well
Look
in
at
terms
that.
of this season. A great partnership. These are available for the first time tomorrow at the Charlotte
Okay.
FC team store. Girl Tribe is also selling them on their own too, but the first opportunity you can do and get them is tomorrow evening if you go to the game at Charlotte FC's team store at Bank of America Stadium.
I'm looking at Annie's face over your shoulder at the desk. She's like, look at that. So I have a feeling.
I have to give this one back. I'm
I have
sorry.
a feeling this is a popular shirt.
This is
among
going to be
FC
popular.
Fans.
This thing sold out last year.
I believe it. Listen, this
So-
would be a great. If you got a soccer fan as a mom, then there you go.
And they
that's a
actually,
great
they're
deal. I love
first
it.
time available also in youth sizes too as well. So your kids can wear these as well too. So
All right. Listen, we're out of time. Quickly, your score prediction for tomorrow.
2-0 Charlotte.
Whoa,
Clean
2-0
sheet for Kalina.
Charlotte. I like it. A clean sheet. It's
A
hard to say.
clean sheet.
A clean sheet. Oh, man. There we go. All right, Willie, thank you as always. Andrew Brightman, when we were looking at weather, what do you want to say to him?
I need Andrew to, the weather, the rain was nice. I don't need it tomorrow.
Okay,
The
Andrew.
rain was nice. I don't need it
Willie
tomorrow.
P, look at what I've delivered for you.
Look at
Wow.
That's awesome.
I try very hard. Sometimes I'm able to deliver. All right, let's get your forecast here. One final check-in as we go throughout your Friday. Here, Charlotte FC forecaster just talking about you heading to the bank. Should have wonderful weather for that here across the Carolinas. At least the showers that we could see will be earlier in the day. 59 degrees, winds out of the north-northeast, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew point's low. It is comfortable. It is wonderful out there. Beach Mountain got the beautiful weather here. Pinpoint radar quiet across the region. Zooming out. High pressure moving in to control for one day and one day only out there across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion. Beautiful weather today here across the Carolinas. Now as we go throughout the afternoon, still looks good. Hardly a cloud in the sky all day long. And as we keep moving forward into the overnight hours, we see the clouds starting to move in. This is 3 a.m. past daybreak. We're dry, but as we get to past sunrise at 7 o'clock, the clouds start rolling in, and then we start seeing those potential showers here as we go throughout the afternoon hours. I guess we just got a new run-in from Futurecast backing off the potential showers here across the region. Overnight Saturday, heading into your Sunday, tracking some of those potential showers again across the Carolinas as we go throughout the morning hours and into the afternoon here on your Mother's Day, watching those potential scattered showers and storms out there continuing throughout the evening, and then again even on your Monday as well. Might see a little bit more wet weather here across the Carolinas. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching those potential showers and storms here Saturday and Sunday, Monday as well, and then we start to dry out and also stay comfortable through the middle part of next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Happy Mother's Day, you guys. We'll see you next week.
Well, it's Navy Week, and the Sailors are here at Quail Hollow for the Truist Championship. Call it the best of both worlds.
And it's almost game time. We take a moment to recognize our honorary FC captain ahead of the game. And the invasive way a tech company is attempting to protect children. All that and more on Positively Charlotte. Happy Friday to you and welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Liza Mahachek. It's so great to have you joining us on this Friday morning. It is gorgeous outside. There's a little spring chill in the air, but we've got sunshine, which means it is some great weather for the Truist Championship. But that's not the only major event happening this week in Charlotte. It's also Navy Week. So throughout the week, sailors are participating in nearly 100 events across Charlotte. And today they are at the Truist Championship. So Alicia is over at Quail Hollow with all the details. Hey, Alicia.
Hey, Liza, it's such a beautiful day for golf, as you said. Now, before we get to our sailor, Connor, we got to talk to our golf aficionado at the station, Mr. Julian Sador.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, so set us up with the scene. What's going on here at Quail Hollow?
So it's pretty interesting, Alicia, because obviously we know that the rain played a role in yesterday. Yeah. They actually had to end round one early. So the horn blew. Sunjay M, who is one stroke back of the lead right now, is on 18 when the horn blew. So they have to finish up round one. About 18 players will finish up round one, and then round two will tee off at 11 a.m. Matt McCarthy is your clubhouse leader right now at 8-. So he's got an 8-shot lead on just about everybody else. Yeah. looks pretty good right now, but we'll see how everything shakes out.
And I think those players are finishing up right now, actually, from yesterday. Who are you rooting for this week?
So even though Matt McCarthy, right, he's 8 under. Yeah. We saw it last year at the PGA Championship with Johnny Vega, right? So he was leading most of the time. I don't want to put my money against Rory. Rory Quill Hollow, this is like essentially a second home for him. He's fresh off defending his Masters win. I like Rory, but another name that could be in the mix, Xander Schauffele. Okay. Cam Young is only 3 back right now, so I think there could be some movement on the leaderboard, especially on a really nice day like today.
You should be a sports reporter, Julian. Okay, I'm going to switch you out because it is Navy Week, and we've got Connor in the house. Hi, Connor.
Hey, good morning. It's great to be here.
Not only are you a sailor, you're a local man. You're from Mooresville, right?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I split time between Mooresville and Raleigh, North Carolina.
So explain to people what Navy Week is.
Sure, absolutely. So Navy Week, it differs from your traditional Fleet Week in port cities where you'd have ships come in. We are a targeted outreach organization where we will get the word out about what the Navy does every day.
You've been busy. You've been in the Navy for about 2.5 years. But what have you been doing this week?
So this week I've had the opportunity to do some ride-alongs with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. I've had the opportunity to volunteer at some community engagement events and even visit some of our middle schoolers at our local school system.
And for you, I guess, what do you want people to know about the Navy? Because you said we're not a port city.
I want the people to know that the Navy is here to support the United States of America. We're here to provide training and a platform for students in high school and from all over to pursue their dreams.
And what are you hoping to get out of today? You said that you've golfed once and you were really good.
I don't know if I'd say really good. I ended on a high note, but I'm just excited to be here in the fresh open with my local native North Carolinians.
Julian, come back. I'm going to have both of you in here. But you guys, describe the feeling here at Quill Hollow because it's just, I don't know, the vibes are really high.
I'm certainly excited. It's a beautiful day out here. Glad that the rain passed us over yesterday.
And I would say kind of like one of the great things about having Quill Hollow is the fact that we have these PGA pros right in our backyard. Now, the PGA Championship, you're going to pay a little bit more ticket-wise, but this is an affordable event. We have Mother's Day this weekend. If mom is a fan of golf, it's great to be able to have this type of event right in our backyard, and you can't pick a better day for it, Alicia.
You cannot pick a better day. Okay, for each of you, what are you most looking forward to today?
I am looking forward to the Folds of Honor ceremony where the Navy Leapfrogs will be representing the Navy as well.
Right.
Okay, well, it's hard to beat that. I mean, if anything, I'm looking for a lot of great action because, again, we had the rain yesterday. There's some rain in the chance for the weekend. So today's probably going to be your best chance to get out here and see some play. So I'm looking for some movement on the leaderboard. That's going to be my highlight for today, Alicia.
I'm looking for Rory, you guys. If he wins, it'll be his 5th time winning at Quill Hollow. So I'm just rooting him on. Gentlemen, thank you both so much.
Thank you,
Alicia.
Thanks so much, Alicia. If you see Rory, tell him that we said hey. All right, well, Atrium Health nurse Joselle Anthony is stepping onto the pitch this weekend as Charlotte FC's honorary captain, and for the first time ever, as a fan in the stands. A dedicated nurse for more than a decade, Joselle has built a career grounded in compassion, leadership, and a relentless commitment to her patients and teammates. From caring for patients at the bedside to helping lead the future of virtual nursing at Atrium Health, she's played a key role in shaping how care is delivered today and where it's headed next. But beyond her impact inside the hospital, Joselle has always had a deep love for the game of soccer. What started as a casual interest has grown into a true passion, following teams traveling to matches and connecting with the energy and pace that makes the game so very special. And as part of Nurses Week, Atrium Health and Charlotte FC will be honoring Joselle on the field at this weekend's match, recognizing not only her incredible contributions, but the thousands of nurses across the system who will show up every day with skill, heart, and dedication. For Joselle, it's a full circle moment, bringing together her passion for nursing and her love of soccer and a well-deserved celebration under the lights. Very nice. Well, technology is taking some very interesting turns when it comes to protecting the youth from dangers of social media. Meta, the company that runs Instagram and Facebook, says its AI will scan users' height and bone structure to detect whether or not they're underage. Meta says it will also use image and text data to look for clues that a user is 13 years old or younger, at which point their account will be disabled. Those signals may include birthday celebrations or mention of school grades. And Meta says that the system will not involve facial recognition for individual users. They also recently lost lawsuits in LA and New Mexico, where juries found that the company's social media products were hazardous to underage users' health. So interesting to see how that is going to develop. Well, don't go away because we are chatting with a very special feathered friend. You may have heard her talking a little bit throughout this block. We'll be right back with her after the break. And a very interesting way to consume your favorite media. We've got all that coming up. And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Man, it is backed up down there. We got quite a bit of traffic, but we'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. If you want to get a bird's eye view of some raptors, the Carolina Raptor Center can give you a nose-to-beak experience. Gabor and McKenna are here with an avian ambassador, and who is this little cutie?
So this is Surrey. Surrey is a barn owl, and as you can see, he's very chatty.
He is chatty. He's got a lot to say. So you may have been hearing him earlier in the show when he was chatting with us. But also, talk to me a little bit about the Avian Ambassador Program, because I think a lot of people would not expect that you would be able to get this up close and personal with a barn owl.
Yeah, absolutely. So with each of our birds at Carolina Raptor Center, they have a specific job that's right just for them. As you can see, Surrey has a very confident personality, very outgoing. He's comfortable with all the cameras. He's comfortable with people. And so for him, like, he's a great candidate for this kind of job. We have birds that free fly over 100 people during our bird show.
Wow.
And so birds that are confident with that. And then we have birds who are really good with 100 first graders. Not every bird can handle 100 first graders.
Not every person can handle 100 first graders.
Exactly. Yep.
So you are new to the Raptor Center, but talk to me a little bit about everything that you guys do, because I know you kind of oversee it all.
Yeah, so the Carolina Raptor Center is a gem of the Charlotte community, really. It is a world-class facility. We have avian ambassadors that people can come see on our Raptor Zoo, our Raptor Trail, 25 to 30 at a time. And these ambassadors are from all over the world, as well as local here to North Carolina.
Wow.
And then our Raptor Hospital is really where the really great work happens. That's where we take in injured raptors, we give them the care that they need, and then we release them back out of the wild so they can be part of our ecosystem and our natural resources around us.
That's incredible. So when people are coming and they meet Surrey, you told me, how old is he?
He's like 17 or 18 now.
Which is remarkable because their average lifespan is 10 years?
Yeah, right around like 10-year mark. At Carolina Raptor Center, we offer birds food every single day, right? Wow. They have a roof over their head to protect them from the elements and predators. They do have the unlimited healthcare plan at our awesome rehab center, right? So if anything were to happen, we have an awesome hospital staff that are able to take care of our birds.
Yeah, but talk to me a little bit about, typically what a barn owl eats. And then also when we talked to you previously, we also talked about owl pellets and how educational they can be.
Yes.
So, talk to us about the forms of food that are coming across Surrey.
Absolutely, and that's a common question we get a lot, right? As you can see, I'm offering Surrey like different treats. Today he's getting Mises Pieces, pieces of mouse, and so we want to offer natural diets that raptors would be eating out in the wild. So for Surrey, oftentimes that is a type of rodent. That could be a small rat, a very small rat. It could be a mouse. It could be, we have day-old chick, which is about the size of a bird that he might naturally eat. And then for our larger birds, there's fish and quail and big rats. And anything that raptors can't digest, they cough up something called a pellet. It's kind of like a fur ball. And for owls, there's bones in those as well. And so a lot of times with pellets, owl pellets, you're able to be able to dissect them and figure out exactly what that owl ate based on the bones and the fur. And it really gives kids an opportunity to explore and be able to kind of use their observational skills to piece together what exactly that owl may have eaten.
It's so cool. I remember dissecting one of those pellets when I was a kid, and it's just, it's such a fun thing. It's so cool because you're like, I can't believe this came from an owl, from an actual animal. Yes. So I know you guys have some fun events coming up. Breakfast with the Birds, that's coming up this weekend. Yes. Talk to me about some of the different activities and events that you guys have coming up.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of really cool things coming up. So Memorial Day weekend, one of the must-see experiences of the summer is to come see our summer bird show that McKenna talked about earlier.
Fun.
It is a free flight show featuring 4 of our avian ambassadors, just as a must-catch. And then we have a Birdies for Birdies event. How fun is that name?
That's so great.
And it's exactly what it sounds like. We're going to set up a mini golf course on our Raptor Trail, and you get to come play mini golf June 5th, families, June 6th, adults, and it's a fundraiser. So not only are you coming to have that fun, but you're also supporting the Carolina Raptor Center and all the work that we do. So
wow, fun and fundraising.
Absolutely.
Who doesn't want that? We love it. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming in. And Surrey, it was so nice to see you. And thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you sharing all this with us today.
Thank you for having us. Absolutely.
All right, well, we have officially entered the weird part of the future. Welcome to the first bookless bookstore set up by Amazon's Audible branch. This pop-up experience in New York City's Bowery hosts community and storytelling in a whole new way. So it's equal parts bookstore and library, while also being neither of those things somehow. During the month of May, the 6,000 square foot space is open to the public, free of charge to explore and enjoy, and there are listening lounges, immersive rooms with surround sound, and even staff members called story tenders who help you find your next favorite listen. But it's not just about listening, it's also a hangout spot with daily events like author talks, trivia nights, and even silent book clubs. The idea here is to turn audiobooks into more of a social, in-person experience, giving fans a place to connect offline. And it's a very unique concept, and hopefully one that we can experience soon here in the Queen City. But until then, we have our book talk and our Goodreads to help keep us entertained. I also saw that Audible is having some pacers in marathons run around with speakers on their backs with a book going. So instead of listening to music, the pacers are playing out an actual book for people to listen to. So I think that this is really cool. I love an audiobook. I know some people say that it's cheating. It's not like you're actually reading, but I think you're still reading the book. You're just listening. You're doing it in a different way. That's all it is. All right, well, switching gears now, we like to collect things, and your hoard of choice happens to be postage stamps. You are in luck because the U.S. Postal Service they're releasing a new series of stamps to honor Route 66's centennial. The 8 stamps mark significant parts of the road in each of the states it traverses. So they highlight vintage diners, gas stations, and motels, along with breathtaking vistas and wide horizons of the open road. Route 66 is significant in history from its early days as an escape from the Dust Bowl in the Great Depression and as a vital supply route during World War II. If you're looking to start a new collection, what better way than with a celebration of pure Americana? So all these stamps look gorgeous. I love these. And also there's a lot of people who, are doing more of this kind of junk journaling thing, who they're taking stamps and they're putting them in these journals. So I think there's quite a few people who'd be very interested in this. Well, coming up, showering mom with love is easy when you've got a bouquet of flowers meant for traveling. How you can pick up a floral arrangement for Mother's Day. And here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium, where Charlotte FC is going to be playing this weekend. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. It is a very special day over at Quail Hollow. Not only is the Truist Championship well underway, but sailors are also on hand celebrating Navy Week. Alicia is there giving us all of the coverage. Alicia, what's going on now?
Liza, it's so special. The national anthem just played. There was just a flyover, so the energy is electric, and it's all about, celebrating America's finest. And I'm with one right now. I'm with a Navy SEAL. This is Chris, just flew in from San Diego yesterday, but you're also a leapfrog. So what's a leapfrog?
So the Leapfrogs are the Navy's official parachute demonstration team. So we travel all over the country, and what we're trying to showcase are the elite capabilities of our community.
Okay, we get to see these elite capabilities because on Sunday, you and your team are doing something very special, right?
That's correct. Yeah, we'll be jumping in here just at T1 at 7:15. So we'll be jumping in with a couple flags. We may or may not have the trophy on board with us in the airplane and strapped to our chest.
If you look at about 7 o'clock-ish in that hour, you're going to see them do something amazing. And your team is so elite that you do one skill that nobody else does, right?
So we do have a maneuver that, to my knowledge, we're the only team in the world that does it. It's called a downplane bring it up. So downplanes are common for demonstration teams. They're using strap. What we use is parabatic grips. And so we basically have two guys lock legs together and aim their parachutes directly at the ground, reaching speeds up to 70 miles an hour. And then 10 feet above the ground, they bring it up and separate.
Light work. Do you feel fear at all in anything you do?
So every time you do something for the first time, you're going to be a little bit nervous, and that's common, but also in our community, that's expected. So the more you do it, the more you train, the better you get at it.
Speaking of training, you all train very intensely for a few months, and then it's all go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me about the training process.
Sure. So we're on a 1-year cycle. January, February, and March of every year is our winter training. What that entails is we're training free fall, which is where you exit the aircraft but you haven't deployed your canopy yet. And then canopy formations, which is what you'll see tomorrow, where guys are linked together. Technical landing areas, landing into stadiums and tight DZs or drop zones, and then pyrotechnics, which is smoke, flares, flags. So within 2.5 months, we get somewhere between 250 and 300 jumps. And then the rest of the season is mostly demonstrations with some training intermixed.
Personal question. A lot of us watch golf to unwind. What do you do to unwind? You have such an intense job.
Honestly, it's really fun to jump. So I would say most of us love our job. All of us love our job. It's hard not to. So there's less of an unwind thing, and it's more we're just excited to be at work.
Well, speaking of excited, this is the best of all worlds. Obviously, we're here at the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow. It's also Navy Week. Why was it so important for the Leapfrogs to be involved?
So, you know, it's really special to have the Navy out here involved in things like that, and getting the word out about what the Navy does. And what we bring to the table is we represent Naval Special Warfare community. So that's SEALs, SWCC, EOD, divers, search and rescue swimmers. So it's more the elite capabilities within the Navy, and what better way to demonstrate that than with a parachute.
You've been in the Navy for 11 years, I guess. What are some of the most, I mean, I just think like SEALs, come on, you do the crazy stuff. What's the coolest stuff you get to do?
We get to do pretty cool stuff. I would say that the coolest part of the job is that we get to be jack of all trades and master of none. So, you know, we're jumping out of airplanes, we're diving, we're blowing things up. It's a pretty
every little boy's dream.
It is. You know, I'm not sure what I'm going to be when I grow up, but right now I'm loving it. So why bother?
We know you're not jumping until Sunday. So what's the lead up like for you guys?
So today we'll be doing a site survey. That's where we do a ground survey. We identify the hazards, see which way we want to land. You know, all things are weather dependent. And then tomorrow we'll do our rehearsal jump at 6:45. And then 7:15 on Sunday, we'll be jumping in. That's right.
Chris, I need a high five. I need to be touched by greatness. Oh, Liza, touched by greatness out here. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Touched by greatness. I love it, Alicia. All right, well, if you're traveling this Mother's Day weekend and if you want to bring a bouquet to the mom in your life, Bouquet has you covered. So we've got Almira here to tell us more. And you really caught my eye with this. This is such a cool concept because, you know, when I'm flying home to go see my mom in Chicago, it's always such a hassle to be walking around with the flowers. But you've made it easy. Kind of explain how this works, because you've got an aquapod at the bottom of this, right?
Yeah, so aquapod is just small water wrap with water. So it keeps the flowers stay longer, because flowers cannot live without water, and they really quickly die. So that's why that's a good decision to keep them for longer. And also they come with a carrier bag, so you can just
so easily pick it up and then just get to going. Like, look at that, how easy. So what really inspired you to kind of create this and bring it to Charlotte?
So I learned the florist thing in my homeland in Kazakhstan. And in Kazakhstan, every florist, like every floral studio, they use aqua bags, they use carrier bags. And I thought like, that's a great idea to like transfer it to here, because no one has here.
No, nobody has it here in the States. So I think this is so cool, but also you have such beautiful flowers. And so walk us through how you make this arrangement, because it's gorgeous. It's a really unique look.
So I make, for my bouquets, I made them with a spiral technique. Spiral technique makes the bouquet look bigger and like keeps the stems safe. And it just, the main idea is to put stems at an angle, at a diagonal, creating a spiral.
Wow.
So that's why they look kind of, you can see each color, like each flower separately.
Individually.
Yes.
That is fascinating. I've never heard of this technique. Okay, so show me how it works.
Sure.
I would love to see this.
So we're gonna grab, so the first flower is gonna be Bells of Ireland.
Okay.
Really love it. It's a greenery. I like to start with greenery.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna grab the first stem, but be careful really careful, because it has little small thorns here, and it can freak.
Okay, love it. Good to know. Good to know.
Grab it with your left hand
Left
right
hand.
here, and it should be straight. And then the next Bells of Ireland should go at an angle, about like 45 degrees here.
Yeah.
So creating like, and going to the right with the hand.
Wow.
Then we can grab any other flower. For example, we can grab mums. I love them because they stay longer for 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're the long-lasting ones.
And we're gonna put it, so it's gonna be parallel. At the end, it's gonna go to the back.
Wow.
Like this.
So that's how you're making that kind of spiral.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
And then every other flower, just put the same way. We're gonna put it the same way. You can put the green balls.
Yeah.
It's carnations. So this and this, they're the same flowers.
Are you serious?
Yes. It's
oh
just
my
a special
goodness.
type.
Wow.
But I really like this one because it looks like moss.
Exactly, because I think that a lot of people, they kind of sleep on carnations.
Yeah.
And you know, you can kind of spruce up the carnations from what I've seen, but I mean, I had no idea. I never would have guessed that. How
Yeah,
beautiful.
It really looks beautiful.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so, and then do I take this again and kind of like go around like that?
Right, yep, right.
Okay, beautiful. Wow. I mean, this is just so cool. So, you know, when you are making these kinds of bouquets, because I know that I've seen you do different ones per different time periods. If people want to come and get them from you, where can they find you, and how long are you going to be, you know, selling this kind of bouquet?
I have an Instagram where everyone can text me and order in a custom order, like make me this one bouquet from the photo on Instagram, and I can easily make it.
I love it. I mean, she's skilled. She's got the talents. Okay, so if you want to keep on adding these, which ones, what are these?
These are gerberas, and as you can see, it has wire in them because their hat is too heavy, and to keep them straight, I used the wire.
Wow.
Yes. So.
Man, you've thought all of this out. This is incredible. So, you know, for you, when you are kind of sending these out, what's your hope with people when they take these flowers home? What are you hoping that they take away from it?
I hope that they bring emotions. Yeah. Like and gift it, because I don't know. I like flowers. It's nature. Yeah. And person can never like create all of this. It's all nature. So really,
it's so true, and it's art. It is art in a way. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We really appreciate it. Make sure that you go and look them up. Where can we find you? Give us your Instagram handle.
So it's bouquet.com.
Okay, love it.
Yep.
Awesome. Make sure you go and check them out.
Great.
Thank you so much for sharing this
you.
with us today. We really appreciate it.
Well, the Truist Championship is special for many reasons, from, of course, the golfers to the sailors that are here for Navy Week. But coming up, meet the people behind the scenes that made all of this happen.
And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. No traffic down there. Everything seems to be moving along just fine. We'll be right back after this short break.
Well, Quail Hollow and the Truist Championship is so special. I hope that you guys can feel it through the screens, or you get a chance to come out here. And people like Scott are the reason for that. Scott is a volunteer, but not just a volunteer. Scott's a busy man. You're on quite a few committees. So tell us about your commitment to Truist and to Quail.
So I've been doing this for 8 to 10 years now, and this year I'm a committee chair for 2 committees, which is the course prep committee, and most of our work is done advanced week, so before the course is actually open to the public with ropes and stakes and picnic tables and everything you can imagine. We put all that out on the course, and then now I'm also chair of the event support committee. So what that is a wild card committee that any other committee that needs help, we support them. So I really run around and do sort of a lot of different things. I just finished putting together a table in the women's locker room, for example.
We like a hands-on man.
So it's a lot of fun though. But I get a lot of energy out of being here. As soon as I step on the course, I'm just excited to be around all these great people because it's one big happy family and team, and everyone works together to put this on, and we're just delighted to do it.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. You doing this 8 years plus. How was the energy this year compared to others?
I think it's very, very amped up this year. Being it feels almost like a new event, being that Truist is now the title sponsor, and everyone is energized about that. I see the infrastructure is really impressive. I think it's similar to what we do for a major, so that's really important. And I think everyone shows up here happy, ready to help anyone else, and it's great.
What does it mean to have the Navy here? We're celebrating America 250. I just got to speak with a bunch of Navy SEALs. That's like on my bucket list.
That's amazing. I was taking a picture back there too myself for my personal picture of the group of you, because I think they are the true heroes here, and it's just really amazing to see them here. So I think that's awesome to pay tribute to them.
Let's talk the numbers. You know, this brings in big money for the city. How many people are y'all expecting to come here day in, day out?
That's a great question. We're hoping, I mean, we had a little weather yesterday, but as we build towards the weekend, I think we're going to have larger and larger crowds. I'm pretty sure we set a record last year at the PGA Championship here, and I think the goal is to try to match that, beat that. I mean, however many people we can get here, the better it is. And I think I think the patrons themselves are very energized to be here. So, with the golfers that are here and the field that is here for this signature event, it's so expansive that everyone has a favorite golfer, and they're probably here to see them. So what I like about the event versus when you compare it to other types of sporting events, people generally show up here happy and don't have a team to root for that loses. That everyone's happy and they stay happy, and we try to make their day just a little bit better.
Well, Scott, I really appreciate you. Busy man, you're in there doing tables, running around, but thank you for all that you do. I hope that you get to have a wonderful tournament.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Liza.
Thanks, Alicia. Well, with all this gorgeous weather, you might be wanting a 4-legged friend to enjoy the sunshine with. So Melissa Nicely with Animal Care and Control and foster mom Tina are here with our pet of the week. And who is this adorable, sweet little girl?
This is Clarabelle.
Oh my goodness, she is such a lover. Tell me about her. I mean, when you look at her face, you never would guess her age. How old is she?
Clarabelle is 13.
She is gorgeous. Look at you, girl. I mean, and what I love is that also she's got all the energy and the joy. But talk to me about her personality.
She does have all the energy and the joy. You would not know she's that old by any means, but she has all the benefits of being an older dog, where she likes to sleep. She just goes with the flow. She knows how to be a dog.
Oh my goodness.
She doesn't have accidents in the house. She doesn't get riled up. She's just chill, and she was happy to come and be on TV, and she'll just go wherever you go.
She's a little movie star. Look at her. She's having her moment.
She is.
And, you guys were both talking about, the pros of having a dog in the golden years. So what would you say is the benefit of adopting an older dog?
Well, I've had a lot of dogs. I've had a lot of fosters. And I have to say, a senior dog is as good as it gets. I mean, everyone loves a puppy. They're so cute, but senior dogs, you don't have to feel guilty about working long hours.
Yeah.
You don't have to, you don't have to do any training because they already know how to be a dog.
Exactly.
So, and she is just a perfect example of adopt or foster a senior.
Yeah, and she's so soft too. But you
She's
know,
so soft.
what's great is that you are able to meet so many of these adorable pets, seniors and otherwise, at Steps for Shelter Pets coming up soon.
That's right.
So talk to us about the event.
So we're excited. I first have to say, Liza's going to be there.
So
and
excited.
Alicia, and we're so
Yes.
excited
We can't wait.
to have you guys back again. It's the second year. Mark your calendars. It's May 30th. We're going to get things kicked off around 10 o'clock in the morning and probably walk until about 2-ish or so, and just loads of fun. We have like 35 sponsor partners already signed up to be there. We have food trucks. Amazing. We have a volunteer that's working with us on getting raffle baskets ready. And you remember all the raffle baskets for last year?
Tons.
Like, think even bigger.
It was Raffle City.
Like, we've already got 25.
Wow.
And they're really great prizes. Of course, the best thing is our fosters are going to have their dogs there. You're going to be interviewing a lot of the foster dogs and, of course, their person.
Exactly.
You can walk with the fosters around the parks if you want to take one on a little test drive for a lap around. And the best part of all of it is, of course, this is a fundraiser. And so it goes to support a lot of our shelter programs that we desperately need the funding for, like our pet enrichment, our Kongs, our cots, our anything that we need, the leashes, the collars, our foster program, all of that needs support, and this is how we do it, is with your donations. So we're asking that everyone donate $5 a lap, and with our goal of last year we raised $55,000, so we'd love to top that.
Yes.
And do more. But there's just going to be so much fun. Everything is going to be pet related that's there. You do not want to miss this event.
You don't want to. It is so much fun. You can get your steps in, and also it's for such a great cause. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for coming in, Clarabelle. We loved having you. And coming up after the break, a taste of Truist. We take a look at what's being served up at the golf tournament this weekend. Well, we've got more from the Truist Championship. Alicia has been out following the action on the course today, but I stopped by yesterday to see another major part of the experience. Take a look. It's not the only thing that's drawing crowds out here at the Truist Championship. Let's go get a taste of some of the food here at Quail Hollow. We've got Chef Nick here with Proof of the Pudding, and you have some of the different selections that you guys are offering here for this week for the Truist Championship. Walk me through what you guys have on the menu.
Sure, absolutely. Well, right now we're in the Green Mile Pavilion, and right now we have a local pizza vendor here, Inizio's. They're doing fresh pies for us. Here we got a pepperoni with the pepperoni cups, which is our favorite. And then here we have some unique selections. We have a pulled pork cheesesteak with pimento cheese and habanero bacon jam and some chow chow. We have a French dip on a everything onion roll with fontina cheese and horseradish aioli. And then we have a hot dog partner, Gleazy's, that does a smoked brisket hot dog with a mustard slaw.
Oh my gosh. See, you know, pimento cheese, that's something that's huge here in the South. So what inspired a lot of the flavors that are going into these?
Us being in the South. Being in Charlotte and us also being an Atlanta-based company, we really like to lean into it, and it fits the market well.
So fun. So what's it like also having to provide for an entire championship? You know, what goes into prepping for that?
It's planning. It's, you know, planning starts about 9 months out. From the menu writing process to all the hospitality builds to how many concession stands we're going to put out, how many people we're bringing. So yeah, it's a very intense process. You know, it's not as easy as the food. It's kind of everything around it that you really need to do well to be successful at this. So.
That's the challenge. Okay, well, if we're going to try one thing, what would you suggest? That's hard. It's like picking a favorite child.
I'm a big fan of the French dip.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, you heard it here, folks. I've got Jeremy here to tell us a little bit about what goes into kind of setting all this up, because there's a lot of people here, a lot of food to make. So tell me a little bit about the different things that are set up here around the course that you guys have participated in.
Sure thing. Proof of the Pudding as the exclusive catering partner for the Truist Championship. It was our first year running the event here in Charlotte, which we love very much. And now here we have a long list of hospitality locations, maybe 10 or so, where we're feeding, you know, around 6,000 people a day.
Wow.
And then we run all the concessions as well, where we have local partners like Inizio, like Cowfish, if you've never been.
Love Cowfish.
Right, it's an amazing concept that is only it's so Charlotte. And we have probably 30 locations out here feeding the masses. We're expecting somewhere around 10,000 people to be walking around course every day for the next 4 days. And we're going to feed every single one of them.
It sounds like, you know, well, first of all, you've got great food and sounds like great service. So if people are coming here, what's the thing that they should keep an eye out for?
Well, you have to come out to the Green Mile Courtyard. There's a couple sandwiches here. There's a French dip that'll just melt in your mouth.
We're hearing that. We're hearing all about this French dip.
It's insane. You know, we're a from scratch kitchen, so the meat is fall off the bone. It's melt in your mouth. And then if you make your way over to the South fan zone, we have a burger that has macaroni and cheese on it.
Oh my gosh. As if you couldn't make mac and cheese and burgers better.
Just put them together.
Just put them together.
100%.
That's how you gotta do it.
That's
Man,
right.
That sounds so good. All right, well, make sure you come and check them out. We are here at the Green Mile Courtyard, and you gotta come see everything that they've got here. It's over by Hole 16. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We really appreciate it. Well, Mother's Day is this Sunday, and if you need a sweet treat for your sweet mom, Renaissance Patisserie is here. Chef Sylvain and Lauren are showing us some of the offerings that they've got. I almost knocked over these flowers right there. Did you see that? I had quick hands. But speaking of quick hands, you're going to be making a little something for us. What are you making today for Mother's Day?
Mother's Day is a strawberry season now.
Ooh.
Strawberry season, we go to buy the strawberry at the farmer's market. So we want to make classic French dessert, like we call that the fraisier.
Ooh.
Yeah, fraisier is a small version like that, and then I want to make one fraisier for 6 people here. So Mother's Day is around the corner. Sunday, believe me or not, this year.
I know. It is crazy. Okay, let's get into it. So, Lauren, walk me through some of the different things that you guys are offering for Mother's Day across the board.
So for Mother's Day, we have a very special item which you can find right over here, our Veuve Clicquot cheesecake.
Ooh.
It's really a tasty patisserie. It's a cheesecake that we bake with real Veuve Clicquot champagne.
Ooh.
It's a really exquisite taste. It's really special. If you come to the patisserie, you really have to try this one.
I love that.
You can also find our Saint-Honoré or the Fraisier small version of what Chef is doing at this moment. We're doing as well as our bestseller, the chocolate brownie bomb right over here.
Oh my gosh, wait.
It's
There's
wonderful.
brownie in there?
Brownie in there.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, it's the small version as the chocolate mousse cake. So if
Wow.
just alone, you can always take the small version.
Yeah, I love that. Also, what is the giant basket that you have over here? What is that? Is that made of nougat or what is it made of?
Yeah, so it's peanut butter and inside it's we call cream puff. So it's small cream puff with a vanilla pastry cream filling.
Oh my gosh.
It's wonderful.
I mean,
Like, it's all the almond and sugar.
Yum.
And we call that the croquembouche in France.
Wow.
Croquembouche is a big art piece with caramel pastry cream.
Oh, that sounds so good. Also, you know, I feel like a lot of people do Mother's Day brunch, and you guys have croissants, you've got quiche. Walk me through some of the different breakfast items that you have if people want to pick up for brunch.
So
You have a new item now. Is a cinnamon cinnamon butter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is. I don't very fan of cinnamon, but it's very good.
But it's very good. It's always good. Whatever you're making's always good. But talk to us about other different brunch offerings.
So our kitchen open at 8 every morning and close at 3. And during that window, you can find savory items such as a scrambled egg and cheese croissant, ham and cheese croissant. We serve 3 different types of quiches. First one with meat as bacon and ham and cheese.
Always
we
love
do
it, ham
as
and
well
cheese.
the spinach and the roasted vegetables, so you can find any kind of pleasure for everyone. We do soups, market soups, tomato, French onion. Those are magical.
They really are. It is magical.
We never forget Mom. Mom, the Mother's Day don't suppose doing absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
So when you're coming to wake her up, you know, the basket of Danish is ready. We have some quiche.
Oh my goodness.
Ready?
Look at that beautiful thing. We love it. Okay, real quick, tell us where to find you.
So we're located in South Park, 6401 Carnegie Boulevard, Unit 4A. It's in the specialty shop patio, so we are a bunch of shops.
We love it. Awesome. Make sure that you go and check them out for Mother's Day. Thank you
But
guys
I want
so
to tell
much.
you something. Today, first arrive, first serve. It's the last day to order
Yes.
the cake.
Make sure you go in and get the
If
cakes
you want
today.
something like this, okay? Yeah, you have the fraisier here. This is the last day because we are so busy.
So busy. Make sure you go and visit them. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank
we
you for
appreciate
having
it.
us. Thank you so much and bon appetit.
Bon appetit. All right. Well, we've got more positivity coming up for you later on in the show. So thanks so much
Waiting
for sticking
for you
with
at the
us.
bakery. Thank you again.
Thanks so much for sharing an hour of your Friday with us here on Positively Charlotte. Well, Gordon Ramsay may be known for Michelin stars, TV shows, and sharp one-liners, but it turns out he's been quietly collecting something way more unexpected. The celebrity chef says for years he's been holding on to restaurant menus. He revealed that he and his wife started the habit early in their relationship, just asking to take the menus home after dinner, something that he admits felt a little shabby at the time. But fast forward to now, that small habit has turned into a massive collection of more than 750 menus, some even signed by chefs. And it doesn't stop there. He's also kept wine lists and says he's even been charged a few times for taking them home. But for Ramsay, it's not just about food. It's really about memories. He says he still looks back at old menus from restaurants that he and his wife visited years ago, making it more like a personal time capsule than a chef's trophy case. So yes, while he's built a global empire, his most unexpected collection isn't in a vault. It's in a stack of menus telling the story of where he's been. This makes a lot of sense to me for a chef to do this. Like, I think that there are some people in life who truly, really enjoy the experience of food, and I think that a chef has got to be one of those people. So that does make sense to me, and I think this is sweet. I hope he circles or highlights the specific items that they got on the menu so that he remembers, but maybe he's just got a good memory and can recall all 750 items that he got on each menu. But good news for Broadway fans, Schmigadoon isn't closing anytime soon. It's actually staying longer. The hit musical, based on the Apple TV series, just announced that it's extending its Broadway run by 4 months, now playing through January 3rd of 2027. So originally the show was set to wrap up in early September, but thanks to major fan demand and a lot of awards buzz, producers decided to keep the music going. And that buzz is real. Schmigadoon just scored 12 Tony Award nominations, including Best Musical, which helped drive even more interest. So if you haven't seen it, the show is playful, over the top, and it's a love letter to the classic Golden Age musical, complete with big songs, big dance numbers, and a whole lot of comedy. So this is one of those rare closing stories that's actually the opposite. Schmigadoon is not saying goodbye, it's sticking around for an encore. Pretty exciting, especially having something come from, something that was a TV show originally getting turned into a musical. Pretty fun. Well, an officer spotted a dog struggling to walk on the hot pavement in Daytona Beach, Florida over the weekend and stepped up to help by buying the pooch a pair of protective boots. Get this, the Daytona Beach Police Department said that the officer met a man and his dog, Brew, while on patrol on Saturday and used his own money to buy protective footwear to keep Brew's little paws safe. Body cam footage released by the department shows the officer petting Brew and checking his paws while talking to the dog's owner. And the owner said that he was in pain, so it's going to be a slow trek. And after the man, he told the man that he's going to the station to grab dog food, the officer returned with protective boots that he had bought himself, as well as a DBPD animal care package filled with donated treats and toys as well. So very, very sweet. We love to see stories like that. Very fun. All right, well, you know what? Since Mother's Day is on this Sunday, it's time to give some love to your mama. So give her a call. There's a picture of me and my sister and my grandma and, also my mom there. So I love them loads. I feel so lucky to have them in my life. And, I think it's a great reminder to go call your mom, text your mom, give your mom a hug. And also want to give a shout out to Alicia, who is one of the moms in all of our lives. So, we love her as a mom too. So thank you so much for sharing a bit of your Friday with us here on Positively Charlotte. And go give a hug to your mom if you can.
Welcome into another edition of Morning Edition. Here we go. We got Annie Satowski, the one and only Ted Payton, Jason Harper here, and Julian. A little under the weather today. We're going to be joined by another special guest here in just a second. We wanted to kick off with something huge, right? The last couple of days, really since last week, we've been talking about a couple things, sanctioning certain high school sports for men and women, volleyball for boys, which was just voted yes, and then flag football for girls. This is huge. So yesterday, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association voted to sanction at the varsity level for women, making North Carolina the 22nd state in the U.S. to have flag football for girls. I'm bringing in Riley Fields with the Carolina Panthers, a good friend of ours. Good morning. No one else can rock a sweater vest.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous.
Like Riley Fields.
It's the sweater vest of community sincerity.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Put that on a plaque.
Yeah.
For real. All right, Riley, out of the gate, flag football for girls in North Carolina. First of all, this goes beyond just the cool factor. Why is this such a big deal?
It is a big deal, Jason. I think, what we keep talking about, this is transformative change. And, now you've got an opportunity for girls to have access to the sport of football through flag football in a way that they've never had before. And, what the sanctioning vote does, it establishes flag football as a varsity sport for girls, and they're going to have the opportunity to compete for state championships. And, what we've learned over the past 4.5 years as we've worked on the effort to get us to where we are today is that girls want to play. The energy around it, the desire to compete on the football field is something that is undeniable. And so it's just so exciting to just see this moment in time happen and know that the girls who have kind of blazed the trail the past 3 or 4 years and with all the pilot programs that we partner with across the state and what it means to future generations of girls and the opportunities that they're going to have, it's awe-inspiring.
It's really cool. I wish this would have been around when I was in high school, right? The reason we're
Yeah.
having you on, though, is that the David and Nicole Tepper Sports Foundation has announced a $1 million pledge in North and South Carolina,
Yes.
right? Going towards these programs. What exactly will that money help these programs do?
Yeah, just so grateful to the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation. I mean, the support that David and Nicole have given this effort really since jump has been instrumental in the growth that led to the successful vote yesterday. But this new pledge, this new commitment of grant funding is going to provide us with the opportunity to keep providing resources to programs across North and South Carolina. And the grant funding will be used in a variety of ways. One, to assist with schools who are maybe just going to now begin startups of their program. Currently in North Carolina, going into this year, we've got 155 schools committed to play this fall. That number is only going to grow now that we've hit the sanctioning status. In South Carolina, there are currently 55 schools scheduled to play this fall, and that number is skyrocketing, it seems, on a weekly basis. And so we've had the good fortune to be able to support all of those programs up to this point. Now we're able to, now that we're across the goal line with sanctioning in North Carolina, continue to have the resources to support schools in a variety of ways. And I think, each school has different needs. And so the way the grant funding will be used to support schools across the region is really going to be done on a case-by-case basis. We're going to let the schools, when they apply, tell us why they need the money, and it's not always a cookie cutter answer to that. But we enjoy giving schools the flexibility to have the resources that works best for their program, and that's what this amazing gift of $1 million in continued grant funding is going to be able to provide for girls and schools across our region.
Yeah, Riley, in my algorithm on Instagram must have been working in my favorite. Hold on.
Use algorithm in a regular sentence.
Yes, he did.
I don't know if I'm good enough for this conversation.
Adjust my glasses a little bit.
right,
Yeah,
right.
but I got to watch some of the clips of the highlights from the girls' flag football, and it is exciting. It is fantastic. The hips don't lie, and neither do the numbers. But
oh man!
Before you give your point, Riley, I was going to say the sport is exploding from 2023 to 2024. 42,955 girls playing, 105% increase, more than the prior year. And in 2024 to 2025, 68,800 girls more playing, a 60% increase. So this is really exploding, and the Carolinas are really on the forefront of this, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I think what's really what's been interesting to see as part of that process, when we started back in 2022, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools was the first school district to pilot a district-wide program in the state. And so just we're eternally grateful to Dr. Erica Turner for her vision and willingness to be the first to step forward and make that commitment. Back then, it was just the idea of the girls being out on the field, and it was like, isn't this cool? Isn't this neat? But they were, at that point, they didn't even know how to warm up. how to hold the ball, how to throw, to see the progression of the skill development, the rapid progression of the skill development over the past several years. Now we're going to host the CMS Flag Championships here at Bank of America Stadium in the next couple of weeks. Now you've got quarterbacks who are throwing their receivers open, like throwing to spots, throwing where there doesn't look like there's going to be a play, literally throwing their teammates open. The advancement in terms of the skill level has been remarkable to see, and that only bodes well for where is it going to go, in the future. An interesting tangent to or other element that's interesting with the sanctioning piece is the explosive growth that's happening at the collegiate level in our region. Conference Carolinas, based out of Greenville, was the first Division II NCAA conference to adopt women's flag at the varsity level. They just completed their first season this past spring. The Big South Conference, which is based out of Charlotte, they're the first Division I conference in the NCAA to announce that they're going to adopt women's flag throughout their conference beginning spring of 28. The CIAA, on the heels of that, has announced that they're going full adoption to begin play in spring of 28. So now what you're talking about, originally it was the access and opportunities for girls at the high school level. Now with the explosive growth at the collegiate level, now you're creating an actual pathway for girls to continue their education just through the sport of flag football and the opportunities that that's going to create. So this dynamic growth at the high school level now is being fueled by what's happening at the collegiate level. So again, I keep using that term. This is a transformative moment in time. It is, and it's just so exciting to be a young girl growing up now that maybe loves football but never had the access or the opportunity to the game or exposure to the game. And so that growth that you're talking about, Ted, just coupled with that is the skill level development and how the game is already becoming much more sophisticated in just the limited time that we've been playing it in a pilot program format for the past several years.
Riley, I'm watching some of these girls just in this video that we're showing. I don't think I would want to, I mean, it's not tackle, obviously, but a lot of these are making it down to the ground. I don't know that I would want to take on some of these ladies that are out there. I mean, they are taking it for real. I want to ask, Annie, I want to ask you a quick question because you're the only, first of all, D1 athlete that's in our group here this morning as a former gymnast, but also a female that had the opportunity to do what you wanted to do because of the sport and passion you had. How can you kind of relate, even though yours was gymnastics, to some of these girls that are, like Riley said, that are now going to have this path open up even through college to be able to do something they love to do?
I think that's great. I mean, when you think about it, women's gymnastics wasn't always a college-sanctioned sport, right? Since I was a kid, it was, so I knew that that was a path that I could go towards. But I think even if we step forward a little bit, the girls coming underneath these high school girls and the ones who maybe play in college can start looking up to them. That's how I got my start, was looking at the people in college, going to college gymnastics meets and saying, hey, and having a coach too who said, this could be your path forward. 5 girls make the Olympics every 4 years out of thousands. This is a path for you to do something else. So I think it's great. It's always hard being a trailblazer, but I'm excited for these girls coming up, and the opportunity means everything because you can have this talent and to be able to showcase that and to have someone else validate that and take you seriously for your talents.
Right.
It means a lot. And we know that sports builds confidence for women. I think there's a statistic about women CEOs, almost like 97%, something like that, played college sports or played sports,
Hey, I want to,
like that.
if I could,
Absolutely.
the point you just made, the percentage of participation, data is showing that across the region, anywhere from 25 to 50% of the girls that are playing flag in pilot programs, it's the first time they've ever played a high school sport in their high school career. So now in addition to just the general access, let's take it another step further. Girls are plugging into high school through flag football and engaging in a way that they never have before. So now they're learning to become part of a team. I had a district AD tell me a couple weeks ago, their first season last fall, he had just whole groups of girls who had never been on a team before. They had to learn how to be a teammate. What did that mean? What did it mean to be on a team? You think about how that translates to the rest of their engagement in school and the discipline, all the things that come out of being part of a team, and how that translates to success in the classroom. It translates to success socially, confidence level, self-esteem levels, all those things that are really interesting byproducts of this, when I don't know that getting into it, we really had that thought about how it's going to engage girls who otherwise have not been plugged into school that way. And so I think to your point, getting girls engaged sets their pathway for future success at a higher ratio.
Absolutely.
Well, this is exciting. Again, we've got Riley Fields on, who's with the Panthers. He's been a friend of Queen City News for many, many years. With this exciting announcement of the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, $1 million on top of the millions that they've already been given to women's and girls flag football. But now that it is an official sanctioned sport for high schoolers in North Carolina, exciting. Thanks for sharing this news with us.
Thanks, Riley.
Can't wait to see the championship coming up in a few weeks, and how we could all partner in this to get women and girls on this exciting path to flag football. We appreciate you, Riley.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Riley.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about share the good news, and look forward to sharing future successes about it.
Us too.
Sounds good. Thank you, Riley. Take care, my friend. We'll be back with more Morning Edition right after this.
Welcome back to a Morning Edition. We have a new player entering the chat today. Jason Harper had Jason Harper things to do, so we kicked him out of here. Great interview with Riley there. We loved having him. But we're sticking with the sports theme. We have Truist, the first round of the Truist Championship, teeing off at Quill Hollow Club here in Charlotte. And coincidentally, we've had all this time with no rain, and now it has done nothing but rain. Ted's looking off in the distance, looking for somewhere that he wishes he could go. We really need this, though. Honestly, I've been so happy to see this. The timing is just not good. But you know what? The PGA Championship saw weather delays in their Saturday round. And then back when it was Wells Fargo, the first two rounds actually got impacted by weather. So this is kind of, par for the course.
Ooh, I see what you did there. You know what's so funny is Brandon Lawson, our other meteorologist yesterday, was talking about, he's a huge NASCAR guy. And he was like, every time NASCAR goes to these tracks where there's a drought or there hasn't been rain, guess what happens? It rains. So we're here. But again, by the time people are watching this episode of Morning Edition, I think we're going to be potentially an hour into tee off. That's supposed to start around noon today on Thursday, the 7th.
Oh, so the 11th.
Is it 11?
It's 11, unless it got pushed back again. Austin. I should know better than to question a former producer.
Yeah, we try and stay up to date, but who knows?
While you look up the latest, I will say we've had the rain overnight.
Tell us.
Radar as of right now still pulling in some light showers. We've eased up on the heaviest rain. So the greens are still going to be saturated, really no way around it from all the showers that we had overnight. But there's still chances of pop-up showers and isolated storms that can come into play later on this afternoon and evening. I'm thinking around 5 o'clock to dinner time. So if you are watching this and you're also trying to watch round 1 of the Truist Championship, just be on the lookout for the chance of those storms that could roll in. It does get dicey for the rest of the weekend as well. I think we're going to be good on Friday. Friday's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
But early Saturday morning, I'm watching some returns of showing the potential for some rain. And then late Sunday in the afternoon and evening, we could see some isolated storms. So
right at the end.
I know, a dicey weekend. We've gone a stretch of below rain levels pretty much. We're in a deficit of 1 to 2 inches for the past 30 days, over 5 to 10 inches rather for the last year.
Yeah.
So we need the rainfall, but a lot of folks are probably thinking to themselves, does it have to be now?
Right. Does it have to be
Unfortunately,
now?
yeah.
And to update you all again, the gates open at 10:30. Tea time. First one is 11.
Bring your poncho.
Bring your poncho.
Bring your
But again,
poncho.
like you were saying, Ted, it's, tomorrow, round 2, Saturday, probably okay.
Yeah, I think tomorrow for the most part is, I mean, if you're going to be there spectating, tomorrow's going to be the best day to be out
Okay.
there, right? Friday's going to be the best day to be out there.
Okay.
Saturday, I'm seeing some potential for rain early in the day. And depending how that sets up, could be a quick blast of a shower or a quick storm, or it could be a little bit more of a long, drawn-out morning impact, which would have more impacts on Saturday's play. But I'm thinking Friday's the best day to be out there, and then Sunday should be dry in the first half of the day. It's the afternoon you need to watch out for
Right
storms.
when the round is ending and
Yeah.
you crown a champion for
Yeah.
the Truist
Speaking of that,
Championship.
Annie, is there anyone in particular that you are like a player you might be following?
Normally it's Scotty Scheffler, the boogeyman. He is not playing. I haven't really gotten to dig into as to why. But I'm trying to think who I would like. We know that Cam Young, we said it all yesterday. He's coming off a big win. He's been pretty hot the past couple of tournaments. Rory McIlroy obviously winning his second Masters.
Which, if people are coming off watching the Masters, there's usually a big, I don't want to say revival, but there's a lot of renewed interest in golf for people who are not like diehard followers.
Yeah.
And so maybe people are coming out to see Rory.
Maybe they are. I think he is a fan favorite, and historically he does play well at Quail Hollow Club. He kind of calls it his second home. When we did host the PGA Championship last year, though, he did not fare so well. A lot of people were Rory would say, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the PGA Championship. But I think, I don't know.
I mean, Xander is one to watch.
Schauffele is always one to watch. I have my favorites. Max Homa is one of my personal favorite golfers just because I think he's so funny on social media. He's been doing a little bit better. Colin Morikawa is also having a good season. He's kind of, he rode the highs when he was, really, really young. And then he was kind of been like hanging out in the middle, maybe towards the end of the pack. And I've seen him do a lot better this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing who wins. But Cam Young's got the hot hand right now.
I will see. I am not putting actual money because I don't do sports betting, but if I figurative sports betting, Xander.
Xander, okay.
I think so. I mean, look, he's coming in with a bunch of, I think, top fives or 5 consecutive rounds. Excuse me, and like he's been shooting in the 60s. He's been doing really well. Again, he is he's a twice runner-up.
Yeah.
And always a bride.
He's always
never
this,
the bride.
Yes, always this close.
Yeah.
And we went to the President's Cup when we hosted a couple of years ago, and he's the one that clinched the title for USA with a massive putt. So I will always think of him in that way as just like a clinch person. So we'll see. But the purse for this, guys, is $20 million.
Oh,
I shouldn't
Not for the winner. That's for like all. All encompassing.
Okay,
but I don't. I have to go look and see what the top prize is. But the overall purse is $20 million. So you just got to make the cut. You got to make it past Thursday and Friday, and then you'll be getting some money.
I love that. So one fun fact I actually learned about Quail Hollow today. So I know if people are golfers, they're going to be like, Austin, you just learned about this, but
okay.
The Green Mile. Are you guys familiar? Okay, the last 3 holes.
Yes.
The toughest 3 finishing holes in the PGA Tour for the last, 20-something years, 2 decades.
It's tough.
How many balls do you think have been found in the water on those last
this is
3
like a real
holes?
2,456,000.
No.
No. Wait, in
I'm talking
year
in
or
PG
like?
No, in the since 2003.
Okay.
The 3-hole stretch, 16, 17, 18.
Okay.
PGA Tour.
Okay.
We're not getting into a general point.
No. We're talking the pros.
I retract my answer.
100?
More.
More.
Way more. Ted, you got an actual guess?
I feel like
Ted?
there's a comma. Yeah, an actual. Well, first I was thinking general public.
There's one comma.
I
I'll
think
give you
it's-
that.
Yeah,
I wish I had the Jeopardy theme music. To play.
man, like 3,400.
Okay.
That was 3
It
seconds.
is
It's fine.
1,888.
Oh,
1,800.
Yeah.
yeah. I
So we'll
overshot it.
see if they can conquer that
Keep those out of the water.
this
Maybe not
weekend.
today.
But
It's raining.
again, like Ted was saying, if you're going today, good luck. Bring a poncho. If you're going tomorrow,
Your
enjoy the beautiful
galoshes.
weather. Saturday should be okay, but Sunday, if you're heading for the final round,
We'll see.
we'll see. But guys, we are going to be talking Spirit Airlines after the break. We know Spirit. I know jazz hands. Thank you. There is one guy who wants to turn them into kind of like the Green Bay Packers in a way and bring them back. We'll talk about it on the other side of the break. You're watching Morning Edition. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. We are flying through this
Oh
episode. Do
my
you guys see what I did there, right? Because what's not flying, unfortunately, Spirit Airlines is grounded. Yeah, suspending operations, shutting down earlier this week. But hold on. Hold on. We're performing CPR. Specifically, Hunter Peterson's performing CPR, launching a TikTok viral post, Let's Buy Spirit campaign with a crowdfunding site. It's exploded. It's got tens of millions in non-binding pledges.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. So folks are jumping on, instead of the bandwagon, I guess they're jumping on the Spirit jet, trying to take this thing off.
Trying to
the
revive
tarmac.
it. I had no
Yeah.
idea so many people loved Spirit. So
Well, I know we have one coworker who takes Spirit down to Florida to see his significant other.
Oh,
And
okay.
his concern, and this is some data-driven stuff, where when Spirit or another low-cost airline leaves a market and there's no competition for a route, other airlines will do the thing that they probably will do, which is raise prices. So he's a little concerned. But again, like Ted, you're saying, this guy, Hunter Pearson, setting up a kind of a crowdfunding website. We talked about in the tease, he wants to mirror it kind of like how the Green Bay Packers operates, where, as a group, as a collective, we can all own shares.
Yeah.
Again, I think
I
it's
don't want
like,
shares of Spirit.
Nah, I'm all right. But I think it's was it Let's Buy Spirit or something, the website.
Yeah.
It's like, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he claims to have raised, as of an audit as of yesterday, Wednesday, May 6th, $214 million by 247,511 pledgers. The average pledge, my little alarm is going off, is $865.
I called BS.
That
on
is like 10
There's no
Spirit
way.
tickets.
There's no way. I think I thought those were only like pledges. Like these are people who are pledging to fund, but you're saying those are actual people who have already given money.
It's what it's saying on there. The average pledge. That's the lingo. It
The
uses.
minimum is $45 because that was like a one-way fare. I just don't believe it.
I don't know.
I just don't see it happening. Obviously, there are so many loopholes, and May-Kay, we had her talking about this. They're going to have to reapply for certification, so they're going to have to go through all of that. I don't think people understand. It's always like, oh, all these companies have so much money. They do, but it costs so much money to run an airline. It costs
Yeah.
so much money to run a company. Depending on what your margins are too, you may have really low margins and you're not actually making that much money, but it costs a lot to run these things. So,
Well, it's kind of like
sure, if you get all this money, like how long is that going to last? Are you willing to pledge X amount of dollars
Yeah.
for every
Consistently.
month consistently in order to keep the airline afloat? My guess is no.
no.
Yeah.
I mean,
They will.
it's a good idea in theory. I mean, but it's not like remember the Bring Back the Buzz campaign? Were y'all here for this?
Mhm.
Oh, I get to school you as a North Carolina native. So when the Hornets became the Bobcats,
Okay.
Oh,
okay, there was a lot of
Wait, they were the Hornets first, then the Bobcats, and now the Hornets
yes,
again?
Yes. So in college, I went to App State. We had a guy there who was part of this campaign called Bring Back the Buzz. And again, it was a campaign that went viral, and we're talking in like 2012 viral terms here, back when like the
Oh.
Harlem Shake was like a thing and
Oh
plummeting.
my gosh, I can
Do
hear
the
it.
You can
Harlem
hear,
Shake.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
So again, similar to that, you applaud the effort, but like you're saying, there's so many legal issues here.
Yeah.
It's so complex compared to just a website where it's like, hey, we want to raise. By the way, they want to raise 1.75 billion
Would it be?
dollars with a B. Capital
Would it be?
I mean,
It's
I'm just gonna let my face do it here.
I think grassroots efforts are great, and I think that they can obviously do a lot and force change, but this ain't it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
To Annie's point, I mean, I think the average number I read a while ago of like how much the airlines make per ticket per passenger is like $7 or $8, right?
Yeah.
Like per ticket. I guess you pay
Margins
a
are
lot, but like they
slim.
make like $8, which is why they're trying to upsell you the liquor on the plane and everything like that.
Do they get liquor on Spirit?
I don't know if they do liquor on
You get
Spirit,
nothing.
but
I was gonna say,
You get a seat,
you gotta
you'll
pay
like
for all
it.
your add-ons.
is
but-
it a C?
I shared a stat earlier, and I said, okay, with about 55,000 to 65,000 people paying $45 a month, you could sustain an airline. Correction, you could sustain a single aircraft. One plane.
aircraft.
One plane.
Not even like does that count the fuel?
Probably not. Wait, no, including crew, fuel,
Okay.
hangar fees,
You get
and
one
insurance.
plane.
One plane. Just one. Now, if you're talking a full airline like Spirit, you need operating expenses of $5 billion. So you need 9.2 million people to pledge
Consistently.
consistently.
Yeah. that's
About
not-
30% of the
And
United
in this room, how many of us are pledging? All right, we'll go back
Crickets.
we'll go back to the full shot.
This many people.
that
Zero people.
many.
I flew Spirit one time. It was a fine experience.
Yeah, it wasn't
But I
bad.
literally have one duffel bag that I bought specifically so I could take it on a Spirit flight because, if I wanted to take a carry-on roll-on, another like $100 to do it. Like
Listen, Spirit Airlines is all business, all right?
Listen, no, I would just say
You're just there
Spirit
sitting. and
was
go.
appropriately named because you got to travel with your spirit and nothing else. That's all you got to carry with you.
oh, that's a good one, Ted.
You know what?
I think that's it.
I think that's it, guys.
That's it.
I
That's
think
all
we're
we
out of
got.
time. This has been wonderful. Thank you for letting me sit in with you two wonderful people on this another exciting, thrilling episode of Morning Edition.
They're going without pay and they're struggling to, figure out how to put food on the table. And then you got these Congress people who we pay for, and they're off vacationing, enjoying their spring break. Do you think the regular American gets a spring break?
Welcome back to On the Record here on Queen City News Plus. I'm Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber. Our first topic today, a conversation with a news organization that's pretty well known across the country, but brand new to covering D.C. That's, of course, TMZ, who has sent 3 of their reporters to cover the Capitol in only a way that TMZ can. Here's our conversation with those new reporters. First look, a few weeks back, TMZ had a few viral tweets calling out members of Congress and their vacations. What was the original interest there?
Well, we just thought that it's kind of messed up that there are so many people in our government, in the TSA, just in the DHS in general, that are going without pay. They're going without pay and they're struggling to, figure out how to put food on the table. And then you got these Congress people who we pay for, and they're off vacationing, enjoying their spring break. You think the regular American gets a spring break? I wish I got a spring break. And so spontaneously on air, Harvey said, send us your pics. If you see a congressperson out and about, loving their life on the taxpayer dime, send us your pics. And it grew into this huge phenomenon. Everyone sending in their pics. And so then one day Harvey comes to us and he says, fellas, I want you to move to DC. And here we are. And I feel like the whole vibe, the vibe is still the same. Like people are still sending us their tips, their recommendations, their advice about how TMZ survives here and how we continue the good work we started with the whole Send Us Your Pics campaign.
So you mentioned Harvey's request for photos, him going to you for this new team in DC. How did it materialize? How'd you guys get there, and how'd you establish yourself somewhat quickly among the Capitol Press Corps?
Well, I think we're still establishing ourselves. I mean, it's been a wild first week. We got in a week from this past Sunday. So we're still getting our feet wet, but we've been doing nonstop interviews. We've been meeting with everyone you could possibly imagine on both sides of the aisle, and that ranges from staffers to Congress people and even more. So we're so excited to be here and kind of integrate ourselves in DC culture, and it's been really nothing but positive thus far.
DC, people care about their jobs. They care about resumes. I'm sure someone has asked you, do you have experience covering politics?
The answer would be no.
Well, see, I'd disagree.
Yeah, you just heard it.
Speaking for myself, we've been covering politics steadily at TMZ for years now, and TMZ Live, one of our two national television shows, we routinely have some of the biggest politicians you could think of who come in and speak with Harvey and Charles. And as for myself, I've covered numerous campaign cycles. We of course, whenever there's a big cultural event, and that could be an election, it could be a war, anything in between. I mean, we're all over it. So just by being on Capitol Hill now, we are physically boots on the ground, and that's only going to enhance our coverage.
Yeah, you mentioned your experience in it, but I can see someone who may just know TMZ on the surface that may make the claim you guys aren't hard-nosed enough or serious enough to cover politics. What would you say to someone like that?
You know what? I think I'd say that's actually where our strength lies. I think the way that people consume political media nowadays, it has evolved over the years, and I think TMZ fills the perfect gap for coverage on Capitol Hill, just because of how we do cover things. The way that CNN or Fox would go about covering something is very different to the way that we would go about covering something. I think that's evident in the clips that we've released. We have no problem, going up to politicians on Capitol Hill and asking them the questions outright that the people want to know about. Charlie's done a great job of that, and Jacob has done a good job of that. I've done a good job of that, and the reception we've received since we've started is thank you, TMZ, for doing the work of the people, for bringing the truth to the people. So that's what I would say.
Which is crazy. That's just like the overwhelmingly positive response has been just like almost shocking and just so gratifying, because often, TMZ, a lot of people have their opinions about, right? And the opinions are always quite diverse, to say the least, and that's fine, and that's cool, and that's always the way it's been. But to come here and be embraced by DC in general, and just having lots of people online kind of like cheering us on, like, finally, we've got an operation like this, which is going to hold some sort of truth to power that hasn't been before. Like, this is a new way of doing things. Media is evolving, and I feel like we're at the forefront. And we're here for good now. We're here for good, and we're going to try to make a footprint, kind of getting to know the real side of politics, the real side of the politicians, and also just the real side of this amazing city.
TMZ is known for breaking stories around celebrity news as well as in Hollywood. I'm curious, is your goal to eventually scoop other news organizations in DC?
Absolutely. Getting scoops is a huge reason why we're here. We're here to compete. And we want to cover politics in Capitol Hill, again, the same way that a lot of people are when it comes to covering big events. And again, too, we're going to give it our own personal touch as well. Like kind of the clips that we've been mentioning. Sometimes we can have fun and we can talk about pop culture and people's personal lives, pulling back the curtain on what it's like being a politician in DC, and at times asking them very serious questions. I think it really just comes down to our approach. We don't want to just be shooting out questions and waiting on responses. We want to sound kind of more like someone at a town hall or someone that you meet at a bar, and just kind of have these real talk, raw conversations. And I think that type of authenticity is what a lot of people are craving right now.
Is paying for big tips on the table?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because that's not something that we do. That's just categorically false.
I gotcha. I'm curious, is the permanent posting or temporary? I see you're in a conference room right now. What's the plan long term?
It's permanent, man. It's permanent. We are officially DC locals as of about a week ago. So we're hoping it continues to go as well as it's been going, because like I'm moving my family out here. There, we've left our house. We're getting rid of our leases and that sort of stuff. So we're hoping this ride continues, and we think it will.
You mentioned the reception among viewers and followers. I'm curious, among members of Congress and federal secretaries, do they like you? Do they like you guys being there? What's been the reception there from members of Congress?
It's been great. It's actually, and I think that's one of the things that surprised us the most. I think being the new guy on the block, you come into it thinking, what if they don't accept me? What if they don't want to work with me? But I would say, like, a lot of Congress, a lot of the Senate, a lot of politicians and people that work on Capitol Hill are like, can we get an interview with you guys? Can we grab a coffee? Not even just the congressmen, but all of their teams as well. It's like the reception has been really, really good, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so we're happy to be here. DC's welcomed us with open arms, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked at LAX for almost 13 years trying to get celebrity interviews, doing the same thing on LAX as I'm doing on Capitol Hill. And the strike rate of like people agreeing to an interview and people like giving a good interview is so much higher in Capitol Hill. All of these people, they want the platform. They want to show people who they really are. They want to talk about issues that really affect them. And we're giving them that platform. And we're not trying to gotcha anyone. We're not asking crazy questions. We're just trying to be like conversational and ask questions that are on our mind in the moment. There's no special sauce. So I've been really pleased with how many Congress people are like, let's do it. Let's do something TMZ. It really opens my mind to the possibility here.
And we're used to sort of that kind of rush up, in the moment TMZ interview. I saw some clips though of some longer form stuff you guys been doing, kind of a sit down interview. I think it was about Epstein files, stuff like that. Is that also in the works? Longer form interviews?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't want to speak too much on it, but we have some, I would say, pretty high ranking people in Congress that have reached out, and we have these long form interviews scheduled, and they are going to be talking about things that I don't think have been spoken of on any other outlet before. So our long form interviews are definitely something we're looking forward to pushing out more in the near future.
Welcome back to On the Record here on Queen City News Plus. Our next topic is the fact that Virginia has recently redrawn their congressional maps. They follow several states who have done it, like Texas, North Carolina, and California. Virginia, controlled by Democrats in their state house, redrew it to give Democrats a 10-1 control of the seats in Congress if midterms go their way in November. So we spoke with Dr. Michael Bitzer over at Catawba College about what this means for the country as a whole when it comes to the control of Congress. Here's our interview. So let's first start with this recent change now, I guess, in Virginia. Where did this come from, and what do you make of it?
Well, this really came out of the Texas redistricting effort in order to pick up Republican seats at the behest of President Trump. That really had a domino effect. It impacted North Carolina, impacted California. Most recently, it impacted Virginia on Tuesday. And this was really the Democrats' response to Texas picking up basically about 5 congressional seats. Now Virginia is going to be picking up seats as well. And so in the grand scheme of things, if you just look at the fundamentals in terms of what has been redrawn across the country, it looks like a wash, but we could have Florida also insert itself into a redistricting dynamic. So we'll have to kind of wait and see how this all pans out.
I'm curious, too, whenever you see a new map being drawn, there's always a question of a legal challenge. Is that on the table with Virginia and other maps we've seen, or is Virginia just the one that seems to be still up in the air?
Apparently, there is a legal challenge to the Virginia referendum that was held on Tuesday. So we'll have to see how the courts in Virginia deal with it. It's likely that it will not go into federal court because the U.S. Supreme Court in the Rucho v. Common Cause case out of North Carolina said redistricting is not a federal court issue. That belongs to the states. So however the Virginia courts rule on whether this referendum was constitutional, legal, that will be the deciding factor.
I'm curious, too, we've seen in every state that has redrawn the maps, they've had to dilute districts. So for Texas, it may have been a red district, or for Virginia, it may have been a blue state or blue district that becomes a little less blue or a little less red. Does that spell trouble for those majority parties in those states come the midterms?
I think this is a critical question that not a lot of people have been thinking about, but will be ultimately the determiner. What will be the political dynamics in 5 months, 6 months to the November general election that we have no idea right now where things will be headed? We believe it will be a good Democratic year. If you look at things like the generic ballot, Democrats are up typically about +5. These districts don't necessarily take that into account. They rely on past election results. And if some districts have been diluted in terms of, let's say, Republican strength, if it shifts more towards Democrats, that then opens up all these other districts that by normal dynamics would be Republican districts. But if the environment is shifting to the Democrats, and if there's some kind of wave going on, that potentially puts even more districts into play.
Yeah, it seemed like the initial effort by the White House was to counter a possible midterm down season. But there's a real risk of a backfire, fair to say?
Very fair to say. I think what they were trying to do was to buy an insurance policy against a Democratic wave election. And even in today's hyper-partisan, very calcified, rigid voting patterns, that doesn't always play to the Republicans' advantage. So we'll have to wait and see how things progress through the summer. If the president's approval rating continues to take a hit, if people are still concerned about the economy, those two factors oftentimes join together and become the primary determiners of what happens in a midterm. The Republicans want to try and blunt any potential impact, but that is extremely hard to do if the public has soured on the Republican Party.
In the eastern part of the state, here in North Carolina, we did see 2 districts redrawn to give Republicans an advantage come the midterms. Things seem to have changed a lot in recent months and recent weeks. That being said, I mean, could we see, is there a possibility that both would go blue or stay the same? What's on the table, you think, for the midterms here in North Carolina?
Well, I think for North Carolina, certainly all eyes are on the first congressional district. That was a highly competitive, one of the only competitive congressional districts in the entire South was the North Carolina first congressional district in 2024. That went slightly Democratic, so Don Davis won that district. He is going to compete again in the newly drawn first congressional district. And again, if the dynamics of a Democratic advantage on the generic ballot kind of hold true, that could continue to keep that first congressional district that now is about an R+4, R+5 district, that could make it again highly competitive. The third congressional district, where they basically swapped out precincts, is a little less Republican, but I think that the basics, the fundamentals of that district will keep it Republican. One eye to really watch on is clear across the state in the western part of the state, the 11th congressional district. That one is also an R+5. But again, if the dynamics of a Democratic wave are really kind of lapping up against some of these Republican districts, I think that's going to be one to watch.
And flipping an R+5 for lay people, I mean, how hard is that? Because it does seem that it's been reliably safe. There are some big cities. Asheville comes to mind in that district. But how big would it be to change that over to Democratic control?
It would take a lot in terms of how we look at these as political analysts. An R+5, Republican +5 means it was 5 points more Republican than either the state or national dynamics. And when you get to that level, that is typically, it's in a swing possibility, but it takes a momentum of push on the other side to really compensate for those 5 additional points. People tend to be locked into their voting patterns. If you vote Republican or Democratic from one election, you're probably going to be doing the same thing. North Carolina has a small percentage of swing voters, but if a lot of people on the Democratic side are energized, if independents move against the Republicans, and if Republicans look at this election and say, you know what, we're going to lose, I'm not going to show up, those kinds of dynamics, the fundamentals of an election, really could play into some interesting dynamics.
And what was different this time, obviously, was it was a mid-decade redistricting effort. Can we see a near future where it's every 2 years or even smaller intervals? Because it seems to be a pretty, I don't want to say popular, but now common political strategy to give an advantage to either party.
Well, North Carolina has about a 40-year history of never having one map of either the congressional or the state legislative maps hold for an entire decade. So we're used to these kind of mid-decade redistricting efforts. Oftentimes it was because a court told us to redraw the maps. But this is a new kind of political warfare going on. And at some point, when we get to 2030 and 2031, when we will have the census and then the formal redistricting process, it's probably going to end up being all of the states are, depending on who controls the legislature, the political party, they're going to maximize for the most gerrymandering in terms of partisanship. But we could see this as kind of a new opening in American politics.
And lastly, if Democrats do secure this blue wave come the midterms and do have control of the House, what does that mean for the president in his final 2 years in the White House, you say?
Well, I think it'll be intensity of gridlock on steroids. The Democrats will do massive amounts of investigations into the administration. The Trump White House and his administration will fight those. The other big question really is who controls the U.S. Senate. I think right now it's probably still an even split, but if the momentum continues to shift and if Democrats can win in some pretty reliable Republican states, that dynamic also has a factor to play into all of this. Let's just say from 2027 to 2028, it's going to be all off the chart in terms of polarization, and we will have a presidential contest well underway.
Is it possible to forecast a presidential contest based off a midterm, or is it just a different landscape these days?
It's a completely different landscape. If you try to use what's going to happen this November to predict in 2 years, let's go to a bar and have a drink, because I don't think that that's going to be a realistic dynamic. But it's going to show the intensity of what we have going on in American politics, and particularly here in North Carolina.
Thanks again to the guys over at TMZ, as well as Dr. Michael Bitzer with Catawba College. That's all for us here on The Record. We'll see you next time.
We have the upper hand in terms of putting something up on a screen, allowing the public and the world to see how stupid we are.
Here we go for round two. Now at noon, another heated meeting for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board as the budget battle continues. So the back and forth during this morning's special meeting. Plus, play continues now on day 2 of the Truist Championship. So the latest from the course as the world's best take over the Queen City.
And we have got a picture-perfect forecast to wrap up the week. How long is this weather going to be sticking around? I'll show you by pinpoint forecast at noon.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
I feel like I'm being asked a question to back me in a corner.
I'm not trying to back you in a corner.
I know you're not, but I just want to be clear because two things can be true at the same time.
A little uncomfortable there. First at noon, things getting heated and jabs being thrown at this morning's Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board special meeting. So officials are now discussing the district's revised budget for next school year. The board rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's first proposal last week. Well, members say they wanted changes to address student mental health and positions including bus drivers and lunch monitors. So there are also now concerns that state lawmakers could pass a bigger raise for teachers than the district expects, which then could put CMS in the red.
If we would have left, so if the previous budget, how it was presented to us, if we would have left it at 3% and the state actually came in at 5 or 6%, what would we have done at that point? So there's that question. And then what I would like to see is walk us through really understanding the 6%, what you've already done in this budget recommendation.
So board members will now vote on the final budget plan at their Tuesday meeting. So we're going to have much more of this developing story today on Queen City News at 5. But you can always follow the story online at qcnews.com. All right, now to a live look here over at Carolina blue skies all across the Charlotte area that we're seeing this Friday afternoon. The weekend is off to a dry start, but much more rain is needed and it could be headed our way. Let's talk about it with meteorologist Andrew Brightman tracking your Mother's Day weekend forecast. Andrew, so we could also see rain tomorrow?
Yeah, could see a few showers. It's not going to be the washout like we saw Wednesday night and Thursday morning, but some hit and miss showers are going to be possible here across portions of the Carolinas. Here we need more of that rainfall, as Alicia was pointing out, but not going to be nearly the amount here that roughly you combine those 2 days together. We picked up over 2 inches of rain here in Charlotte. We got comfortable weather as we head on into next week. Temperatures likely going to be staying down in the 70s for the most part for the foreseeable future. This, though, is a primo forecast to take all primo forecasts here. It's 66 degrees. We've got a light breeze out of the north-northeast at 8 to 12 miles an hour. That's slightest breeze. Dew points in the low 40s. That means no humidity. It does not get more comfortable this time of year here across the central Carolinas. I just can't put it in any better terms. It is perfect outside. Pinpoint satellite, nothing but clear skies here across the Carolinas. Loving that right now. High pressure camped out directly over the Queen City. If you want to head to the Truist Championship, this will be the best day to do so. Temperatures right now in the middle 60s for most of us here across the Carolinas. I've got your full Mother's Day weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. So the statewide burn ban is now lifted for all 100 counties in North Carolina. So the ban went into effect more than a month ago due to the hazardous forest fire conditions that were due to the ongoing drought. But officials now say while the recent rain wasn't enough to pull us out of the drought conditions, it was enough to improve some dry areas. Leaders with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools now regrouping following the second data breach in 2 years. Well, this time it involves the online classwork platform Canvas. The Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what was breached and why experts say attacks like this are kind of hard to avoid.
Students at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are among millions nationwide affected by a recent cybersecurity attack on Canvas, an online system where homework assignments are submitted and teachers give grades.
It is very difficult to find any company that has not been breached before. Okay, so a breach is becoming a very common thing, but of course, that's no excuse for not doing a good job.
UNC Charlotte professor of cybersecurity Bill Chu says there's 2 ways hackers will break into these systems, either through the software itself or how it's configured in the district. CMS says this happened outside its walls.
Unfortunately, people are pretty helpless. We increasingly rely on the digital world. We have a digital life. It's just whether you like it or not. Your identities are going to be everywhere.
School officials say data may include personal information, but right now they don't believe passwords, birthdays, government identifiers, or financial information were involved.
Targeting the actual employee as opposed to the organization is the biggest threat to small businesses.
Adam Pendergrass provides cybersecurity training for small businesses in North Carolina. He says if attackers have your child's name, they can use that to send phishing emails and texts to try and steal your money.
Right now, it's very hard to predict what's coming next. Now that there's more information out there, there's more tools in the attacker's toolbox.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
In 2024, millions of students, parents, and teachers, including NCMS, had their personal information exposed when PowerSchool was hacked. So the software was in every public school in the state and was then later replaced. The woman arrested in connection with the Lenore daycare death is officially now facing a second-degree murder charge. So a Caldwell County grand jury this week indicted Alexandra Lee Coffey of the elevated charge. Coffey, a former employee of Creative Beginnings of Lenore, was originally charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of 16-month-old Maddie Mitchell. So the child died at the daycare last May. Coffey is now accused of covering Maddie's head with a blanket and then laying across the child's body. The facility has since been forced to shut down. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles is resigning after leading now the Queen City for nearly a decade. Lyles says that her last day in office will be June the 30th. She still has a year and a half before her term ends. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joining us now with who could hold that seat next.
The choice is in the hands of the Charlotte City Council. They'll appoint an interim mayor before voters elect someone new next year. Mayor Vi Lyles started her 5th term just a few months ago. She served as mayor for nearly 10 years, spent the majority of her career in Charlotte Public Service, and now she says she's stepping away to spend more time with her grandchildren. Her resignation announcement triggers the search for a temporary replacement. According to North Carolina state law, the person who fills the vacancy must be a registered voter, Charlotte resident, and member of the same party as the outgoing leader. That means this appointee must be a Democrat. Several current council members have expressed interest in serving as mayor, but have not officially declared a campaign. District 7 Representative Ed Driggs says he does not want the position and hopes that whoever the council chooses as interim will not run in 2027.
But we always hope that, because you don't want somebody to have the benefit of incumbency who didn't win a race cold.
We won't be involved in it here in Mecklenburg County Board of Elections until the September primary of 2027, and the November of 2027 is when we would actually all have a chance to elect a new mayor.
Mayor Lyles has not endorsed anyone as a potential successor. Council members say they hope to have an interim position filled by July 1st. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Savannah, for that. So this morning, we also heard from North Carolina Governor Josh Shine for the first time following the news of Mayor Vi Lyles resigning. Now, here's what he had to say.
I'm disappointed just because she has been such a great partner for me. I've known her for many, many years, and her heart is for Charlotte. She wants nothing but what's going to be good for the people of Charlotte. And you know, obviously I respect her decision to step down, wish her nothing but the best.
As you see there, he was in town there over at Quail Hollow, all the activities going over there for the championship. Well, for more on the story with Mayor Vi Lyles, you can head to our website at qcnews.com. So today, South Carolina lawmakers will debate a measure that would now redraw the state's congressional districts. President Trump is now pressuring Republican-controlled states to redistrict to preserve the GOP House majority in the fall midterm elections. And South Carolina's redrawn map would change the 6th district held by the state's only Democrat in Congress, and that would be Jim Clyburn. But GOP leaders now say the effort could disrupt next month's primary election.
If we get to the point where we're going to redraw the maps and we feel like we'll have to do something to the June 9th primary. And so obviously that'll be a push it back, whatever, then we'll have to come up with a date. We'll have to suspend the June 9th primary and go to another day.
So Republican Governor Henry McMaster in South Carolina says that he will not call for a special session if lawmakers cannot decide redistricting before their current session ends. 3 passengers are now dead and several others remain sick on board a Dutch cruise ship ridden with the hantavirus outbreak. So we do know that 6 American travelers are now in good health, or without symptoms, I should say, after their time on board. The virus is spreading mainly by inhaling contaminated rodent droppings, and it can cause a severe and often fatal lung disease. The ship, though, is now heading to the Canary Islands, where Spain will then accept it in its next few days. And then at 12:30 here on Queen City News, Chief Transportation Correspondent May-Kay Beeler will join us to discuss the potential risk to travelers. Second day of action gets underway today at Quail Hollow for the Truist Championship. You saw the governor was out there today. Matt McCarthy now holds an early lead through the first 18 at 8 under par. The first pairing teed off this morning at 11. No rain in the forecast today, and that should mean much nicer conditions for play there at Quail Hollow. Queen City News anchor Julian Sador has much more on what you can expect out of day 2.
We are here at Quail Hollow for day 2 of the Truist Championship, possibly the best day weather-wise after day 1 had to start late because of weather and had to end early because of weather. Matt McCarthy, our clubhouse leader as of yesterday at 8 under. Sun J.M. was on the course on 18 when they blew the horn to stop play. But again, day 2 looks really good right now. Now, as for the betting favorite, Rory McIlroy, he is few shots back of the lead right now. He's only at 1 under, so 7 shots back of the clubhouse leader, but it's hard to bet against Rory. Fresh off defending his Masters win, Quail Hollow is essentially a second home for him. He's had a lot of success here. And also, we can't forget about Cam Young. He's really hot right now at 3 under, so he isn't too far back off the lead. But again, day 2 of Quail Hollow, the Truist Championship, the best day weather-wise if you're looking for maybe a early Mother's Day gift. Not bad to take mom out here. The weekend could be dicey, but things look really good today. Should be a day full of action over here at the Truist Championship. At Quail Hollow, Julian Tudor, Queen City News.
Julians and many of the fresh faces on the Carolina Panthers roster are reporting to Uptown today. Rookie minicamp kicks off at Bank of America Stadium. So the 7 draft picks and the undrafted free agents will all be there today and tomorrow. Rookie minicamp kicks off the first stretch of practice for the players with OTAs happening at the end of the month. Looking live here over at Bank of America Stadium right now, Charlotte FC is set to host FC Cincinnati tomorrow. The good news for the Crown, head coach Dean Smith has deemed veteran defender Tim Ream available for selection. So you kind of know Ream has been missing the last 3 MLS matches with an abductor injury, but tomorrow's match is set for 7:30. Well, that trip overseas may just be put on hold by thousands of parents in the U.S. could soon have their passports revoked. Plus, President Trump says the ceasefire remains despite the U.S. and Iran now exchanging fire in the Strait of Hormuz. We look at whether a proposed peace deal really has a chance to work. And making history and a lasting impact, our John Lee tells us how one local equestrian team fosters teamwork among the riders and with the horses they ride too. Andrew.
And we have a fabulous Friday forecast. But what about your Mother's Day weekend? I'll show you with my Pinpoint 7-Day next.
All right, you're watching Queen City News at noon. Time now 12:13, 64 degrees outside here in the Queen City. A gorgeous day to get out and about. This is a live look here over Uptown. I don't have to tell you, you know you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. The U.S. says that it fired on Iran in self-defense after Iran attempted to strike U.S. Navy ships. So the attacks come as American leaders await a response from Iran on a peace proposal. Gabrielle Caracciolo now has the very latest.
Despite the exchanging of fire, President Trump says the ceasefire is still holding, and Iran is reviewing the latest U.S. proposal to end the war.
They were firing at us, and we were firing back at them.
As 3 U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz Thursday, the U.S. military says forces intercepted Iranian attacks and struck back in self-defense.
They got blown away in about 2 minutes.
The attacks took place as the U.S. is awaiting Iran's response to the latest proposal to end the war.
It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust. and many other things that we want. When they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed.
President Trump continues threatening to attack if the Islamic Republic doesn't sign on soon.
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain.
And congressional Democrats remain critical of the administration's efforts.
The same Iranian regime is in charge, and their enriched uranium is still in their possession. The Strait of Hormuz is now closed, and Americans are suffering with skyrocketing gas prices.
The president says he is still planning to go to China next week. His administration has been urging China to use its influence over Iran to help get the Strait of Hormuz back open. In Washington, Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation.
The U.S. State Department now will begin revoking the passports of thousands of parents who owe a significant amount of unpaid child support. Officials say that change will now begin today. It will focus on those who owe $100,000 or more. That would apply to nearly 3,000 American passport holders. It's expected to expand to those that owe $2,500 or more. Looking live here over at King Street in Boone as we talk about the weather pattern that's coming our way. Yes, we need more rain, not out of the drought just yet. As I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, I got to give you a little tip though. Since I'm a mother, Mother's Day weekend this weekend, if it's raining, not a bad thing because most moms want to stay inside and just have some quiet. Quiet? It's like the best present ever.
What about breakfast in bed?
Breakfast in bed and then just quiet.
Quiet and breakfast in bed is the pro move there. Amazing weather. I wish today was Mother's Day with some of the weather that we got right now across the Carolinas. 66 degrees, light breeze. It just feels so nice out there right now across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, more the same. Nothing but Carolina blue skies. You're stepping out the door here, just taking in this unbelievable weather. Pinpoint radar, mostly clear skies. We're looking good. We zoom out, high pressure squarely in control. No problems today. Tomorrow we see the clouds maybe potentially moving back in with a couple of showers ahead for the region. Charlotte FC forecast this weekend, it's going to be absolutely in good shape here if you are going to be heading over to the bank here. Partly cloudy skies. Let's zoom back out with Futurecast. We'll break down your Mother's Day weekend here tonight. Partly cloudy skies. Overnight, though, we see the clouds rolling back in. Futurecast been a little bit all over the place. Now really backing off on the potential showers for tomorrow. Still wouldn't be surprised if we see a few showers here. Charlotte points off to the south and east as we go throughout the day. Heading into your Saturday evening, looking good for the FC match here. And then as we roll into your Sunday morning, now it's really jumping on the potential for some showers here as we go throughout the morning and into the afternoon hours on your Mother's Day. Some scattered showers and storms are possible here. This is 7 o'clock Sunday evening, still bringing those showers through. And then we have a cold front that needs to move through on Monday, bringing us potential more wet weather across the region. I'll have more on that coming up a little bit later on in the hour. Now, if you are going to be heading out to brunch on your Mother's Day, still a chance that we stay dry here. I'm still skeptical that we see that much rainfall coverage. Our in-house model guidance has been a little all over the place here in terms of the amount of precipitation we'll see this weekend. Just know some showers are possible both days. As for the rest of today, it's beautiful. It's perfect. It is a great wrap to your week here across the Carolinas. Overnight lows getting down to 55 in Charlotte, 55 in Chirag, mid to upper 40s here as we get on up into the mountains. It is just going to be perfect. Tomorrow, the chance of showers, but generally just a lot of cloud cover here as we go around the Sandhills, upstate South Carolina. We got some cloud cover as well. Possible shower in the morning in Charlotte, but as we get into the afternoon, should be dry here. Temperatures getting in to be upper 70s here. It's going to be also warmer too. It's not going to be as crisp as the weather we have today. Shelby and Gastonia, partly cloudy skies, looking good as well here as we get into the later afternoon hours. Statesville and Salisbury drying out too. As we get up into the foothills here, partly cloudy skies, even less likely to see any shower activity. You should stay dry the entire day. And as we get up into the mountains here, temperatures mid to upper 60s to around the 70-degree mark with mostly clear skies. Your mountain forecast here, watching showers and storms for you really as we get to your Monday and also potentially Wednesday as well. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, a chance of a shower storm Saturday and Sunday. I've already dropped the rain chances here for Saturday, but definitely neither day will be a washout. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. An effort to make coercive control punishable in South Carolina is now being stalled at the State House. So, state senator in the Lowcountry sponsored Micah's Law out of Murrells Inlet, but says that they ran out of time to take action on it. The bill is now named after Micah Miller, who police say died by suicide in 2024. Her family and friends accuse her husband, Pastor John Paul Miller, of coercive control. The bill defines it as isolating a person, depriving them of basic necessities, and threatening to be able to harm them. John Paul Miller now faces federal counts of cyber stalking and also lying to police. A new measure in North Carolina would require school athletic coaches to get trained to recognize when students are then struggling with their mental health. The bill's sponsors say that young athletes face pressure on and off the field, balancing school, sports, and scholarships. The State High School Athletic Association unanimously approved a policy requiring high school coaches to complete mental health training every 3 years. Well, the bill would also expand that to middle school and youth coaches. For the first time in nearly a century, the U.S. Postal Service may soon allow handguns to be shipped in the mail. Potential change comes as the Department of Justice now argues against the 1927 rule that bars the mailing of concealable firearms unless they are from licensed dealers. Critics of the measures say that the move will undo the work states have now done to help curb gun violence. The USPS says that right now it's reviewing public comments before making a final change. Concerns at the sea spreading statewide, but are those concerns warranted? Well, we speak with Chief Transportation Correspondent Mackay Beeler about the hantavirus and what travelers now need to know. And it may just not be in the budget, but can the Lincolnton community now afford that loss? Why cuts may be coming to their city's police and fire departments. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. You're watching Queen City News at noon. The most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Looking live here over at Independence Boulevard. So the weekend getting off to a dry start. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hopefully you enjoyed this weekend. Right now we are tracking the chance for some more wet weather though coming our way. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is in the Pinpoint Weather Center tracking your weekend forecast. Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. Going to be absolutely beautiful out there across portions of the Carolinas here today. But once we get into the weekend, tracking a few showers here across the region, though trending a little bit drier, especially for your Saturday here across the region. So if you've got some plans, you really want to go to the Truist Championship tomorrow, things are looking a little bit better and comfortable weather sticking around as we head on into next week. Charlotte live cam 66 degrees right now, winds out of the north-northeast about 8 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points very low. It is so dry. It is so comfortable. This is primo weather. Now, the rainfall that we saw earlier in the week was certainly beneficial, but we got a long way to go here to take care of some of the rainfall deficits that we are in across the Central Carolinas. Notice how basically the entire region is at least under an extreme drought, and still seeing with the latest monitor that came in yesterday some exceptional drought once we get over to Monroe. But they need roughly about over 2 feet of rain to get back to average. Radar shows high pressure squarely in control here over the Central Carolinas. It's going to be staying that way at least for the rest of today. Temperatures middle 60s, upper 50s, and low 60s. We get up into the mountains, and then check out these dew points. Anything under 50 basically represents zero humidity this time of year, and that's how comfortable it feels across the Carolinas. Get outside and enjoy some of this weather. I've got more of what we're watching with our next chances for rain coming up in just a few minutes. Alicia.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. So budgets now for the 2027 year now starting to be revealed in North Carolina counties. In Lincolnton, though, the budget for the upcoming year could mean some cuts to the city's police and fire departments. Lincolnton City Council members now heard their manager's budget presentation and from concerned citizens and also the first responders at Thursday night's meeting. So Queen City News reporter David Schumann now spoke with them about the potential cuts.
On a night where Lincolnton city leaders proclaimed International Firefighters Day and National Police Week, they were also presented a budget proposal that cuts more than a dozen positions from those departments. Council members questioned Thursday how this could be avoided.
We're on your side. It's not a us and them thing. We're the city of Lincolnton and we're all on the same team. We're just dealing with a real difficult situation.
First responders packed the council meeting in solidarity. The city manager says the city's facing a revenue shortfall of more than $2 million. Quote, instead of increasing taxes, the proposed budget includes necessary and painful cuts. These measures will eliminate 21 full-time positions. 14 will come from our police and fire departments. Our day-to-day service levels will decline due to these budget cuts.
It's just something I don't think we can come back from.
Lincolnton's firefighter union president says cuts to the department would have a noticeable impact on emergency response times.
If we lose 3 firefighters, we lose a truck from one of our stations every day. And that's something that'd be catastrophic and hard to keep up with.
City officials say the shortfall is a result of the county changing its sales tax formula. Whatever the reason for it, people in town are concerned for what comes next.
I've always felt safe in Lincolnton. I don't want that to change.
There's got to be some other way to save money. They're the only thing that stands between us and the dark.
When a fire company arrives with fewer than optimal number of members, the effectiveness of that initial response is compromised.
The city manager declined an interview request, but said city leaders are meeting with the county next week and then will vote on a finalized budget in June. In Lincolnton, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Reduced state funding is now forcing Union County public school officials to restructure their library staffing services. So that's according to the leaders in the district. Administrators right now say they're eliminating 11 media coordinator positions and then switching to having those workers each cover a cluster of schools. So current employees now will be assigned to those clusters or will then be able to apply this summer for other school posts. Parents in the district, though, are now voicing their concerns. Take a listen.
If the district says they haven't fired everybody, it feels like that's what they're doing. UCPS is saying that 11 positions are going to be removed, but those people will still have, quote, a job within the school district. I don't know how that's possible when they're $10 million in the hole right now.
Union County school officials sent a statement to Queen City News saying that the $10 million deficit in state funding is due to decreased enrollment. They say all current coordinators will be offered a position in the district for the upcoming school year. So we're now learning more about the moments leading up to last month's deadly tanker explosion at the Carolina Beverage Group manufacturing facility in Mooresville. According to the NTSB report right now, the tractor-trailer driver reported a leak and was trying to fix that leak when the explosion happened. The truck was carrying sodium hydroxide solution, a highly corrosive industrial chemical. Well, the driver had just made a delivery at another business the previous day, and he was killed. And also an employee at the facility was injured in this big explosion. The investigation, though, is still ongoing. Some Americans aboard a Dutch cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak are now back in the U.S. So public health agencies in at least 4 states are monitoring those travelers. Our Maddie Beer-Temple reports on the status of the hantavirus in the U.S. as health officials say the risk to Americans right now is very low.
6 American travelers are in good health or without symptoms after their time on a Dutch cruise ship, now at the center of a hantavirus outbreak that's left 3 people dead. State health departments say 1 person from Virginia, 1 from Arizona, 2 from Texas, and 2 from Georgia are being monitored or following CDC guidelines. And there could be more. Virginia's Department of Public Health said, quote, "Our understanding is that fewer than 30 U.S. citizens were on board the ship. A small number, less than 5, of other potentially exposed Virginians might be identified in the days ahead."
The virus is spread mainly by inhaling contaminated rodent droppings. It can cause a severe and often fatal lung disease.
This is not the start of a COVID pandemic. This is an outbreak that we see on a ship. There's a confined area. We have 5 confirmed cases so far.
The World Health Organization gave an update Thursday saying no one currently on board is showing symptoms. The ship is now heading to the Canary Islands, where Spain will accept it in the next few days. Dozens have gotten off the 150-passenger vessel since it left Argentina April 1st.
Morale has improved significantly since the ship started moving again.
The WHO is investigating how the virus got on board. Its director said the first 2 cases may be tied to a bird-watching tour in Argentina, where rats known to carry the virus were present. The CDC is assuring Americans hantavirus is not spread by people without symptoms, transmission requires close contact, and the risk to the American public is very low. Maddie Beer-Temple, News Nation, Washington.
All right, let's take a deeper dive on this hantavirus now with Chief Transportation Correspondent May-Kay Beeler joining us. May-Kay, you are a Chief Transportation Correspondent. As I just said, you are a seasoned cruise ship traveler. You're also a pilot, may I add. So you have a lot of insight that you can be able to give us. One thing I do want to point out, though, just from listening to Maddie's report there, is you can definitely see that there is kind of a little bit of a pause for Americans to be able to know, not a big concern, but there are some concerns, you know, to be able to give us an insight on. Let's talk about these germs. That's the biggest thing right now. Cruise ships and airplanes, they both are, they're pretty known for spreading germs, right?
Right, because you have so many people in a confined area. So yeah, they can be a problem, but there are ways to minimize this. Health experts stress hantavirus, just as we told you, it's not COVID-19. It spreads very differently, and unlike the typical hantavirus strain, which is often from rodent droppings, as we just mentioned, this outbreak involves rare human-to-human transmission of the Andes strain that requires very close contact. So yeah, the close quarters of cruise ships and airplanes can be a perfect scenario for transmission of highly contagious bugs due to lots of people in densely populated areas where we are exchanging exhaled breath. But important to know, there are special air circulation systems in place with medical grade HEPA filters on ships and on planes that can remove almost all airborne pathogens. The exception is if you're sitting next to somebody on a plane who is sick and they cough within inches of your face, right? Unless you have a mask on, nothing's going to protect you from that.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, almost kind of like you think of like chlorine to a pool. I didn't realize that you had kind of an air system that clears out the pathogens that are like the bad bugs, I guess you can say, in the air. So the biggest thing that you want to be concerned of is just kind of not breaking the bubble, you know, like kind of keeping your own space from somebody else. Okay, let's talk about this. The contagious bugs, which is worse. Is it worse on a cruise ship or is it worse on an airplane?
What do you think?
If I just had to guess, I would think on a cruise ship because everybody's in close quarters for a long amount of time. With an airplane, they clean it out with passengers throughout the day. That was my thought.
That's good reasoning. All right, plenty of bugs lurk in busy boats. That's what we are told. The norovirus, we've all heard of that. It's infamous, one of the most well-known bugs that can foil fun on a ship. And according to the Centers for Disease Control, blamed for 90% of diarrheal disease.
Yeah.
Very contagious. And other bugs can spread thanks to the close living quarters, shared bathrooms, populated swimming pools, busy buffet lines. Look, it can be very difficult to control the spread of any virus once it hits a ship, this according to health officials, be it an intestinal bug or hantavirus.
All right, so I was right.
Yeah, you were right.
Okay. Yeah, because you think about people hearing about like stomach issues and diverticulitis, things like that. You typically hear, traveling pneumonia, stuff like that from cruise ships versus somebody just taking a plane. But I do want to talk about airplanes. So we always think about them as being petri dishes. Some people still wear the masks and things like that, kind of clear up in terms of the germs, how it's circulated, that kind of stuff.
Right. So people think that the air is just recirculated over and over and over again. So, I'm breathing all these germs. No, it's a myth. It's false. While a portion of the air is recirculated, an equal amount is fresh air, compressed air. So once in flight, incoming cabin air, we call it bleed air, is taken from airplane engines and it's compressed. HEPA filters are in use, high efficiency particulate air filters used on most commercial aircraft to purify the cabin air. They remove about 99.7% of airborne contaminants, including bacteria, fungi, viruses, providing air quality similar to hospital operating rooms. But again, this does not prevent really close contact transmission. If your seatmate is coughing, you're not wearing a mask, and you're right there, it's hard not to get infected.
All right, two things just came to mind, May-Kay, that I have questions. I don't know if you can answer, but one, does that mean that when you get on an airplane that you should turn that circulation air thing on? Does that help when it comes to?
I think it helps if you're hot and you
doesn't do
need the
anything
air.
for germs.
No, the air goes through those filters regardless.
Oh, it has nothing to do
the
with
air you're breathing in the cabin.
Right. Second thing I was thinking about is kids.
Right.
Kids are germs, all that kind of stuff. Anything you can think of that is helpful in terms of travel.
Well, as a mama, she's the queen of wipes.
Yep.
So, you like to wipe everything
kind of
down.
Yeah.
Right. So the thing with the hantavirus is it is spread through very close contact. People who share a bed, people who share utensils, or are in very close contact. This is what makes it different from COVID-19.
Yeah.
So, health officials stress this is not COVID-19. This should not be a pandemic. But what concerns me is we have people who got off that ship and they're in the United States and Texas and Georgia and California and Arizona, and we're hoping they don't have symptoms.
But most of the passengers are also being closely monitored.
Oh, yes, and everyone on the ship right now has no symptoms.
Right.
They're in the Canary Islands, as mentioned earlier, wondering, though, if Spain is going to let them dock and disembark.
Yeah.
They'll be there Sunday. We'll find out.
Well, you also report on us next week.
Yes.
Let us know. So appreciate your reporting. May-Kay Buehler.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All
Happy
right.
Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to you, too.
Thank you. And to all
yes,
of
and
you.
all the mothers out there. All right, well, we know as moms, little teamwork goes a long way. The local team jumping to glory in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Time now is 12:42. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. takes plenty of talent and hard work, and the Cabarrus County equestrian team is now proving they have what it takes to make history. Queen City News storyteller John Lee has more in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Water's Edge Farm in Concord,
How about like here?
the proud equestrian tradition is now even prouder, led by Coach Catherine Birchfield.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. It's something that's like really almost could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us and these kids.
2 weeks ago, their upper school team won the 2026 Interscholastic Equestrian Association National Finals in St. Louis. Rider Claudia Smith felt the pressure and rose to the occasion.
Obviously there is an audience, but I feel like when you're in the ring, you're more focused on your round and the adrenaline sort of gets you through.
It took a stable of talented riders.
I feel like we're kind of like the underdogs. We're like a small barn from North Carolina. We'd never been to nationals.
Preparation for a shining moment takes dedication.
It's taught me a lot about how important it is to be a team, be a community, and work together.
The winning formula has no shortcuts.
So it's just really rewarding to see all our hard work pay off.
The mental challenge of having to partner with a horse that doesn't speak your language and you're really communicating with your hands and your legs. It's really a huge challenge.
In IEA competitions, riders don't bring their own horse. They're given one to ride at the venue, which is quite an X factor. They won the regional and the zone championships just to get to the national finals, where the girls were first among 646 teams.
I'm just really proud of my team for getting here, and everyone's been amazing this year. We have such good riders.
It's the first Charlotte-based team to win the national finals, and for the coach, a special moment.
In 2013, as a senior, Coach Birchfield finished 5th in the nationals. Now 31, she's the youngest coach to lead a high school team to the championship.
Unbelievably proud. It was a really cool thing to watch and train for all season.
Water's Edge Farm owner Brianne Jenka says we could all learn from them.
They are gracious, talented, great team players, and I'm very proud of everyone involved.
Jenka's daughter Jocelyn now has the blueprint.
I learned that to always keep trying and that to always just try your best.
I mean, it's amazing, like the opportunities my whole team has given me. It was definitely a super special moment.
In Concord, John Lee, Queen City News.
Wow, the IEA is a nonprofit group promoting lifelong involvement in equestrian athletics. So congratulations to our local team. That was so good to be able to see, and thank you, John Lee, for telling that story. Let's get over and talk about America's 250th birthday celebration. It's right on track, literally.
Yeah, and we've got beautiful weather here as we head towards the weekend, into your Mother's Day weekend, Alicia. Going to be picture perfect, 66 degrees out there, wind out of the north-northeast, about 8 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points in the low 40s here. It is just so comfortable across the Carolinas. Boone camera right now, nothing but sunshine across all of the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar, nothing going on here. Going to be staying that way as well. Clouds and radar, high pressure in control. Bit of some unsettled weather off to our west, but I've dropped our rain chances down as we head into the weekend, looking less and less likely. We're going to see major amounts of wet weather until at least probably on Monday here. Temperatures across the southeast warming up nicely, but so comfortable out there. But with the sunshine, got some rising pollen levels here across the Carolinas. Going to be seeing some medium to high levels here as we go into the weekend. Nothing crazy, we're kind of on the downward swing here from the maximum pollen levels, but still some sniffling and sneezing out there. I've dropped the rain chances down to 20% on Saturday. Still wouldn't be shocked to see an isolated shower or storm, but just latest indications bringing down the rain potential, keeping it at 30% here of a chance of a shower or storm. So not going to be a washout either day here this weekend across the Carolinas. Futurecast this evening. Partly cloudy skies, looking good here, but our latest update from our in-house Futurecast model knows we've got a lot of cloud cover. Only an isolated shower possible as we go throughout the morning into the early afternoon. Should dry out. Temperatures also trying to warm up as well, at least into the upper 70s here across the Carolinas. 8 o'clock Saturday night. Partly cloudy skies, looking good. Heading into your Mother's Day, much more aggressive here with potential wet weather. This is 11 o'clock on your Mother's Day morning, but would not be surprised if in actuality a little bit less coverage here than what our in-house Futurecast model is indicating here. Some pop-up showers and storms as we go throughout the afternoon as well could be on the table. and then from there we dry out, but then we got more potential wet weather as we go into early next week on your Monday here. As we keep moving forward, we got a frontal boundary moving through, and you can see some of these scattered showers and storms pushing through with that front, so could see more wet weather to start next week as well. This would be all very beneficial here across the Carolinas. Notice highest rainfall totals, Charlotte points off to the southeast, but these are the exact places that really need that wet weather. So, good placing there potentially from Mother Nature. Back here, grilling forecast this evening, absolutely perfect out there. Perfect weather overnight here. Temperatures getting down to low to mid 50s, mid to upper 40s as we head on up into the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow could be a nice start, though might see a couple of isolated showers and a rumble of thunder here as we get towards lunchtime or into the early afternoon hours. Temperatures going to be warmer, upper 70s, some places trying to push towards the 80-degree mark. Your mountain forecast here, watching those showers and storms on Monday and then also potentially again on Wednesday, and not dramatically different here in Charlotte, but with your pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching maybe a couple of showers and storms this weekend, followed by a little bit seasonally cool weather, Alicia, heading into early next week.
All right, Andrew. All right, so before weather, I gave you a little slip tease about America's 250th birthday. I got to tell you, the celebrations, they are really on track.
Today we're launching Amtrak's Freedom Train, and we're going to give you an all aboard. First, Lieutenant Cashwell. All aboard! I'll try it. All aboard! And Amtrak! Woo!
America's Amtrak's newest train, therefore America's 250th, departed from Washington's Union Station en route to Philadelphia Thursday morning. So it's decked out. Look at that. Red, white, and blue wrap, similar to the buses and the planes that will also be wrapped in America's colors. The country now will celebrate America's big birthday bash this July 4th. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News at 5 today. More enforcement plans for water restrictions in our area, how leaders in Gaston County are now tracking usage, and how they have changed since the last time restrictions were put in place. Also, 3 weeks into lawmakers' short session in Raleigh, where they're now standing on agreeing with the budget. And as North Carolina now remains the only state without one. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. Queen City News has a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, an Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this right here is a look at the lineup on the app today. You can catch Morning Edition, Inside the Cockpit, and Turnkey. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Hopefully you've downloaded that. Andrew?
Since the jump, I've had that downloaded.
Oh, yes, of course.
One final check-in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. You got to have a little fun on a Friday, right? So, Sean, I know we still got the shower and storm icons up for tomorrow as well as Sunday. Rainfall coverage has been trending down here across the Carolinas. I still think we might see at least a little bit of wet weather. Neither day will be a washout. It won't be like what we saw Wednesday night or yesterday morning, but still might see a couple of hit and miss showers. Temperatures also a little bit warmer too across the region. Cold front comes through on Monday. See seasonably cool weather out there through most of the week. Average highs this time of year still get up around the 80-degree mark or so. So it's going to feel nice, comfortable. Even might see a couple of showers next Wednesday.
All right, well, don't let this rain damper Mother's Day because you can still spoil Mom and give her peace and quiet. It's free. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Thanks for joining us for Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next today on the news at 5.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we've got a special guest on the show today. Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service is joining me on the episode. We're talking about how the burn ban was lifted for 81 counties, but why 19 counties still are under the wildfire restrictions. We'll detail what's different in those counties versus the others. Plus, the drought continues to worsen here in the Carolinas. Now, pretty much all of the Queen City News viewing area is under extreme drought conditions, and even exceptional drought conditions are popping up. Why this latest drought monitor has now entered historic territory. You're watching Pinpoint Weather University, and this latest episode, it starts right now, my friends. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here at Queen City News Plus. Big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. And if you're following me on IG at WXBrandon9 or following us at Fox 46 Charlotte, our Queen City News Instagram page, thanks so much for all the support. And if you have any suggestions for the show here at Pinpoint Weather University, as always, send those our way. You can also connect with me on Facebook at my meteorologist Brandon Lawson Facebook page or over on X at WXBrandon9. I always love receiving your comments and some of the suggestions you guys have for the show, and I try to incorporate those as much as I can. So I do appreciate the love and support there, and we'll continue to grind on. And we're going to be talking about the drought again. I know the drought has been a big topic here lately, and it's been more of a bigger topic over the last few weeks now that water restrictions have been put in play. I feel like a lot of folks have really started to pay more attention to it now that's impacting everybody. But something else that we've been monitoring over the last several months really has been the wildfire threat. That is a threat that has been there for quite some time with this drought. And I know not everybody burns, not everybody has a fireplace or a fire pit in their backyard, their front yard or whatever, but a lot of people here in the Carolinas do. And North Carolina, due to some of the recent rains that we've had, that has actually helped us out a little bit when it comes to the wildfire threat. So the recent rains aren't necessarily getting us out of the drought, but they are bringing us some temporary relief in some areas. The wildfire threat has been lowered for some. It has washed away some of the pollen as well, which I know a lot of folks are really excited about. And it's also at least slowed down some of the worsening drought. It kept the drought from getting much worse than what it could have been last Thursday with some of the recent rain. So that's how the recent rain has helped. And again, highlighting that, the wildfire threat being lowered. And actually joining me on the show today is Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, the Public Information Officer. Philip, I like to call you the voice sometimes of the NC Forest Service because I've texted you, I feel like, a couple of times a week over the last few months, just because wildfire season has been so active and the drought has been a big reason for that. Just talk about this wildfire season so far and just the activity you guys have seen.
Yeah, so going back to early March when we first started creeping up into wildfire season, our activity was pretty much statewide, balanced out from the mountains all the way to eastern North Carolina along the coastline, which is ultimately one of the reasons that we decided to implement a burn ban is our fire activity had just gotten to a point where it was almost too widespread and too frequent. And we needed to do whatever we could to slow down those new wildfire starts. And a burn ban is a method in which we can do that once we reach a point where our forest fire conditions have reached a hazardous level.
And then what are some of those ingredients that you guys use to issue the burn bans? What are some of the indicators that you have in place to help you guys make that call, oh, we need a burn ban for the state?
Yeah, so the main trigger, if you will, would be once our forest fire conditions reach a hazardous level. And what are the contributing factors to that? There's going to be consistent low humidity, windy days. Obviously, prolonged drought was a factor as well. Spring wildfire season, March through May, is typical this in our state anyway, simply because of the green up process with the vegetation as we work towards the summer months. And when you don't have rain to offset the greening up process, if you will, where more moisture and nutrients is required for the green up process, then you can dry out rather quickly. And of course, North Carolina, you go back to September, October of 2025, which is when those rainfall deficits began to build. And so when we got to the later stages of March, we looked at our wildfire activity, how fast those fires, not only how quickly they were igniting, how easily they were igniting, but then how fast they were spreading once they were igniting. Ultimately, the rate of spread of some of these fires was outpacing our containment efforts and our ability to control these wildfires. So when you look at the long range forecast and you don't see any relief in sight in the form of rainfall or high humidity, you're already dealing with widespread fire activity. The wildfire behavior is acting a little erratic, and then you have to consider resource availability and where you are in terms of stretching resources too thin. And so all of those factors were at play late March when we decided to implement the burn ban.
And I was gonna mention, we've got a lot of video from Georgia. They have been dealing with very significant wildfires there, especially over the last week or so. And they've also been experiencing the drought conditions. Was this a concern for you guys as well when it came down to issuing the burn ban? Were you guys worried about the potential for massive wildfires, or was it more of just like a smaller wildfire threat?
Yeah, I mean, the potential was certainly there. You saw several wildfires in South Carolina as well. South Carolina has implemented, lifted, and re-implemented burn bans throughout the spring in the duration in which ours was in effect. And so really the wildfire activity and potential, the risk was pretty much across the Southeast due to the factor of drought and some of these other conditions that we've discussed. And so again, when we were dealing with these situations in late March, we looked at the long range forecast and do we see any relief in sight over the next couple of weeks? And the answer at that time was no. There was not a whole lot of rain forecast, if any. Temperatures were going to fluctuate between 90 and 50, and with that, you get the frontal systems with wind. And so you pretty much saw textbook fire weather that time of year back in March. And then one extra element that some of your viewers can take to heart is the Hurricane Helene impacts that still remain in Western North Carolina. Of course, if a fire were to ignite in some of these areas in Western North Carolina where the Helene blowdown and the timber damage is still substantial, well, then a fire can spread quickly, become difficult to contain, and that's going to be a threat moving forward for the next 10, 15, if not 20 years. And so
And I was actually going to ask that. Why is that threat just going for so long? We'll get. I know you guys have actually lead the burn ban for some kinds. We'll get that here just momentarily. But the Helene vegetation down threat is going to be around for years, possibly over decades. Why is that? Why does that threat linger for so long?
yeah, so in terms of volume, roughly 822,000 acres across Western North Carolina experienced some form of timber damage. And some of that's partial, but a lot of that's actually still physically on the ground that are, in some cases, entire mountainsides that still have the entire blowdown present. And so cleanup efforts are going to be slow moving simply because of the magnitude of the timber damage. And so as the timber continues to lay on the ground year in and year out, it's going to further dry out. It's going to die. Most of it is dead, or if not dying, and it's going to become more available. And so each year that we get further removed from Hurricane Helene, and that timber is still on the ground, it's going to be more flammable next year than it is this year, and so on and so forth until it's gradually removed through prescribed burning efforts, if and where that's possible. That might not always be practical, and then just the gradual cleanup efforts over time. And so each year that we're removed from Hurricane Helene, that timber is going to be more kindling for fires to spread.
Definitely something to watch for years to come, for sure. And you guys actually, over this past weekend, have actually relieved the burn ban, released the burn ban for 81 counties in North Carolina. So that means 19 counties are still under the burn ban. This was the map you guys released on your Facebook page. So the burn ban still continues for Gaston, Mecklenburg County, Union, Cabarrus, Iredell, up into Rowan, Stanley, and Anson County. That is the Queen City News viewing area, but also, Rockingham, Stokes, as you're getting up towards Guilford County, Randolph, and a few others more as well included in there, some counties up towards District 11. So why is that area still under the burn ban, but counties around it, the burn ban has been released?
Yeah, so again, going back to those previous conditions and factors that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we begin to see temperature somewhat moderate, but we're also seeing higher humidity levels. And so when you go back to March 28th, when the humidity was in the 20 and 30 percentile, even down to the teens in some cases, is now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s, if not higher. And so the higher humidity days, even though it's not rainfall, so it's not going to do much for your drought, it indicates that the air is more saturated, and therefore there's a little bit more moisture available that wasn't there before. The overnight recovery, as we call it, when you start waking up in the morning and you find dew on the ground, the grass is wet. So again, those things don't do they don't do anything for the drought, frankly, but they do help us in terms of reducing wildfire risk. Also, going back to late March, we would look at the forecast and you wouldn't see rain for 2 or 3 weeks. Whereas now you're starting to see the potential for unsettled weather at least every 3 or 4 days. And so the map that you're showing right there indicates last week's rainfall totals. And as you can see, the area basically missed out. The area that remains under the burn ban, those 19 counties, unfortunately just flat out missed that rainfall from last week, and especially on Saturday. And so when you look at the other accumulations being somewhere between nearly an inch to almost 2 inches in some areas, those are the areas that we felt confident that with that rainfall, as well as some of the higher humidity levels, full green up is another thing. Now that we're in later stages of spring, the vegetation, your trees, we've almost reached full green up, if not complete full green up in some areas. And what that does, again, doesn't do anything for the drought, but it is a reduced wildfire risk simply because the vegetation is a little more fire resistant than it was back in March. It's no such thing as fireproof. And so it's definitely green up doesn't mean that we can't have fires. It just means that things tend to be a little bit more fire resistant. So between the higher humidity levels, the full green up that we've seen, additional moisture and a recovery overnight, as well as the recent rainfall statewide over the last 7 days going back to last week, those were all the factors that ultimately put us in a position where the forest fire conditions are no longer hazardous. Therefore, we felt comfortable lifting the burn ban for those 81 counties. But as that map illustrates right there, those 19 counties, unfortunately, when Saturday's rain event moved through, it just flat out missed them.
My next question, it kind of leads into the upcoming rainfall that we have for later this week. I mean, models are still a little spread, but there are some indications that we could see over an inch of rain in the Piedmont of North Carolina for the first time since mid-February. If that rain was to happen for later this week, could that burn ban then be lifted for the rest of our counties here in North Carolina?
That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping that that rain produces on forecast, if not maybe gives us a little bit more. It's certainly a welcome sight. And so we will certainly reevaluate and see what rain actually falls and hits the ground and is able to be absorbed. And so we are looking at that now, and we will continue to look at that through the week and as that rainfall physically hits the ground, and we'll reevaluate. Our hope is that it will be enough for us to remove the burn ban entirely. We're not quite there yet, simply because a forecast is a forecast, so we need to see what actually falls. But those are the intentions. Burn bans are not ideal really for anyone, us included. The same resources with the North Carolina Forest Service, who are responsible for responding to thousands of wildfires across the state every single year, they're also tasked with enforcing the burn ban and extinguishing and writing citations for these illegal fires. So when we have a burn ban in place, it is just another element of responsibility for our initial attack resources that they have to deal with. And so burn bans are not ideal really for anybody, us included. And so the objective is not to hold it in place for as long as possible, to keep it in place for as long as possible. It's until we're no longer seeing hazardous forest fire conditions. That's what's outlined for us in North Carolina General Statute. And so hopefully we'll get the rain this week. That's forecast, and hopefully that will put us in a position for those 19 counties where those hazardous conditions are no longer present, and hopefully we can get back to fully lifting this ban.
And Philip, I do have one more question for you. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, but after the break, I just want to ask you more about what the threat could look like going forward if the drought continues. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint. Weather Universe. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got my good friend Philip Jackson with me with the North Carolina Forest Service. And Phil, you were talking earlier about how things are greening up. It doesn't completely eliminate the wildfire threat, but it definitely can lower it a good bit. And as we get more towards summer, I actually am seeing grass grow quite a bit. People are starting to mow their grass, and trees continue to green up. So even if the drought were to continue into the summer with extreme drought conditions and even the potential for exceptional drought conditions, would the threat for wildfires still lower due to that green up?
So as we move into the summer and we move out of spring wildfire season, we typically see our wildfire risk reduced because of that green up, but also because of the humidity that the South in general just experiences every year, where we're looking at 80, 90, 100 percentile with the humidity levels. And the South is hot and humid, and so it might be unpleasant to deal with outside, but it does help with our wildfire risk. With that being said, if this drought does continue and we were to find ourselves in a patch of a 2 or 3 week span during the summertime where the temperatures are 90s, 100 plus without any rainfall, then we could very well start seeing extreme wildfire risk again, especially we have summertime thunderstorms become more common throughout June, July, and August, even into September. And so that's when we tend to see some of our lightning wildfires caused by lightning. It's not super common. We do have them. They only account for about 1% of our fires across the state, but that 1% typically is most prevalent during those summer months where we're seeing more thunderstorms. And so ultimately the message is going to remain the same year in, year out when it comes to prevention, is that most of these fires that we have, they are human caused, which means they are avoidable. And so the main culprit of that, of course, is unfortunately debris burning, where folks are just out burning yard debris in their yards. Most counties allow that. It is a legal practice, but you need to make sure that you're doing it on the right day and under the right weather conditions. And one of the biggest issues that we have is folks just not staying with their fire. They will light a debris pile on fire, and then they will walk away and they will continue to do other chores around the house. They will run errands. And when that fire is left unattended, it's going to do what it's going to do, and the weather's going to have a huge impact on that. So ultimately, even if we do find ourselves here the next few days where the burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties, we are at full green up. We see some unsettled weather. If we get into the summer where the temperatures are high and the moisture and the rainfall is just low and this drought continues, then we could very well be in a position where we start seeing widespread wildfire activity again. So folks need to be extremely careful. And even as you and I talk right now, even though the burn ban has been lifted for 81 counties, right now we are still in spring wildfire season. So folks need to be extremely cautious in those areas where the ban has been lifted.
All right, Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service. Thank you so much. And, May 4th was International Firefighters Day. So big shout out to all you guys at the Forest Service, all the fire crews that have been working tirelessly over the last few months to put out wildfires and to keep wildfire awareness in our heads as we navigate this drought, and with the wildfire threat being a little bit more higher than usual this year due to the drier conditions that we've been seeing. So, Phil, thank you so much. Always love having you on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University here on Queen City News Plus, and I appreciate you joining me today.
Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate all that you do.
All right, thank you, Phil. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk about April. April is over and May is now here, but April was creating some history here in Charlotte. We detailing for you just how hot it was, and other dry month too, just how dry April was here in Charlotte. Coming up for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service's Public Information Officer there. Gave us a lot of good information on the wildfire threat we've been experiencing over the last few months, during the spring months in particular, and the drought conditions. Just how greening up might help us out a little bit in the summer, but still, if the drought continues to be as significant as it is, burning still could be an issue coming up this summer. So something we'll have to pay attention to. I enjoy talking to Philip, and hopefully the rain that we're getting from later this week of May 3rd, hopefully later this week we'll be able to see that burn being lifted for all of our counties here in North Carolina. The Tar Heel State could use it, and we were talking a little bit offline about, the state parks, how you can't really have your campfires at the state park, can't go camping really and enjoy it and grill and stuff on some of the grills they have there in some of the areas where the burn ban is still in effect. So fingers crossed we can get some good rain in here and hopefully at least limit the wildfire threat, but we'll need a lot more rain to get rid of the drought. We need like 2 or 3 inches a week to really help us out, and it's got to be more on a consistent basis. But it looks like we'll get into more of a wetter pattern here starting this week. I do want to talk about April. I know April's kind of long gone now, but there's still some things I didn't get a chance to highlight, and it has to do with our temperatures and precipitation for the month of April. So April in Charlotte was actually the second warmest April we've ever experienced here in the Queen City. We had 2 record highs this month, and we start April off on a bang, right? April 1st, 86 degrees, new record high on April 1st, and then we get into April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and we see another record high of 89 degrees. We got our first 90-degree day of the year this April on April 18th, which is about about a month or so before we tend to see our first 90-degree day. Our average first 90-degree day, I believe, is around May 20th. We saw it on April 18th this year. So yeah, second warmest April on record for Charlotte. It was a very warm month, and you look at all the orange days there. All the days in orange are days where we were above average. So I mean, when you look at it, including the red days there, so you've got 86 degrees on April 1st, 89 on April 15th. So if you include those two in there and just kind of count it up, doing a little bit of math for you here offhand, we're talking about 6 plus 7, 13, 17. So it looks like about 18 days of the 30 days of April were above average. That's significant. That is a very significant April here in Charlotte. That's why it's the second warmest on record. And then you look at some of the blue days, which obviously there's a lot less of those. Those are days where we were below average, and we didn't see that quite often. We did get a little bit of a cool down for the second week of April. I should say, I guess the first full week of April. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough to cool us down for the rest of the month. We went on a heater ever after that. So I do want to talk about rainfall, too. Rainfall has been the big story here lately, right? We need it, and we don't have it. And when you look at April and look at the rainfall totals here, bringing you full screen, it was the 5th driest April on record for the Queen City. We had 4 days of measurable rain, if you will. So March, we only had 2 days of measurable rain. Might have been 3, but this month we get 4 days of measurable rain. Unfortunately, none of these days got us over 4/10 of an inch of rain. The rainiest day was April 5th, and we only saw 3/10 of an inch of rain that day. April 28th, we saw some recent rains here where we got about 2/10 of an inch of rain. And then April 30th, yeah, 1/100th of an inch. That's not going to get you out of a drought. 8/100th of an inch on April 25th. So we need to get a little bit more aggressive with rainfall totals. We obviously don't want to get so aggressive to where we're flooding out, but we need to do a little bit better than this. But it was the 5th driest April on record for Charlotte. And guess what? March was the 8th driest March on record for Charlotte. So we're continuing to stack on these dry, historic months, and we're continuing to add to this historic drought that we're in. So we'll get the latest update on Thursday, March 7th, for the United States Geological Survey. This was the update last week. Obviously, we've got extreme and exceptional drought conditions popping up over the Carolinas. Those exceptional drought conditions that you see there, that little darker shade over Monroe County, Union County, but over Monroe, and even parts of Cabarrus County, Stanley, and eastern Mecklenburg County. That's the first time we've seen exceptional drought conditions since March 2008. So we obviously are now in more of a historic territory when it comes to this drought. Just a matter of how long the recovery is going to be now. In 2007, 2008, we got exceptional drought conditions, I believe, in December of 2007. We did not get out of those exceptional drought conditions until March 2008. So it took about 3 months to get rid of all the exceptional drought conditions. And then it took about another 6 months leading in towards like September, October to get rid of the drought completely, to recover. So it takes months to get out of this. It takes a little bit to get into drought. It takes a lot to get out of it. So definitely something we'll have to continue to work to do over the next several months. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Again, a big shout out to North Carolina Forest Service, Philip Jackson, for coming on the show with us today, breaking down the wildfire threat, what goes into why those burn bans are issued, and what goes into getting rid of some of the burn bans as we get some rain around here, as the green up continues, more as we get into the summer months here. Again, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As we end the show, I always like to say, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Also, as we navigate the drought together. I know it's frustrating saving water. I know it's annoying. I know it's not fun to do. Nobody wants to be told how much water. Nobody really wants to be told anything in life anymore when it comes down to what to do. But please follow some of these water restrictions that are in place. They're for everybody. It's to help everybody out. And again, if it's, using the dishwasher when it's actually full, or watering your lawn less, or washing your car a little less, go to a car wash place where they use recycled water. And I know it costs a little bit of money, but again, it's going to help us out a little bit when it comes down to getting out of this drought. Just some ways to help out. And again, let's work together to do this, as we always do here in the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll see you next time on the new edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today we're talking about one of the most talked about listings that's on the market in the Charlotte area, and that is this beaut, this $15 million home. This is on Quail Hollow, and obviously we have the Truist Championship coming up, and this is the time of year that we tend to see any homes that will go on the market in this area do go on the market, because why not when you're watching the PGA players play golf? Also, look at some absolutely beautiful homes. And the listing agent for this home is Liza Caminiti. Liza, thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
This is, I want to get into the personal aspect of this before we talk about the home itself. Anyone would be so grateful to list a home like this. It's gorgeous. But for you, this is highly personal because of who owns it.
Yes. Yeah, I have a lump in my throat right now, and I told myself I'm not going to cry.
It's okay too. Yeah.
It's Doug and Megan are incredible human beings and probably two of the most special people I've met. And they both of them actually just have a way of touching everyone they meet. And Doug, being who he was, never made anybody feel like they were below him or that he was better than them. And I've said it many times in the past few weeks to people is he had this special quality to find the 2% of good in people and make them believe in themselves and wanted to know what they were doing with their lives and telling them you're going to be the best at it. And it's the same experience I had with him the first night I got to truly hang out with him and Megan and get to know them. And just being with them for 30 minutes, I felt like I knew both of them for my whole life. And Doug had said to me, which I know I shared with David, your news colleague, he said, "Oh, what do you do?" And I said, "Oh, I'm in real estate." And he said, "Well, you're going to be the biggest and best agent in Charlotte, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure of it." And I literally, Morgan, I left there, and I thought I was ready to conquer the world. And then, I had the honor to list their previous home in Seven Eagles. And I remember, the first time that when they finally got moved into the Baltusrol Butte, he invited me over, and they were having like a small gathering with, I think everybody that was involved bringing this beautiful home up out of the ground. And I walked through the front door, and I wanted to start crying because that house gives you so much emotion. Because it is so amazing. Just walking up to the front door and the aesthetic and the design and the color scheme of it is so calming. But more than anything, I was just really proud of Doug and
and some people might be wondering who is this Doug who was such an amazing person. He was the CEO of Lending Tree. He recently passed away, suddenly, unexpected. And it sounds like for someone who had such an important job, such a big job, it sounds like, based off of my, few conversations with you, that he truly wanted to make an impact in everyone's lives who he touched, everyone who he met. That's what it sounds like from my perspective.
Yeah. He was definitely one of those people that I feel like probably put himself second and put a lot of other people first, for sure.
So, now, unfortunately, Megan's gonna sell this house. There's been a lot that's happened in their lives in the last 6+ months.
Yeah.
How do you even approach that as someone who is a friend, who was, he was a mentor to you? What is that like, trying to list a home? I know you're going to do the best job that you can possibly do, because it's personal. Not only because you're a professional, but it's personal for you. But how do you grieve and then help them list their home?
Yeah, you know, you have to really kind of compartmentalize everything in your head, as I mean, I do with a lot of my clients, just being that they're high net worth people and very successful. But I think you have to put the professional side first. And, you know, we go into every deal and transaction, you know, with clients, even if they're friends or not friends. My goal is to always make them become very good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And we go into everything with our heart on our sleeves. I mean, I'm probably one of my worst qualities is that I do wear my heart on my sleeve. And so I'm very
I wouldn't put it
passionate.
that way, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
very
get what you mean.
compassionate and passionate about what I do. You know, Megan is a very rare person. She's very strong. Um, I'm very proud of her for how she's handling everything. Because she's, you know, being strong for everyone else and you know, Doug's family and everything. So, you know, we've just tried to be there for her and reassure her that this is a team effort. You know, as far as, you know, getting the house together, getting things packed up, getting Megan comfortably moved out of there. You know, it's been a very tough process, but it's also been a very stress-free process. Um, and Megan's just been amazing to work with all of it. And she, you know, trusts me and my team. So the decisions we've made and the guidance we've given, you know, she's really leaned into. And you know, we're excited. We were excited for the attention that this home is getting,
Mm-hmm.
which I knew. I knew it was going to get a lot of attention. You know, it's a home that if it was placed down in Palm Beach, it'd probably be a $75 million home.
Right.
You know, we have to be realistic. We are in Charlotte, and I wanted
That's
the house
still,
to get a
I
lot of
mean,
attention.
that would still be a record setter, I believe, for the state of North Carolina. I think there's one home on the coast near or in Wilmington that sold for just under 14 million.
Yeah.
So at 15 million, it would still be a record for you all, which it is gorgeous. I mean, you're talking north of 17,000 square feet, closer to 18,000 square feet. 6 beds, 6 full baths, 6 half baths, 5 garage spaces.
Yeah.
So plenty of room for all the toys.
Yeah, and that's actually the 5 isn't including the golf cart garage too. So
Okay, with the simulator, I saw that in the. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna be on Quail Hollow, you kind of have to have
gotta have
a
golf
simulator.
Yeah.
Tell me about the marketing aspect of it. We see one of your videos here. What is the time commitment when you have the conversation that okay, I'm going to list your home? How long does it take to get it to market? It just hit the market.
Yeah.
And I believe you've already had a showing and you got another one coming up.
We've actually had 6 showings.
6 showings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I thought it was
another-
1 and you have another
No,
one.
no, we've had
6.
6. And
That's
we have
impressive.
another one this Sunday.
Okay, so there's already a lot of interest.
Yeah.
What do you think it is about, you know, a home like this versus something maybe on the waterfront on Lake Norman?
I think it's 2 different types of buyers
Yeah.
that would look on Lake Norman or look on Quail Hollow. I do find that our higher price point buyers that are moving from out of state do tend to look in both places.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love Lake Norman. Obviously, our company dominates the sales up on that lake. But I just think, you know,
There's Ivester Jackson.
Christie's International Real Estate. Yeah. And I just think that having that, the scenery of Quail Hollow Golf Course behind your home, I mean, when you walk into that home, as you can see from the video and the pictures, it looks like a painting through the windows.
Yeah.
So, and what is so neat about the house when Doug and Megan and Harry Schrader, the architect, and Leighton Campbell, the interior designer, and Arcadia sat down to create the home, Doug wanted the house to look very kind of mysterious from the street where you don't really know how big it is. You just see the quality of the finishes that were chosen to build this home.
I mean, and it looks new, but it was built in 2017. It's not like
way ahead of its
I mean,
time.
it's still new, but it's, you know, coming up on 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but anybody that has gone to either say Truist or one of the PGA tournaments or even the members at Quail Hollow or other non-members playing on that golf course, they are all completely intrigued with the back of this home because that's where you get the magnitude and the size of it. But yet it is still landscaped to give you privacy from the golf course.
Mhm.
So it's very well thought out.
Do you know what hole off the top of your head it's on?
Yeah, so it sits on the 15 and the 16,
I was gonna say,
which
it's
is
gotta
the
be
Green Mile.
Yeah.
You got to have a Green Mile hat when you go to one of the golf tournaments.
And that's a great location, even if you're just out watching the Truist Championship. I mean, 16, 17, 18 for sure that's where all the drama happens,
Yep.
and a lot can change in those 3 holes on Sunday. So it's a fun one. You mentioned the architect. It would have been great to have him on the show. I know he's got a lot going on.
He's a very talented guy and very wanted. So
You-
yes,
you
he has a
don't-
lot going on.
You don't happen to have his phone number? See if we could give him a call and
I sure do. I think we definitely should phone in a friend.
see if we can get him on the air.
Yeah, let's do that.
And his name is Harry
Schrader.
Schrader.
Very well known. The neat thing about Harry's homes is they're very timeless.
Mhm.
And anybody that walks into one of his homes, they know it's a Harry home
Mhm.
because there's just certain touches that he does.
Mhm.
Hello?
Harry.
We got him.
We got you.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey there, how are you guys?
We are good. We were just talking about this beautiful home that you poured your heart and soul into, and how everybody, as soon as they come through the door, they know it's you because of all the beautiful touches that you like to leave in the homes that you design.
That's super nice to say. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, we would love to hear a little bit more from you about what went into designing this home on Quail Hollow. It's absolutely stunning. But what goes into putting a piece of art, essentially, like this together?
Yeah, that is a great and appropriate question for a house that's that intense, if you will, defined by how big the home is, how many key spaces there are for us to have designed. It's one of these projects that sort of has one of everything. And so I will say one of my favorite parts about the journey was, despite its size, every single space and use was considered. It wasn't like, oh, you got to have one of these, or who cares if we have this extra wing? Every space was really meticulously considered. And as an architect who's driven to craft one of a kind architectural experiences, the answer to that question is it took everything I had, right? It took 3 years of a client believing in the process to get special architecture, but then what do we do to put it on paper and then ultimately challenge the builder to execute? And that house speaks of that, in my opinion, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
I mean, you'd have to have a lot of patience to wait 3 years to get everything right and then to execute it on the building side. That's a long project for someone who's, excited to get into their brand new home. Uh, how do you approach a project of this magnitude? Where do you start as an architect? And walk me through, obviously a little more briefly than 3 years, but walk me through that process of where you start and how you get to the end product.
Yeah, I think the greatest gift we're given by our clients is this fully immersive opportunity, right? We're not hired to draw a set of plans that fits some sense of, what the market is telling or what the stylistic, hot buttons are. You get the chance to start with a blank piece of paper and to work with a client who puts a lot of faith in our abilities. And we don't take that for granted. I mean, no matter how many years I work and how many projects I author, I always am driven by the next one being our best. And so this was one of those cases where, I knew the opportunity that this client was giving us. And so it starts with making sure we're very much a steward of their vision, not our own, but then pushing the ball forward and challenging ourselves to do dynamic, timeless, dramatic, embracing architecture. And what I mean by that is, we're not looking for anything to be a monument as much as a living, breathing, comforting place for them to live their life. And Liza and I have spent time in that house together, and I hope that's the exact message that comes across is when somebody is careful to think through enough of the decisions, then it's far less about simply the opulence of the space, but also about the concert of materials and scales of spaces. And I just that's for other people to judge, right? I can say those words, but I really rely on all the occupants, starting with the people who live there, to say, gosh, this is special. And there's something about it that makes it unique. And that's what drives me.
How many aspects, Harry, of this home changed from start to finish? I mean, the home itself is almost 18,000 square feet. Was there anything that was you felt like a big change throughout the project just to make sure you got it right?
I think that what I've learned about our process is that we do our very best to work our way through a very vetted, creative process, uh, offering the client all these, you know, times in the process to say, oh my gosh, that's amazing, or hey, let's go in a different direction. We always say we're not giving them one idea, we're giving them all of our ideas, right? So we really work hard so that by the time we're done with the creative phase of the project, they're bought in, they know it, they can see it. And then it becomes the challenge to technically detail a house of this magnitude so that it is able to be constructed, that the 100 people that it requires to build it can look at me and say, sure, we can do this, or Harry, we need to pivot here. And so to answer that question for you, in the course of a project like this, our boots on the ground, like our daily involvement in the construction is an evolutionary journey where I can't say, oh no, we decided to move a room to the other side of the house, but we very much worked in concert to make things better as it went and to tighten up specifications. And when we're an architect that designs so much of the project, next thing you know, you've got a project that is singing, right? It's just all the pieces are coming together.
I can hear your passion. And Liza, I think you know him quite well through listing this home and everything. And it's a beautiful home. You clearly have an incredible talent, Harry. And I appreciate you picking up the phone and joining us today. This was great. Unexpected surprise.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for caring what I have to say. And I enjoyed chatting with you guys too.
Thank you so much, Harry. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, take care, ladies. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so that's the first time we've taken a caller on air.
Hey,
But
it's always a first for
fun. It's
everything.
fun. And you can hear his passion for sure.
Yeah, and he, like myself, really wears his heart on his sleeve.
Mhm.
I think I shared with you over the phone when I first called him about this house and that, I really wanted him to be a part of this process.
Mhm.
And we started talking about Doug, and Harry started crying on the phone, and then I started crying.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, Harry. I'm a grown man, crying on the phone." But
Yeah.
that's just the emotion that, Doug brings out in people.
Mhm.
And so it's been an amazing journey. It really has.
Mhm. We didn't get a chance to talk really about kind of the we did a little bit, but we didn't go into detail about kind of the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah, the process from A to Z.
Yeah, because I mean, so you create a website for the home itself, which it's not like uncommon, right? I think a lot of agents are starting to do that nowadays. Is a one-stop shop, so people can really take a look at the home. It's a beautifully designed website, though.
Thank you.
But walk me through, how long all of this takes to get a project like this up and running.
Absolutely. So I'm very much a person that is, let's get things done yesterday.
We have that in common.
Yep. I eat, sleep, and live real estate pretty much 8 days a week and 36 hours a day. So, my team and I have everything very streamlined. First phone call, I am already planning everything that I know we're going to need to get done. So when we show up at that first meeting with homeowners of this magnitude.
You're talking about the pitch meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the pitch meeting, full on listing appointment. We've already kind of set in stone like bullet points of letting them know what we do. And so that's what I think is obviously very enticing to any seller owning a home of this magnitude, because it can become overwhelming getting your house on the market. And if there's things that need to be done, like as far as pressure washing and deep cleaning and landscaping and windows and packing up and moving things, staging.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. So my background's interior design. So for me, all of that stuff is very easy. I've got a great wheelhouse of people. I come with a very large team. And so we really are a one-stop shop concierge service. And that's what I, stressed to Megan. And that's what I think was very relieving to her. Because, we came in, we had the stagers there. I had Leighton, the interior designer. We had, the builder. We had Harry involved. And it was just, I like to have one big powwow. So we all get on the same page right out of the gate. Everyone's on a group text. And I'm like, here's what we need to execute. And here's the time period that we have to do it in.
I mean, because it doesn't matter if it's a $15 million house or it's a $500,000 house.
It really does.
There are a lot of things that can get, confusing throughout the process. And it's real easy for, especially, a buyer or seller when they don't do this every day to get lost in the shuffle of, okay, like what's going on, what's next.
Yeah.
So to your point, getting everyone in the same room on the same page is just smart.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you next, though? Oh, the staging.
Leading into the
The
staging.
staging.
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking, how much range, what kind of range would staging be for a house like this? I mean, this is a lot.
So,
It's a significant investment.
there's not many staging companies in Charlotte that I knew would be able to handle the magnitude and quality and style of this home.
Right.
And No So
Not
Design.
just throwing a couch down.
Exactly. No So Design did such a killer job matching everything in the home and the quality of furniture and the materials and the accessories and the paintings that they brought in just accentuated all of the design aesthetics that both Leighton and Harry put into this home. Leighton walked the home with the interior design team or with the staging team because I wanted to make sure that they were on the same page. There were a few items that the seller was leaving behind. So we knew that we had to kind of stay in line also with some of those materials.
Right. Kind of work them into the staging or work the
Exactly.
staging into the,
Yeah. And
So-
it came out, I mean, perfection.
So are they
Perfection.
based, you said there aren't many in Charlotte. Are they based in Charlotte? Or
They are based in Charlotte,
Okay.
yes. And they just happen to be best friends of mine too. So that makes it even better.
Well, you get to hire someone who you care about and pay it forward that way. Is there any question that I missed or anything that you would like to say either about the process or the property?
I guess I would just say that I truly do feel that, the extensive amount of thought and process that went into us planning the photos, the video. I mean, I wanted to make sure that this video was like a movie. That's just another thing you have to become in real estate as a movie producer. So I'm
A confident, and a confident person on air,
Thank you.
which it's not your forte. Like, this is obviously what I do and what we do. But to go from someone who, I know how to list properties, I know how to show them, I know how to get everyone to the closing table, to it's an extension of real estate now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh.
It's I strive for perfection. I'm not perfect, but I'm extremely OCD. And so when I list someone's home, I'm treating it as if it's my own. And I will stay up all night long packing boxes, cleaning things over at that house.
The things that
because-
people don't realize
Yes,
is
because
involved.
it's my name on it.
Yeah.
And so I have to make sure that all of my listings showcase the same exact way, no matter the price point, as you
Right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
So I do feel that, the extensive amount of work that we put in planning in a very short amount of time really shines through with the pictures, the video, everything. And we still have some more videos to come that are going to be pretty big.
Well, I know those will probably be well planned out as we get closer to the Truist Championship. I know a lot of people there will be a lot of eyes, not only on the golf course, but also on this beautiful house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Liza, thank you so much for joining us on Turnkey. I know you're extremely busy right now.
Oh, it's fine.
Well, it was an enjoyable episode, and good luck with the home and selling it, and good luck to the family involved as well.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And we were just honored to be here.
Yeah. To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Hey, welcome to Queen City News Plus. We got order in the court today. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, all right, good to see you. We got three good topics, as we always do. Court is in session right now. We're going to be talking about Spirit Airlines, their demise over the weekend, and what's passengers going to be able to do, their legal rights that they have if they've been stranded. And then also NASCAR's got some more feuding back and forth. What's NASCAR? That little feuding with some lawsuits. So we'll break that down. But the first one we want to talk about is SCOTUS jumped in today is about mifepristone. As people can order that, they're restored access to the abortion pill. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened here.
Brian, you're talking about mifepristone. You're talking about abortion. So we started at the beginning. Roe v. Wade, constitutional right implemented in this country, 50-plus years of court's precedent, was struck down by the Dobbs decision. At the time, legal experts said that this Dobbs decision would open the floodgates to having litigation, back-to-back types of litigation, and they were accurate. I mean, once you decide that there is no constitutional right and the states can make a determination on an individual basis who and when and what type of abortion you can have, if any, in their individual states, then you knew that there would be litigation, and that's what we've had. Any type of legislation that's been implemented has been challenged. Any type of rulings that have been implemented has been challenged, and this is nothing different. The Court of Appeals for the 5th District decided to strike down the use of telehealth type of mail-in distribution, and it's worth noting that this case directly impacts drugs used in two-thirds of all abortions in this country. And so limiting telehealth prescriptions and mail-in delivery of mifepristone was major. This wasn't something that was, on the fringe of abortion, 1 or 2%. You're talking about 75% of all U.S. abortions are using that type of drug. And so it sent a crater into that industry, and then you had a number of folks challenge it to the Supreme Court. So the standard when you are attempting to do an injunction is 4 things. It's irreparable harm, it's likelihood of success on the merits, it's the public policy, and it's just weighing up the public interest. And so the court will look at those 4 factors. The biggest one is irreparable harm. If money can fix it, the court is not likely to grant an injunction. And so you can't fix it with an abortion. You can't say, hey, you didn't get the abortion pills that you wanted. You end up having the child that you didn't want to have, and so now we'll pay you money for that. That's the easiest, elementary school breakdown of that standard. But that's something that the court would look at, and I can guarantee that's what they did here. And remember, this is on the shadow docket. This isn't a full-fledged hearing. This is an emergency.
Let's talk about that. Shadow docket, real quick. Just explain that process when a Supreme Court jumps in on these emergency type of situations.
Well, it's supposed to be where they're taking things that are on an emergency basis and they're making determinations that are temporary. Now, there has been a number of pushback from, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sotomayor and Kagan that have said, hey, this rendition of the Supreme Court is using the shadow docket for things that it's not supposed to. But historically, the shadow docket has been for emergency basis. You have something that can't wait, can't be delayed, has to be heard right now. The court takes action and then kicks it back to the lower court. That's historically what has occurred. The last few rulings off the shadow docket, because it's not really going to be an order. It's going to say, hey, we rule like this and go back and wait or do something. In this regard, we ruled that we're going to overturn or stay, I should say, the Court of Appeals decision. And because we're staying the Court of Appeals decision, we'll have a full-fledged hearing. It goes back to if nothing occurred with the Court of Appeals until they have a full-fledged hearing. There have been instances with the shadow docket where it hasn't done that, where they have taken action without writing a court of appeals.
This is a temporary ruling here. This is not a permanent ruling. So there's a lot that's going to have to be hashed out before this can go forward in any way.
It will. And this is going to probably be less about abortion, even though it's an abortion case, and more about administrative law, like who makes the determination of rules. So because obviously you have the FDA versus the courts. This is going to be federal preemptive. Does the federal government have an ability to preempt state law? And you would assume that the court wouldn't rule that way, because in the Dobbs decision, they're saying the courts don't want to make this determination, and the states should make that determination. So if they're consistent with their previous rulings, they will say, hey, the states have the ability to do this. So now we have to determine what insight does the FDA prove and provide into this, and what guidance and or regulatory authority do they have. And so this may be an opportunity for this court to weaken another agency's ability to render rulemaking, policy making, and pull that back a step as well.
One of the things too, you have differing laws in states right now when it comes to abortion. Specifically, I mean, North Carolina and South Carolina. South Carolina right now is moving to go to even a more extreme a law where it's almost a
near permanent ban.
near
almost.
permanent ban.
Yep.
Right. So if someone is ordering this in South Carolina, the ordering mifepristone by mail in South Carolina, what could happen with that person? What do they need to know?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're ordering it from a doctor in another state and it's being sent to you in South Carolina, there are a number of states that are attempting to criminalize that action of it coming from a state that is legal to a state that is illegal. And there is a older law called the Comstock law that hasn't been used, Comstock Act, I should say, that hasn't been used and is rarely used, but that could be used to ban mail abortion drugs nationwide. For being able, that's more of an obscenity type of law that was used in place with adult material years ago, and that's what people are pushing to say, listen, courts, if you want to take it from the states, again, states' rights versus federal preemptive rights, and you want to make sure that we can stop the mail-in aspect of it, you could use this Comstock Act to prevent that. So there are a number of ways that you can get there, but this is big time litigation. Let me put it in perspective. This is like big tobacco coming to the table, because what do you have? Big pharmacy. Pharmacy companies are warning of regulatory chaos. They're warning of undermining the FDA's scientific authority. And so they're saying, hey, court, step back and allow the states to handle this, and don't allow the Fifth Circuit to do what it did, because now you're stepping on a lot of people's toes.
What kind of time frame are we looking at here?
It depends on how fast they're able to hear an argument. I mean, the fasting already happened. That was the emergency shadow docket. So it could be pushed to the next term, or they could move it up as soon as possible. It really will just depend on the court's decision. I mean, but Justice Alito, who we're looking at there, this is another Louisiana case, right? Hot off the heels of him, authoring the Louisiana decision in the Voting Rights Act. And so this court is wanting to address these types of decisions sooner than later.
Yeah, they definitely want to hit on the hot button issues for sure.
They have not strayed away from it.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to do that. Another hot topic we want to talk about coming up in our next segment before we take a break here. Spirit Airlines folded over the weekend, just went away. A lot of it was rising jet fuel costs. The administration was trying to get something done there with a deal. That didn't happen. So let's talk about passengers' rights on what they have coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court, Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here, and we are going to be talking about the next segment here. A big story over the weekend, Khalif, and that was Spirit Airlines folded, just went under, trying to come out of their second bankruptcy. And, within hours, thousands of flights had just been canceled, leaving passengers just stranded mid-trip, trying to scramble to rebook. Very little notice here. Let's talk a little bit about the Spirit operations, how this happened, and also what can passengers do?
The writing was on the wall for something like this, obviously, for years. I mean, there was a number of mergers that attempted to occur. I remember most recently with Elizabeth Warren cheering the fact that the Spirit Airlines last merger that they tried was not successful.
With JetBlue, right.
With JetBlue specifically, because she argued at the time that it would raise prices, the merger would raise prices for consumers needing to have a lower tier option. Of Spirit came back at the time saying, hey, well, if we don't have a merger, we're not going to be existing. You talked about 2 different bankruptcies that have occurred over the years, and this was, again, the writing on the wall with the increase in fuel and other things that were costing them. They haven't made a profit since 2019. And so that was almost 7 years of not being a profitable company. And so you'd have to be blind or had your head under a rock, not looking at what was happening to see that this was something that was coming. In terms of the process, you're talking about they had 4,000 flights scheduled through May 15th, but they also said most recently, as of today, that most of the refunds for those flights have been sent back to customers. But so I think the cause of action would be, I mean, first of all, you can't get what is it, juice from a turnip, right?
Right.
If there's nothing there to squeeze, you can get a judgment in hand. It's meaningless. And so even if a person was able to find a cause of action to bring against Spirit, are you going to be able to recover if a court rules in your favor against a company that is insolvent? They're in this liquidation, not restructuring. So they're not trying to go through and, sell off items so that they can rebrand. They're selling off items so they can pay other debtors that are other creditors, I should say, would have priority over you as a customer, stepping up, not having any type of priority in terms of recovering and recouping some type of debt that's owed to you. And this is straight law school 101. If you're a holder of debt, you want to be a priority holder of debt. So you want to be someone like the federal government having a tax lien, for instance, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has a judgment that's filed, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has it in order in front of someone else so that your priority can be higher. But a person that wins a judgment after all those other folks have already filed their claims, you'll be so far down the loop that it won't be even worth attempting to spend the resources on filing a claim. I mean, but does my heart go out to folks that were stranded over the weekends? It does.
Yeah.
But it also is going to be hard.
And for the employees, thousands of employees who just all of a sudden were told not to come to work. That's your last day.
And then that's the other issue that I would have with something like this. When you talk about bringing a claim, it's not just was the action something that we didn't recognize was going to happen, right? And so did you cause me injury by a reasonably foreseeable incident? So if I'm saying that the writing was on the wall and you have flights that were scheduled through May 15th, but you just announced this immediate shutdown, how soon did you know? And again, if someone wanted to go through the process of trying to become successful in litigation, how soon they knew, how soon could they have cut it off to and mitigate the damages? Should you have been taking flights to locations where hey, there wasn't a return flight going to be available? Those are some of the questions that would be asked in a potential claim. But yeah, in the bankruptcy claim, they're going to have the weakest argument. They, as in a consumer ticket holder, would have the weakest argument to getting recovery. If, for instance, okay, they caused you to not be able to make your flight back or missed your honeymoon or something like that, it's not going to be recoverable. And even if they weren't insolvent, most of the time, they had the common carrier protections, which would say, you didn't contract with me to get you there at a specific time. You contracted with me as the airline to get you there, period. And so I get you from point A to point B, and if I happen to delay it by 10 hours or 2 days, I fulfilled my end of the contract. And that's always been the airline's argument when people say, hey, well, I want to sue because they didn't get me there at 5 o'clock like the ticket said. Well, the ticket's fine print says we're obligated to get you there, not at that time listed.
Yeah, we knew about this from Spirit Airlines because they were hinting about what was going on. They were hoping the Trump administration was going to step in, and the deal was over the weekend. It gave some a little bit ample time there for people that were flying with Spirit.
Yep.
But still, if you kind of already got it booked, you got it booked. But the deal, apparently, the government was going to try to take over 90% of the company going forward, which is just it was just too much for the people at Spirit to swallow, and so they took the official announcement to go ahead and go to end everything. Refunds, those are for people that purchased directly. If you did have a ticket that was purchased by a third-party travel agency like an Expedia or something like that, you'll have to contact them. Compensation for customers who used vouchers or credits or loyalty points will be determined later as part of the bankruptcy process.
And that's why I say those folks are so far down the line. If you had a voucher and it was connected to credit, you can pretty much count that as is not going to occur. Because remember, in the bankruptcy process, the individual or company that has priority to their debt is going to be the one that takes priority.
Yeah, the loyalty.
It's in the name.
It's just the way it is. And then loyalty points, those are worthless right now. So
yeah, I mean, and it's even a step further. I mean, in law school, the course for this type of thing would be secure transactions. So when you're looking and taking a class like secure transactions, you want to ensure that you have secured your debt, right? And so if I have a debt to you, have I secured it by filing it, by giving proper notice? Okay, a secured debt is going to be even more priority than an unsecured debt. The folks that we're talking about, those are unsecured debts. You purchased it, but it's just money owed to give back to you, not secured by anything else. And so because of that, the priority is so far down the list. And I mean, yes, a person could ultimately go through the process of attempting to recover vouchers that were credited and now lost. But the cost of doing that would be far exceeding what you would recover.
You talked a little bit about, obviously, the passengers. We mentioned some of the employees, the thousands of employees are pretty much just left without a job, left without, benefits or that sort of thing. They're just kind of high and dry right now. What can they do, if anything, legally going forward?
I mean, it depends on the state. I mean, if they are at-will employees, a company would have the ability to terminate you for no cause needed at all. And then if the company is no longer in existence, any type of severance packages that were secured previously, hopefully they were ironclad, and they also would not fall under a secured protected debt that you'd be able to collect. And so you'd fall in after all of the secured folks, you'd be able to jump in line there as well. And so it's going to be a complete problem for employees that were recently terminated to try to be made whole from a company that's just insolvent. This isn't the first company to go out of business. It is definitely one of the first major airlines to be put in a situation where just a perfect storm occurred. And as you mentioned, the bailout was something that folks thought was going to at least save the company for flights and for employees, but it just was unable to occur.
All right, we're going to leave that one there for Spirit Airlines. Hopefully those passengers will get things worked out, and also those employees too. Coming up next, Order in the Court, that guy right there, Joe Gibbs Racing, JGR, they're involved in some trade secrets, a lawsuit with that. We'll have more on that coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Quarter in the Court with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Right now, we are going to have our last segment. We're going to be talking about NASCAR. Trade secrets being stolen, possibly. And this is a case really here with Joe Gibbs Racing out of Huntersville, JGR, suing former competitor, competition director Chris Gabehart and Mooresville-based Spire Motorsports here in late February for trying to steal some trade secrets impacting the NASCAR results here. What do we know about this? What goes on?
Oh, this is like ripped right out of a movie headlines. They're talking about, look at this. They say this case is really about protecting competitive intelligence in a data-driven sport. And I'm laughing when I read this because it was so many instances where like, hey, that sounds like a movie. That sounds like a movie. The individual recognized, hey, I got to this company and they promised me a number of things. And this was said in the hearings. They promised me creative control and a number of opportunities to lead and be in charge. He said ultimately what happens is Gibbs in the team was basically lurking over his shoulder the entire time, and it wasn't any control. It was micromanaged to the point where he believed the relationship started to deteriorate. So he leaves, right? In the process of leaving, and that's what they're saying is they're alleging the trade secrets. He connected his personal email to the company laptops. Additionally, they said that he created a folder on the computer named Spire and did a number of tests on that computer and then took those tests in that folder with him. He argues that, hey, I created this folder because I recognized the relationship was deteriorating and I was weighing my options of why I should go and leave here at Gibbs Racing and go to Spire. The other thing I think was interesting is that part of their complaint, they included from the telecast of a race that one of the announcers saying that, hey, Spire seems like they have been, becoming extremely successful since this individual got to their company, and hinting at, the likelihood that it's because of something that he acquired while at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar winning Talladega 1 week before the lawsuit was filed. And they're pointing to that race specifically where they got the information and Gabehart's information helped one of the racers help win.
That's the allegation. But I mean, the fact that they're in Joe Gibbs' team in their complaint and their reason for citing a preliminary injunction is saying that, hey, right on the telecast, they're saying the only reason they're winning the race is because this guy came from our team and is in essence
saying the quiet part out loud.
Right. That is definitely the quiet part out loud. So just like in our other case that we talked about earlier, the judge went through the preliminary injunctive standards already. Likelihood of success from the merits, irreparable harm, the balance of the equities in the public policy. And it goes back to irreparable harm. Joe Gibbs is saying, okay, and this is why the court didn't grant it fully. They denied the injunction against Spire. Why did they deny it? Well, because money could fix it. If you're saying they're stealing our information and they're using it against us to win races, and these races are going to come with purses, right? Well, you can fix that by getting the money back that they got from you or by improperly acquiring or winning these races by using your information. However, the court did partially grant Joe Gibbs Racing's relief with must stop using trade secrets, must return all materials, and cannot perform the same role or functions that Gabehart had while at Joe Gibbs Racing. So they're saying even after the judge granted that preliminary injunction, he's already violating. Why? Because he's circumventing the restrictions, observing live races from the pit areas, potentially real-time advertising. And those are the types of things that they're saying, hey, judge, you granted this, but now they're not even doing what you said that they should.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is going to be a lot of back and forth. But for me, the most damaging part is going to be the folder, because that forensic trail of evidence is going to be hard to defeat, right? If you create a folder with the new name of the company that you're going to on your old work computer, and then you've done these simulations and these tests on the work computer, and if you're taking these files from the company, the trail of breadcrumbs will be there for them to say, hey.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
Well, I mean, if you're if they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win, i.e. in that most recent race that you talked about, I mean, there could be a number of things that the court can implement for sure, return. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here If they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th, I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will. But there are a number of things, at least from this early reading of this, that seems that it's going to be easier to prove than I suspected when I first started reading this, which is, again, spy type of drama, that there's proprietary data and if you're using these simulated models to create and take information to another company and using Joe Gibbs Racing's data to do it, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. If they can point to multiple instances of that, unless he has a reason for it,
So
other than
is it a big monetary fine?
it won't be a big monetary fine. I think it's not just a fine. It's going to be a return of those proceeds. And so if they can put a
Take
dollar,
the win away?
I don't know about taking the win because that would be more NASCAR.
Yeah.
But it would definitely be more money. On the court's perspective, it would say, if you can point to a date in time where he arrived and a connection to the winning, right? So go back as long as they've been around. Have they been winning these types of races, right? And then part of it will be, in his argument, well, this is what I bring to the table. Me, my mindset. I didn't take proprietary information. They're winning because of what I brought to the table. Not your trade secrets, but yet my own abilities that I wanted to use when I was working for Joe Gibbs Racing, but you guys didn't let me. So there will be multiple arguments. They're seeking $8 million in damages, misappropriation of trade secrets, breach of contract, misconduct. These claims are definitely nothing to laugh about. But again, reading it ripped straight from a novel.
I love it. And maybe a movie someday. Always good stuff with NASCAR and always good stuff with you, Khalif. Especially appreciate it. That's going to wrap it up here for Order of the Court. Court is out of session right now. We're going to send you back to Queen City News Plus.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Ground Control, where we talk about all things outer space here on Queen City News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and of course, I have joining me my other co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. How are you doing today, Matt, after an historic mission?
I am very happy. I'm just glad that it all went well. There was only one problem that they recurringly had on that flight, but we'll probably get to that. I'm just glad everybody is home safe, and they've sent back so much to Earth, not just knowledge, but feeling.
Feeling is a great way to describe kind of what we experienced on that mission here around the moon and back, with the capsule the Orion spacecraft touching back down off the California coast here near San Diego at approximately 5:07 Pacific time here this past Friday. After a successful mission, but as you were alluding to, Matt, a couple of hiccups there. And also, this is one of those times when we Splashdown here is off the coast of California. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think previous Apollo missions, they would be much farther out in the Pacific.
They could be out towards Samoa. They could be mainly just out in the Pacific, far out in the Pacific. And they would have all kinds of ships strung about the Pacific, but usually they were targeting for one spot. But they had plenty of real estate, watery real estate though. But they would splash down out in the Pacific because they figured that would be the easiest way to get their ship back.
That's yeah, and it's just nice they didn't have to take such a long journey to get back home here like our previous Apollo missions. But with Artemis 2 being back and complete, it's time to kind of recap what we saw. Obviously, this is the deepest. One of the big stories here was the deepest humans have ever gone into space here, because unlike previous Apollo missions, they were on what was called a free return trajectory here, which means they're not trying to actually get into lunar orbit, but they're just trying to go around, test the systems, have 4 people in the space capsule like that, and coming on back here, Matt. But let's kind of get into a little bit of what we saw here with the Artemis mission. Some of the interesting things there is obviously the Orion spacecraft coming back down, splashing down. What we saw here on Friday, I felt like it was almost a scene out of a movie watching that, Matt. But as we kind of get back to what we kind of learned here during the mission, can you take us into kind of what was going on with the toilet here a little bit? That was the big story here with the in terms of any hiccups out there with the Artemis mission.
This was a $30 million piece of plumbing where it was going to be similar to what we do on Earth. You could sit down and do your business, but they kept having an issue with the valve that lets the urine out of the space capsule. It kept freezing. And because it froze up, kind of like, pipes do during winter, they had to turn the ship where that side was in the sun, bring in some heat, melt the urine, and let it go out the valve. But they had to do that repeatedly because space is cold.
Space is cold, man. And yeah, that was kind of one of the biggest stories I saw out there in the news from this particular mission was kind of the issue with the toilet. But other than that, Matt, really, as we look back on this mission, for the most part, there were obviously the hiccups there, but it was a really successful mission, and really has me kind of I was going to say optimistic for the future. I was getting my O words mixed up here, but really optimistic for the future of what we have going on for human space flight. So, we're done here. We'll talk a little bit more about this, but the next mission, because of our NASA Administrator, Jarek Eisman's been talking about, that actually Artemis 3 is going to be on the way next year here. And what kind of things we're going to be testing out with Artemis 3?
One of the big things to be testing out in Artemis 3 is the lunar landers that they're hoping to fly to the moon. And they're also hoping it'll be 2. They're hoping to test out the SpaceX spaceship, which looks like something out of Buck Rogers serials from movie serials from the 1940s. And then Blue Origin is going to have its own version of a lander. They want to try both out in Earth orbit to make sure that they can rendezvous with those spacecraft, that they can do the dockings, that they can operate with these spacecraft out there. That'll be a very big test. And, it's going to be a long flight too, so it'll be a duration thing for them, But of course, we have astronauts who spend up to a year or more on the International Space Station, so we're used to that. But these guys are going to be in a place that's no bigger than 2 minivans.
Wow. Just impressive. We're really going to, and you can see it kind of here in this image. They, I don't think I could ever personally be an astronaut here, man. It's very cramped in there, in that capsule. And we were talking about the issues going to the bathroom here, but they don't have a lot of space or privacy when you're on a spacecraft. I mean, they don't have a ton on the ISS, but I mean, in the Orion spacecraft, and this is bigger than what they had with Apollo, because you have four people in there. But this is obviously very very kind of cramped and small space.
They found ways to stow parts of their seats, the couches as they are. They can stow parts of that seat to give them more available, movable space. One thing you can do is that it's not just you're not lying on the floor. You can lie above the instrument panels. You can lie behind something, behind a couch, and that was one of the things that really helps. But again, it's 4 people in a very limited amount of space for 10 days. Yeah, it got cramped.
Yeah, no, got very, very cramped. That's just something I admire the most here. Is that you're in the spacecraft you're over a week here going around the moon and coming back, and you're in very, very kind of tight quarters with people. Hopefully, they were best friends going into this trip here around the moon, because that's who you got to deal with and spend very, very, very close period of time with during the duration of this mission.
That was something. I mean, these people have been training for 3 years. They were named to this crew in 2023. So they know each other. They have become friends with each other, and closer than many other friends. And that's one of the reasons why, as they were passing by the moon, they named one of the craters for the late wife of Reed Wiseman,
Yeah.
the commander. They named one of the craters that they had seen the first time that they had seen this crater. They called it Carroll, Carroll, and it was they were breaking up. They were crying
Yeah.
while talking about that, and that was something that just touched the hearts of a lot of people.
Yeah, and it really showed kind of that bonding they had with the astronauts together to do that, and that was definitely a very moving part of the mission. And Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about some of the dramatic images that we saw from Artemis 2 going around the moon, the first time humans have left low Earth orbit since the days of Apollo. We're going to be talking more about that in the historic Artemis 2 mission coming up right after the break here. You're watching Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman with my co-host Matt Campbell, executive producer. Matt Campbell, we're talking, of course, about the historic Artemis 2 mission that went around the Earth here and is now around the Earth, around the moon, came back to the Earth, and now splashed down off the coast of San Diego on Friday. Matt, just getting into some of the facts here. I know you're a big facts guy, and we'll get into that a little bit later here in the show. But some of the big facts here, the total distance traveled here, almost 700,000 miles total going around the Earth, going to the moon, and back. Maximum distance, this is the deepest, and surpassed the record set by Apollo 13, traveled more than 250,000 miles into outer space, roughly about 252,000 approximately. Then you talk about as this capsule is coming back, how hard and fast these things can hit Earth's atmosphere, hit Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles an hour. Just
Moving.
Just slamming. And just what were sort of the kind of the most breathtaking things that you remember here from this mission? Matt, I'll pull up some of the images here from the Artemis 2 mission. It's just kind of always takes your breath away every time, really.
One of the great things about Artemis is that they have cameras out on the solar panels. of the spacecraft that can shoot the spacecraft and whatever body that they're looking at. So you can see part of the spacecraft and the moon, and it kind of gives a little bit of perspective to it. But it was amazing the detail that we could see on the lunar surface. It was amazing when we could see the Earth looking back towards our own home planet. We could see that, and I know a lot of people were comparing some of the images of Earth from this mission to the ones taken back in Apollo, and they were wondering, well, it's different. Well, one thing that they did back then is they used cameras that had film. These were digital cameras this time, and really high-end digital cameras, some of the best that you can get. And so they were taking very clear, very sharp images. And I remember the day when they were doing the flyby, and they had cameras stationed at every window inside the capsule. And they were trading off people who were taking photos and people who were getting cameras ready for them. It was just stunning what they did.
Yeah, and some of the astronauts actually were using, kind of just an unintentional ad for iPhone here, but some of the astronauts were using their iPhones to take pictures. Obviously, back in the 70s, that was not something that existed, Matt.
No. Isn't that one of the benefits of space travel?
That
is the kind of technology that we take for granted now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And just, how much smaller the chips have gotten and everything. And the closest, again, we've talked about it, was not going a full orbit, but a free return trajectory was still, the closest it got to it was about just under 4,100 miles here from the lunar surface, and then coming back fairly quickly here. And it's just amazing. I think it was the first ever solar eclipse from the perspective of the moon, basically.
Yeah. You got to see it and it was absolutely amazing. You could see the corona. You could see a little bit like of how the sun flares out when it's completely obscured by another body, and it was very clear. And they're going to learn a lot from that, even though it was just like a photo. Those photos can give them knowledge about how the sun works, its lifetime. And I'm really looking forward to what we can learn from the images that are still being processed.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that too, Matt. Just kind of thinking about, what do you think some of the most important things that they're going to have learned from this mission when it comes to Artemis 3 and Artemis 4? Obviously, kind of testing out the systems, having the crew together, using the Orion capsule. But what are some of the most, obviously making sure that the lines don't get frozen with the toilet, but what are some of the most important things when they kind of look forward to maybe the actual crewed mission to land on the moon? What are some of the big data points you think they're going to be taking away from?
Well, they've learned a lot about the surface and the different places. At some point, we're not going to be just going to the side of the moon that we face.
Yeah.
We will be. The Artemis 4 is supposed to go close to the south pole of the moon, because that's where we believe there is water. Water from comets and other things has collected in the craters and the cavities and the crevices there on the moon. And that water can be used to keep people alive on the moon and in sustained environments. It can be used as fuel for future missions that will go beyond the moon out to Mars. So I think they have a better idea of what is there. And they've also looked at places where, we could eventually land on the back side of the moon, the far side of the moon. And we did have somebody call last week and say, don't call it the dark side.
Yeah, it's true. It's just the side that because obviously when we have a new moon, that side of the moon is actually completely lit up. Because we obviously have just always one side of the moon that is that is facing Earth. And it's just really, really fascinating. Just thinking about, I still can't believe it. It was over 50 years from the last time we left low Earth orbit. But I was just really blown away, for the most part, how smooth really the mission went, and how little there were in terms of problems. It's just a testament to the preparation that the astronauts had been doing over the course of the past years, getting ready for this mission here. And it's still interesting because in the age of, you've got SpaceX, you have Blue Origin. This is still, truly NASA with the SLS and the Space Launch System, sort of that, the government-funded version of space travel, still kind of leading the way in that respect.
Yeah, there was one other hiccup that they did have on the flight. They needed help with Microsoft Outlook.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, that was like the first couple of days. They were not able to get their email properly. So they had to call down to NASA IT and get the Geek Squad on the phone and help them fix that. That's another thing that we're getting from this mission is the communication.
Yes.
It's just how important it is to be in touch with Earth, and not just for information, not just to monitor the mission, just for humanity, just to be able to talk to people.
Yeah.
One of the things that was great was when they did basically a phone call from the Artemis spacecraft to the International Space Station, and there were crew members who had been in space. You know, Christina Koch had I forget what her name is. Had a friend, a fellow astronaut who was aboard the International Space Station. They were over on the International Space Station the last time that they were together, and they did spacewalks together. Jessica Meir, I want to say, or Jennifer Meir. I forget. I'm sorry. I don't know this off the top of my head. But it was just cool how they could talk to each other and say things like, "You've got the mango salad. We've got the mango salad too."
Yeah, I know they had better food than what they had on Apollo. Much better food. Yeah, just because obviously it was expected, to lose context as they're going around the far side of the moon, but obviously they have problems just like the rest of us here, man. You're not getting the right emails during the mission. So that was really just fascinating in that respect. But Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about what lies ahead for the Artemis program here as we get ready for what's going to be eventually Artemis 3, which is going to be kind of a testing phase, and then of course Artemis 4, that planned first lunar landing since Apollo 17. We're going to be talking about all that and more coming up here on You're Watching Ground Control on Queen C News Plus. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Ground Control on Queen C News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brand, my co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. We've been talking all about the Artemis 2 mission, having the astronauts back here on Earth safely, and for the most part, the mission was a complete smashing success. But now it's time to look ahead a little bit here, Matt. We have got right now the next Artemis mission is Artemis 3 here. Originally, this was supposed to be the mission that actually takes us back to the moon and we land on the moon. But our new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, changed and actually upped the cadence of launches and wanted to use Artemis 3 here as more of a testing phase for some of these landers. What was kind of the main driving factor here, Matt, for kind of changing the cadence here of these missions, as we but still keeping that same date for when we land back on the moon?
They want to make sure that all the equipment works. And the one thing that hasn't been tested, the thing that hasn't been completed is what we're going to use to land on the moon. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. They've got to make sure that equipment is working. And so they have given the two companies, SpaceX and Blue Origin, time to get one built for next year so they can try these things out. They can move them in space and see how they will work when they finally do land. That's one of the big things that they have to do is they have to make sure that landers are ready because the only thing you can do if you don't have a lander is to just do another flyby like we just did. So you've got to test out that equipment. You got to test out EVA equipment. They're going to be making sure because they're going to be walking on the moon at some point. You have to make sure that those suits work too. That's similar to what they did with Apollo 9 and Apollo 10, those two missions back in the 1960s. They were dress rehearsals for lunar landings. Apollo 9, they used the lunar module in Earth orbit. Apollo 10, they took it down to within 50,000 feet of the moon's surface.
They're like so close. They're like, shouldn't we just go for it? No. But yeah, I remember because I was trying to think. I know Apollo 10 got extremely close, 50,000 feet here. That's roughly, they're about 10 miles off the surface of the moon here. And one of the interesting things is they're still working on exactly where in Earth orbit they want to test out some of these different landers here with the mission. They're considering low Earth orbit or high Earth orbit here, kind of trying to work that out right now. But it was really interesting for Administrator Isaacman. He's like, hey, we're completely kind of rebooting what we do here. We're actually going to make this work because one of the former NASA administrators, I think during the Trump administration, was like, hey, I don't think it's possible for us to actually land in 2028 here. I think these systems that we're using are extremely complex, and I don't know if we're going to be able to really make this happen here. I'm sorry if I'm saying his name. Jim Bridenstine was one of those things when he was testifying in front of Congress. He was like, these systems are extremely complex. We've never tested them before. I don't know if it's even possible for us to land in 2028. And I think that was, probably some of the impetus for Administrator Isaacman coming in here after it was confirmed. Right before Artemis 2 was supposed to launch, he did this whole revamp of the missions. And he's like, we want to get back to where we were during the Apollo period, which is we're doing one launch here. Well, actually, during Apollo, I think they were doing more than once a year. But they, at least once a year of testing out and making sure kind of are ready here for going back to the moon. As someone who, loves the space program, I'm sure I'm not quite on your level, Matt, but it's really exciting to know that they are really committed here to getting us back onto the moon by 2028.
They're trying to just test out the hardware to make sure it's ready to go. They don't want to do anything flying by the seat of their pants on this. They want to make sure everything works. Because when they do get to Apollo 4, which is going to be hopefully in 2020.
You mean Artemis 4, a little Freudian.
All right, yes, Artemis. Yeah, forgive me. Artemis 4, when they finally do get to that in 2028, that's when we're finally going to set foot on the moon again.
Yeah, and that's when we're going to sit back on the moon. And then, we start talking about, there's many more kind of in the planning stages after that, Artemis missions after that, where we kind of start getting in this cadence where they want to build up basically a research station on the moon. It's going to be really fascinating to watch that happen. And obviously it's going to take, successive administrations here to be really committed to that goal here, Matt, because that's the thing. You can go through 2028, but then after that, there'll be potentially a new presidency, a new administration, and maybe a new NASA administrator. And it's kind of really the fascinating thing here is, one of the things that still unites people out there is the space program.
Yes.
To kind of get that buy-in and be like, hey, are we actually going to start to maybe build a more permanent presence on the moon? How do we get ready to go to Mars at some point in the future? I just think right here, we are right at the beginning, sort of the true, the genesis of this new space program here as we're going to be developing going out in the forward. And that's something I am personally really excited on that. And I just hope it keeps kind of going on this path of the success that we saw with Artemis.
It will be very important. And this helped because we got to know a lot about these astronauts on Artemis 3. We got to know a lot about them. We got to feel their personality.
Yeah.
Victor Glover was very effusive about his spirituality.
Yep.
That touched a lot of people. Again, just getting out into the space of the moon and the feelings that these people had and sharing, and they were in awe. They were just and one of the things that they said, how does this mission make you feel? What word would you use? Humility.
Yeah.
was their thing. And if we can keep people excited for this and keep people interested in this, it will get us farther. We have to keep people's interest. We have to tell them why we're doing this.
Yeah.
And, that's one of the things why I wanted to bring up was, we have modern computers because of the space program back in the 1960s and 70s. We have global communications because of the space program back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. All of these things have transferred into our lives every day. And they were developed because it got its start with the space program.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important.
No, it's extremely important. And again, just for me being the optimist, I just love the idea of humans going farther and farther out, really into the universe here, man. I'm looking online. I don't think they've even announced the crew yet for Artemis 3.
I don't remember. I don't
Okay.
think they have.
I've been doing a little bit of a search here. Yeah, I don't think they'll be I'm very excited to see when they announce actually the astronauts that are going to be Artemis 3, that crucial testing phase of the landers here as we get ready for that. And of course, and then it'll be the big moment when they announce the Artemis 4 astronauts here that are actually planning to land on the moon again. Hopefully, plan is for 2028. So that's going to do it all for us here with this episode of Ground Control. But Matt, it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show. It's time for this week's version of Matt's Fact.
Yeah, and the Matt's Fact this week is going to be about what we were just talking about, how much we get from space programs. The Artemis program is expected to have cost about $100 billion. The Apollo program from 1962 to 1972, about $109 billion. And we spent $199 billion. This is all adjusted for inflation. About $199 billion on the space shuttle, which flew for 20 years. That's where the investment goes. Those are the numbers. Those are the facts on that.
Got our accountant here this week. Here,
those are my taxes.
For this week's edition of Matt's Fact. Loved it, Matt. And that's going to do it all for us here on Queen City News Plus. For my co-host here, executive producer Matt Campbell, I am meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We will see you right back here on the episode of Ground Control right here on Queen City News Plus. Take care.
It is Friday.
It's Friday. That's
yes.
what the class
This is
is
Queen
for.
City News Plus Live. It's 3 o'clock. If you're joining us on CW Charlotte, the Queen City News Plus app, or Facebook, YouTube Live, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside anchor Morgan Francis, Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in on a Friday, as well as producer-director Austin McCollum, making sure we the right video shows up at the right time when we're talking about stuff. So, we have a lot of busy things to get to. Before we get to that, real quick, though, there is some breaking news out of Ukraine.
Yeah, and I'm reading this from The Hill because it just came through, but President Trump announced a 3-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. It also includes a prisoner swap. So this is, you think of a 3-day ceasefire, and I mean, when this war first started, that would have been probably not as big of a deal, but it's been ongoing for so long that this is something that everybody right out of the gate is celebrating as a win, at least for this brief moment in time.
Yes, and this comes as there's a bunch of other things going on in regards specifically more to the war in Iran, which, I mean, there are two separate conflicts that are happening, but there seems to be an equal sense of a need for a resolution, or at least some sort of ceasefire or more permanent situation there. In fact, in Iran, the Trump administration says they are waiting for a good deal from Iran. While that's happened, the U.S. has fired on a number of Iranian oil tankers out there. But they are hoping for a serious offer. The U.S. says they do want a serious offer from Iran to basically end this war and this fighting and the effects that it's come with it.
Yeah, the two sides have still been, trading. They've been firing
back and forth. Yes.
They've been firing back and forth. They've been trading shots, so to speak. But all day today, the story has been that the U.S. is expecting a response from Iran.
Yes.
We've been refreshing the wires, and there still hasn't been any sort of update to that. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that he hopes that it is a serious offer. Supposedly, there is a 14.1-page memo that is floating around out there that would involve Iran committing to a moratorium on nuclear enrichment. the U.S. and Iran would, the U.S. would lift sanctions. Both of the sides would lift restrictions around the Strait of Hormuz. So there are a couple of things in that 14-point plan that's out there. But again, the U.S. is waiting on a response from Iran at last check.
Yes, and this has kind of been reflected on the stock market as well, because right now the Dow has really been doing very much today. In fact, gas prices haven't really gone much of, oil prices more specifically, haven't really gone much of anywhere. You can see, though, Dow's down 69 points, at least at this moment. But it's been kind of up and down, kind of been flat for the day, at least for the most part. And so this is basically, there was this big rally yesterday on the news of this talk of a potential deal, and the fact that, at least right now, things are still being discussed. And it's kind of a wait-and-see attitude, not only with the markets, but with everything else. And this could have an effect on what you see the price of the pump, because gas prices are really high right now. And this could eventually lead to some gas prices going down. Though, as we've been mentioning, with the lowering of oil prices, it takes a little bit longer for gas to come down as far as prices are
But quick to go up, which everyone always
Yes.
loves. This has been something this next story that everyone is talking about, and I'd be willing to bet that our producer director, Austin McCollum, will probably want to chime in on this. The Pentagon has started to release the UFO files.
Yes.
And I've heard from two different people that one person was like, look at everything that's been released, and the other was like, listen, we waited all this time and we got a couple of dots in the sky. So I've heard both sides.
So much more than that.
I've heard both sides.
Yes, and depending on, this is a big deal, depending on your interpretation of the information. This is really what it comes right down to. Among the highlights that were kind of released, Buzz Aldrin said he saw a fairly light, bright source while he was on Apollo 11. There were mysterious objects making 90-degree turns that were seen in the air in various other places, as well as a bright light making twists in the sky over Kazakhstan. Now, the Trump administration says the public can draw their own conclusions from this. They don't necessarily make any determinations as to whether or not extraterrestrial life exists, or what exactly these UFOs or UAPs actually are. But they do include everything. As far as the files that were released, include everything from State Department cables to FBI documents, NASA transcripts. But it's still very much of
162 files.
But the resounding, a lot of what came out there is
this video, I think, is the most interesting one that's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
So that was from, here, I'll put it full. That was from 2024. It was a CENTCOM video that they released observing this 8-sided object, 8 different points as it makes various sudden movements in the sky. This was another one. I can't remember the exact year. I think this was another.
It was a drone, I believe, from several years ago.
Yeah, potentially, I think this is the Indo-Pacific one where it was an infrared camera observing this. There's a lot of incredible things in here. If you guys are familiar with our original program on Queen City News Plus, We Are Not Alone. Host May K. Beeler and I, we've been doing this show for the last year. We just recorded an episode. It should be up on the Queen City News YouTube page right now, or coming up soon here in the next hour or so. Again, like you're saying, 162 files, as Derek, like you said, there's PDFs, there's images, there's sound, audio files, there's videos. And the Department of Defense is making the case of you need to draw your own conclusions from this.
So at the same time, experts have cautioned people that these videos can oftentimes be misinterpreted and mischaracterized by people who are unfamiliar with military technology. So again, they issue it and say, draw your own conclusions, but then others say, okay, well, you gotta, look at it with a little bit of balance here.
And the skeptic's summary, at least as it stands right now, is basically say, hey, there's basically confirmation. Yeah, we saw something weird. We just don't know what it is. And that's really what it comes right down to.
That's what UFO is, unidentified flying object.
Yeah. Trump administration does say it's part of their transparency efforts, but there has been some note of criticism that this is being used as a distraction from some of the other things happening within the administration right now. So again, draw your own conclusions from not only the release of the information, but also what the information actually has, and will be as more details come out about that, you will definitely be passing that along here on Queen City News and Queen City News Plus. There is another big story today, the one that we've been following actually for a good portion of this week. The online school platform Canvas, victim of a cyber attack. Canvas is used pretty much in every North Carolina school district, and as far as whether or not
and beyond, I mean, not just North Carolina,
but. The thing is that they're still trying to figure out exactly how many districts themselves, like as far as like the whole of the districts, which ones are affected, at least as of yet. But we do know it's some personal information that might be out there, but we just don't know to the exact total as far as the exposure is concerned.
So on the personal information part of it, officials say there's been no indication that there have been passwords, dates of birth, government identifiers, or financial information that has been compromised. The hacking group named Shiny Hunters claimed responsibility for this breach. Interesting name choice there.
It's a Pokemon reference.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
They should have gone with Charizard. Anyway, so they're claiming responsibility for this, but again, at our hyper local level here in Charlotte, you know, it's just a year ago that there was the was that Power School?
Power School.
Power School hack, or leak or whatever you call it, that did expose sensitive information belonging to students, parents, and teachers across the entire state. And there are experts that say this is just something that we're going to have to learn to live with, because it's not like someone in this situation likely clicked on a link, but that these hackers probably found a weakness within the software.
Yes, and if you're unfamiliar with exactly what Canvas is, if you don't have kids, at least at this point, or if you're of a certain generation that is a little bit removed from actually knowing what a Canvas actually is, it shows student grades, also has course notes, assignments, videos, everything like that. And basically during COVID, these online school platforms are basically what was used to do remote learning. Now, there are around 9,000 school districts worldwide that are affected here. We do know that, at least at this point.
A lot of them doing final exams right now, and they couldn't access their course materials.
Yes. In fact, students trying to go online, they could not do that, actually, a little bit earlier this week. But the Canvas, or the people who were behind Canvas, they say districts are being informed as it's confirmed that those individual districts are hit. There is also another big story today in regards to the hantavirus, and it's still making headlines out there, even though there's been a more concerted effort to basically tamp down any fears of a potential COVID-like outbreak because of how hantavirus is spread. But we do have a couple of developments as a result of that. Spain is set to get that ship that still has the 140 passengers on board.
Still on board.
Still on board.
It's just a nightmare of a trip for these people. I don't know when the trip even started, but they've been on that ship for a long time. So Spanish authorities are preparing to basically receive those passengers, 140 of them, and crew members, and then they're going to go through, you know, health evaluations and basically evacuate the ship. So, I mean, it's expected to reach a Spanish island off the coast of West Africa early Sunday. So that's when they're expected to dock. Meanwhile, this has kind of been like almost like when the trade wars happened with China with the ships. It's like, stay out there. Oh, wait, no, now come in. No, stay out there. Wait, come in. So, I mean, they've been wanting to dock, but no one's wanted to accept them right now because of the spread. It doesn't normally spread between humans, but this particular strain does and has.
Yes, the operator of the ship does say that outside of the 3 deaths and the 5 infections that they do know about, no one else is basically showing any symptoms. And officials say the chances of an outbreak are low because of how hantavirus is spread. They're basically saying at this point it's not necessarily spread like COVID. It can't be spread as quickly as COVID. It's one of those things where you have to have prolonged contact with someone. And not only that, the way hantavirus is usually spread, even though there is human-to-human transmission here, is usually through rodent droppings that are inhaled. And if the rodent does,
and they believe that the couple that first got this got it from some sort of bird watching excursion.
Yeah, that ship, by the way, it left dock in Argentina on April 1st. It is now May 8th, which basically tells you how long that this excursion has actually been going on. And that first passenger that died on April 11th.
Right, right.
Yes.
Just horrible situation all around. Let's talk about the drought situation. We've gotten some rain this week, which has been nice. I believe all, if not many, of the burn bans in the state of North Carolina have officially been lifted.
In fact, across all 100 counties in North Carolina, it has been lifted. In fact, Charlotte Fire actually even sent a notification a little bit earlier this morning saying, hey, in the city of Charlotte, our burn ban is actually now lifted too. The burn bans across the state were lifted as of 8 a.m. today. They're still basically telling people, hey, exercise some caution, at least in this circumstance.
Be careful, keep the water nearby always, because, I mean, we got some rain, but we could use
not enough.
A lot more.
Yes.
Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane to talk about the weather. Hey,
It's gorgeous
today.
out there.
Yes.
Yesterday was a totally different
That's
story.
one good benefit.
I
That's
mean,
one good benefit.
I
can
was
say that.
texting Brian Blakely earlier, and he's at the Truist Championship, and he was like, "Are you
Having
here?"
fun.
I said, "Sadly, no, I am not." And he said, "Oh, it's a great day."
Yeah.
And I'm like rubbing it in.
beautiful.
But yeah,
That
it's
is the day
beautiful.
to be out
Great
there.
and cool, I should add too.
It
Because
was. Yeah, especially this morning. I mean, we had those lows in the 40s and 50s, and only in the 70s this afternoon. We've got 68 degrees outside of our studios here, but just so comfortable and yeah, beautiful sunshine. In case you're wondering, so after this 2 to 3, a whopping 2 to 3 plus inches of rain that we've had over the past 24 to 48 hours here, well, the drought monitor remains unchanged from last week, but that is because it only takes into account the rain through this past Tuesday. You remember Monday to Tuesday, we were dry. So check back in next Thursday and next Friday, and we'll show you an update. And hopefully things have improved a little bit, at least across our region. That'll take into account all the rain from the past couple of days. But today we have this brief period of high pressure building in. However, notice clouds, they're lurking again, not too far away, and some rain there along that stalled front to the south. So we could see just a little bit of that moving in for the weekend. Right now, 68 degrees from the airport. We've got sunshine. We've got a calm wind. So just beautiful, tranquil conditions out there. Low 60s up in the mountains if you want to do some grilling out for dinner time tonight. Kicking off this Mother's Day weekend. Have at it. Partly cloudy, temperatures by 7 p.m. still hovering in the upper 60s or so. 77 tomorrow afternoon. A few isolated showers and storms can't be ruled out with that moisture starting to move back in that I just showed you from the south and west. And for Mother's Day, too, some spotty rain possible. So let's check it out on Futurecast. You can see how the clouds will be back on the move through tonight while we're sleeping. Early tomorrow morning, little rain possible, mainly south and east of Charlotte. So again, kind of like last Saturday, our South Carolina community is going to be the big winners when it comes to additional needed rain here. But that kind of scoots out, and really we'll get plenty of dry time for tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, just a few isolated showers, maybe a storm possible. And same now goes for Sunday. Just a few hit or miss showers or storms, a possibility, not a washout if you have some outside plans with mom by any means. So looking at maybe about 1/4 to a 1/2 inch south and east of Charlotte, just a few hundredths or a couple tenths of an inch of rain possible everywhere else throughout the weekend. Back in the 70s to near 80 after a comfortably cool start again tomorrow morning. About 80 for Sunday, and next week, another rain chance coming in by the middle of the week on Wednesday, guys.
All right, we'll find out on Tuesday how we did.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tara. How'd you meet your significant other?
Tinder.
Online. Yeah.
Tinder?
Yep.
Online?
Yeah.
It probably involved a swipe right and probably a lot more swipe lefts, right? Well,
Yeah.
there's one app that is getting rid of that. We'll tell you all about it coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Friday. Austin is laughing at me. I don't know why.
Always.
Taking a live look at Independence Boulevard.
Things to talk about during the breaks. That's all you need to know.
Beautiful day out there. 68 degrees. Thank you so much for tuning in to Queen City News Plus Live. This show is ad-libbed, but we have our notes right in front of us. So,
and we talk about the headlines of the day. And one of them is actually somewhat of a serious one. U.S. Postal Service is actually considering delivering guns by mail. In fact, Postal Service is doing this as part of a Trump administration rule, proposed rule that could be taking effect. Now, there is some pushback to this. In fact, Democratic attorneys general in around 24 states, they're basically looking to stop this. And the argument being made from them is basically that this would make gun trafficking, would basically make a gun trafficking pipeline pretty much all across the country and make it legal.
Yeah, so this is the first time in 100 years that handguns will be able to be mailed. Congress originally banned it to curb crime, but the DOJ is now saying, well, that's unconstitutional and it violates the Second Amendment. So under the proposed rules, someone could sell and ship a gun to a person within state lines. Once you start going out of state lines, the rules get tighter for people. And
the rules specifically, when I was reading through them, it basically said, hey, you can mail it to yourself in care of another person.
Think about a hunter.
Yeah.
And you're trying to take a gun on an excursion or something.
Yeah.
And maybe it's difficult to either get it through as you're traveling. And so that's one of the situations that you mail it to yourself, and then you would have to, I believe, sign for it yourself when it arrives. So that's one of the situations, and proponents of it are saying that, you know, it would just make it easier for those who have the right to have the guns and have gone through all the proper checks and everything to be able to mail them. Obviously, those who oppose it say it's just going to make it easier for people who can't legally possess guns to get their hands on them.
Yes, and as you mentioned, this rule has been in effect for 100 years. It started around 1927 is when this rule was enacted that you can't send handguns through the mail. NRA, however, is basically saying that this is a victory at this point. But again, there are those who are opposed to this legislation that saying that this.
By the way, so these are handguns, right? So USPS does allow firearms like long-barreled rifles and shotguns to be mailed. They have to be unloaded and securely packaged, because obviously there are guns that do get shipped to, you know, dealers, licensed dealers.
Yes.
So yeah, just interesting change there. We were talking about this before going to commercial break. The app is Bumble. That's going to eliminate the swipe.
Yes.
And I love the suspense in this. We're going to say goodbye to the swipe and hello to something that I believe is revolutionary for the category. I'm like, how many different ways can you say, you double tapping it?
Well, it might not be a double
we don't
tap.
know yet.
It might be a double tap, but it might also be AI, at least at this point. In fact, there's no official
So they
word
see you smiling at the
Yeah.
picture of that handsome guy on Bumble, and they're like, that's an automatic swipe right.
or basically give you a few more things to basically say yes or no to as far as what you need to be putting on your profile. But it's expected, it's largely expected it's going to be some sort of AI-driven matchmaking. One thing, though, about Bumble that won't change. If you happen to be heterosexual and a woman, you will still be the one making the first move on Bumble, because that's how Bumble works. Women make the first move, and then basically once they message the guy can message back.
But they did say that the app will not force one gender over another to do something first. So it kind of leaves it open to interpretation as to, I think they want the women to make the first move, and that's going to be the essence of it.
You know what's interesting is, so last night, we had talked about We Are Not Alone. We also have another original show here called Unhinged, and it's all about dating in Charlotte, how tough it can be. So last night, Savannah Rudisell and I were at an event shooting content for an episode. It was a speed dating event with Connecting Charlotte, and we talked to a lot of people there who've been on Bumble, they've been on Hinge, they've done Tinder, and they're so over it. Just the culture, and I know for us, it's been a while. You know, me, 10 years, Derek, it's been several years. Morgan, you're married or whatever, but you know, it's
Wait, you're married too?
Yeah, I know. Hey,
I mean, and
But the point is, like, so I talked to a gentleman. He's like, yeah,
I'm in a long-term relationship.
Yeah,
basically,
he
yes.
did. He's like, I did Hinge for 5 years. In 1 year, I did 60 first dates and nothing came of it. But people are so over the dating app culture that now they're kind of going back to the old school of
I
just
would have
meeting people in
loved
person.
that. I would have loved to just be out and someone say, hey, I think you're cute. You want to go out? That would have been great. It's just not the world we live in anymore. But it sounds like you're seeing that there's now a shift and the pendulum is swinging back in the other direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. As all things, I feel like that always happens. Once you get too far to one side where someone goes out to a bar and immediately they're on their phone swiping, there's something wrong with that. There are people all around you.
Agreed.
So we'll see what Bumble comes up with. They didn't say what exactly it's going to be, but we think it's something AI related.
Yes, and it basically it just makes me wonder if it's just going to be like, hey, these are what we think you want based on basically what you're.
I want to do an experiment with this next story. Okay, viewers at home, trust me. Close your eyes and just listen and see if you can guess who this next person is.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light?
Now open your eyes.
Open them.
Yeah.
Ronald McDonald himself. Okay, so this is going viral. This was at the Charlotte Knights game. By the way, they won the Charlotte Knights. It was 21-1.
I bet they did.
That was insane. But I mean, even the players were having a hard time keeping a straight face because it's like beautiful voice.
Well, there were other videos from some of the crowd and actually one of the jumbotrons at the stadium from some of the players who were openly just smiling and laughing just a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, how can you not? It's like such a beautiful voice, but then it's the picture. It's the mascot for McDonald's. It's hilarious.
Yes. So the fact that this happened itself has gone viral. In fact, it's been picked up by the New York Post. Barstool Sports also had something on it too. The Knight social media team has been taking this in stride, and they've been responding to it with great pleasure. But some of the comments, nothing can prepare you for who is singing. You could have 1,000 tries and never guess who is singing. The most American thing I've ever seen. Those are some of the the game, by the way, in case you're wondering why Ronald McDonald was out there in the first place anyway. Well, it was an event that was taking place last night with the Ronald McDonald House. So, and I have a feeling that guy's probably going to wind up being interviewed at least at some point.
I mean, whether you love Ronald McDonald or you love the performance,
yes.
I mean, I'd say all around.
I just want to know who was behind the makeup because that person's probably going to be
great job
getting a little bit of well, one of the comments for best Star Spangled Banner. One was Whitney Houston. Number 2 was Ronald McDonald. So there's that.
Okay, we might be stretching it there, but.
So there is a man with a very famous voice, and you might remember from many nature documentaries. Yes. He is celebrating a big old birthday today, and he's being remembered in a couple of interesting ways. That story is coming up. This is Queen City News Plus Live. He is considered a national treasure in Great Britain, and you probably know exactly who this person is. Sir David Attenborough. He turns 100 as of today.
The voice of nature.
Yes, the BBC Nature documentary is the man with a voice that sounds like this. Basically, when you go out and watch Planet Earth, Blue Planet, Life on Earth, which is another documentary series that was done way back when. Yeah, one of the interesting stories from this on his birthday story basically is he found a fossil when he was younger, and his father said, "Good, tell me about it." And so he says he became his own expert. He went to school for geology and zoology, started working for the BBC in 1952.
Pretty impressive.
Yes.
Legos has an age limit that goes up to 99.
Yeah.
And fans
And
pointed
they
out
changed
he
it.
can no longer
They
play.
changed it, as you can see
They
right there.
changed it.
Yeah.
100 plus just for him, Sir David Attenborough. Thank you so much for watching Queen City News Plus Live.
We'll see you back here on Monday.
So he's on his phone talking to me, being so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's a multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
could
a multitasker.
Oh my god, I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
Welcome back into Unhinged. If you've been following along with any of our previous podcasts, you know that us three, we're really trying to put ourselves out there a little bit more, all on our own journeys. And Alicia, you said that you had a little bit of some nails interaction.
I pulled a little of both of your energy, and I actually hell broke over. I approached a man, you guys. Kind of.
I am stunned and thrilled to hear this news. Tell us all about it.
I
How
can't
did you
believe
do
I
it?
did it. Okay, so I was out at Barcelona with my girlfriends on Friday, and no, so it was Saturday. And I walk in, and we're sitting at the bar, and I see this guy sitting directly across from me, and I went, and I don't do that.
Alicia.
No, I don't do that.
That is like a cartoonish flirting.
I love that. And then he like smiled back and waved, and I was with my friend Val, who y'all met. And so she's like, "Ooh," and I was like, "Tone it down, don't scare him off." I was like, "Don't scare him off."
Cut it out,
Yeah, so we're like making eye contact. I wave at him again. I'm like, "Who am I?"
Oh my gosh, you're so
So
bold.
eventually we both get up, we meet in the middle, and I was like, "I never ever wave at men." And he goes, "Well, it's our energy. It's energy." And I was like, "Yes, boy." So
Was he right?
Did
you just feel
it
like
was
just kind
it
of
was an energy thing. It was a total energy thing. Like I don't have it in me. You guys know I don't approach guys. But it was just an energy thing. We had the best conversation. We've been texting.
Oh my gosh,
all
shut up,
weekend.
Alicia.
Yeah, so he's from New York. Yeah, listen. I don't know what this could be, but it was really good. And I told him, like, did you guys know I'm always like leery, like, what will a guy think dating a mom? Off the bat, I was like, I moved here because, you know, I have kids, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, do you want more? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, but they're quick. I told you, like, I'll probably marry this guy. We fall in love in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's
so, you know what I mean. So it was, but either way, it felt really good to have a flirt. It felt really good to be confident enough to like, it just felt good. It felt good, girls.
Okay, so he lives in Charlotte.
He lives in Charlotte. He's from New York. He's lived here for 8 years. He does not have kids, but he wants kids.
Wait, this is perfect.
Yeah. It was a good vibe. 6'4", nice and tall.
6'4".
6'4". So far, we'll see, girls. We'll see. It was just baby steps.
Happy again that you it felt right.
You girls were rubbing off on me. It felt right.
It's not even about the result.
No,
It's just about
it was just it was about the act, and I was like, okay, I can do this. I can actually not like be shy and socially weird. I can approach somebody, and that felt good.
Which it's so funny because you're the least shy, socially weird person that I know.
Right.
So like
easy
when it
to
comes to like these romantic situations, it's always so surprising to me that you feel that way. But also it's so true because I feel like the first few times that you do it, the worst possible thing is when you have those memories where you're like, I want to, and I said something, and now it replays in my mind for the rest of my life when I'm trying to fall asleep. I'm like, I can't believe I said that. Like, you know, there's things like that.
Oh yeah,
but this was a success.
This was a
That
success.
didn't happen.
This was like a little god now. The universe being like, put yourself out there, girl. So thanks, girls, for all the talk. I think it's rubbed off on me.
I like that. I like that. See, I have over the weekend found new reasons to not approach people.
Why?
I got kind of like into a rabbit hole of like more icks that people are going through. And of course, there's the traditional ones, but the latest one that I saw, and as you know, summer's coming up, is she was filming like a group snorkeling or whatever, snorkeling, and I think her boyfriend had a little like not like a floaty, but just like holding on to it like a little light vest. And then she panned down underwater, and his feet were just kicking. He just had like little pointed toes kicking under the water. Now, granted, if we're talking form, very pointed feet.
I love that.
I think it's cute.
I think it's really cute. But here's my question also. Do you think when people get these icks, do you think that that just means you're starting to not like them? And this is just manifesting in another way, and you're trying to find an excuse for why you don't like them?
You gotta hit on something deep. Yes, I think so. Like any little thing's gonna start to annoy you about that person. Can you maybe subconsciously want out?
Sure. Some of it's that. Some of it, when we talk about icks specifically, for me, that's just like, I don't even know the person necessarily, but I like see them from afar and I go, ah, you know, it's like, that's like kind of an ick. But definitely if it's like someone you're dating or seeing or talking with, and then you're starting to notice, like I definitely get bothered by smaller things.
Sure. Yes. That you usually let slide.
So isn't that just like, you know, you're moving into a different phase of your relationship and maybe they're just bugging you?
No, because if you're really locked in and you love that person, those little things won't even annoy you. You'll be like, oh my God, but he's so great.
Now, Alicia, I got a question about this.
What?
You were married.
Yes.
Did you, and you were in love.
Yes, I was.
Were there things that he was doing that you were like, this is bugging me, and you were like, I'm just going to choose to not let it bug me because I love you? Or, you know what I'm saying?
Where's that
Where
balance?
clearly you like deeply loved this person, but
not in my marriage. Like I never caught the ick with him ever. I did date somebody for 4 years, the artist, and I distinctly remember this when I caught the ick. My parents were visiting, and he was like sitting in my hallway eating Chinese food out of the, and he, like I guess he was at the bottom of the bowl, and he started scraping the fork against the bowl, and I was like,
that's
finally
so
I
funny.
snapped at him, and I was like, oh, this is really
You said, oh,
I was like, oh, and then that was the beginning of the end, because I started noticing everything. I mean, beginning of the end was also he was sleeping with somebody else. But you know, I didn't know that then. But when you catch the icks, then you start noticing every little thing where you're like, oh.
There are icks, and then there are world-shattering behaviors.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very wide
you.
range.
Yeah.
in
really
between.
major ick is getting cheated on.
That's right. I am curious though as to where you would stop a date at this point, because I had a date that was full of so many icks. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I had been seeing this guy for a couple times, and it was like a Sunday night. And at this point, I'm still not sure if I like him, if he likes me. Like I don't really know if he cares if I live or die. You know, like it's kind of one of those.
You've told me about this guy. Have you?
I might have.
Okay.
So we had like watched a movie at his place one time, and that was fine. And I noticed though, like when we were there, he put on a sweatshirt that had like a little like toothpaste stain on it. I was like, okay, like just throwing on your dirty clothes. I guess we're casual. I'm not that prissy. That's fine. But then one Sunday night, he texts me and he's like, what are you doing? And I was just like, oh, I'm watching TV, watching football, like with my cat, that kind of thing. He's like, without me? You know, one of those.
Yeah.
So he promised to bring over sushi and wine, and we watched scary movies.
That sounds great.
Nice. That's fun.
That's ideal night.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
great.
great night. But he shows up to my apartment with the same dirty sweatshirt on, with the same toothpaste stain.
No.
So he's walking up to my apartment, and I'm already like, no.
You said I need you to turn around.
Yeah.
And a bag. And way into the backpack.
With
the
bag.
no.
Okay.
No.
You was prepared for it. You just bring your bag. You promised me
He said,
dinner.
we're having a slumber party.
Yeah, did he bring the sushi and the wine?
Shows up empty-handed. Nope. But I'm like, okay, maybe he'll
Grubhub it.
That's
Maybe
fine.
he'll Uber Eats it.
Yeah, or maybe he'll ask me what I want. You know,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Sure.
Did he
fine.
do that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay,
he
that's
comes into my house and gives me like a, you live here? Almost like he couldn't believe I lived. Like,
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, does she live nicely?
Yeah.
Like,
And,
that this is a nice apartment?
It's a nice apartment. Like, I love my apartment. It's not anything crazy, but my ceilings are kind of tall. And so it gives like a pretty big impression when you walk in. Other than that, nothing shockworthy.
You're like, I washed my clothes, sir.
I wash my
clothes.
yeah,
You said, I wash my clothes just
there's
like everybody else.
there's a candle lit over there.
Right.
I don't know. So I was off put by that too, right? So he's already done like 3 things before he has walked into my apartment that I'm like upset with. But it's like a straight shot down the hallway, and then you go in the living room area, and I bring him in. I was like, oh yeah, no, here's the place, yada yada. and you have to like walk by the bedroom and bathroom, but like, no reason to stop. And he goes, "Oh, gotta see the bedroom."
Oh, no, you don't.
And I turn around, he's walking himself into my bedroom.
Yeah.
Starts opening doors.
Oh,
in there.
You know what? That's like what I would do when I was in middle school when I would go over to my best friend's house. I would go straight to her pantry. I was walking in there. But guess what? I was in middle school and it was
Pop-Tarts. Yeah.
Raised in a barn? Jeez.
Well, she didn't have sugar in her household.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah,
that's different.
That's true.
That's different. I don't have any Pop-Tarts in my bedroom, so I have no idea.
No,
what he's
exactly.
doing
There was no excuse. You had no Pop-Tarts and he was like,
He has no home training, as we say.
Right.
Mm.
So I shout after him. I'm like, by all means, give yourself the tour. And he's like, it's really nice in here.
Get out.
Then he goes into my bathroom, right? And it's not like you have to ask permission to use my bathroom, but like, I'm nowhere near you. And then there's like 2 doors to it, like 2 entrances. He starts peeing in the bathroom with both doors open so loudly.
You said, hey, we're not that close.
So loud.
We're not that close.
So loud. And then starts talking to me.
As he's
peeing. And he goes, hey, it looks like there's a lot of places that will deliver sushi around here. So he's on his phone talking to me, peeing so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
could
a multitasker.
Oh my God. I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
I didn't know what to do. And I felt bad because if none of those reasons felt like reason enough to be like, go home.
As Liza would say, her 13th reason.
No, like, it was. I realize now it probably was. But I felt, again, like I was like, oh, I don't want to be too
rude.
Yeah.
Why do they always feel like that? Guys don't feel like that. Like, if they need to get out of something, they get out.
I get out.
Yeah.
And then we do end up, he does order sushi. So we eat and then we start a movie. And he's kind of doing one of those things where he's just like sitting there next to you on the couch going, and I know the minute I make eye contact, like he's going to try to pull a move. And I'm just not wanting that. Because again, I am so off of this guy at this point.
Yeah.
I just pretend to fall asleep during the movie.
Yeah.
I just kind of give one of the, because I don't know how to kick him out.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
You should have said your stomach hurt from the sushi.
Maybe. I didn't really know what to do.
I know, but that's what's tough is like when it's your place, it's like, what you can't just be like, hey,
You can.
Because
it's your place.
That's
Get
true.
out.
You're right.
Yeah.
But it's uncomfortable to be like.
That's that nice Midwestern girl that's in
That's
you.
true. You're right.
The New Yorker to me is like, here we go.
She's like, get out.
Get out. Said, don't come back. Don't pass go. And I would
Don't pass go.
I'd be like, listen, I got to work early tomorrow. So.
Yeah. She said, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, so I was like, I fell asleep and then pretended to wake back up. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I fell asleep. And I asked him what happened and he explained the end of the movie. And he was wrong, by the way, because I was still listening to it and he was wrong. And I was like,
I'm
man.
surprised that you didn't actually fall asleep. I feel like if I have my eyes closed for a certain period of time, I'm
Well,
gonna.
she didn't know this guy.
Yeah, my
That's
fight or
your
flight
right.
was activated.
Your fight or flight.
Or freeze. Shit, fight, flight, freeze.
I am
For
a
sure.
freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Are those icks? Are those?
Yes, he came into your house with a dirty sweatshirt on and gave himself a tour.
Yeah.
Peed with both doors open while he had a phone in his hand and was talking to you. It is icky.
I love that summary, Alicia.
Thank
That
you.
was really good.
Thank
That
you.
was
Thank
really.
you about
I
that.
think that is true. And now the question is like, is it icks or is it just dating etiquette? You know,
Right.
things like that. Where is it these things that are standards and are important to you? Like, you know what I mean? Where is it? What warrants the difference between an ick and an etiquette rule?
I think we can go through some of the most common ones when we come back.
Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about the icks. Getting the ick. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it overcomable? These are really personal to a lot of people, but there are also some that are very common. As you've got the list right there
Yes.
about some of the most common icks.
On Reddit right
and
now.
this is typically with straight women and straight men.
Yeah, I'm on the
for this
dating
list.
threads,
On the dating
and
threads.
somebody asked, ladies, what are your biggest icks from dating experiences? Curious to know what were some of the worst or maybe niche things that you've experienced. One of the first things that people mention is bad hygiene.
Oh, yeah.
That will always, I mean, that's across the board. I don't even think you could call it an ick.
That's
Yeah,
deal
It's
breakers.
like that's deal breaker. That is also again etiquette,
Right.
where it's like, you know, hey, maybe we brush our teeth, maybe we go a little crazy, use a little mouthwash,
Take a shower.
you know, like and here's the thing is that the majority of the time, I think people are doing that before they're going on a date.
Yeah.
They're making sure of that. But if you're maybe falling out of that habit a little bit later
Those
into the
stinky
dates,
apples that ruin it for everybody else. Yeah,
That's
one
true.
bad hygiene date, you're just
Yeah.
like, ah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's one of them. Let's see. Here we've got also. Oh, I won't date smokers. I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. And my last date had this gross smoker laugh.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I feel like the smoker laugh is more of an ick versus smoking. Because again, a smoking, that's like also part of a lifestyle.
I think,
it's
do
a
you want to
preference
kiss a
thing.
smoker? I don't want to kiss a smoker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But like, oh, they had a weird laugh.
Yeah.
That's an ick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an ick. But also, again, this is the same thing where it's like, oh, if you have young kids, maybe you're like, I don't want somebody who smokes
Yeah.
like
around
them or something like that. So
Yeah.
again, might be preference. But also now I feel like we're in a time where it's less cigarettes and more Juul, vape, you know, like all of those things.
Mine is table manners. I'm really big on that. So if somebody is chewing with their mouth open or talking, somebody doesn't know how to hold their fork, like all elbows on the table, like that drives me crazy. Like, let's be adults here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some etiquette.
I'll let the most ridiculous things slide, and then on the opposite side of the coin, like the smallest thing will just set me off and go no.
You have a list of icks.
Okay, what are your icks?
This is a list of
You
like,
guys, and they're ick alert.
they're all really weird.
So we got a button. We've got a button for it.
Okay, we're gonna tell. Liza and I are gonna tell if we agree. Go.
Yeah.
When they tie their sweatshirt around their waist.
Oh, I don't mind that.
It's
It's kind of girly, but
I'm
funny.
not defending myself. I'm just saying it's
get it. I get it. But I
Yeah.
think, you know, I'm gonna let you have that
okay.
one.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, you can have it.
Go ahead.
when they hold something small or like a cup that doesn't need two hands, but they hold it like here.
That's so funny to me. I think it's so funny.
Like someone's
Who notices and stuff, Savannah? Okay, just go.
Okay, so if they're drinking and they're like really thirsty,
Yeah.
and you can hear them breathe into the glass like a little kid.
Okay, no, what's interesting is that I can understand how it would be an ick to you, but I've had this in previous relationships and it's so funny to me. I'm like, wait, do that again. Like, let me take a picture. That was
I've
so
never even noticed it.
like,
Is that what I should do to get over it? Just like film them and be like, hey, you're being weird.
yeah, I think that, and that's the question is, how do you overcome an ick?
You
can't. But
I was dating a guy and he started talking to me in a baby voice. And I was like, "How's your day?" He'd be like,
Hit the
I can't even do it.
hit the button.
Yeah.
No, on the same side that when they like won't cuss, but they use something close to it. Like I had on here. There's a quote. What the Fuddruckers?
Oh, that's so corny.
Get
That's
outta
just
here.
corny. Get out of here.
that would, you know what? A very unique pick. Very unique pick of Fuddruckers. That's
just
really
corny. No.
Hate that one.
No.
Hate that one. Oh, this one I know. This is so on me, right?
okay.
When they go to the bathroom in the middle of a movie, like in the theater.
Oh, well, sometimes you gotta pee.
Sometimes you can't help that.
That is not an
Savannah.
ick, Savannah.
Plan
You don't know their bladders.
Plan better.
You don't know their bladders. That's a lot. I've to bathroom 3 times in a movie.
That's
So these
one
aren't
time, me and Alicia were talking about this, and I was like, I think that they should have an intermission in a movie so I can go to the bathroom in the middle and I don't have to miss anything.
And this is why this is like the difference between like an ick and like a deal breaker.
Right. Yes.
Obviously, that's not a deal breaker for me. But this weird stuff will just make me side eye you a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
don't
if
think
you're
about that.
if you're rude to servers, if you're like that is huge. And also that was on Reddit as well, where a lot of people were saying that. But it's also just like that. I think is indicative of how you treat many people in your life. You know?
If you're cheap, it's a deal breaker. I'm not expecting to be a sugar baby over here, but don't be cheap. I can't stand a cheap person.
That's fair.
Absolutely not. Oh, you ever have somebody bad freestyle rap at you?
No, no.
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Why?
When
did that happen to you?
Who's freestyling rapping to you, Savannah?
Or they'll just be like,
It's like someone's
Was
got a
it the
beat
guy with the-
going, or they got.
Where are you hanging out? Who has beats going? Who's in a cipher?
It's just.
She said, I can't name names. I can't name names.
I'm
ferret.
not naming
The guy with
names
the ferret.
because I'm sure he thought he was very good,
No,
right? Or like the like makeup songs that are like songs or raps that are just really bad, like bad freestyling.
Yeah, and unironically, like he's
Yeah.
being serious.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Like you want to check this out?
No.
You know what? That. Yeah, that's right. Hit that button.
Yeah.
Hit that button.
This is one I've seen online a lot too, and one is it's typically with younger guys. This was mostly in my early 20s, but it's something where they make a weird face before they go in for a kiss.
I've seen, that was like a thing on social media where like people were making these videos of like parodies of that.
You guys are very observant. I don't look at these men like that.
I'm watching
She said, "I don't pay attention to you."
I don't look at you.
Where it's like they like take a deep breath in, but like through their mouth, and so it feels like a Dementor is coming at you as they're
like
going
a breath
in.
coming out. Oh,
Yeah, where it's like,
no.
I mean, like, choo choo, here comes the plane. Like it's that, and it's so bad, and it's so bad, and it makes me never want to kiss anyone.
Now, here's what I will say is that I think that I see this also on social media where guys are commenting, they're like, I don't even know what I can do that won't be an ick. And, you know, and it's true. Like,
I feel for him.
I
I'm
sorry.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Savannah busted out a list. She's like, oh, you guys want to know icks?
She's
like, I'm I'm going to know my weirdest one.
Right.
Let me
scroll
through the list. Yes.
There's so many more to it.
Savannah, give us one more before we go for break.
No, right?
That's all I'm
She's like,
realistic.
okay, thanking people with their hands like clasped and like a short bow, like if it's not part of their culture, where they go, thank you. But like it's not, it has nothing to do with their culture. It's just something to choose to do.
At least they're saying thank you.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be that serious.
That's a baby ick. No, it's not. That's not an ick. I think it's.
She
nice
said
to
it
say.
doesn't warrant the bleep.
No, it doesn't warrant about saying thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for joining
you.
us today on Unhinged. Appreciate you and your time.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after this short break.
welcome back to Unhinged. We're still talking about icks because we just started going off the topic too, where again, well, first of all, let me apologize to anybody who I personally offended by my very, very hyper-specific list.
I don't think anybody, Savannah, very few people are holding little things with their little hands. What'd you say?
Holding two things with their hands, like if it's like a Cheeto.
Very few people
or
are
a
walking on their tiptoes. Your list is very specific.
Yes.
Yeah. But we were talking also about, where there are these icks, but I don't think that icks really apply to friends.
I think they 1,000% do.
Really?
Yes, the difference is you'll dump a boy, you won't dump your friend.
That's
You'll just be
true.
annoyed with them. Yeah, I've caught the icks with friends. I have a friend that holds her fork or knife like this.
No.
And like
when
she's like cutting her steak like this, and I'm like, what the hell? Who taught you to cut a steak? That I caught the ick.
Okay. That
freaks me out.
So interesting.
I have a friend who puts her towel over the door instead of hanging it on the hook, and I'm like, "Do animals raise you?" I caught the ick.
That is.
But here's also my question: do you tell your friends these things? Do you tell them?
Yeah, well, you know me. Like, yeah.
Alicia, yes.
And then they catch the ick.
She will.
I do, but I say it with love because I want everybody to be at their best, and I want them to put me at my best.
But this is my other question: is when you are dating somebody, do you tell them about the ick? Because I think with friends, I think you feel more like you're more capable of sharing that with a friend, because also friend breakups don't happen as often.
Right.
But then when you say like, I don't like that you did that. Like,
no, because how can you sanely look at a person and say, I don't want to see you anymore because I watched you chase a ping pong ball across the room and that was bad for me.
That you can't say it.
You go more vague.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say when you're in a relationship.
So if it's reverse, if you do something to ick someone else,
should they tell
do
you?
you want
to know?
Do you
Yes,
want to know?
I want to know.
Or do you want the I don't think we're a match.
I want to know why we're not a match.
No, I think a candid conversation is always going to be better. Because if someone's like, yeah, I watched you trip and like, I just can't come back from that. And you know what? And then at that point, you're like, well, fair enough.
Yeah. But it's hard to be honest. I once broke up with a guy because he ate like Dave's hot chicken and tried to kiss me. I'm like, I don't want to kiss you.
I don't want your hot chicken mouth.
Then I was like, we're just not aligned.
That is so funny because, like, again, these are such hyper-specific things.
Yes.
And, like, but I again keep going back to the fact that it's like, you know what? You probably didn't like them that
you're
much
right. Didn't
anyway.
like them that
You
much
were really
anyways.
just looking for something for a way out.
Yep.
Like,
I'm just going to call it a night.
that's really it.
That's it,
That's
guys.
really it.
Oh, no. Oh, that's hard out here.
I feel bad for these people who I'm putting this on, but listen, if you're swinging your feet weird on the bar stool, like.
But then think about it. When you're hyper in love, we're not thinking about icks.
No,
So
it's
these are
true.
more for,
It's true.
just the generalness of it all.
This is why dating is weird and hard.
Yeah.
This is where I admit I am part of the problem.
Yeah.
But I'd also like to be part of the solution.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we gotta have some like closing words. Ladies, what has been your biggest ick in a relationship and how did you deal with it?
My biggest ick was someone being mean and making comments about other people's physical appearance.
Oh, well, that's just nasty.
Yeah. Which I was like,
That's really bad.
we don't need to do that.
We don't
need to
need
do
to do
that. And then I was like, yeah, let's wrap it up. Like, I don't need to be in a relationship with
Good
somebody
for
who's
you.
like that.
Yeah, nasty person.
Yeah.
No, not good.
No, I'm double checking my list here.
You know, like Savannah's like me where she loves a list.
I love
I list too, but now I just put up my ick list.
I'm a journalist. I document these things. I got to know what's happening to me. I would have to say the bad freestyle rapping is the
That was good on multiple occasions.
That's fair.
Well, no, there's multiple people who have tried to freestyle.
You've had multiple people
What kind of people are you
rapping
dating?
You guys,
Savannah.
you guys.
Savannah.
I know.
I think
Are
you might need to
dating?
you might need to send these to people to vet them for you before you
That
go
part.
on the date.
That
A questionnaire.
Yes.
Have you? I will. I'm gonna make an it questionnaire.
Your questionnaire.
Oh,
do you do these things?
Actually, I know. So one of my friends went on a date with a girl and didn't go well. He ended things. She sent him a Google Doc saying,
Ooh.
"Hey, could you give me feedback on what I could have done better?"
Good for her.
And I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mature. I like that. I
that.
like
You
that.
appear to have ghosted.
That's mature dating. I like that.
And
Good
it's
for her.
also like, you know what? Now this is helping her be more
Yeah.
self-aware.
Yeah.
And this is also giving closure in the most corporate sense.
Yeah, I like it.
And she knows now better what to do on her next date.
A closure dot.
Love it.
All right, guys. Well, with that wraps up this episode of Unhinged. What are your icks? We're wondering. We'll see you next episode. Bye-bye.
Welcome to our Queen City News Faces of the Carolinas special, a collection of the stories that give a look into the people that make our communities so special. That includes a Charlotte group that is always ready to roll. The Queen City Crushers bowl for the love of the game. They keep up that enthusiasm despite what they can't see at the bowling alley.
All right, I'll try to do a moonwalk if I get another strike.
Somewhere under the rainbow, bowling balls fly.
Oh, nope.
So does the trash talk.
Pro bowler's not doing so hot.
They say bowling's a game for everyone, even when it's a little maddening.
Oh, that's it. My career is over.
Let's get this going here. There we go.
At AMF University Lanes,
Got your legs back there?
Alfred Gardner and his friends
All right, y'all.
start from square one near lane 1.
I need the elbow. Here you go. Let me get on the other side. The rails that we put up is guide us towards the lane. All right, let's do this thing.
Bowling is a pastime for all abilities, accessible to people with all kinds of disabilities.
When I started, I was just visually impaired, but now I'm totally blind.
Alfred counts his steps.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you just go for it.
Sometimes he just rolls with the punches.
Oh, come on, man.
The Queen City Crushers have been meeting monthly since 2011. Many of them work together at Lions Services.
Give us a place to go and burn off steam at the end of the day. Oh, no.
Stacy Byram's been vision impaired since birth.
So it's almost like looking in a tunnel. Oh!
She still sees
Yes!
the bright side.
Woo! I've always loved bowling since I was a kid and, never really had the opportunity to do it until now.
I see lights and shadows.
Meanwhile, Michael Baggett doesn't overcomplicate the game.
I walk up to the bow line and I adjust my feet and I just let it go. If it goes down and hits the pins, it does.
Come on, y'all. We're down together.
After tossing a few gutter balls,
Oh! All right!
Alfred got a full house.
Straight! Woo!
Was this fun? Knocking down the pins.
Whoa, nice!
Remember that rainbow reference I made off the top? The hot take from this story is that watching these players makes you look at life through a different prism.
Without my vision, I don't think that I would bowl very well.
Even with our disability, we can still have fun. Hey, we're the Crushers. Let's do it!
Nice.
When loved ones pass away, we prefer to remember how they were in the best of times. A Belmont photographer says that can also be true when you've lost a dog. Taking pictures of terminally ill pets is her way of giving back.
Enjoy nature and just be in the moment.
Spring is the season of renewal
The trees come back to life, the flowers start to bloom.
and an idyllic photo opportunity. Lauren Backus clicks at Tuckasegee Park.
I like how quiet it is and how peaceful.
But when she's not capturing spring's new beginnings,
You're the sweetest baby.
Lauren documents the flickers of joy that lead to a heart-wrenching ending.
An end of life session is what they're kind of known as, but I call them celebration of life.
You're just naturally gonna love on him the way that you do, okay?
You giving mommy kisses.
Luke is the best. He is my soul dog. He is in kidney failure.
Hard to say the words.
We're going in every couple months to just try to check his vitals and see how things are going. And at our last visit, they told us it would probably just be a couple more months.
Caressing his face, holding on to him.
Lynn savors every snapshot. Lauren shoots these end-of-life sessions for free.
A dog's only fault is that they never live as long as we want them to. And so whenever they do pass and cross over that rainbow bridge, we have these forever memories to hold on to.
I started crying a lot thinking about it, but I was like, okay, this would be something I would really be special to have one day.
Lauren has held sessions with dozens of terminally ill dogs. She's part of a nonprofit network called the Tilly Project that started in Maine and connects pet owners with photographers worldwide. Earlier this month, Lauren photographed Grace and John Thompson's beloved pet, Penny. Hours after the session, she was put to sleep. The Thompsons say they were lucky to be her people.
You have to love them enough to let them go because you would never want them to suffer.
Hi, Spooky.
Next up, a Chihuahua.
He said, Mom, I think I'm still in nap mode. Hi, baby boy. Literally, hang out.
Lacey Boone's BFF, Spooky, is 14.
Yes, you are, Spooky boy.
Lacey wanted these pictures taken before it was too late.
I'm accepting the fact he's getting a little older, sorry. We had to say goodbye to one of my other dogs last year, so I didn't really get a chance to do that.
Look at the little paw hanging out.
As Spooky strikes a pose, Lauren says this kind of pro bono work speaks to her. Her 2 golden retrievers inspired the name of her business, Life is Golden Photography.
It breaks my heart to think about it that I know one day I'm gonna have to do this with my dogs. Sweet boy, good job, Lukey.
She hopes the photos are an emotional, visual aid for Luke's family.
Luke loves you too, right? Yeah, he's a good brother. He's a good brother.
Despite the fog of emotions, Lauren stays focused on the picture of unconditional love.
I'm gonna remember what an angel Lauren is for doing this.
You never know when your last picture is gonna be with someone, including a pet.
Look here, sister. Oh, Luke, you are everything, buddy. Everything.
A Rock Hill man is something of a hometown hero. Most people have no clue about the man behind this South Carolina bat suit. Spoiler alert, it's not Bruce Wayne. 24/7, it's bat time around here.
We are in the Bat Cave.
With his Batman collection, superfan Phil Hall turns back the clock.
Just sometimes forget about all the troubles in the world.
4 years ago, Phil got the signal to spread his wings.
It is quite a transformation.
His Batgirl, wife Laura, starts with the eye black. Then it takes about 45 minutes to rewind 36 years.
It is not like the movies. You don't just walk into the Bat Cave and walk out.
Before our eyes, he becomes the 1989 blockbuster version of the superhero.
It's all this flurry, and then all of a sudden, voila, here he is. And he steps out, and, you know, the oohs and the ahs, and the, you know, it's Batman.
Are you the real Batman?
Of course I am.
At Fountain Park in Rock Hill, the Cape Crusader put boots on the ground.
It was cool. Just his aesthetic. Look at you.
It just happens to be Kaylin's 16th birthday.
I would love to fly like him one day.
Batman doesn't fly.
Oh.
Known as SC Dark Knight, Phil appears at events across the Carolinas.
That's the pleasure that I get out of doing it, is bringing joy to other people in a world that's not always a joyful place.
The man behind this bat suit is not a billionaire, but he is a crime fighter.
A lot of law enforcement officers in general are big Batman fans just for the parallels.
Phil is a family court detective with the York County Sheriff's Office.
A lot of it may be helping families navigate some through the child support system or through the court systems. Roughly 400 outstanding warrants right now.
Most of his co-workers don't know his alter ego, but there are a few clues on his desk.
It's a good feeling when you know you can help those people that didn't have help otherwise. How are you doing today?
That is awesome.
Well, thank you.
As Batman, he's uplifting in unexpected ways. Carla was nearly in tears.
It just puts you back to being young, and, you know, I'd give anything to be able to go back and start my life over.
So don't make me cry.
It makes you feel giddy, you know, happy.
It's never about me. It's about bringing smiles to other people.
Robin missing.
Well, I guess you're just going to have to be Robin today then.
Oh, no.
Who's your favorite superhero?
Spider-Man.
Wrong answer. How's it going?
The Bat vibes make people feel good, and these moments leave Phil feeling richer than Bruce Wayne.
All right, I appreciate it.
That's pretty awesome.
Still ahead, we take you behind the scenes in the making of a hero's welcome. The operation required a lot of plotting that included me being used as a distraction for a local principal and veteran. It's for a show of love we wish all veterans could experience. Welcome back to our Faces of the Carolinas special. A Lincoln County principal is back at his post after serving with the National Guard since June. His school, so proud of him, they decided to do something special. But that meant they had to be very sneaky to make it happen. So I had a front row seat to the plot that led to a hero's welcome.
Yes, right? Yes!
What a morning to remember. The junior ROTC salutes Principal Jesse Bean's service. This was Jesse's first day back at West Lincoln Middle after 6 months serving our country with the North Carolina National Guard.
Good luck to everybody.
It was a special day, but to make it happen, oh, what a tangled web they weaved.
Not glass. I had to figure how we were gonna pull this off.
You see, 52 minutes before Mr. Bean posed for this family photo, we were in a closed-door meeting. Hi. Assistant Principal Wendy Smart and School Resource Officer Deputy Mackenzie Johnson run through plans to divert their hometown hero.
He is under the impression that y'all were going to do a story about the barn.
Right. So I hop into a truck with the Assistant Superintendent and Jesse, the man of the hour.
Some type of nice-looking fence.
They talk about plans for a barn to be built at West Lincoln High, a valuable teaching tool for the agricultural program.
This is a no-brainer for our students in our communities to learn more about animal science.
Respectfully, seeing the future site of the barn is not exactly why we're here. I asked Jesse about returning to the students he so adores.
This is like first day of school in November, so it's an awesome feeling.
With Principal being distracted, students, staff, and community members were up to good. They assembled outside to make some noise.
We are super proud of him. Very glad to call him Chief, but also family.
A quick picture, and we're back in the truck after getting a text to proceed as planned. "Okay, y'all, come on," it said. Then Jesse starts asking questions.
What in the world's going on here?
If there's any doubt how much he's admired, I give you Exhibit A.
Oh my gosh.
It's a cross between a parade and a rock concert.
It's awesome. We're so glad to have Mr. Bean back.
Oh God.
When you're speechless, all you can do is let it sink in.
Lord mercy.
It was the perfect storm, full of cheering, cowbell, and genuine affection.
It's obvious we're a family here and we take care of family.
He certainly didn't come to work expecting Bean Mania.
This is really cool. I am truly blessed, that's for sure. Good to see you.
The 1 minute, 24-second walk
You knew that.
will linger in his memory forever.
Don't get much better than this. Hey guys, thank y'all, appreciate it. Mia.
Thank you, I love you.
Thank y'all, thank you.
So many played a role in Operation Welcome Home. Hopefully all the deception doesn't land us in the principal's office.
You kind of left him speechless there, so I guess
Good.
You did your job.
Good.
I take pride in being very humble, so I don't like being the center of attention ever. So this is out of my element for sure.
You're kind of the center of attention now.
A Concord native is turning obsolete equipment into something relevant. Cigarette machines are like dinosaurs, but they still have a place. Bursts of color can come in tiny packages.
Make a big impact in a little size.
Illustrator and artist Scott Partridge welcomes the challenge of downsizing his wildlife-inspired work.
Put a sticker on the back, I like write my initials on it.
That's a wrap. As in cellophane. The prints move on to an unconventional marketplace.
They really like the surprise of kind of not knowing what they're going to get.
The inventory goes to a gallery space in downtown Winston-Salem. But that's not the last stop. Just picture art from a vending machine, like this watercolor print, for example. They're called Artomat machines and are located at hundreds of places all over the country, like inside the Kane Center for the Arts in Cornelius. In Charlotte, there's one at Free Range Brewing. Each unit has different artwork available for an accessible $5. Take home a mini painting of a North Carolina lighthouse, or score an itty-bitty Bill Murray portrait.
So this machine's going to a coffee shop in Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Owner Clark Whittington started Artomat in his basement.
The original Artomat was based on a friend who would go to a vending machine upon hearing the crinkle of cellophane.
Oh, it's more than just a rapper's delight.
With every pop of creativity, well, there's that glorious sound.
Ka-toon.
If you know, you know. Clark owned a Charlotte art gallery back in the 80s.
Here we are when we were on Central, then we moved to North Davison Street.
Later, he moved to Winston. In 1997, a friend told him it was the perfect time for a smoking concept.
Cigarette machines are being banned. They're throwing them away, scrapping them. So he hooked me up with the vending company, and the vending guys laughed at me, gave me the first Artomat.
So he started out selling his own Polaroid photos, and that eventually became a movement that now involves thousands of creators.
It just kind of grew legs. It's a great way for artists to have the work in places they couldn't reach otherwise.
Start pulling 5 pieces. Earrings.
The machines do have size limitations.
These are etched animals.
The pieces must be roughly about 2 by 3, under an inch thick, you know, the size of a pack of cigarettes.
Little clay TV.
Studio manager Caitlin Marie says art can be as addictive as nicotine.
There's so many different types of art that show up. It amazes me, the creativity.
You get a teeny little mini macrame.
The appeal is that Pam Fish's pieces come with a kerplunk with each transaction.
I was kerplunking way before I became an artist.
The Pavlovian response reels them in, but but it's the quirky big ideas in small boxes that keep folk coming back.
We wouldn't be here if it weren't for other people taking a little part of this project and making it their own.
Showing off the team behind the team. Coming up, the opportunity the Kannapolis Cannonballers gave local kids as they got to see what goes into the nightly on-field performance. Showing off the team behind the team. How the Kannapolis Cannonballers are giving local kids a chance to see what goes into the nightly on-field performance. At every ballpark, there's a team behind the team. And even if you're not a player on the roster,
so again, I'm the weird Trevor Wilt guy.
There's no place like a homestand with the Kannapolis Cannonballers.
We're gonna have some fun no matter what. Hey, even if you feel awkward doing it, we want you to be energetic.
With his trademark metallic vest and bow tie, hype man Trevor Wilt is known as the Gold Guy.
Hey, Miss Ann, you can go ahead and walk out there, my friend. Stay right here. Give me 1 second.
Now, before the game, Trevor met his match in Ernest Allred, who's 8.
Ernest, you just want to be with me? All right, hey, I just want to be with you, Ernest. We take for granted how much fun our jobs are and how many kids would love to do this one day. So there's an awesome, of course, community of kids around us. Housekeeping.
From the tunnel to the field,
I think I'm more active than our players are.
He walks about 15,000 steps per 9 innings. On Next Gen Day, kids like Ernest walked a mile in Trevor's shoes.
It's been coming on
untied all the time, the whole time.
We got to get you some gold slip-ons.
It's fun because I get to do exactly what Trevor does the whole game.
I'm going to say, Ernest, take it away. And then what are you going to say?
I'm going to say, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we got rain here today. There's only one way to get a baseball game started.
And then as soon as he puts...
Yes!
Yeah, you heard that right, $2 Tuesday.
With all that energy, it seems like Trevor was shot out of a cannon.
Done, my friend. Let's get it. He's pretty big in person, isn't he?
Probably twice the size of me.
Yeah, he's 6 foot, what? He's 6'7".
And by pulling back the curtain on minor league baseball, he believes he can reach the next generation.
Do you think you want to be a hype man when you grow up?
Probably. Like when I'm a teenager.
I truly believe in the Lord, and I believe that He's given me an incredible platform to impact people in a positive way.
That's perfect. Awesome. I'm proud of you, man.
In the next half hour, a Huntersville coach keeps her team focused while she battles through cancer for the second time. How she is still showing up even when her treatment keeps her from leading on the bench. A Huntersville volleyball coach is keeping her team ready even as she faces a battle she's been through before, cancer. Even when she physically can't coach, Coach Zoe Reed sets the tone for teamwork.
Remember, stick and hold.
It was a big match for the volleyball team at Lake Norman Charter Middle.
You're good, you're good.
But shortly before they warmed up, we were told assistant coach Ayanna McIntyre
Thank you.
was forced to step in because the head coach was sidelined.
Good job. Good swing, Palmer.
I think he was talking about the line judges or something like that, though. To me.
Coach Zoe Reed could only point and text to communicate. Losing her voice is a side effect of chemotherapy.
It's honestly showed me to not complain about life.
With a vomit bag in hand, Coach Reed is determined to be there, which motivates her team even more.
Let's go out here and let's work hard and let's hustle.
A few days earlier, Coach Reed was also ill, but able to talk to us.
I accepted a job to be a head coach here, and I didn't expect I didn't expect my cancer to relapse, but I've already made the commitments to be a coach here and to just see it through.
In August, Coach Reed found out a rare form of cancer in the soft tissue called rhabdomyosarcoma returned. It's the same cancer she was diagnosed with in college 2 years ago.
It was hard to hear, and I thought about all the obligations and the things that I have to do and that I've committed to, and how am I going to keep getting through that and keep doing it. But you find a way. You find a way to keep pushing through no matter what.
Dear Coach Zoe,
Setter Avery Caruso wrote a letter to her coach to encourage her.
if you want to treat yourself or take a nap, that's okay too. You are a strong fighter, and we are winning this all for you.
It brought me to tears. She wrote a lot of wonderful things in there, and to know how much I've inspired her as well.
They've both been down a similar path. 5 years ago, Avery was diagnosed with leukemia, but is now cancer-free. Zoe says having her on the team is a sign.
That I honestly believe that was a God-winked moment, because what are the odds?
You were strong the first time, so now imagine how strong you'll be this time. I'm very happy that God sent you here, because you're literally so amazing.
Thank you. Sometimes after I would get chemotherapy, it is hard to come and coach and blow the whistle and stuff and be around the girls, but I like to do it to put on a brave face, to just be there for them.
I know how tough you are and that this cancer is going to go away in no time. You are literally such a role model for me. You have a ton of girls on your side.
It's really great to know that I have you in my corner for always, and you cheering me on during this hard battle.
Coaching is about more than just coming up with a game plan or a rah-rah speech. In this case, Coach Reed leads in silence.
They do play for her, just knowing that she shows up every day. Go out there, have fun. Remember, communicate on every ball. Give me 100,000%.
Just as they play for Coach Reed, Zoe's there for them no matter how bad she feels. Even when she can't speak, the message is clear.
Good spot.
Assistant Coach McIntyre says whatever Zoe can't.
Great swing, great swing. She still shows up and she gives all that she can.
Even on the bench, Coach Reed's quiet show of resilience left us speechless.
Go hustle, go hustle.
A Charlotte woman was born without things most of us take for granted, but she was also born with something many of us wish we had: perfect pitch. It's part of the reason that music makes her feel whole.
I don't need easy, I just need possible.
At Lion Services, there are rows and rows of machines. It is far too easy to overlook the human element.
I almost dropped it again.
Like most of the employees here, Cassidy Hooper is blind.
I enjoy being able to do things with my hands.
She stitches pieces used to make military gear.
Yes, ma'am. There's a lot in there for you, Betty.
As the equipment hums around her, Cassidy listens to the voice inside her head.
We're not supposed to sing on the floor, obviously, because we're all working, but I do sing a lot internally.
Just for us, she sang externally.
Searching in the light.
And wow.
Street lights, people having just a fun emotion, hiding somewhere in the night.
Sound familiar?
My favorite Journey song. Every time that song comes on and I'm with my family, they're all like, "Oh, Cassidy, it's your song." And I'm like, "Yep." And we all just start belting it out. Don't stop believing.
What a fitting anthem.
This is Cassidy's baby album. When she was first born, she was in NICU for 30 days.
Back then, her mother, Susan, was overwhelmed.
In shock at the time of having a baby that was born with no eyes and no nose, not knowing what to expect out of her life.
Doctors were able to do several surgeries. The nose you see is real.
I told my mom I didn't want any pictures taken, but I'm thankful now that she took them.
Cassidy needed a tracheotomy when she was just 10 days old. Because of that, she couldn't even speak until she was 1. But since then, she's made a believer out of everyone.
Do your best to keep it moving because, obstacles might come, but you have to pass through.
Why would we ever doubt that God could do something great?
Oh, say, can you see?
On Mother's Day, she hit all the high notes of the national anthem at a Charlotte Knights game.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Oh my gosh.
And the home of the brave.
Anytime that I thought, Cassidy, you can't do this, she was like, hold my milk. 1, 2, ready, and.
And considering what Cassidy was born without, it seems miraculous she was born with perfect pitch. She sings barbershop harmonies with the Queen Charlotte Chorus.
It's kind of a euphoria. Very therapeutic, very much fun.
It's her passion, her faith. Those things drive her in everything she does.
I want to take to Georgia.
I think it's great that she's got an outlet where she can express joy through music.
Cassidy hears beauty everywhere.
Music tells a story. These machines are music to my ears.
And if her journey could be summed up in a song.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlights, people. I love hitting that note.
Unbelievable.
That was pretty legit.
Thank you.
A Charlotte boy has loved being loud from day one, and that might be the ticket to his musical dreams. While he makes a ruckus behind the drums, his mom hears something sweet at play. This is the story of a kid's passion and his mother's devotion. At the Vapa Center in uptown Charlotte, musicians tune out noise from the outside world by making their own racket.
You're able to make really good beats. My name is Kingston Price, and my stage name is Drummer King Price.
At 8 years old, he feels at home surrounded by sound at music venues like Friday's Dope House.
I felt like I was just born to drum. I just came out of the womb just ready to play.
He's not exactly exaggerating.
When I was 1, I started banging on the drums. Started playing with my dad on tracks, and then I started doing my first show when I was 3.
R&B is his jam, from Michael Jackson to Bruno Mars.
His drum resume to be 8 years old is insane.
His mother, Lacacia, is also his manager.
For me, when you see that your kids are good at something, you should invest into it.
Her little drummer boy stands out every time he sits down at local events.
I played in the Charlotte Knights, the baseball field, played Taste of Charlotte, Charlotte's Kids Fest.
I always tell him, play as if somebody is watching you for another opportunity.
At first, it's kind of scary. It's all right, there's a lot of people, but then when I start to play, I'd be all right, it's good, we're chilling.
Drummer King Price has a chill personality, all right, and his drumming is banging.
It is such a good feeling as a mom to see people come and watch your kid. They're taking out their phones and they're recording and they're tagging him on Instagram.
He dreams of performing all over the world and working as a music teacher one day.
If they want to play the drums, but they're not as good at it, I can teach them what I started doing when I was a kid.
Even when he's in the spotlight, Kingston understands who the most valuable player is.
My mom.
If this is what he wants to do, I want to be able to push him into that great place.
And like the one thing that I really love is like if I'm playing and it's like really loud, like she won't tell me to stop or nothing.
Just sit back and let the drummer king cook. His mom's encouragement is the heartbeat of every drum beat.
To watch him play, it's amazing for me as his mom to see how coordinated he is.
Coming up, an Indian trail girl is beating the competition at matches around the world. How she is fighting to become a pro in the UFC and why that dream is becoming a full-time job. In Union County, an Indian Trail girl says she's proudly earned a reputation for what she might call uncommon behavior. She's a mixed martial arts fighter who's already got her sights set on becoming a pro.
Everyone grab a new partner, go.
Martial arts are sometimes described as a dance.
Spread out, guys, spread out. Let's go, let's go.
But the moment you step onto this floor, it can be love-hate.
You are trying to off-balance your partner.
Avery Richard of Triumph Fight Academy instills the fundamentals.
You're gonna see everyone from 3-year-olds all the way up to 60-year-olds training jiu-jitsu.
And one of the young faces in the crowd is fierce.
When you hear the bell, you're gonna grab one more new partner. And time.
Go out there, win or lose, I know I'm a badass.
11-year-old Willow Lyles pulls no punches.
Oh wait, I'm pretty good at this.
She's gonna be a UFC champion, I really believe it.
Some describe her as a menace, and those are her biggest admirers.
I got called a beast, a killer, a murderer, a badass, a winner, a champ, and little thug.
She's a 4'7", 92-pound dynamo. Lil Thug Lyles competes in mixed martial arts.
There you go, baby. There, stay on top.
Willow is a 2-time youth MMA national champion, a 2-time world champ, and she won an international title. Plus, she has a ridiculously long list of victories in other forms of fighting and martial arts.
I started competing in jiu-jitsu when I was 6 years old. I fought an 8 and 9-year-old. I beat both of them. My dad was crying. It was funny.
For 3 years, her coach was Ultimate Fighting Championship fighter Brian Battle of Charlotte. The UFC is her dream.
I just love the whole sport in general. Like, I like submitting people, getting points, being on top, getting better.
Opposite shin to the forearm, slam it down.
Willow trains some 30 hours a week at 5 different facilities to develop a wide range of fighting techniques.
It's like in school. You have a teacher for math, a teacher for reading, a teacher for science.
I don't think you can find another kid in the country that works as hard as Willow.
Her message to other girls:
if you want to do this, go for it, okay? It might be challenging at first. You might get some discrimination, but don't listen to them, okay? You are amazing. You are a girl. You go.
A lot of people see Willow fight, and she's brutal, and she's tough. But what's awesome is I can pair Willow up with a 5-year-old that has never trained, and she's gonna take care of them and mentor them. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, guys. Spread out. Grab a partner.
The dance analogy still applies, but use it at your own risk. If you go toe-to-toe with Willow,
she's the toughest kid that you're gonna meet and the hardest worker in the room.
1, 2, 3.
comedian Tim Shropshire's hilarious food reviews have drawn a big following on social media. While stand-up is still his bread and butter, his sometimes viral video posts have helped him build his brand. And when the dish is really good, at a loss for words, which can be comedy gold.
The secret to these wings is to make sure it's nice and tossed.
Jeffrey McBride's menu is meaningful to him.
Nice and saucy, ready to go on the plate.
Blasian Asian Way at Camp North End is a nod to his Black and Korean heritage.
There's a lot of people who have never eaten with me, maybe not even heard of me. So I just felt like that this would be a great opportunity.
You doing good?
I'm doing well.
He hopes a comedian and influencer can help his business get more eyeballs.
My name is Tim Shropshire, but I always say my friends call me Shrop.
The twist is you're gonna get a little bit of a Korean flavor with it.
I want you, man. Whatever you do. What's up, good people? It's Tim Shrop.
He does some of the food reviews. He's pretty funny.
Tim's not afraid to take the Korean bulgogi by the horns. When the food slaps, Tim has a visceral reaction. His response screams, delicious.
My wife is like, can you give a description of what you eat? And I said, baby, it's just good. I don't know. I can't do it like the Food Network.
Well, I'm glad that Asian and the black people come together.
Tim has nearly 500,000 followers on Instagram alone. Can he get an amen?
When you connect it to the source.
He posts all sorts of comical content.
Watch it, Lord. I'm about to go get me a refill right now. If you ain't grilling the bun, we ain't having no fun.
But there's something about the way he savors good eats that often goes viral. Listen.
Oh, come on, somebody. It just when it's good to me.
While fans know his zany side, the real secret ingredient is that he's a homebody.
I feel that this is where comedy really started, was at the table.
And that's where we sat down with him. Growing up, the kitchen table was often where he and his family found comic relief through storytelling.
First year playing football.
Tim played linebacker at North Carolina A&T, where his teammates were like his live studio audience.
This is senior day. What helped me was knowing that, man, you went to a historically black college and you had your locker room, your football locker room, cracking up.
The funny thing is that his early comedy gigs were at churches and nursing homes.
I learned that they eat a lot of applesauce. It taught me beyond anything was no matter how big the crowd is, how are you gonna show up?
Oh, we having some fun.
Every hilarious post builds his brand and leads to more stand-up opportunities.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Shh, quiet on a sec, guys.
Okay.
As a father of 4, he tackles what's most important.
But man, this is what I cherish more than anything, is family. I'm sorry I missed your last game. I was on the road. But Mommy said you did really good.
Lord have mercy, that boy went to class. He went to class.
Wherever he entertains, the family comes along with him.
This ain't real.
In fact, that's his wife Esther shooting this food review. Together, they savor the flavors of life.
The Blazing Asian Wing. Boy, I'm glad your mom and daddy met. Good God Almighty. That's a wrap.
A Charlotte dad is making sure his kids have snow on the ground. Ahead, the flurry of fun he's creating while dishing out dad jokes on the side. Heavy snow certainly isn't normal in Charlotte's Plaza Midwood neighborhood, unless you happen to live near the dad who loves wintry weather with a passion. If Mother Nature won't make the snow, he will. Yeah. Sometimes Old Man Winter looks more like a doting father.
Hey.
Matt Ferguson's got dad jokes for days.
Who won the neck decorating contest? It was a tie.
With his kids and nieces, every punchline slays.
Dogs, they can't operate MRI machines, but cats can.
All kidding aside, Matt is serious about making the children happy.
We'll give it a shot.
On Thursday night, the temperature was in the 20s, but he was just getting warmed up. Oh, we're not here to see H2O.
It's a good sign. I can hear some water in it. And there she goes.
Snow MG. Matt rigged his own snow-making machine.
It makes snow, you know? I look at it and go, I built that.
He built a snow machine for me.
The fan motor in here, this will blow the plume up a little higher and give it some hang time.
He sets it and mostly forgets it. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Every perfect storm starts with compressed air from an air compressor in the garage.
It gets cold. You mix in a little bit of water with it, and it creates ice crystals.
You know what else it creates?
Yeah.
Flurries with a chance of pure glee.
Snow. Making snow and playing in the snow. Play with it. Have a snowball fight.
Matt's daughter, Ann Parker, is a fan.
This is our first time out here in the snow so far with my cousin.
As you can tell, Matt really loves to make it snow. His machine makes about 2 inches per hour, but the real measure of success is memories made. He's been making flakes fly in the front yard for the past 4 years.
There you go.
Enough to sled, make snowmen, and take him back to his childhood.
I grew up in Virginia, and we had snows. It was a great memory, and I wanted my kids to experience the same. And it had been so long since it snowed here. just said, I'm going to make it happen.
There's only one downside that Ann Parker can see.
It's very annoying because there's cold water that blows in your face. What's happening right now?
We hope that's a small sacrifice for what's become a community attraction each winter.
Around the neighborhood, he'll come up and say, thanks, it didn't really snow, but we knew you would have it at your house.
Replicating the work of Old Man Winter sounds like a lot of work.
That makes him the fun uncle.
But if you think Matt doesn't love every minute of it, well, the dad joke's on you.
It's going to be a good night for making snow.
It's really fun.
We'll be right back with more from our Faces of the Carolinas special. Thank you for joining us for our Queen City News Faces of the Carolinas special. To check out any of the stories again, head to our website, qcnews.com. Until next time, I'm John Lee for Queen City News. Thanks for watching.
I do now, yes. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Nine, the par 3 to make it 4 in a row. There was a rare par at the 10th, and then this for birdie at 11. It's just been magnificent in all facets of his game today, Lucas Herbert. From Bendigo, Victoria. It's his third shot into 12, under the birdie there.
Check, 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 check. Am I moving at all? Probably should have looked.
Mic check, testing 1, 2. Mic check, testing 1, 2. Okay.
Meanwhile, over at the 12, Caleb Surratt for birdie.
Mark Leishman, the first to play at 18.
30 behind it.
Yeah, this one's not fun. It's just a wedge or short iron at the most, but it is a severe uphill lie, a little bit of a side hill lie as well. Gnarly rough, just kind of spider webbed around the ball, and a huge amount of wind from the right. Yeah, pitch and wedge. This is going to be miles in the air. Good shot from Leish. Yeah, from that position, excellent. Wow.
Just, this isn't spinning too much, right? What are you doing with it to...
No, it's like, so the same shot we hit into 11.
Yeah.
It's that shot.
Okay.
Like it's not going to not spin, but it's not ripping.
Yeah, correct. I'm pitching at 105, so playing that number?
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Keep an eye on that wind.
Straight out the right, unless you hear me shout.
Sand wedge is a signal from Nick Pugh. Very original signal. It imitates digging in the sand with a shovel one-handed. I love it. Oh, that line is just right at it. Hey, I said there wouldn't be a 64. Got that for 63.
Yep.
Sandwich out of Terrell. Good looking shot. That has been the story of his day.
Ladies and gentlemen, along the 18 in Club 54, please welcome our final group of the day from Region 13, Carroll.
Well, Lucas said yesterday after his first round 64 that his expectations before the round were pretty low. He'd had the flu for a few days before the competition. He hadn't even seen the front 9 holes before, let alone played them. He's got a sore back as well. But he's playing some of the best golf of his entire career here at Live Golf Virginia. A real team effort between himself and caddy Nick Pugh. Chance to end with a 9th birdie of his round.
Well, you can see where the turtle has been in the right-hand greenside bunker here at 18. He's
fair play to him. He tried to go for the big ridge there, didn't he? Then decided against it.
Went for it, and then there he is.
Oh, he's back.
Touche.
It seems like a pretty long journey for a turtle to go across that bunker as well.
This was heroic.
Tyrrell Hatton there, Jerry.
Yes, indeed. Jump uphill the entire way. Yeah, it's been a rough day.
Yeah, that was Tyrrell's day in microcosm.
At least we'll have this to shoot an even par round today.
Yeah, it's been impressive without his best stuff. A little errant with the ball striking and not getting a whole lot to drop with this club, which is usually very reliable. But he's, other than one little show of emotions, he's been quite entertaining for the Ripper fan club out here following, and also a lot of familiar faces from Virginia Beach, his hometown. And that's no fun. Oh, this better go in.
Not what Tyrrell wanted after an excellent opening round. Today is a 2-over par 74.
Lucas Herbert next couldn't leave himself an easier putt here, Jerry.
No, it's exactly what you want. If you're going to be 3.5, 4 feet away, could leave an easier one, maybe 2 feet. I get what you're saying. Yeah, he's only missed one putt that you expect to make all day long. I doubt he missed any yesterday. He's a little. Every time he has missed a putt, it's been because of that. Bringing Nick in to help read it, which is the first I've seen all day.
Yeah. The grain's more like it's that way, right? It's like Well, it looks flatter for me. It's definitely inside the hole, 100%, but
he has seen the line so well, albeit for just a couple of occasions. Obviously not seeing it clearly in his mind here.
Well, this for a 9 under par, 63. Dead straight, so impressive. Lucas Herbert was 2 shots better off than the field yesterday, and he's bested everybody by 3 today. 9 birdies, a 9 under par, 63. He did lead by 8 shots at one stage. Sergio closed the gap with 4 birdies over his last 5 holes, but Lucas ends birdie to lead by 6 shots at the halfway stage.
It's amazing. You know, I mean, he is 1 birdie away from birdieing 50% of the holes he's played. Every other hole.
73 for Mark Leishman, who will go into the weekend at 5 under, and that birdie for Lucas Herbert has given Ripper a 6-shot lead going into the weekend. What a round of golf from Lucas Herbert with the conditions, the wind, pretty faultless. 9 under par, he's 17 under for the competition. It's an enormous lead, but not an insurmountable one. Of 6 shots over Sergio Garcia. Richard Bland with a 66 today in 3rd place, but 10 back of Lucas Herbert. A trio of players on 6 under, Paul Casey and Charles Howe III, Crusher's teammates, Dean Burmester of the Southern Guards. John Rahm 2 under par today, and he's level on 5 under with Bryson DeChambeau. Thomas Dietrich climbing the leaderboard late in the day. He needs to finish in the top 4. And that would deny Lucas Herbert a place in the US Open next month if he were to win. Sebastian Munoz fell away after a glittering front 9. Cam Smith, a few late birdies for the Ripper captain to pad their lead. Ian Poulter going well on 3 under par as well. Brandon Grace continuing his reasonable form. He's 2 under par. A little lower down, Elvis Smiley in 50th place, and his hopes of qualification for the US Open fading fast. Here's the team leaderboard. Ripper GC, the Aussies, seeking a 3rd victory of the season to extend their lead at the top of the season race. Well, they lead by 6. Crushers were the lowest scorers of the day collectively, 11 under par. They're tied for 2nd with the Cleeks, and the 4 aces are in 4th place on 14 under par. Jerry, down to you.
Thank you very much, Arlo. With, of course, Lucas Herbert, who's playing the kind of golf that I think I've run out of superlatives for through 2 rounds, with 0 expectations coming into this week from everything I've heard and read. Is there something to be said for that?
Yes, I think so. I said to Pewee, I think walking up 17, it's probably the least I've ever been concerned about score, the lead, positioning, anything like that in a long time for 2 days, and it actually felt really freeing. So yeah, the no expectations, coming into it, I think really helped.
Is that something you can try and do consciously the rest of the way?
I mean, it's going to be hard, but yeah, I'm going to do my best to do that. Obviously, there's already thoughts on the course there creeping in of, all the things that are pretty normal and natural to think about, but just keep anchoring myself back to, going into this week, I wanted to see progress in my game, and I just want to see progress each day. That doesn't necessarily mean that I need to shoot a better score tomorrow, but I just want to see my game get better tomorrow. Played really nicely today, so it's going to be hard, but I just want to try and keep anchoring to that. And even if I wasn't to win from here, as long as my game improved, that's kind of the thing I want to care about.
All right, it was some awesome stuff. Incredible golf, actually, so good luck this weekend.
Thanks, Halsey.
Thanks, Jerry, and thanks to Lucas Herbert. Relative to the field and with the conditions he faced, that is one of the great rounds in live golf history. A 9 under par, 63, and Herbie leads by 6 shots in Virginia at the halfway stage. So wrapping things up here on Friday after the second round of Marden Live Golf Virginia, and Lucas Herbert sitting pretty, 6 shots clear of Sergio Garcia and 10 clear of third place Richard Bland. Join us tomorrow for third round coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern US time. Head to livegolf.com/where to watch for your local channel and listing, or watch live on the Live Golf app globally. Sergio with a great day. The Turtle got out of the bunker eventually, and Lucas Herbert has a great weekend ahead of him. Goodbye for now.
Jordan Walker and the Cardinals.
It is gone!
Manny Machado and the
Right now on Queen City News, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members get testy during another heated budget meeting. The latest round of debate as district leaders hash out funding.
We have enjoyed some beautiful weather here on this Friday after all that much needed rain the past day or so. But now we've got more clouds rolling in. You can see some of those over Lake Norman right now ahead of some rain chances on the way for the weekend. I'll talk all about it in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And cut back on your water use or face a fine. Why officials in Gaston County are trying to avoid what happened during the last major drought nearly 20 years ago. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News After Golf starts right now with breaking news out of Uptown Charlotte. A man already convicted of several murders, including the death of Brooks Sandwich House co-owner Scott Brooks, pleaded guilty to several other killings. Stephen Staples appeared in court this afternoon and entered guilty pleas in the murders of Anthony Leaks, Aisha Shannon, and Siobhan Joseph. Both Shannon and Joseph were killed in January 2020 on Atondo Avenue. Leaks was killed a month earlier in Northwest Charlotte. Staples is already serving a life sentence in Brooks' 2019 murder and a sentence of up to 34 years in the death of a Hickory man. Authorities say Staples committed the murders over a span of a month and a half. Tonight at 10, we'll hear from one of the victims' family members about the long wait for justice. More heated debate today among Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members over the budget for the next school year. Discussions have spanned weeks, and now district leaders have 7 days to send their proposal to the County Commission. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shares the current obstacles for the $2.1 billion plan.
The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're.
So that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
that cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asks me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
By the end of the more than 4-hour meeting, tempers had cooled, with the board asking Hill and her staff to work through the weekend on their lingering concerns before the board has to vote on the budget next Tuesday. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A remote classwork platform used nationwide, including at CMS, is back online after a cyber attack forced it to go down. Officials say the group behind the attack on Canvas reports that the personal information of students, parents, and teachers from close to 9,000 schools worldwide was accessed. Experts are still working to figure out exactly what data was exposed. Taking a live look now at Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. I mean, what a beautiful day and beautiful evening to wrap up the work week. But we could end up seeing more wet weather during Mother's Day weekend. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, so when is this rain starting, and are we going to see any tonight?
Late tonight, early tomorrow morning, we could have a little bit of rain in parts of the area. So that's the thing. It's not going to be a washout here coming up again by any means. So we'll talk all about it here over the next little bit. But as we look around right now, even though we are starting to see now more clouds and blocking out some of that Carolina blue sky, it is still rain-free, storm-free across the region. So no worries about that if you have plans going out to dinner tonight or taking that walk around the neighborhood. We're right at a pleasant feeling 70 degrees right now, just a light variable wind, and dew points are definitely drier compared to past couple of days. We had all that moisture with the rain around, only sitting in the 40s as dew point readings. 72 in Concord. We've got that number matched in Rockingham and Chesterfield County, 69 in Shelby, and cooler low 60s up in the mountains. If you want to do some grilling out for dinner time to kick off the weekend this evening, have at it. Partly to mostly cloudy, and again, that's what we're already seeing out there, with temperatures hovering in the upper to middle 60s as we head through the next several hours. But again, clouds are on the move. All the rain is pretty far away at this point to our south. I'll show you when and where we could see some of those showers as we progress through the weekend. That's ahead in just a few minutes.
The statewide burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties in North Carolina. The ban went into effect more than a month ago due to the dangerous fire conditions caused by the ongoing drought. It was initially lifted for most of the state last week, but several counties in our area were still under that ban. Officials say rain this week was enough to improve the dry areas. Immediately after the burn ban was lifted, local baseball teams announced fireworks shows tonight. The Kannapolis Cannonballers will hold the display after their game tonight and tomorrow. The Hickory Crawdads will also light fireworks tonight. The Charlotte Knights are not having a show in Uptown because they're on the road in Jacksonville this weekend. In just 1 week, water restriction enforcement will begin in parts of our area. But one utility says it's trying to avoid the chaos seen during the area's last major drought nearly 20 years ago. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what to expect from fines for violations to how enforcement will work.
Even with a good soaking rain these past few days, our historic drought isn't over yet. That's why mandatory water restrictions have taken effect in much of the Charlotte area. And starting May 15th, Gaston County will start enforcing the new rules.
The problem is it's been so long that there's only a few of us, veterans, if you will, that are still involved in it, that remember what it was like.
Ed Cross is the division manager of Two Rivers Utilities, which covers about 40% of the county, some unincorporated areas next to Gastonia and into Clover.
In a word, it was chaos. None of us had ever been here before.
Cross worked here in 2007, the last time water levels were this low, and hit stage 3, mandatory emergency restrictions. He says crews worked around the clock to bring levels back up, enforcing violations along the way. Usually neighbors called them in.
And I hate that it has to happen this way, but honestly, it's hard to get people's attention.
321 is being used as a dividing point. So if you live to the east, you can water your lawn on Wednesday and Sunday. If you live to the west, it's Tuesday and Saturday. Cross says he wishes these systems were in place last time so they would not have gotten to stage 3 of the drought.
It's a big ask for people. People don't think about it. It's such a convenience in our culture.
Now the utility can recycle 900,000 gallons a day using this membrane and has a call center to help cut usage by 5 to 10%. But fines for not cutting back can reach $500 per violation. Cross warns it can get worse.
If we don't, it'll be stage 3. Trust me when I tell you, you ain't gonna like it.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
In addition to Gaston County, mandatory water restrictions will also begin in several other areas next Friday. That includes Charlotte, the city of Kannapolis, and Concord. York County leaders also announced mandatory restrictions today. Officials are asking residents in each of the areas to limit outdoor water use. A North Carolina appeals court is upholding the conviction of Madalena Kojikari's stepfather. Madalena is the Cornelius girl who hasn't been seen since November of 2022. A jury found Christopher Palmer guilty of failing to report the then 12-year-old's disappearance. Palmer and Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, didn't contact authorities about her disappearance until 3 weeks later. Palmer's lawyers argue the law is unconstitutional and certain evidence should not have been excluded from his trial. The appeals court rejected those arguments. Madalena's mother pleaded guilty in the case. She has since fled the country. The woman arrested for a child's death at a Lenoir daycare is officially facing a second-degree murder charge. A Caldwell County grand jury handed up an indictment against Alexandra Lee Coffey this week. Coffey, a former employee at Creative Beginnings of Lenoir, was originally charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of 16-month-old Maddie Mitchell. The child died at the daycare last May. Coffey is accused of covering Maddie's head with a blanket and laying across the child's body. The facility has since been shut down. We have springtime football in Uptown Charlotte. Rookie minicamp has kicked off at Bank of America Stadium for the Carolina Panthers. These 7 draft picks and undrafted free agents are getting their first practices in today and tomorrow. Coming up at the end of the month, organized team activities, better known as OTAs, kick off over the 2-week stretch. Mandatory minicamp begins June 9th. Charlotte FC is finally back at Bank of America Stadium this weekend. It's the first time the club has played in Uptown since April 11th. Since then, the team has won just one MLS match and split its 2 U.S. Open Cup matches. The team is really trying to maintain a strong position in the Eastern Conference standings. Crown commentator Willie P. joined us this morning to talk about how crucial it is for Charlotte FC to be back at home.
I think they are at least buoyed by the confidence of that. You never want to have a losing streak, but I think the one big antidote for a losing streak is a long home stretch. And against a team, too, this weekend, Jason, that Dean Smith is 3 wins, 1 draw, no losses. The only Eastern Conference team he has not lost to is a team that they play tomorrow in Cincinnati.
Tomorrow's match is against FC Cincinnati. It begins at 7:30. Tara.
We got the Charlotte FC match. We have the continuation of the Truist Championship happening this weekend. How is the weather looking? It's beautiful outside today, but we're now starting to see more clouds rolling in ahead of some weekend rain chances. We'll check it out. My Pinpoint Weather Forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. We're taking a live look now over Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. A little busy actually for a Friday, but you can tell that it's dry out there. Dry start to the weekend. May not stay that way for long. Here's Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, you're tracking a little bit here and there, but anything widespread that we can expect over the weekend?
No, nothing widespread. I know, yes, obviously
don't cancel
we need the
your
rain.
plans.
Right, don't cancel your plans. But yeah, there's a lot going on this weekend, and a lot of people want it to stay dry if you're going to be out and about. And just hit or miss, like it says at the bottom of the screen there. So some spotty hit or miss rain chances coming up. Some areas will be a little more favored to get the rain than others, and we'll talk all about it here over the next couple of minutes. But yeah, we are nice and dry out there right now. We'll stay that way through the rest of this evening if you have some Friday night plans going out and involve being outdoors. But notice on the visible satellite imagery, we do definitely have that increase in cloud cover happening. That moisture gradually back on the move and increasing here from the south and west and blocking out some of the sunshine. But any rain coming out of the clouds staying off to our south and closer to this lingering front for now. But eventually a little more of that could work up toward some of our communities here by early tomorrow morning. Temperatures today, despite all the sunshine, stayed on the cooler side for this time of the year, only topping out at 71, but just gorgeous outside. 79 is the average high. Nowadays, 50 was the low temperature this morning. So yeah, definitely feeling that cool down in the wake of the front that brought us that final round, at least for a little bit, of the downpours, slow movers out there last night too, and some stronger thunderstorms yesterday. 69 right now in Salisbury. We've got 72 in Morganton, cooler low 60s up in the mountains, and then sitting in the lower 70s south and east of Charlotte. So this evening, pretty nice out there, just partly to mostly cloudy depending on where you are. Definitely turning more cloudy for more of us later we get into the night, with temperatures backing off into the lower 60s. Mainly dry weekend. So there you go. Most of you will squeeze out plenty of dry time. There is a better rain and storm chance, more widespread coverage coming in for Monday as our next cold front moves in. And overall temperatures next week staying fairly comfortable, kind of seasonable this time of the year. Again, the average high is 79, not straying too far from that. We do have another minor rain chance coming in by the middle of next week. So tomorrow, the setup pretty similar to today. That stalled front trying to lift a little more here to the north will help push in some of that rain and some of that moisture. So best chance of showers tomorrow will be more south and east of Charlotte. Otherwise, just partly to mostly cloudy throughout the day, with temperatures warming up just a little bit more from today. Highs back up into the mid 70s. And you know what? Mother's Day forecast is looking even a little bit warmer. Low to mid 80s returning with mixed sun and clouds. Look at that. Forecast from the morning through the afternoon looking pretty good. We'll see some sunshine if you're taking mom out, but we do have that chance of rain in parts of the area. So let's check it out. For 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, best chance of rain. Here we go. South and east of Charlotte. So South Carolina communities, you're going to be in the more favored zone for seeing some of those showers, mainly through about lunchtime or so. Not much more expected throughout the afternoon. Small chance of an isolated pop-up shower. And then we'll stay mostly dry into the night and early Sunday morning, waking up to more sunshine for Mother's Day. And then not until really the evening and 5, 6, 7 o'clock or so could we start to see a few blossoming scattered showers or storms, mainly west of the I-77 corridor. Again, that's for Mother's Day on Sunday. So then the rain and storm chance really starts to ramp up for Monday. It's drier again for Tuesday, with that pretty low rain chance coming up for Wednesday. How much more rain to be expected? Not nearly as much compared to the past couple of days. Only a few hundredths of an inch near the mountains and foothills, maybe up around a quarter of an inch or so more south and east of Charlotte. So yes, Sunday, Mother's Day, is the warmer half of the weekend. Tomorrow pretty nice though too, mid 70s on Monday with some showers and storms, and behind that front will be just a little bit cooler again for Tuesday.
All right, looking good. Thanks, Tara. The next budget proposal for the city of Lincolnton includes plans to cut fire and police positions. What comes next as the community speaks out against the recommendation? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
We're on your side. It's not a us and them thing. We're the city of Lincolnton and we're all on the same team. We're just dealing with a real difficult situation.
Lincolnton city leaders are weighing how to make up a $2 million shortfall in the budget without making cuts to public safety. At last night's budget presentation, the city manager proposed eliminating 21 positions, including 14 from the police and fire departments. Officials say the funding issues stem from a change with sales tax revenue. The proposed cuts are being met with pushback from first responders and residents.
It's got to be some other way to save money. They're the only thing that stands between us and the dark.
When a fire company arrives with fewer than optimal number of members, the effectiveness of that initial response is compromised.
The city manager says the next step is to meet with county leaders to discuss funding next week. A final vote on the budget is set for June. The Truist Championship continues at Quail Hollow. We are checking in on round 2 as some of the world's top golfers are wrapping up their rounds. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We continue to follow breaking news out of Charlotte. A man already convicted of several murders, including the death of Brooks Sandwich House co-owner Scott Brooks, pleaded guilty to several other killings. Stephen Staples appeared in court this afternoon and entered guilty pleas in the murders of Anthony Leaks, Asia Shannon, and Sio Javon Joseph. Both Shannon and Joseph were killed in January of 2020 on Atondo Avenue. Leaks was killed a month earlier in Northwest Charlotte. Staples is already serving a life sentence in Brooks' 2019 murder and a sentence of up to 34 years in the death of a Hickory man. Authorities say Staples committed the murders over the span of a month and a half. Tonight at 10, we'll hear from one of the victims' family members about the long wait for justice. More heated debate today among Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members over the budget for the next school year. Discussions have spanned weeks, and now district leaders have 7 days to send their proposal to the county commission. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shares the current obstacles for the $2.1 billion plan.
The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're
so that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
that cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asked me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
By the end of the more than 4-hour meeting, tempers had cooled, with the board asking Hill and her staff to work through the weekend on their lingering concerns before the board has to vote on the budget next Tuesday. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
North Carolina really culturally represents golf. Obviously, we've got in Pinehurst the USGA Hall of Fame, 500 golf courses all around the state. This is a golfing state, and it represents a huge boost to our economy. $4.2 billion every year is generated through golf in North Carolina, 50,000 good-paying jobs. And this tournament alone is going to put about $125 million into the local economy.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein visited the Quail Hollow Club today for the Truist Championship. While there, he highlighted the impact golf has on the Tar Heel State. Stein also pointed out the attention for the tournament highlights a need for a Major League Baseball team in the state. That would be something. Our Mike Lissette joins us live at Quail Hollow Club. Mike, the conditions improved today. It was just beautiful out there, but Quail Hollow is a tough track. Any shifting at the top of the leaderboard?
You know, it's funny you mention that, because for most of the day there was not much moving atop the leaderboard here on moving day. But then late in the day we finally had a big shift, and it did not bode very well for Matt McCarty. Let's show you the highlights right now. A beautiful day, as you mentioned, at Quail Hollow, and some of the golfers were taking advantage of the much better weather conditions. One guy who was able to do that was Ricky Fowler. What a round he had. 8 under for the tournament. He's at 8 under for the round. He's at 5 under for the tournament, tied for 9th. Justin Thomas, meanwhile, also seemed on the verge of getting over a big hump. Granted, he did leave some shots out there at 3 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. He's tied for 3rd. As for the man they're chasing, not the best round for Sanjay Im. Definitely had some up and down moments, but finished at 2 under. He's 9 under for the tournament and is in sole possession of first place. It looked like he and Matt McCarty would be there with him. However, he had a big breakdown on 14 with a double bogey. McCarty at 6 under and is currently tied for 5th. Guys are still trickling in, but we were able to get some reaction just a couple of moments ago.
일단 여기 코스가 this course suits his style of his play. He likes his course always playing out here, and his strength is these long irons, you know. So there's not many short irons on this course. That's why he thinks it suits his game.
Just I feel like I've been working on some of the right stuff and trending in the right direction. So just trying to stay positive and patient.
And not to scare any of the leaders or those atop the scoreboard, but another guy we're keeping an eye on this whole weekend, Rory McIlroy. After a less than stellar first round, he bounced back in a big way today, going 6 under. He's at 5 under for the tournament, only 4 shots off the lead. So here's a guy that's won here 4 times. He's definitely someone you want to keep an eye on all weekend, and we will do just that. From Quail Hollow, I'm Mike Lissette, Queen City News.
Yeah, he can make up those shots, no problem. Thanks, Mike. Taking a live look over at Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. That was not sarcasm, by the way. He really can make up those shots, no problem, over the weekend. It's been a dry start to the weekend, but it may not stay that way. We've been talking about this rain that we're expecting on Mother's Day weekend. Bringing in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, we've got the golfers out at Quail Hollow wondering what's tomorrow and Sunday going to look like.
Especially after yesterday, too, and all that rain in the morning. And then we had some of that moving in late into the evening. Well, it's not going to be a washout by any means. A couple of showers may have to watch out for tomorrow and again Mother's Day, but Mother's Day not really until much later in the afternoon and evening is how it looks now. Just some hit or miss type activity expected for the weekend. So good news for some of the outside plans and all the events going on. The Truist, you got the Charlotte FC match, and maybe some of you going out for Mother's Day as well. Truist Championship forecast. Here's the rest of it here as we wrap it up here by the end of the weekend. Hopefully, as long as any rain doesn't get in the way. But yeah, small shower chance for tomorrow. And this is mainly looking like the morning, 78 degrees. So it's going to be a little warmer, still kind of coolish feeling in the morning, 55, 84 in the afternoon on Sunday. So that's going to be the warmer half of the weekend. And again, staying mostly dry as we are right now. As we look around the region, we're totally dry. Scanning around on radar, nothing showing up. We've had high pressure and main control, but it's now in the process of scooting out and allowing some of this moisture to move in from the south and west again. So we're seeing that here late today in the form of some more clouds. All the rain is still closer to this lingering stalled front off to the south, and the same system that came on through yesterday and brought us that final round of downpours and slow moving storms. But yes, it's staying dry for the next several hours this evening. 70 degrees right now in the Queen City, running a little cool for this time of the year. The average high should be up around 80 degrees, so close to 10 degrees below that. Light variable wind. Dew points are drier today, not feeling all that moisture in the air like we have with the rain the past couple of days. 69 in Albemarle, Shelby. We've got 70 in Chester, Rock Hill, Fort Mill area, 70 degrees in Lincolnton, lower 70s off to the east toward Wadesboro, 68 in Hickory, and only around 60 up in the mountains. So if you want to grill out to maybe kick off the weekend here tonight for dinner time, I would say go for it. No weather issues, partly to mostly cloudy. Temperatures eventually cooling back down into the mid 60s by 8 p.m. or so. So check out this nice beneficial rain we picked up just over the past few days here. Of course, Wednesday we had close to an inch, just over an inch of rainfall officially yesterday in the Queen City, but some of you got much more than that, on the order of 2 and even around 3 inches. That was according to radar estimates, and maybe even a little more in spots in some of your backyard rain gauges. But we will not see nearly as much the next couple of days. Just that small rain chance for tomorrow. We're up to 78. Mother's Day on Sunday. Again, also a low shower or storm chance. So we check it out. The best area for getting any rain tomorrow, and this is mainly in the morning, south and east of Charlotte, where you see some of that green spilling in, kind of like last Saturday, where a lot of you were waking up to some rain down in the South Carolina communities, areas east of Charlotte. So best chance of rain south and east for tomorrow. Not much expected through the afternoon. A spot shower, maybe a pop-up storm, just can't be totally ruled out, but mainly just a spotty shower, a possibility. Sunday morning, Mother's Day, plenty of dry time, back to sunshine before the clouds start to bubble up once again. And by 6 p.m., 6 o'clock, especially west of I-77, we could be tracking some of those spotty showers or storms, but not adding up to a whole lot of rain. with this these next couple of rounds here. And over the next 5 days, we get a better rain chance coming in on Monday, just a couple tenths of an inch, maybe around a quarter to half inch more south and east of Charlotte. And overall, as we fast forward into the latter part of next week and heading into next weekend there, yeah, it's looking like a drier outlook for a good part of our region here and off to the west. So we do have another low rain chance coming in after that better chance on Monday with the front. Next Wednesday, maybe a few showers around, and then the rest of next week looks drier again.
Good news there. Thanks, Tara. On Queen City News at 6, the Truist Championship continues at Quail Hollow. We're checking in on round 2 as some of the world's top golfers are wrapping up their rounds. And Charlotte FC returns home after weeks away from Uptown. How the Fortress can give a boost to the club that's looking to get back into the win column. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.